Chapter 1. Family Rivalry. Alas, the sweet potatoes nowadays are simply of poor quality. They crumble with the slightest pressure. Sister, wait for me while I fetch another one. With that, the youth seated beside the campfire tossed aside the punctured sweet potato and turned a stride towards the forest's edge, where numerous small pits indicated that he had dug for sweet potatoes many times before. Through the youth's relentless efforts, he finally discovered a plump and sizable sweet potato, his thoughts brimming with delight at the prospect of sharing it with his sister. Just as he turned, wearing a joyful expression, he noticed 3 other boys had gathered around the campfire. Wow, little Linger, you've come to eat sweet potatoes with your brother Zhao again. Cool me. Let's join Brother Wang for a grand feast. Among the trio, the boy at the forefront, with a sullen demeanor and beady eyes gleaming with lasciviousness, fixed his gaze upon the little girl. Her large eyes instantly clouded with fear, and her legs involuntarily shuffled backward. Wang Bai, what are you doing? Seeing his sister being bullied, the youth hurled the sweet potato in his hand toward the aggressor. Although the distance was merely 3 meters, the boy's frail physique and gaunt cheeks imbued him with a feeble aura, causing the sweet potato to fall short, landing less than a meter away. Zhao Xingtian, you pathetic wretch, you dare to throw something at me? Wang Bai, seeing the sweet potato land at his feet, twitched his lips in irritation, his expression darkening. Without further ado, he scooped up the potato from the ground and flung it straight at Zhao Xingtian. Smack! Startled by the approaching projectile, Zhao Xingtian quickly crouched down, shielding his head with his hands. The sweet potato narrowly grazed his forehead, soaring past him to collide with a large tree about 10 meters away. You coward! You know how to dodge. Brothers, let him have it. Observing Zhao Xingtian crouched on the ground, Wang Bai waved his hand. The 2 boys trailing him exchanged hesitant glances, their courage faltering as they hesitated to advance any further. Cowards! Scowling at his subordinate's cowardice, Wang Bai berated them harshly. He could not afford to show weakness at this moment. Grabbing a small wooden stick from the ground, he approached with a menacing expression. Zhao Xingtian, you are nothing but a useless wretch. You already possess little Linger. I will not question why you should also have Bai Linger. In a fit of rage, Wang Bai disregarded the consequences and swung the stick toward Zhao Xingtian's head. Such audacity! Just as the stick was about to make contact with Zhao Xingtian's forehead, a silvery light flashed, and in an instant, Wang Bai's stick was sent flying from his grasp. Accompanying the shimmering light was a voice imbued with a chilling authority. Saude, I beg you, spare us, we have done nothing wrong. Wang Bai's lackeys, hearing the voice, fell to their knees in terror, weeping profusely as they repeatedly bowed toward Zhao Xingtian. The mere sound of that voice had instilled such fear in them, attesting to the formidable reputation of its owner. Wang Bai, you beast! I have not sought trouble with you, yet you dare to trouble my brother. You are truly audacious. As the voice rang out, a figure gradually emerged from the woods, clad in shimmering silver armor, a hood adorning his head, and a strikingly handsome visage that exuded an aura of dominance. Zhao Kuo, I do not fear your superior cultivation. You must remember that my father is the foremost expert in Lingxiao City. Though Wang Bai's hands trembled and his heart raced, as the eldest son of the Wang family, he could not afford to show weakness in his tone. I acknowledge the strength of your Wang family, but as the Zhao family, the rulers of Lingxiao City, you had best show us some respect. Zhao Kuo aided his brother to his feet and offered Zhao Xingtian a reassuring smile before turning his icy demeanor towards Wang Bai. With each step Zhao Kuo took forward, Wang Bai instinctively retreated. The rivalry among the younger generation of the 2 families mirrored the struggles of their elders. As 2 of the 3 prominent families in Lingxiao City, they appeared harmonious in public, yet secretly vied against one another. While the Wang family held the most power, the Zhao family possessed deeper roots. Thus, they continued their unending strife, while the Bai family had initially allied with the Zhao family, promising their daughter to Zhao Xingtian for marriage. However, this arrangement was disrupted by clandestine dealings that transpired later. In the Lord's mansion of Lingxiao City, Zhao Baichuan, you and I are among the 3 foremost figures in the realm of birth doors in Lingxiao City. I implore you to extend some courtesy. In the grand hall of the Lord's mansion, an elderly man donned in a purple robe, his face etched with wrinkles, regarded the middle-aged man beside him, who bore a furrowed brow and a bitter smile. Although his tone was conciliatory, the onlookers discerned the undeniable authority behind his words. Wang Batian, the sole figure in the mid-stage realm of birth doors in Lingxiao City, had come with the full might of his clan, clearly prepared for a confrontation. This individual was relentless in his pursuits. Though Zhao Baichuan was also in the birth door realm, he had only just advanced to the initial stage, placing him a full tier below Wang Batian. The disparity between tiers was akin to the difference between an ordinary person and a martial artist. What could he do in this situation? As thoughts raced through his mind, Zhao Baichuan felt a desperate urgency, having sent for allies, hoping for their timely arrival. With a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress his inner turmoil and fury, responding in a measured tone. "Brother Wang, you are aware of the marital alliances between our families. This cannot simply be resolved with a few words. If I were to rashly annul the engagement with the Bai family, only to form an alliance with yours, how could I, as a lord, maintain my dignity? I thought my dear brother Baichuan had some reservations. It turns out it is merely this matter. Fear not, I have devised a solution that serves both our interests, allowing you to save face." Upon hearing Zhao Baichuan's words, the purple-robed elder smirked coldly to himself, thinking that he had the upper hand. However, he maintained a congenial facade as he spoke. "You may enter now." Chapter 2. The Annulment of Engagement. Just as Zhao Baichuan presumed Wang Batian had a plan, Wang Batian suddenly rose and smiled broadly at the door, resembling a lecherous uncle trying to coax a little girl into accepting candy. Bai Bing? As Wang Batian's words fell, the matriarch of another prominent family in Lingxiao City, Bai Bing, appeared before Zhao Baichuan. The abruptness of this turn of events rendered Zhao Baichuan's expression extremely grim. Gazing at Bai Bing, adorned in a white gown with a jade hairpin, her pretty face strained to maintain a smile, Zhao Baichuan realized that Wang Batian's scheme was nearly complete. "Brother Wang, Brother Zhao," Bai Bing addressed the two, discomfort evident in her voice, particularly toward Zhao Baichuan, making her words lack conviction. Matriarch Bai, I must trouble you once more." Wang Batian chuckled, quickly shifting the burden of the offense onto Bai Bing while reclining comfortably, watching the drama unfold. Zhao Baichuan's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he thought, "What a venomous ploy. Brother Zhao, I have come to annul our engagement. Please hand over the original engagement contract." Bai Bing understood that failure to voice her intentions today would spell disaster for her family. For the sake of her clan's interests, she steeled herself to speak, despite her embarrassment. "Why?" With a cold glare directed at Bai Bing, Zhao Baichuan's anger began to boil. This public annulment of engagement utterly undermined the authority of the Lord's mansion. Why? As Bai Bing uttered those words, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Her inconsistency filled her with self-loathing. Such an indignity should not befall a prominent family. Wang Batian, observing Bai Bing's distress, swiftly interjected, speaking as if she had misunderstood, to annul the engagement. "Dear brother Baichuan, be magnanimous." Not only did he say this, but Wang Batian also elbowed Zhao Baichuan's right arm. "Wang Batian, our Zhao family is not to be trifled with." Just as the three found themselves in a standoff, Zhao Xingtian leaned against the doorframe, trembling with rage, his finger pointed accusingly at Wang Batian, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Xingtian had managed to return, thanks in part to Wang Bai's intimidation, which had forced him to reveal himself. "Wang Bai, you nearly struck my brother. What do you intend to do about it?" Zhao Kuo was determined to teach Wang Bai a lesson. Had he not been nearby practicing, his brother might have suffered greatly. "Why are you so arrogant? Soon, you will find yourself weeping." As Zhao Kuo approached, Wang Bai's bravado evaporated, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Had he not been leaning against a tree for support, he might have collapsed to the ground. "What did you say, Wang Bai? Are you hiding something from me?" Upon hearing Wang Bai's words, Zhao Hangtian rushed over, seizing Wang Bai by the collar and bellowing, "You worthless fool! I know nothing at all." Wang Bai, gripped by Zhao Hangtian, glared with disdainful eyes, and had it not been for Zhao Kuo's menacing gaze beside him, he would have readily delivered a punch to Zhao Hangtian without a second thought. "Step aside, brother. Allow me to handle this." Noting Wang Bai's stubbornness, Zhao Kuo flicked his right arm and approached with a smile that appeared sinister in Wang Bai's eyes. "Do you recall the last time you suffered a fracture?" Standing before Wang Bai, Zhao Kuo refrained from immediately striking. Instead, he leaned in close, whispering coldly into Wang Bai's ear, "Gulp. The mere thought of his previous full-body fractures made Wang Bai swallow hard, as his inner defenses began to waver. This time, we shall do it again. Seeing that Wang Bai still refused to relent, Zhao Kuo raised his fist, aiming directly at Wang Bai's abdomen. I shall tell you, my father has gone to your Zhao family to arrange a marriage. As Wang Bai witnessed the fist, which resembled a massive pot, hurtling towards him, he instinctively shut his eyes and hastily exclaimed, "What? A forced marriage? Brother, take Xiaolinger back, I must leave at once." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hangshan's face changed dramatically without a moment's thought. He turned and fled, vanishing from sight in an instant. Observing his brother's retreat, Zhao Kuo felt a twinge of anxiety mixed with a hint of relief. It was precisely in such a moment that Zhao Hangtian returned just as Wang Batian pressured Zhao Baichuan to take a stand, and his arrival significantly altered the situation. Yet, Wang Batian displayed no sign of surprise. Instead, he shifted his tone to one of amusement, addressing Zhao Hangtian. "Ah, the young lad from the Zhao family has arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." With the principal party of the marriage agreement now present, Wang Batian disregarded Zhao Hangshan's previous rudeness and approached with an air of feigned sweetness. Having sprinted over, Zhao Hangtian was already breathless, and Wang Baishan's words caused his chest to heave even more rapidly. Why not settle this with a contest? The victor claims the marriage contract, while the loser departs. What do you say? In this world, combat has always held sway and is the sole means of gaining respect. I agree. The first to speak was Bai Bing, who, after supporting Wang Baishan's proposal, made her way towards the hall's exit. As she crossed the threshold, she cast a glance at Zhao Baichuan, her expression one of regret as she departed. "Brother Baichuan, what say you?" Wang Batian chuckled, patting Zhao Baichuan on the shoulder in a brotherly manner. "I consent." With no choice, as the pressure was brought to their doorstep, Zhao Baichuan felt that avoiding confrontation would result in rumors akin to those surrounding the annulment of the marriage. Suppressing the anger within, he spoke in a rigid tone. "Very well. My son shall arrive shortly. He eagerly anticipates a match with the young lad." With a smirk, Wang Batian regarded Zhao Hangtian as one might observe a corpse. Indeed, before long, Wang Bai, flanked by his two companions with frosty expressions, arrived, and the duel commenced. Subsequently, all present made their way to the arena, which had been designated for martial arts practice. At that moment, all members of the Zhao family stepped aside, and the vast expanse of the arena was instantly rendered much more spacious. Chapter 3. The Duel Father. You cannot allow my younger brother to participate. Zhao Kuo, who had just returned with Xiaolinger, rushed to Zhao Baichuan's side upon hearing about the duel. That he pointed anxiously at Wang Bai, who had been frightened by him mere moments ago. "I understand, but this engagement is for your brother." Zhao Baichuan was equally aware that his son was a failure, with meridians that were inherently blocked, making it impossible for him to cultivate martial arts. This time, facing Wang Bai, who was at the initial stage of the rest gate, stepping onto the arena would only result in a beating. If someone else were to take the stage, Wang Batian would undoubtedly make a grand proclamation. "What? Is there something troubling you, Brother Baichuan?" Wang Batian, standing on the opposite side with a smirk, sensed something amiss as he observed the conversation between Zhao Baichuan and Zhao Kuo. His inquiry was not merely a question, but also a veiled warning. "There is no trouble. Let the duel commence." Zhao Baichuan stepped into the center of the arena, one hand pointing at Wang Bai and the other at Zhao Xingtian, proclaiming loudly during the match, "Do not take a life. Is that understood?" "Understood." Wang Bai replied with a cold smile inwardly, though his face remained beaming. "Me too." Zhao Xingtian regarded Wang Bai with a steely gaze. Although he knew he was no match for him, the long-standing bullying he endured had gradually forged his resolve and fighting spirit. "Begin!" Zhao Baichuan shouted, swiftly retreating from the arena. "Zhao Xingtian, let us engage in a fair contest." "You must stay composed." To a warrior, bullying a failure was akin to humans tormenting ants. Such shameless acts were uncharacteristic of ordinary folk. Yet for someone like Wang Bai, it was entirely permissible. Having uttered those words, Wang Bai clenched his fists, eschewing any pretense of looking for weaknesses, and charged forward. In Wang Bai's eyes, defeating Zhao Xingtian was no more challenging than catching a dog, though Zhao Xingtian was deemed a failure. He had still trained his martial arts to build strength and fortitude. As he witnessed Wang Bai's aggressive approach, he spread his legs into a horse stance, positioning his hands in a defensive stance. No sooner had he completed his movements than Wang Bai's fists were upon him. Bam bam. Wang Bai unleashed a flurry of punches, his hands moving like a tempest, while Zhao Xingtian barely managed to block a few blows before his defenses were shattered. He was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Stop! Please stop! Seeing his brother in such dire straits, Zhao Kuo cried out desperately, his hands flailing wildly, his face a mask of anxiety. Disregarding Zhao Kuo's pleas, Wang Bai continued, panting heavily, before seizing the battered Zhao Xingtian by the collar, his expression menacing. "Do you concede?" "Never." Zhao Xingtian spat blood onto Wang Bai's right cheek, raising his numb right arm and striking Wang Bai's shoulder with a sudden burst of force. "You've got some guts. I'll make you regret that." Wang Bai's face contorted with rage at Zhao Xingtian's defiance. Releasing his grip, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon Zhao Xingtian's frail form. Thud, thud, thud. After a relentless assault, Wang Bai finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his fists swollen and aching, devoid of strength even to speak. "Father, my brother is going to die." Zhao Kuo knelt beside Zhao Xingtian, whose mouth was bleeding profusely, his voice trembling with tears. "Get up. We, the Zhao family, do not produce cowards." This declaration rang out powerfully, unmistakably directed at Wang Batian. Yes, we, the Zhao family, do not produce cowards, despite lying in a pool of blood. Zhao Xingtian summoned his indomitable will, raising his right hand and shouting defiantly. "You can still speak." Wang Bai, gasping for air, leaped to his feet in shock, but the thought of failing to marry Bai Linger ignited a surge of energy within him, prompting him to unleash a torrent of ruthless attacks. Moves like Black Tiger pouncing on heart and Celestial Being plucking peaches, a series of underhanded techniques, rained down upon Zhao Xingtian, drawing frowns from the onlookers and igniting fury within the Zhao family members. "Enough! Are you even a warrior?" Wang Bai's vicious tactics drew a scowl from Wang Batian, who found it disgraceful for a member of a prominent family to behave like a street thug. "Father, he hasn't lost yet." Upon hearing Wang Baishan's admonition, Wang Bai halted his assault, turning his head with displeasure. "And no need to continue. This match ends in a draw." Wang Baishan's gaze sharpened, a fierce glint flashing across his eyes as it swept over Zhao Baichuan. With a wave of his hand, he remarked, "Humph. You possess some self-awareness." As soon as Wang Batian declared the match a draw, an old man clad in coarse linen, holding a small yellow wine flask, materialized before them, his ruddy cheeks revealing his age, that he pointed a finger at Wang Baishan's back. This moment, the crowd was taken aback. Wang Batian, who had always prided himself on being the strongest in Lingxiao City, found himself intimidated by an old man, unable to even take a breath, his face betraying his tension. "May I ask who this esteemed elder is? If I have offended you, I beg your pardon." Backed into a corner, Wang Batian did not dare to turn around, instead glancing sideways, his forehead slick with sweat. "I am the master of Zhao Baichuan, the transmission elder of Wuzhen sect, Xiao Lo." The old man chuckled, releasing his finger as he strolled toward Zhao Baichuan. For Xiao Lo, taking Wang Baishan's life was merely a blink of an eye. Upon reaching Zhao Baichuan, Xiao Lo nodded and then cast a serious gaze around, causing Wang Bai to recoil in fear, retreating several steps until Wang Batian steadied him with a firm hand on his back. "This matter ends here. I do not wish for any further incidents." Xiao Lo spoke with unwavering conviction, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. The second largest sect in the Southern Kingdom, Wuzhen sect boasted a disciple count in the tens of thousands. Its strength unparalleled. A transmission elder, Xiao Lo naturally possessed the gravitas to make such declarations. After all, his sect was formidable. Chapter 4. The 3-year agreement. Yes. Yes, we understand. We will leave at once with his plans thwarted. Wang Batian, realizing the old man was the transmission elder of Wuzhen sect, dared not test whether the elder was genuine. Even if he were a fraud, it was entirely possible for the elder to eliminate him with a single strike. Thus, Wang Batian nodded and smiled, adopting a subservient demeanor. "Do not leave." Just as Wang Batian was about to turn away, he heard Zhao Xingtian's voice calling out from the ground, halting him in his tracks. Astonished, this outcry also drew the attention of Zhao Baichuan and Xiao Le. "What are you doing, Zhao Xingtian?" Having finally dispatched the pest that was Wang Batian, Zhao Baichuan did not wish to stir any trouble and whispered in admonition. "Brother, you need not speak." Zhao Kuo and the others rushed over, hastily feeding Zhao Xingtian pills. "Let him speak." Xiao Lu observed the unyielding determination in the youth's eyes and his indomitable spirit in battle. Were he not a failure, Xiao Lu would have taken him to Wuzhen's sect without hesitation, but fate often plays cruel tricks. Casting a grateful glance at Xiao Lu, Zhao Xingtian, with Zhao Kuo's assistance, managed to rise to his feet. His face, nearly unrecognizable, took on a serious demeanor as he addressed Wang Batian. "The engagement is still on. We will wager on a contest 3 years from now. Though I may be deemed a failure, I understand that fortunes can change, as the tides do over the years." The youth's resolute words and unyielding stance, illuminated by the sun, exuded an aura of unwavering strength and bravery, marking the emergence of a new warrior in the world. "That I shall remember this. We will meet in 3 years." Wang Batian, for the first time, felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from the boy. The aura of a supreme master seemed to radiate from this mere 15 or 16-year-old, prompting Wang Batian to nod solemnly in response. Before long, Wang Batian departed with his family, while Bai Bing, acutely aware of her lack of face, took her leave alongside her servants as the crowd dispersed. The Zhao family's courtyard returned to its previous tranquility, save for Zhao Xingtian, who had made a solemn VOW. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, outside Lingxiao City, atop the thousand-shattered cliff. A young boy stood at the summit, his black hair dancing wildly in the mountain breeze, clad in a fitted black outfit that clung to his slender frame. The icy mountain winds howled fiercely at the peak, causing the towering trees to rustle, as if recounting tales of their past. The boy gazed into the distance, his dark eyes void of the sparkle typical of youth, emanating an aura of profound solitude. Why can't I break through the showman? Facing the biting cold wind, the young man suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar, reverberating across the thousand-shattered cliff. Heaven above. Am I truly a sinner? As the youth's voice grew increasingly agitated, he pointed accusingly at the gloomy sky and began to curse vehemently. Boom, boom. His curses seemed to provoke the wrath of the heavens. As a lightning bolt, as large as a barrel, descended from the sky with a thunderous roar, in that fleeting moment, despair enveloped the youth's heart. If he were to be struck dead by lightning, the only regret he felt was for his family. "Farewell, father and brother. We shall meet again in our next life, and by then, I, Zhao Hangtian, shall surely be a person of worth." Just then, the lightning struck unexpectedly, illuminating the sky with a silvery streak. Bang! As the thunder rolled past, Zhao Hangtian abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes and was astonished to find himself unscathed. Just as he began to rejoice, a sudden scraping sound echoed from the cliffside of Thousand-Shattered Peak, as if something was climbing the mountain. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Hangtian rose slowly and made his way toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff and looking down, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Just a few meters below, a colossal creature loomed, an enormous python, measuring 8 to 9 zhang in length, its body a deep shade of blue and purple, coiled around the cliff like a small mountain. The massive serpent's head reached toward the heavens, its mouth exhaling a long, red tongue, and atop its head were a pair of delicate horns. A snake. Upon witnessing this bizarre sight, a single thought sprang to Zhao Hangtian's mind. Run. Such an unnatural creature could very well take his life. Just as he prepared to flee, his legs felt as though they were no longer his own. Trembling uncontrollably and refusing to heed his commands, panic set in, and he began to slap his legs in desperation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face paling, and his lips trembling uncontrollably. Pooh! The massive python had also noticed Zhao Hangtian, suddenly opening its blood-red maw, offering him no chance to escape as it swallowed him whole. Boom! Without any surprise, Zhao Hangtian was consumed, fortunate that the snake had no teeth and could only gulp him down. Inside the serpent's belly, Zhao Hangtian felt as if he were on a roller coaster, rising and falling until, with a plop, he landed on a soft mass. Could this be the inside of the giant snake? As he touched the moist, soft, and slightly sticky walls around him, a grimace crossed his face. He wondered if perhaps his ancestors had not arranged their graves properly, as calamities seemed to befall him at every turn. In that moment, the surrounding flesh walls suddenly constricted, and under the immense pressure, Zhao Hangtian lost consciousness. Time passed, and when Zhao Hangtian regained his senses, a foul-smelling liquid began to seep around him, in the pitch-black confines of the snake's belly. He could not discern what it was, relying solely on his hearing and sense of touch. This must be gastric juice. Suddenly, the corrosive fluid dripped onto Zhao Hangtian's shoulder, burning him worse than sulfuric acid, causing his skin to tear and bleed profusely. Chapter 5. The Devouring Dragon Pill. At that very moment, lightning flickered once more at the mountainous summit, and the booming thunder caused Zhao Hangtian, trapped within the serpent's belly, to feel dizzy. Roar, roar, roar. The thunder rolled as if the heavens were punishing the giant snake, that a powerful bolt of lightning cleaved through the air, striking the massive serpent with tremendous force, causing it to writhe in agony, its roars echoing ceaselessly. Before the serpent could lift its head, a second bolt of lightning lashed down like a whip, striking the creature fiercely. Instantly, the giant snake's skin split open, and its cries of anguish filled the air. Listening to the thunder outside and the serpent's pained howls, Zhao Hangtian recalled from his readings that a snake transforming into a dragon occurred once every millennium. And if missed, another chance would not arise for 1,000 years. The dragon tribulation required 7 successive bolts of heavenly thunder. Should it succeed, the serpent would ascend to divinity, while failure would result in its utter annihilation. Reduced to mere dust in the cosmos, this snake was on the verge of becoming a dragon. Bang, bang, the powerful strikes of lightning continued, with the third bolt being the size of a head. The giant snake surged skyward, aiming directly at the third bolt. Alas, the might of the heavens was beyond the serpent's resistance, as the third bolt sent it crashing back down, before it could land. The fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts of lightning struck in rapid succession, causing the towering 1,000-shattered cliff to collapse under the weight of the fallen serpent. Pain and gain often coexist, under the relentless bombardment of the heavenly lightning. The great serpent began to transform. Its massive head sprouted horns akin to those of a stag, its eyes resembling those of a rabbit, ears like those of a wild bull, and its neck resembling that of a rock camel. Scales emerged on its body, resembling those of a golden carp, and claws that mirrored those of an eagle. It even bore paws reminiscent of a tiger. Whiskers adorned the sides of its mouth, and beneath its chin lay a luminous pearl, with reverse scales on its throat slowly coalescing. Everything began to take on the form of a dragon. If this continued, it seemed the giant serpent would soon metamorphose into a dragon and soar into the clouds. However, the dark clouds above thickened ominously, as if gathering even more formidable thunder to thwart the serpent's transformation. Yet, the serpent's vast body was already stripped of unscathed skin, blood flowing freely, with its bones exposed. Boom! 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 In that instant, the roaring thunder ceased, and the world fell silent. The ominous clouds shrank to a mere 30 meters, but instead of the silvery lightning, a golden hue emanated from within. Bang! Finally, the 7th bolt of golden lightning struck down. The giant snake, summoning all its strength, surged skyward once more. Inside the serpent's belly, Zhao Hangtian suddenly glimpsed a purple orb, the size of 2 heads, appearing before him. The dragon pill. According to the texts, a serpent undergoing transformation would expel a dragon pill, and as it faced the final bolt of golden lightning, the dragon pill, a divine object, possessed the miraculous ability to grant rebirth. The records clearly stated that one who consumed the dragon pill would ascend to divinity and become eternal within the cosmos. Transcending calamity, to become a dragon. Why must it consume me as well? Even if I perish, I shall take you down with me. Gazing at his decaying arm, Zhao Hangtian's will to survive ignited a frenzied light in his eyes. In a sudden burst, he dashed forward, grasping the dragon pill and biting into it. However, his efforts proved futile. The dragon pill was a divine object, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Unable to bite through, Zhao Hangtian resorted to clawing at it desperately. As time passed, the dragon pill began to crack, and seizing the opportunity, he pressed his teeth against the fissure and began to gnaw voraciously. With each bite, he consumed the dragon pill, feeling an immense pressure surging within him, violently crashing against his insides. The excruciating sensation forced Zhao Hangtian to his knees, and he soon lost consciousness once more, unconscious within the belly of the giant snake. Zhao Hangtian lost track of time as it swiftly passed. This time of unconsciousness lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and had it not been for the power of the dragon pill, he might have perished from starvation. It was only when the bone-chilling mountain wind blew past, jolting Zhao Hangtian awake, that he opened his eyes to the dim surroundings. That as he blinked again, a faint violet glow flickered in his gaze. The giant snake was dead. Pushing himself up with his right hand, Zhao Hangtian attempted to rise, but as he exerted himself, a wave of intense pain shot through his body, causing him to collapse back to the ground. Yet he paid it no mind, raising his gaze once more at the desiccated body of the serpent, its charred bones now exposed. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he exclaimed, "You devoured me. In the end, you were struck to ashes by heavenly lightning. Ha! The will of heaven cannot be defied." In his exuberance, Zhao Hangtian surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had reached the ground. The mountain had been flattened, that an endless expanse of forest stretched before him, with undulating mountains and the calls of unknown birds echoing through the air, presenting a scene reminiscent of a primordial forest. This was the base of the Thousand-Shattered Cliff. Upon his first arrival here, he discovered it to be such a wondrous place. Since Lingxiao City lay to the east of the Thousand-Shattered Cliff, part of the Tianlun mountain range, Zhao Hangtian had never ventured down before. Now he felt a sense of novelty, that if heaven spares me, I shall live well. Escaping from the serpent's belly, Zhao Hangtian felt as though fate was playing a jest on him. Yet this jest was laden with the meaning of survival. With renewed determination, he rose unsteadily to his feet. Wait, did I just consume the dragon pill? Gazing at the serpent's remains, Zhao Hangtian recalled the dragon pill he had swallowed before losing consciousness. According to legend, those who consumed the dragon pill would undergo a transformation. Did that mean I have broken through the Xiumen? With this thought, Zhao Hangtian sat cross-legged on the ground, examining the Xiumen that had remained dormant for 16 years. It appeared unchanged. Once again, Zhao Hangtian found himself engulfed in disappointment. Having consumed a miraculous dragon pill, he was astonished to find that it yielded no reaction whatsoever. Little did he know, he had come perilously close to bidding farewell to the world. Despite the dragon pill's formidable power, for an ordinary individual, recklessly ingesting such a substance could easily lead to a catastrophic demise. Chapter 6. The Old Sage of Destiny. The dragon pill, infused with potent divine and medicinal energies, certainly possessed the potential for metamorphosis. However, for Zhao Hangtian, without the opening of meridians and the 8 gates, the pill offered little advantage. Moreover, even a being of the same caliber as a colossal serpent would hesitate to consume it whole. The immense divine energy could undoubtedly shatter one's meridians without a trace of doubt. Zhao Hangtian, however, was fortunate enough that the absence of such pathways allowed the dragon pill's effects to transform into a trickle of divine energy that fused with his flesh. Blood, cells, meridians, bones, and even skin. Such a transformation could be likened to Zhao Hangtian's body swiftly morphing into that of a dragon, albeit with a different form. How could he possibly comprehend such a serendipitous encounter? In frustration, he bellowed, "Heavenly thief! Why do you grant hope only to deliver disappointment?" After this outburst, Zhao Hangtian felt a pang of hunger. Observing the abundance of resources around him, he resolved to catch a few rabbits to satiate his appetite. With the formidable fangs of the colossal serpent serving as his finest weapon, approaching the serpent's head, he beheld fangs the size of his forearm. Seizing one at its base, he shook it vigorously. Boom! With a tremendous effort, the serpent's remains suddenly collapsed, causing the teeth and bones to separate entirely. Quickly stepping back, he waited for the debris to settle before moving closer once again to his astonishment. An unexpected object caught his eye, a wooden box. Hastily clearing the bones that were pinning it down, he grasped it in his hands and began to inspect it. The box's unadorned exterior, rudimentary craftsmanship, and uneven texture led him to believe that, had it not been found within the colossal serpent, he might have mistaken it for an ordinary storage box. What could this object possibly be? Perhaps it holds some secret teachings. Zhao Hangtian recalled the legendary tales told by the elders, wherein the protagonists often stumbled upon extraordinary treasures, ultimately becoming masters of their craft. With such notions racing through his mind, he placed both hands on the box's opening, trembling with excitement. Creak. The moment of revelation had arrived. The box would finally unveil its secrets. Though his heart raced with anticipation, Zhao Hangtian understood that fate would ultimately dictate the outcome. What could it be? As the wooden box gradually opened, a scroll, yellowed and weathered with age, revealed itself to Zhao Hangtian's gaze. Bound with a frayed red thread, the scroll, though largely decayed by time, retained a semblance of its original appearance and hue. Disregarding the thread, Zhao Hangtian spread his right hand beneath the box while reaching for the scroll with his left. In an instant, the red thread disintegrated into ash. Carried away by a gentle breeze, eagerly, he unfurled the scroll, but its ancient age had rendered it riddled with tiny holes, and the once bold black characters were now faded and illegible. What a futile endeavor! Disheartened, he returned the scroll to the box, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. After 16 years of feeling like a waste, having just consumed the transformative dragon pill, he had discovered nothing worthwhile, only to be left with a decrepit scroll. The more he pondered, the more he felt that fate was blind. Though filled with indignation, he lifted the box, determined to explore its contents further. Finally, I have encountered another soul. Just as Zhao Hangtian extended his hand to inspect the box, a voice, filled with unbridled joy and a hint of excitement, emerged from within. The tone suggested it had been a long time since the speaker had encountered another being. And that exuberance was palpable, almost dissonant. Startled, Zhao Hangtian instinctively dropped the wooden box, his body convulsing as if struck by lightning, his face drained of color. "Do not fear. I am not a malevolent spirit." As the box tumbled through the air, a translucent figure of a blue hue surged forth, emerging from the scroll. The ethereal figure was clad in a blue and white robe, cinched at the waist with a purple belt. His weathered visage bore the marks of time, yet his eyes gleamed with a formidable golden light. In that moment, Zhao Hangtian's pupils widened, his hands clenched tightly, while he had always known of the soul's existence. This was the first time he had encountered one, and fear inevitably gripped his heart. "Who are you?" Zhao Hangtian managed to stammer, suppressing his trepidation. "I am the master of the Celestial Gate. You may call me the Old Sage of Destiny." Once his feet touched the ground, the elder swiftly adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar, revealing a penchant for cleanliness. "Greetings, Old Sage of Destiny. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face." Zhao Hangtian understood the importance of courtesy. "Indeed, come, be my disciple. I shall teach you the greatest martial art of the celestial realm." The elder surveyed Zhao Hangtian from head to toe, nodding in apparent satisfaction. "What, become your disciple?" "Precisely. I need you to avenge me." Before Zhao Hangtian could inquire further, the elder continued, "I have been consumed by thoughts of vengeance while sealed within that box. Those scoundrels must perish. Otherwise, my hatred will never be absolved," with a fierce glint in his eyes. The elder spoke, his long robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. "But why choose me? I could help you find another, and besides, I am but a useless wretch," just as he had been disheartened by the dragon pill's ineffectiveness. The sudden appearance of this elder seeking to take him as a disciple left Zhao Hangtian contemplating the absurdity of his fate. Uselessness is not determined by the opinions of others. True uselessness resides in those lacking courage and willpower. "And you are not that as he spoke, the Old Sage of Destiny revealed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, his face lined with wrinkles. "Moreover, I sense the aura of the dragon pill within you. You must have consumed the inner core of this colossal serpent, correct?" Chapter 7. The 8 heroes of the Celestial Gate upon hearing the old sage's words. Zhao Hangtian, not one to shy away from truth, merely nodded in acquiescence in that moment. He faced the most daunting decision of his life. The promise of unparalleled martial prowess, the chance to dominate the world, all hinging upon the foundation of vengeance. Yet for Zhao Hangtian, who yearned for strength, no challenge would deter him. The opportunity lay before him, and it was time to choose. "Can you clarify the situation?" Zhao Hangtian was not inclined to take the old sage's words at face value. The world was rife with deception, and he had learned much from his 16 years of hardship. "I must apologize. I am rather eager." The elder sensed the implications in Zhao Hangtian's tone and felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own impatience. "Once, I was the master of the Celestial Gate, until I took on a disciple. This disciple, however, became entangled with my wife, and while I was in seclusion, he launched a surprise attack on me. Although I managed to escape, my meridians were shattered, and I lost my physical form. Ultimately, I sealed my soul within the scroll, hoping to find a worthy successor to carry on my legacy and exact my revenge. As he recounted his tale, the old sage's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, his hands clenched tightly in a display of pent-up emotion. His head slightly raised as if questioning the heavens for the cruelty he had endured. But why did the box appear within the serpent's teeth? Zhao Hangtian inquired, puzzled that if he had sealed himself away, it would stand to reason that he should be hidden in a desolate place. So what had brought him to the serpent's mouth? The old sage offered no reply, instead walking slowly towards the serpent's remains, his eyes shimmering with a hint of melancholy, as if he held a deep connection to the creature. This serpent was a 1,000-year-old mystic python, my loyal steed. After I sealed myself away, I placed the box in its mouth, hoping it would find a fated soul. Today, it was destined to undergo its transformation into a dragon. And perhaps you are the only one it encountered to ensure your safety. It consumed you, hoping that if it failed in its ascension, you would take the box. Yet you instead ingested its dragon pill. The old sage caressed the charred remains, his expression somber, embodying the grief of a soul mourning the loss of its last companion, that I know not the truth of the matter. As for the dragon pill I consumed, it yielded little effect. Zhao Hangtian lamented, filled with regret at the thought of the pill's lack of response. Alas! Enough of that. I will ask again, do you wish to become my disciple? The elderly man did not wish to elaborate further. After a deep sigh, his eyes sparkled as they fixed upon Zhao Hangtian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hangtian lowered his head, his expression a tumult of conflict. His hands incessantly twisting the hem of his garment, in his heart, he mused. What is a little suffering in exchange for power? Yet, should he truly trust the words of this enigmatic elder? As Zhao Hangtian pondered, the elder, eager to bolster his bargaining position, swiftly interjected. Once you master the Xintian Qimen, you shall transcend to divinity, and with your body having absorbed the essence of the dragon pill, your advancement will be accelerated. This statement struck a chord deep within Zhao Hangtian, stirring his thoughts profoundly. 16 years of being deemed worthless had been far too long, in pursuit of the marriage promise set for 3 years hence. He would muster the courage to battle even the mightiest sect. Contemplating this, Zhao Hangtian quickly raised his head, feigning immense difficulty, and nodded resolutely. I am willing. His pretense of struggle was merely a ruse to elicit some benefit from this seemingly advantageous master. That suffices. I shall now impart to you the essence of the Qimen Beijia, the elder declared. Upon Zhao Hangtian's agreement, the elder extended his right hand, fingers slightly curled, and in an instant appeared before Zhao Hangtian. Placing his hand upon the crown of his head, in that moment, 5 fingers emanated a brilliant white light, and mysterious characters, akin to small seal scripts, began to flow from the elder's hand into Zhao Hangtian's mind. This process lasted a full 3 hours, ceasing only when the elder's form began to fade into transparency. I have bestowed upon you half of the Qimen Beijia. When you reach the requisite level to learn the remainder, I shall provide it, he stated. The elder retained a degree of skepticism toward Zhao Hangtian, having been deceived by his own disciple once before, and thus remained vigilant against further trickery, with his hands clasped over his chest. The elder exhaled a heavy breath, his countenance revealing discomfort as his corporeal form became increasingly ethereal. Zhao Hangtian, too, felt an unsettling sensation. His head felt as though it were stuffed to the brim, swollen and on the verge of bursting. Yet this feeling was fleeting, dissipating within moments, leaving behind a wealth of new knowledge. In the realm of Qimen, cultivation levels are categorized as rest, birth, injury, block, scene, death, shock, and open, with each tier further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Upon breaking through the rest gate, one can uncover the hidden attributes of their body. The more attributes one possesses, the greater their strength. Typically, individuals possess a single attribute. Those with 2 are considered geniuses, while 3 signify a prodigy. 4 attributes are the realm of legendary ancient races, and 5 attributes are the domain of the divine. Commence your breakthrough according to the cultivation method now residing within your mind. Upon this instruction, Zhao Hangtian promptly seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, while the elder ascended a large stone, conjuring a white barrier that enveloped them both. Having completed these preparations, the elder transformed into a streak of blue light. Returning to the scroll, Zhao Hongtian's breakthrough spanned an entire week. During this time, the Lingxiao city dispatched individuals to investigate the cause of the collapse at Qiansu Cliff. However, due to the protective barrier, Zhao Hangtian remained undetected, allowing him to attain a state of profound unity with the cosmos. At this moment, a new stream of energy began to circulate within Zhao Hangtian, violently impacting the nearly unblocked meridians of the rest gate. Heaven rewards the diligent. Through a week of persistent endeavor, Zhao Hongtian's previously obstructed meridians were finally cleared by the flow of energy. Chapter 8. The Power of Martial Arts. Whoosh, immediately upon his breakthrough, Zhao Hangtian was enveloped in a radiant white light, while vibrant energies from the heavens poured into him like a tempest. In that instant, he resembled an immense reservoir, welcoming all spiritual energy without reservation. Just as I suspected, it is indeed a tributeless. As Zhao Hangtian fervently absorbed the energy surrounding him, the figure of the elder emerged from the scroll. How invigorating! After a bout of absorption, Zhao Hangtian felt an overwhelming fullness within his body and promptly halted his intake. He understood the wisdom in the old adage, progress must be made step by step to forge a complete existence. How do you feel? Noticing Zhao Hangtian stretching in satisfaction, the elder's countenance brightened. I feel my body brimming with power. My strength has reached the initial stage of the rest gate, yet I sense something is amiss. He threw a punch, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Fully perceiving the flow of spiritual energy for the first time, you have yet to learn martial arts, so it is natural that you cannot fully harness the power of the energy. I shall teach you a basic level martial technique, the Kaitian Palm. In the realm of Qiming, martial arts are classified into 6 tiers. Levels 1 and 2 are considered inferior techniques accessible to all, while levels 3 and 4 are intermediate, typically exclusive to certain sects and families. Levels 5 and 6 are reserved for super sects or ancient relics, beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. The elder's intention in teaching Zhao Hangtian this foundational technique was to lay a solid groundwork, enabling him to ultimately wield the formidable power of the Qiming Beijia. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once. Ensure you observe carefully. Upon uttering these words, the elder spread his hands apart, fingers splayed, forming a blade-like shape, and his palms ignited with a dazzling red glow. With a powerful flick of his wrist, a fire-infused palm strike, comparable in size to his own hand, was unleashed, slicing through the air and cleaving a distant boulder in two. Now, it is your turn. After demonstrating, the elder stepped aside, arms crossed, as he awaited Zhao Hongtian's attempt. Drawing upon his spiritual energy and following the elder's demonstrated path, Zhao Hangtian concentrated all his willpower. Boom! A fiery burst erupted. His entire right hand transformed into a blazing palm, surpassing even the elder's previous display in intensity and ferocity. Overwhelmed with joy at the flames dancing in his grasp, Zhao Hangtian felt an elation akin to tasting honeyed delights. Mimicking the elder's earlier motion, he swung his right hand, sending forth a fiery palm strike. Bang! This strike landed squarely upon the ground not far away, instantly sending dirt and stones flying. A massive crater of a diameter measuring 10 feet appearing before Zhao Hangtian. Is this the power of martial arts? Gazing at his palm and then at the gaping hole in the earth, he felt as though he were in a dream, questioning whether he had truly awakened from slumber. After 16 years of being deemed a failure, experiencing disdain and scorn, the profound joy of finally wielding martial arts brought tears to Zhao Hongtian's eyes. 16 years of living in the shadows. Enduring condescension, the scornful gazes he had encountered throughout his life haunted his dreams. Yet today, in this very moment, Zhao Hangtian was transformed, embarking on a legendary journey of his own. Now that you have become a martial artist, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, the elder chuckled, placing a hand on Zhao Hongtian's shoulder. You are like my reborn parent. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. With that, Zhao Hangtian knelt before the elder, bowing deeply, vowing silently to avenge the elder's grievances as his devoted disciple. Although previously perceived as worthless, Zhao Hongtian's spirit remained unyielding, yearning for recognition from others. Those who treated him kindly were forever etched in his heart. He would brave any peril for the sake of friends and family. Very well. Rise, the elder replied, observing Zhao Hongtian's profound sense of loyalty with a look of contentment, his hands resting on Zhao Hongtian's shoulders. Feeling that his long wait had not been in vain, Zhao Hongtian stood. He regarded the elder, hesitating, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Speak your mind. Recognizing Zhao Hongtian's reticence, the elder inquired gently, what is it you wish to convey? I wish to return home and see my family. After that, we can depart. The elder initially assumed there was some pressing matter, but realizing that dealing with his own disciples' issues would not be resolved overnight, he replied, there is no rush regarding revenge. I shall accompany you to your home first. Thus, the two journeyed back to Lingxiao City to avoid exposure. The elder instructed Zhao Hongtian to carry the scroll on his person while he concealed himself within it. Traveling at great speed, Zhao Hongtian's newfound strength propelled him forward with remarkable swiftness and explosive power. Unbeknownst to him, the transformation within his body, aided by the dragon pill, had rendered him akin to a dragon, though he was yet unable to unleash its full potential. Nevertheless, his speed, endurance, and strength were unmistakably enhanced. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the Zhao family courtyard radiated tranquility, and Zhao Hongtian stood at the entrance, gently knocking on the grand wooden door. Who is it? A languid male voice called from within. It is I, Uncle Fu. Zhao Hongtian replied, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor now devoid of the previous despondency. Young master, you have returned. Uncle Fu hurriedly swung open the door, his eyes sparkling with delight, and he called out to the surroundings, the young master has returned. The thunderous shout immediately incited a commotion. The previously tranquil and serene Zhao family courtyard erupted into a lively scene as the Zhao family members rushed towards the entrance. At the forefront of the throng stood Zhao Baichuan, his countenance stern and brows furrowed, his expression one of evident displeasure. Brother, you have returned. Thank goodness. You've been missing for a week, and I was beside myself with worry. Zhao Kuo burst forth from the crowd, his joy evident even as he appeared without proper attire. Brother! Father! Zhao Xingtian, aware of the trouble he had brought upon the family, quickly bowed his head, feigning a look of grievance. Chapter 9. The Journey of Trials. How outrageous. You dared to vanish for a week. Do you have any idea how anxious the family has been? Zhao Baichuan scoffed, yet a glimmer of affection flickered in his eyes. Did I know I was wrong? Zhao Xingtian hastily admitted, though inwardly he mused on what it might be like to be missing for 3 years. Come, let us go inside and eat, concerned that his son had likely gone without a meal during his absence. Zhao Baichuan grasped Zhao Xingtian's hand and led him into the dining hall. After the meal, Zhao Xingtian excused himself, citing fatigue, eager to escape the impending barrage of questions. He had no desire to divulge his secrets, lest they lead to unforeseen complications. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Xingtian promptly sat cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate his energy using the techniques detailed in the records of the Qimeng Beijia. Striving to expand his meridians, the baptism of the dragon pill had rendered Zhao Xingtian's meridians exceptionally robust, making the process painstakingly slow. The nights swiftly passed, and with the dawn's gentle breath, Lingxiao City lay in tranquil stillness. Zhao Xingtian stood in the square, executing a series of physical training punches. His movements were grand and fluid, transforming the martial art into a dance under his command. As he observed a solitary leaf drifting downwards, Zhao Xingtian's fist shot forward, halting mere inches away from the leaf, which promptly disintegrated into a flurry of ash, swirling in the wind. You have already begun to materialize the energy from the Qimeng Beijia. While true materialization remains a distant goal, your ability to affect objects from a distance so quickly is commendable. An elder sat perched on a tree branch at the square's edge, applauding. That is thanks to my master's teachings. Zhao Xingtian chuckled, pleased with his own performance. Yet your strength is still insufficient. If you were to encounter opponents of your level in the outside world, you could easily be slain due to your lack of combat experience. In the realm of Qimeng, practical engagement is often the best measure of one's strength, which is why the rise of arenas across various cities embodies this principle. What should I do then? To be honest, Zhao Xingtian, at 16 years of age, had never truly fought anyone, save for the match a week prior. You need not worry. I have already selected a place for you, a veritable paradise for fighters. A paradise for fighters? Observing the elder's reminiscent expression, Zhao Xingtian felt a premonition of impending trials. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xingtian. At that moment, Zhao Kuo appeared in the square. "Oh, nothing, just practicing my punches," Zhao Xingtian jolted, quickly turning to feign nonchalance as he began to shadowbox. "Good to see you're putting in the effort. That fellow Wang Bai is heading to the Duanshui sect. You must step up your game." As he spoke, Zhao Kuo produced a square token, entirely golden orange, emblazoned with a large character from martial arts. "What is this?" Zhao Xingtian inquired, astonished as he accepted the token. "This is the token of Wuzimen. You will be joining me to study there." "Study at Wuzimen?" Zhao Xingtian felt a jolt of surprise, wondering what had drawn the attention of Wuzimen to him. Was it that old man? "Brother, when do we depart for Wuzimen?" Zhao Xingtian was determined to avoid going there and sought a way to escape instead. "Tomorrow morning, someone from Wuzimen will come to escort us," Zhao Kuo said, his face alight with anticipation that in Lingxiao City. Zhao Kuo was the strongest among the younger generation, having reached the mid-stage of the showman at just 18, which made the family value his development highly. "Brother, I'm feeling a bit tired. I will retreat to my room for a while." "Yes. Rest well. We depart tomorrow." After returning the token to Zhao Kuo, Zhao Xingtian cast a knowing glance at the elder perched on the tree nearby and swiftly donned his outer garments to leave the square. He hurried back to his room, secured the door, and rummaged through his belongings, packing a bundle with some clothes and a few pieces of silver, preparing to flee. "Master, we must leave immediately. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." As Zhao Xingtian hastily packed, he saw the elder materialize through the door. "Very well." The elder nodded and transformed into a beam of blue light, retreating back into the scroll. To protect the scroll, Zhao Xingtian had purchased a wooden box to store it in, which he slung over his shoulder. Having gathered all his belongings, Zhao Xingtian left behind a note, casting one last lingering glance at the room he had inhabited for 16 years. Suppressing his reluctance as he quietly exited the Zhao family courtyard, as he traversed onward, Zhao Xingtian quickly crossed through the city gates and into the woods beyond, only to suddenly spot Wang Bai's figure appearing on the official road ahead. "Why is he here?" Zhao Xingtian observed Wang Bai, clad in gray brocade robes, a green short sword hanging at his waist, accompanied by a cold-faced bodyguard. This puzzled Zhao Xingtian. Hadn't he been said to be heading to the Duanshui sect? His question was soon answered as a carriage approached rapidly in the distance, and upon it sat Zhao Xingtian's betrothed, Bai Ling. At that moment, a surge of fury erupted within Zhao Xingtian. He gripped the tree with such force that his fingers left imprints in the bark, his mind echoing with the question, "Why her? Why her?" Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and in Wang Bai's lewd gaze, Bai Ling, dressed in a flowing red gown, exuded elegance with her graceful figure and exquisite oval face, a sight of breathtaking beauty. "You've arrived." Wang Bai hurried forward, exuding politeness, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Yes, I am here to see you off," Bai Ling replied, her voice like tinkling bells, laced with an alluring tone, her eyes casting flirtatious glances. "Despicable." Zhao Xingtian's fist crashed into the tree trunk, creating a sizable hole. Fortunately, his hidden location in the outer city woods went unnoticed by others. Chapter 10. The desert town women are like this. They follow whoever is powerful. They are even more pragmatic than us. The elder emerged from the scroll behind him, observing the romantic display before them with a frosty demeanor. She wasn't like this before. It must be Wang Batian's coercion. Zhao Xingtian could hardly believe what he was witnessing. His betrothed had once professed undying love, and now she had transformed into this. Remember this. Women are fickle. Do not trust them easily. The elder's experiences serve as a constant reminder, and Zhao Xingtian, as own past resurfaced in his thoughts. With reddened eyes, Zhao Xingtian clenched his fist tightly, so hard that his nails dug into his flesh without causing him any pain. "Wait for me, Wang Bai. I will ensure that the 3-year pact leaves you in a state of desperation. And Bai Ling, I will make you comprehend just how pitiful your fickleness truly is." With a roar echoing in his heart, Zhao Xingtian transformed all his grief and the pain of 16 years into a driving force for his advance. He cast one last glance at the silhouette of the city. Beyond family, there was nothing left to hold him back. With a powerful leap, he shot forth, vanishing like lightning on the horizon, and no one would know that 3 years hence, when Zhao Xingtian returned to Lingxiao City, He would do so with a might that could shake the heavens and earth. That a week later, at a small town built of yellow earth on the edge of the Salunbu Gobi in the northern part of the southern kingdom, a figure clad in black warrior attire appeared, a wooden box slung over his back, his youthful face bearing a hint of maturity and resolve. That it was clear to anyone that this person was Zhao Xingtian. After enduring a week of arduous travel and crossing 2 mountain ranges, Zhao Xingtian had fought his way through countless life-threatening encounters, gradually accumulating invaluable combat experience along the way. "Hey there, young man. Care for a place to stay?" As he stepped into the town, a slender young man in a short coat approached him with a broad grin, gesturing invitingly towards a tavern bearing the sign of the Uli Inn. Arriving in the town just as the sun began to set, Zhao Xingtian noted that this was the only establishment of its kind nearby, and recognizing that earning a living was no easy feat, he replied, "I need a fine room. Thank you, esteemed guest. Please follow me." The man, having finally persuaded Zhao Hangtian, hurriedly led him into the hotel. Just as they reached the entrance of the establishment, a burly man with a square face and a bushy beard, exposing his upper body, seized a young lad by the neck, who was grimacing in pain. With a boastful tone, he declared, "Today, even the King of Heaven cannot save you." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped the boy across the face with a resounding crack. "Stop it!" Zhao Hangtian exclaimed, noticing the boy's eyes were red from the pain as he defiantly glared at the brute. This fearless demeanor stirred a sense of familiarity within Zhao Hangtian. "Who are you?" Taken aback by Zhao Hangtian's shout, the thug turned his head, a look of surprise crossing his face. Upon realizing Zhao was yet another easy target, his demeanor shifted to one of cold hostility. "Mind your own business. Let him go." Seeing the boy's complexion turn a shade of purple, Zhao Hangtian quickly waved his right hand, unleashing a beam of white light that shot forth. Crack! The white light struck the man's wrist, causing him to howl in pain and release his grip on the boy's neck. Blood began to flow from the impact site, and the thug's face turned furious as he snatched an axe from a nearby table, swinging it with reckless abandon. The man who had accompanied Zhao Hangtian swiftly stepped aside, unwilling to intervene in such a volatile situation. Recognizing the thug's lack of real strength as an ordinary man, Zhao Hangtian chose not to engage further and launched himself forward, delivering a swift kick. Thud! The sound of 2 solid impacts echoed as the thug, axe raised and poised to strike, became frozen in place. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "He's dead." A middle-aged, portly man who had been cowering behind the counter gasped in horror upon witnessing the thug collapse. "He is not dead, merely unconscious," Zhao Hangtian retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the blubbering innkeeper as he stepped over the fallen brute and made his way upstairs. Initially, Zhao had intended to take the thug's life, but a warning from the elder within the scroll changed his mind, leading him to merely break 3 of the man's ribs as a cautionary measure. The young man who had accompanied him shot a significant glance at the innkeeper before hastily following Zhao Hangtian upstairs. Under the guidance of this young man, Zhao Hangtian took up residence in the first room on the 2nd floor. Standing at the door, he produced some silver coins to pay for his lodging. But the young man adamantly refused, stating that it was a gesture of gratitude from the inn for alleviating unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing that there would be no charge, Zhao Hangtian did not feign modesty. He pocketed the coins and entered the room. Once inside, he paid little mind to the room's condition and plopped down onto a wooden chair, shedding his outer garments in favor of a hot bath. The inn was surprisingly efficient, as shortly thereafter, a large tub of hot water was delivered. Once the wooden basin was filled, the young man left with a cheerful smile. After a week without a bath, Zhao Hangtian, feeling thoroughly uncomfortable, seized the opportunity and plunged into the steaming water with a resounding splash, but he intended to thoroughly relax his taut nerves and weary body that he soaked for an entire hour. Only rising when the water had turned cold, sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to circulate his spiritual energy. Following the cultivation method of Chemin Beijia that resonated in his mind, Zhao Hangtian commenced absorbing the dense fire spiritual energy surrounding him. To successfully master Chemin Beijia, it was imperative to leave a pearl of pure spiritual energy condensed within each gate. The area to which the elder had brought Zhao Hangtian was a fire domain within the Gobi Desert, known for harboring the purest fire spiritual energy in the southern region. Chapter 11. Turmoil at the hotel, Zhao Hengtian meditated for 3 full hours when suddenly he heard the faint creak of a door opening. The sound captured his attention. After a week of conflict, he had learned the necessity of vigilance while traveling, remaining alert to any disturbances that might herald danger. The presence has vanished. The elder from the scroll suddenly appeared. Glancing left and right, his brow furrowed in concern. What is happening? The elder had previously discussed with Zhao Hengtian the protocol for encountering danger. He would only emerge from the scroll in such circumstances, remaining concealed otherwise to avoid detection by formidable foes. That person is the one I sensed upon entering, but their presence has abruptly disappeared. This cannot be a good sign. Turning to Zhao Hengtian, the elder stroked his beard, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Oh, it appears this individual may pose a significant threat. According to the elder's later explanations, this individual had locked on Zhao Hengtian's presence during his confrontation with the thug. Had it not been for the elder's timely warning, Zhao Hengtian would likely have faced dire consequences. What should we do? Zhao Hengtian's heart sank at the thought of facing such a powerful adversary, and a desire to flee began to take root within him. Let us observe the situation. This individual does not seem to regard you as a target. They likely have other motives. The elder waved his hand, conjuring a white barrier before settling into a nearby wooden chair, closing his eyes in meditation, prepared for any significant upheaval. With the elder guarding him, Zhao Hengtian felt a measure of reassurance. Though uncertain of the elder's true capabilities, the strength he had witnessed from the Chiman sect and the enormous serpent indicated the elder's formidable prowess. Returning to his seated position on the bed, Zhao Hengtian refrained from entering a complete meditative state. Instead, remaining watchful of his surroundings, the night passed with tension, and as dawn approached, a man's anguished screams pierced the air, heralding the beginning of a terrifying night at the end of Miss Run. The man's cries were filled with despair, and his final words caught Zhao Hengtian's and the elder's attention. That person has made their move. We must go. The elder swiftly retreated back into the scroll, while Zhao Hengtian hurriedly donned his clothes, slinging the wooden box over his shoulder as he dashed outside. Emerging into the hallway, he found other guests frantically fleeing, and in the lobby below lay what could barely be recognized as a man's dismembered body. What has happened? Zhao Hengtian demanded, gripping the startled innkeeper, his tone as frigid as a mountain peak. I have no idea. A man has died in my establishment. What am I to do? The innkeeper's face was ashen. The thought of death in his modest and sending him into a panic. Business had already been poor due to the remote location, and now, with a death on the premises, who would dare to stay? Let us leave. The elder's voice echoed in Zhao Hengtian's mind, audible only to him. Understood, nodding in agreement. Zhao Hengtian bolted toward the exit, eager to escape this perilous situation before trouble found him. As he raced toward the western edge of the town, he noticed signs of a struggle along the way. It appeared several individuals had fought, with one particularly powerful combatant leaving numerous handprints on the surrounding walls, vividly illustrating the ferocity of the conflict. Upon reaching the town's outskirts, Zhao Hengtian was halted by a horrifying sight. 5 men had been gruesomely impaled from behind with iron rods, their bodies grotesquely displayed, their deaths brutally savage. This is the extreme punishment of the Luotian sect. The elder emerged from the scroll, his demeanor shocked as he beheld the ghastly scene before him. Luotian sect? Zhao Hengtian murmured, unfamiliar with the name, but understanding from the nature of their execution that this sect was likely malevolent. The Luotian sect is the largest evil cult in the southern region. Following a significant purge by the righteous factions, they had faded from public view, only to resurface in the Gobi Desert. It seems the southern lands are poised for another bloody upheaval. As the elder explained the sect's background, Zhao Hengtian grasped the gravity of their resurgence. Rather than inciting fear, it presented an opportunity for vengeance. If the Luotian sect stirred chaos in the south, it would create openings for retribution. Shall we still venture into the fire domain? Indeed. We must go. Surprises may await us. The aged sage of destiny scrutinized the lifeless body before him, and a faint smile crept upon his lips, imbued with an enigmatic significance. Following this, Zhao Hengtian embarked on his journey towards the fire domain, now burdened with an additional mission, to observe the skies above this realm of flames. Nestled deep within the desolate expanse of the Gobi, the fire domain was said to be filled with molten lava, where temperatures soared to 300 or 400 degrees Celsius. Here, all forms of life came to a halt. Yet this was merely the fate of the ordinary. Warriors and certain mystical beings could traverse its depths, lured by the abundant fire's spiritual energy and other treasures within. As Zhao Xingtian traversed the searing Gobi, his bare feet met the scorching earth, the sun beating down mercilessly upon him, and the air around him felt close to boiling. Yet he strode on with a relaxed demeanor, his physique steadily growing stronger. The plentiful fire's spiritual energy did not require conscious absorption. It naturally permeated every pore of Zhao Xingtian's body, making this method of cultivation far easier than drawing the energy in by force. As he cultivated and admired the surrounding scenery, 5 days later, Zhao Xingtian found himself at the periphery of the fire domain. Gazing at the cracked earth in the distance, where enormous columns of flame erupted sporadically from the fissures, he realized that the fire domain was far more complex than he had anticipated. Boom, boom! Enormous pillars of fire shot skyward, transforming in midair into grand blossoms of flame, their intense heat washing over him like a searing iron brand, inflicting excruciating pain. Zhao Xingtian swallowed hard twice, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his right leg poised in hesitation, fearful to step upon the land of the fire domain. Chapter 12. Fire Spirit Beast. For the sake of strength, and for your own sake, you must confront all of this. Just as Zhao Xingtian wavered, the sage's voice emerged from the scroll, calm yet imbued with a motivational urgency that ignited Zhao Xingtian's fighting spirit. The moment he stepped into the fire domain, a searing pain enveloped his skin, as though he were walking barefoot upon burning coals. Yet, for the sake of a 3-year pact and to avenge the sage, such torment was a trifling matter. He could endure even the most excruciating of tortures. The fire domain was not as expansive as Zhao Xingtian had envisioned. The boundaries were visible on either side, resembling a narrow strip where dark flames flickered and waves of heat surged, that in order to adapt swiftly to the environment. Zhao Xingtian sought a slightly inclined patch of ground and sat down upon the searing earth. Beginning his first session of cultivation within the fire domain, that very moment, over 1,000 miles away at the heart of the fire domain, a man clad in black with a masked face stood beside a blooming crimson spirit mushroom, his right hand supporting a woman whose face was obscured, his eyes greedily fixated on the vibrant mushroom as he murmured, "You are me. No one can change that." The pure fire spiritual energy of the fire domain surged forth as a brilliant light, hurtling towards Zhao Xingtian. In response, Zhao Xingtian swiftly invoked the Chemin Beijia, pressing his palms together to concentrate all the fire's spiritual energy that had integrated into his body within the resting gate located above his heart. Fire's spiritual energy, known for its volatility and instability among the energies of heaven and earth, was notoriously difficult to control without supreme martial skills. Any reckless attempt could result in severed meridians and render one incapacitated. The Chemin Beijia was designed precisely to master this energy and the body's 8 gates. And as the foremost martial art in the world, it enabled practitioners to harness all forms of spiritual energy. With the assistance of the Chemin Beijia, Zhao Xingtian quickly began compressing the raging fire's spiritual energy within him towards the resting gate. As time passed, the energy gradually spiraled, giving birth to a fiery red orb the size of a grain of sand within Zhao Xingtian's body. Roar! Just as the compression was reaching its peak, a bizarre cry echoed throughout the fire domain. What was that? Upon hearing the strange sound, Zhao Xingtian halted his compression, narrowing his eyes as he peered into the unknown ahead. The fire spirit beast is coming. Suddenly, the sage's voice emerged from the scroll, his expression grave as an unusual aura began to permeate the fire domain. Fire spirit beast? What is that? Zhao Xingtian was utterly unaware of the creatures within the fire domain. To him, as long as they did not disrupt his cultivation, he had no intention of interfering in their affairs. The fire spirit beast is a celestial beast born from the spiritual energy of fire. It is possible that your absorption of fire's spiritual energy has attracted its attention. Barely had the sage finished speaking when a thunderous crash erupted about 2 yards to Zhao Xingtian's left. A cloud of thick smoke mingled with fiery ash shooting skyward. Be cautious. The fire spirit beast possesses initial life gate strength. Flee at once. The sage reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful slap, to Zhao Xingtian's back before transforming into a streak of blue light and returning to the scroll. The initial life gate strength was far beyond what Zhao Xingtian could contend with. As the beast approached, he exerted his legs and began sprinting at high speed. As the smoke cleared, a creature resembling a Qilin, glowing red and sporting a pair of horns, emerged, its mouth emitting smoke as its white eyes locked onto the fleeing Zhao Xingtian, prompting it to give chase. "Oh no! Don't follow me!" Hearing the thunderous hoofbeats behind him, Zhao Xingtian's expression soured as he shouted. Surprisingly, the fire spirit beast seemed to comprehend his words, halting its pursuit and standing still, exhaling flames. Upon noticing the absence of the beast's footsteps behind him, Zhao Xingtian exhaled a relieved breath, his pace gradually slowing. Would the fire spirit beast truly let him go? The answer was clearly negative. Just as Zhao Xingtian neared the edge of the fire domain, a torrent of molten lava erupted from a fissure, flooding the low-lying area where he stood. Observing the rolling lava, Zhao Xingtian turned to glance at the stationary fire spirit beast, realization dawning upon him. So this creature was playing me. At that moment, Zhao Xingtian grasped why the fire spirit beast had ceased its pursuit. It had anticipated the eruption of lava and intended to ensnare him in his trap. What should I do? Unable to contend with the fire spirit beast, and knowing the lava was infused with fire poison, even a warrior lacking initial life gate strength would hesitate to confront it, let alone Zhao Xingtian, who was merely at the resting gate's initial phase. What else can be done? Focus on dealing with the fire spirit beast. You distract it while I prepare a Chemin Beijia's secret technique. The sage's anxious voice resonated from the scroll, suggesting he was busy with something. Understood. I'll keep it occupied. Summoning his courage to buy time, Zhao Xingtian unleashed the open sky palm, flames erupting from his right hand. Open sky palm. He swiftly swung his right hand, sending the fiery palm blade spiraling through the air, all the while making a beeline towards the elevated terrain to the right of the fire spirit beast. The open sky palm soon approached the creature, but Zhao Xingtian was taken aback as he witnessed it gradually melt away before the fire spirit beast, disappearing entirely. What just happened? Stunned by the vanishing palm, Zhao Xingtian faltered, his reliable technique inexplicably losing its efficacy, leaving him utterly perplexed. Are you foolish? The open sky palm is a fire attribute technique, while the fire spirit beast is composed of fire spiritual energy. You re-attacking it with fire energy. Have you lost your mind? Just as Zhao Xingtian was grappling with confusion, the sage's reprimand echoed from the scroll. But it's the only technique I know. Chapter 13. Resting Gate Open. Zhao Xingtian felt quite aggrieved. He had initially hoped the sage would teach him more martial arts. However, the sage had stated that he would not impart new techniques until Zhao Xingtian reached the mid-resting gate phase. Thus, he was left with no choice but to rely on the open sky palm. Use your body techniques. Engage in close combat and seek its vulnerabilities. It seemed there was no other option. With his legs apart, Zhao Xingtian positioned his hands, his gaze fixed intently on the fire spirit beast before him, his entire body coiled with explosive energy at its peak. Roar. The fire spirit beast let out a furious roar and initiated the attack. Its hooves ablaze as it charged forth, its mouth spewing flames. Zhao Xingtian concentrated fiercely, striving to remain calm. Only a composed mind could identify the beast's weaknesses. Any hint of fear would lead to his demise. Flames roared toward him, and Zhao Xingtian swiftly rolled to the side, slapping the ground with his hands and leveraging his strength to land upon a large rock. The fire spirit beast, undeterred, unleashed another torrent of flames. This time, it resorted to fireballs, employing a concentrated assault to seal off Zhao Xingtian's escape routes. The sky rained down fireballs like a relentless storm, and Zhao Xingtian's face blanched in alarm as he fought desperately to survive amidst the onslaught. Boom! Bang! Crash! After the onslaught of fireballs, this relatively high terrain was unexpectedly flattened, and Zhao Hangtian found himself cloaked in darkness, his garments reduced to mere wisps of ash. Only the wooden box remained unscathed, protected by a radiant light. Had Zhao Hangtian not relied on both luck and strength, he might have perished amidst the raining fireballs. Cough, cough, cough. While the fireballs spared Zhao Hangtian's life, the residual force from their explosions still inflicted harm upon him. A mouthful of fresh blood flowed from his lips, and he felt an unbearable heat surging within his body. Struggling to stand in a vast crater, Zhao Hongtian's cold gaze remained fixed on the fire spirit beast. His arms felt as heavy as lead, unable to lift even a finger. He could only clench his fists, resolved to endure. Roar. The fire spirit beast, sensing that this foe had not succumbed, felt its pride wounded. Its once white eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and the flames enveloping its body turned black, radiating an aura of death akin to a creature from the netherworld. Cursed! Come at me! Zhao Hongtian's heart urged him not to falter in spirit. Though his body was injured, his resolve remained unbroken, and his dignity intact. With a sudden lunge, the fire spirit beast charged, raising its right paw to strike. Zhao Hongtian barely registered a blur before he was hurled backward. The beast's paw striking his cheek, instantly swelling at bang. He crashed into a nearby boulder, embedding himself within it, a gash on his cheek oozing blood. The beast's fury was far from quelled. It opened its maw and compressed a sphere of black flame within, emitting a thunderous roar that echoed like the voice of death. Boom! After a prolonged build-up, the black flame sphere unleashed its fury, shooting forth like a cannonball towards Zhao Hongtian. The attack struck the boulder with unrelenting force, causing it to crack at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, every pore on Zhao Hongtian's body oozed blood, enveloping him in a crimson shroud. In that moment, he felt the chilling breath of death, visions of his father, brother, and family flickering before his eyes. Even Bai Linger appeared, all smiling at him from a picturesque courtyard, their faces aglow with happiness. Suddenly, their figures began to recede, the courtyard shrinking away, distancing itself from him. "Wait for me! I'm coming!" As the figures faded from view, Zhao Hongtian raised his hands, waving desperately, yearning to grasp that blissful scene that To chased after them. He ran through a pitch-black corridor, where the distant figures called out his name. But their retreat accelerated, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Why won't you wait for me? Why?" Watching the figures drift away, Zhao Hongtian collapsed onto the dark corridor floor, his eyes brimming with anger and heartache. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed through the void, the elder's command resounding. "Zhao Hongtian, rise!" The explosion of sound jolted Zhao Hongtian awake. The dark corridor vanished in an instant, and his gaze returned to the realm of reality. The black flame sphere continued its relentless assault, but a thin veil of white energy stood firm, halting its advance just half a meter from his body. "Master." Observing the silhouette of an elder in front of the white barrier, Zhao Hongtian spoke weakly. "Yes, now unleash the spirit beads within the rest gate." The elder turned partially, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Hongtian, his tone icy. "Understood." Zhao Hongtian hastily complied, mustering the last remnants of his strength to press his palms together. Channeling energy to spin, the spirit beads within the rest gate trembled violently under his control, fissures appearing, indicating an impending explosion. Roar, roar! The fire spirit beast, witnessing Zhao Hongtian's unscathed state, let out a furious bellow, its black flames flickering as they began to wane. At last, the spirit beads erupted, unleashing a force that expanded outward, igniting the dragon Dan's power within Zhao Hongtian, instantly filling his being with two potent energies. Rest Gate, open. Chapter 14. Midway through the rest gate, seeing Zhao Hongtian's body flushed with power, the elder pressed his palm against the rest gate, infusing him with a gentle force that directed the chaotic energies toward a release, causing an explosive eruption to that moment. Zhao Hongtian felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, his arms and chest bulging with muscle, even the veins in his neck standing out prominently. Quickly deal with the fire spirit beast. The elder removed the barrier, shouting before vanishing back into the scroll. Zhao Hongtian nodded, delivering a swift punch that pierced the fireball that had nearly claimed his life, transforming it into a blossoming flower of flames in midair. The fire spirit beast, witnessing its black flame sphere obliterated, flickered with fear in its eyes, its hooves pacing frantically, contemplating an escape. But Zhao Hongtian would not allow such an escape. He slammed his palms against the stone behind him and charged forward. Seeing Zhao Hongtian approach, the fire spirit beast hastily unleashed a barrage of fireballs, hoping to delay him and flee. Each fireball struck him, trailing flames, but they bore no significant impact, akin to a mosquito biting an elephant, instead igniting Zhao Hongtian's fighting spirit. Realizing the fireballs were futile against Zhao Hongtian, the fire spirit beast emitted a whimper before turning tail to flee. Having endured a beating from the fire spirit beast, Zhao Hangtian was already set on revenge. Disregarding notions of cruelty, he hefted a massive boulder weighing hundreds of pounds and hurled it forward. The boulder tumbled through the air, while Zhao Hangtian, refusing to be outdone, leaped with all his might, his speed and height surging, surpassing the airborne boulder till he landed atop it, using its momentum to vault over the fire spirit beast. Once past the beast, Zhao Hangtian brought his fist crashing down from above, striking the beast's massive head, just as it had aligned in his path, sending it hurtling away like a cannonball. Feeling good, are we? Is this how you play with me? Zhao Hangtian's eyes gleamed with cold light. His expression twisted with rage. He shook his right fist and slowly approached the fire spirit beast, which lay groaning and struggling to rise, leaving deep footprints with each step. Reaching the beast, Zhao Hangtian placed his foot upon it, then applied pressure, driving his foot through the creature's body. Blood gushed forth, soaking Zhao Hangtian's right foot, while the fire spirit beast writhed desperately. But Zhao Hangtian's might only quicken the flow of its lifeblood. This creature must be worth something. Extracting his foot from the fire spirit beast, he crouched down, gently caressing its smoldering skin. Zhao Hangtian, the fire spirit beast is the essence of fire spirit energy. You should absorb it. It might even allow you to break through your limits. At that moment, the elder emerged from the scroll, gazing at the fire spirit beast, whose pupils were beginning to dull. A look of sorrow etched upon his face, lamenting the loss of such a heavenly creature. Alas, just as Zhao Hangtian was about to speak, a sharp pain shot through his chest, causing him to collapse, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Oh no! It's happening! Seeing this, the elder swiftly pressed several acupoints on Zhao Hangtian's body, halting the convulsions and alleviating some of the chest pain. What is happening to me? Slowly sitting up, Zhao Hangtian's face was pale, devoid of color, and he touched his chest anxiously, fearing he might become a useless being once more. This is the power of the Rest Gates eruption, which temporarily elevates you to the realm of life. But the side effect is that your spiritual energy is completely depleted, rendering you unable to use martial arts for 3 days. The elder had hesitated to allow Zhao Hangtian to employ this technique, but the fire spirit beast's formidable strength left him no choice, as he, being a soul body, could not possibly confront it without risking his own life. Then I am in grave danger. Within 3 days, one cannot utilize martial arts. Such a consequence in the perilous realm of the fire domain equates to courting death. However, the situation cannot be altered, and Zhao Hangtian must confront it. Thus, I implore you to absorb the essence of the fire spirit beast. The elder of heavenly mechanisms urged Zhao Hangtian to seize the sharp stone lying on the ground, pointing towards the fire spirit beast. Under the elder's guidance, Zhao Hangtian made a blood hole in the creature's neck, then excavated a half-meter deep circular pit, allowing the beast's blood to flow into it. Before long, a blood pool emerged. Hurry and enter. Channel the Chiman Beigia within. Zhao Hangtian promptly stepped into the pool, sitting cross-legged within, forcefully activating the Chiman Beigia to slowly absorb the blood. The process of absorbing the fire spirit beast's blood lasted an entire 3 days and nights. And during this time, he was not disturbed by any external forces, resulting in a highly successful absorption. Sitting in a now depleted blood pool, Zhao Hangtian's once fair skin had gradually transformed into a bronze hue through this rigorous trial, and his frail frame had begun to fill out. How do you feel? A flash of blue light signaled the appearance of the elder of heavenly mechanisms. Zhao Hangtian slowly opened his eyes. A crimson light flickered, imbued with a fierce and powerful aura. I feel excellent. My strength has reached the mid-stage of the Rest Gate. He quickly stood up, swinging his fists. The agony of 3 days prior had vanished, and his body was once again suffused with fire elements, forming a larger fire spirit pearl within the Rest Gate. Now that my body is revitalized, let us proceed to the central region. Looking up at the sky, which had shifted from a faint blue hue to a blazing crimson, the elder felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Chapter 15. Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm. Master, did you not promise that upon reaching the mid-stage of the Rest Gate, you would teach me new martial arts? What do you intend to impart? Zhao Hangtian, recalling the elder's promise, pondered how to broach the subject the moment he opened his eyes. I am aware you have been anticipating this. Therefore, I shall teach you a third-tier martial art, the Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm. Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm? A third-tier martial art. Upon hearing that the lesson would encompass a third-tier martial art, Zhao Xingtian's expression shifted in astonishment. Although he had never studied martial arts before, he understood the distinction between first and third tiers that in his family. The finest martial art was a second-tier technique, the soul-breaking spear technique, and even the formidable Wang Batian of Lingxiao City had to bestow considerable gifts to the local sect to study a mere half of a third-tier martial art. One can only imagine the immense value of martial arts in the Qimen continent. A third-tier martial art could incite conflicts among mid-tier sections. The Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm relies on the propulsion of thunder elemental qi, with each strike possessing a powerful paralyzing effect, ultimately rivaling the might of heavenly thunder. Thunder elemental qi? This type of energy is exceedingly rare in the world. How can one obtain it? Beyond the 5 elements qi, other special elemental energies exist in the continent, such as thunder elemental qi that descends with heavenly thunder and wind elemental qi generated amidst fierce gales. These elemental energies are incredibly scarce. Although some individuals may not possess the corresponding attributes, they can still harness them through specific martial arts. For instance, the Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm was developed by an individual with earth attributes. In truth, you need not search. Thunder elemental qi resides within you. The elder stroked his beard and smiled slightly, revealing that during the giant python's tribulation, some thunder elemental qi had already infiltrated its inner core. And since Zhao Xingtian had consumed these inner cores, a portion of the thunder elemental qi now lay dormant within him. Within me? How come I cannot sense it? Quickly controlling the flow of energy within, Zhao Xingtian found himself overwhelmed with fire elemental qi, but could not detect the mysterious thunder elemental qi. Of course, you cannot sense it yet. You have not fully absorbed the Dragon Core's power, which is nearly taking shape. The elder had informed Zhao Xingtian that the power within the consumed Dragon Core lay dormant within him, awaiting sufficient strength for him to harness it, although martial arts could also stimulate it. I will first impart the Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm to you. Examine it for yourself. Saying this, the elder placed his right hand upon Zhao Xingtian's head, and a blue light intertwined with a flickering silhouette demonstrating the technique merged into his body. Hunyuan opens the heavens and earth. Heavenly thunder transforms into the boundless. Thunderclaps shake the universe. Martial arts flow through both arms. After merging with the Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm martial art, Zhao Xingtian moved his arms with great flourish, adopting the posture of the Kuei-Xing kicking the dipper, his entire form shimmering with a faint silver light, accompanied by the subtle sound of thunder. This child indeed possesses remarkable talent, as he is capable of grasping the essence of the Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm. His future is boundless. The elder of heavenly mechanisms nodded in satisfaction as he observed Zhao Xingtian continuously practicing the technique, filled with anticipation regarding Zhao Xingtian's 3-year agreement and his own vendetta. Suddenly, Zhao Xingtian retracted his movements, his shoulders quivering as he placed his palms against his chest, pushing forward with a forceful thrust. His palms, gleaming with a lightning-like sheen, struck forth, creating a silver ring that rippled through the air like water. This silver ring expanded continuously, ultimately reaching a size of 10 inches before transforming into a flickering flash of light, vanishing from sight. Alas, so close to success. Keep striving. Witnessing the birth and disappearance of the Hunyuan Thunderclap Palm, though he had not successfully utilized it, the fact that he could manifest it on the first attempt was commendable. The elder approached with an encouraging smile, patting Zhao Xingtian on the shoulder. It seems we still require combat. At this moment, Zhao Xingtian had tasted the sweetness of battle, recognizing that danger always coexists with opportunity. Conflict often ignites the will to survive, unleashing even greater power. Rest assured, combat will never cease. Let us continue towards the central area. I sense time is of the essence. Gazing up at the blood-red sky, the elder of heavenly mechanisms bore a hint of worry etched upon his rugged visage. Yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The two resumed their journey, and what awaited them this time remained a mystery to all, save for the tumultuous fire elemental qi that understood the impending events within the fire domain. Zhuge Shueqiu, this must be the central region. A woman clad in a red gauze garment, her face concealed by a white embroidered veil, bore a beauty mark precisely positioned upon her brow, while her features remained obscured. Her melodious voice resonated like that of a golden oriole, captivating all present. Big Sister, this is indeed the location where the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom is set to appear. The youth, known as Zhuge Shueqiu, donned a blue warrior's attire, wielding a pair of exquisite twin swords that he bore a long scar upon his forehead, and his somber tone rendered him rather peculiar. Blood Xiu, we must ensure we seize the opportunity before the Flying Sand Gang does. Behind them stood a middle-aged man of unappealing appearance, with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks, gripping a broad-bladed knife, his eyes fixated on the erupting magma of the fire domain, his expression filled with determination. Indeed, together, the three of us will undoubtedly render the Flying Sand Gang helpless. Zhuge Shueqiu snorted coldly, then waved his right hand, producing a white stone from within his robe. The stone, upon meeting the wind, began to expand, and within moments, a towering three-zhong white giant rock rose within the fire domain. The trio promptly leaped atop the colossal stone, each assuming a seated posture that in other areas of the fire domain. Similar events unfolded, with individuals of various appearances and attire seated at the center, awaiting the imminent emergence of the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom. Returning to Zhao Xingtian, he now stood outside a canyon, where the entrance was obstructed by a plant known as the Fire Ghost Vine. This plant bore a structure reminiscent of a human brain, controlling the vines concealed beneath its surface that To passed through. One must locate the central core of the Fire Ghost Vine. Gazing at the obstructive vines, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms wore a troubled expression, feeling vexed about whether passage was possible. Master, may I use the opening heaven palm to cut through? Observing the hindrance posed by the Fire Ghost Vine, Zhao Xingtian reasoned that since it was a plant, it likely belonged to the wood attribute, intending to utilize the fire attribute opening heaven palm to overcome it. Did I not mention that in the fire domain, all substances are of the fire attribute, including this vine? In order to demonstrate to Zhao Hangtian, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets unleashed a formidable heavenly open palm. In a swift motion, the fire demon vine shot forth a tendril, ensnaring the heavenly open palm that in the next instant, the palm was absorbed into the vine, which visibly grew as it consumed the fiery essence of the palm. It appeared a detour was inevitable. Zhao Hangtian swallowed hard, his expression one of resignation. With his body infused with fire essence, he risked being drained to a husk if he charged forward recklessly. The canyon was surrounded by volcanoes, and this narrow gap was the only entry into the gorge. Even attempting a detour was impossible. Shaking his head, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets voiced his frustration. Yet the necessity of entering the canyon left him quite troubled. Could the primordial thunderous hand temporarily incapacitate the central nerve of the fire demon vine? I will dash through at the utmost speed. Although the primordial thunderous hand had not succeeded previously, it was now the only viable means to traverse the fire demon vine that in that case. It seems I must resort to my signature skill. The elder shook his hands, exhaling softly, and soon his entire being began to shimmer with increasing brilliance, that in a short while, the light became so blinding that Zhao Hangtian had to shield his eyes and step aside. While the elder's radiant form transformed the entire crimson sky into a silvery HUT, the canyon's entrance, the ghost fire vines stirred in response to the overwhelming light, converging toward a single point within several hundred miles. It was evident where the central position of the ghost fire vines lay. Zhao Hangtian, act now! At the elder's urgent call, Zhao Hangtian immediately launched himself into the air, his eyes still closed, yet the primordial thunderous hand was unleashed in his grasp. With the second use of the primordial thunderous hand, Zhao Hangtian required no initial gestures to channel the thunder essence. His hands flickered with lightning as he positioned them before his chest, palms facing downward, with strands of lightning slithering like serpents within his grasp, that I shall absorb all the light. The intense radiance had consumed too much of the elder's spiritual power, and he called out urgently to prepare Zhao Hangtian. Understood, with a shout, Zhao Hangtian began to summon the hidden thunder essence within him, his palms poised to strike at any moment. Boom! The brilliant light illuminating the canyon suddenly flickered, then coalesced into a single point before vanishing with a whoosh. The constricted ghost fire vines, feeling the absence of the intense light, began to retract, and at that moment, Zhao Hangtian abruptly opened his eyes, locking onto a massive spherical mass of flesh surrounded by numerous ghost fire vines, which were beginning to spread outward. At this rate, the canyon entrance would soon be obstructed again. Zhao Hangdian could not allow this sphere to continue expanding. He thrust his hands forward forcefully, shouting, "Primordial thunderous hand." In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, yet Zhao Hongtian's hands gleamed with a silvery brilliance. The tiny strands of lightning in his palms grew larger until they reached the size of a thumb. Only then did the formidable power of the primordial thunderous hand erupt, unleashing a torrent of powerful silver lightning that surged forth toward the retreating flesh sphere. The lightning carved a fierce white streak through the air before crashing down upon the flesh sphere that had yet to be ensnared by the vines. Upon contact, a scent of roasted meat wafted through the air as the small strands of lightning danced across the charred, darkened surface of the massive flesh sphere. Sizzle! The struck flesh sphere emitted a haunting, eerie cry, standing motionless as if lifeless. However, the faint essence of fire emanating from within indicated to Zhao Hangtian that it had succumbed to a state of stupor. Retracting his palms, he descended to the ground. The overwhelming force of his strike having instantly drained all his spiritual energy, leaving even the surface of the fire essence orb dull and lifeless, causing him to nearly lose his balance as he landed. Make haste! After steadying himself, Zhao Hangtian clapped his hands together and hurried toward the canyon entrance, wary of how soon the flesh sphere might awaken and unwilling to linger too long. As he dashed forward. Crossing the threshold of the canyon, the scene within transformed instantly. Within the heart of the fire domain lay a small patch of grassland, at the center of which was a small pool of water, exuding steam and boiling hot distilled water. Surrounding the grassy area were numerous blue flowers, seemingly guardians of the patch, warding off the searing heat of the fire domain, thus preserving a space free from the scorching discomfort. Zhao Hangtian stepped onto the grass, feeling an immediate softness akin to the fur of an animal underfoot. This refreshing sensation was the most pleasant he had experienced in some time, contrasting sharply with the previous harsh terrain of hot, burning stones. "Teacher, why is there a patch of grass here?" Overcome with joy at the sight of the verdant grassland, Zhao Hangtian collapsed onto the ground, stretching out his limbs like a star. "This is the realm of the thousand-year fire spirit herb." The Elder of Heavenly Secrets conveyed from within the scroll, his voice barely above a whisper, as though fearing eavesdroppers. Could there be others nearby? Upon hearing the Elder's cautious tone, Zhao Hangdian quickly propped himself up and scanned the volcanic surroundings. "Ha! Young brother, are you also here for the spirit herb?" Just as his gaze fell to the east, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, wearing a conical hat and rolling up the hems of his trousers, appeared unexpectedly to Zhao Hongtian's right, a dilapidated fishing rod in hand. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of the middle-aged man startled Zhao Hangtian, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, still gazing eastward with an air of indifference. "I am Huang Shi, the leader of the Flying Sand Gang. And may I ask for your esteemed name, young brother?" Huang Shi, noticing Zhao Hongtian's lack of engagement, felt a jolt of alarm, recalling the intense light and thunderous sound from earlier, which led him to speculate about Zhao Hongtian's background and strength. "Just call me Zhao Hangtian. Since we are both awaiting the spirit herb, let us conduct ourselves appropriately." Zhao Hangtian turned his head to regard Huang Shi and spoke slowly before collapsing back onto the grass. "Late stage of the life gate, far surpassing Wang Batian. Those who can enter the fire domain are certainly formidable." The moment he fell, Zhao Hangtian employed the Chiman-Beijia technique to probe Huang Shi's strength. Though slightly anxious, he reasoned that such actions would likely arouse suspicion in Huang Shi, deterring any immediate aggression. Middle stage of the rest gate. This level of strength should not surpass the ghost fire vines. Yet he has made it in. Something must be amiss. Huang Shi, having discerned Zhao Hongtian's strength, was astonished that one at the middle stage of the rest gate could bypass the ghost fire vines, fostering a sense of doubt. Furthermore, some ancient beings often feigned weakness, making Huang Shi cautious and hesitant to act. With a chuckle, Huang Shi found a spot to sit down and closed his eyes in meditation. Observing Huang Shi engrossed in his practice, Zhao Hangtian quickly pretended to sleep and discreetly contacted the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. "Why did you not inform me about the thousand-year fire spirit herb?" Zhao Hangtian bombarded the Elder with questions, laden with confusion. "That I brought you here, specifically for the thousand-year fire spirit herb, to assist in transforming the properties of your rest gate. The final move of the Chiman-Beijia technique allows each gate to possess a unique attribute. paving the way for a potential breakthrough to the martial deity realm. We are merely taking the first step now that as Zhao Hangtian conversed with the elder, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him, sending ripples through the nearby small pool of water. The meditating Huang Shi's eyes flew open, his face alight with exhilaration, as if the tremors heralded a grand fortune. The thousand-year fire spirit herb is about to emerge. Do not engage in conflict just yet. Wait until they finish fighting. Understood. Zhao Hangtian chuckled, in agreement with the elder's cunning strategy. Casting a glance into the distance, he quickly ventured deeper into the canyon. Not far behind, Huang Shi was not slow either, propelling himself into the air, darting forth like lightning, leveraging his late-stage life gate ability to briefly hover above the ground, swiftly surpassing Zhao Hangtian, who was still running below. How infuriating! As Huang Shi soared overhead, Zhao Hangtian inwardly cursed, quickening his pace in response. After a vigorous sprint and navigating a sharp turn, the scene before him became vividly clear. Not far away lay a vast expanse of molten lava, resembling an endless ocean. Above this sea of molten rock, a small piece of fiery spiritual grass floated, emanating flickering sparks. Surrounding the grass stood 10 individuals, each displaying a range of expressions, one of whom was the leader of the Feisha gang, Huang Shi, whom Zhao Hangtian had encountered previously. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Hangtian, far from being foolish, discerned that the 10 were locked in a standoff. He promptly concealed himself behind a rock, revealing only half of his head as he keenly observed his surroundings, discreetly searching for an opportunity to strike. This fiery spiritual grass belongs to me. You all should leave. I will offer a substantial reward. This moment, among the 10, a middle-aged rotund man clad in yellow and white brocade, adorned with numerous gem-encrusted rings, stroked his lavish mustache, presenting an image of a wealthy landowner. Millions of coins. I know you possess wealth, yet this fiery spiritual grass is beyond your means to purchase. The one challenging this corpulent man was Huang Shi, the leader of the Feisha gang, whose hands were crossed, eyes gleaming with desire as he gazed at the fiery grass, wishing he could consume it whole, clearly unwilling to heed the fat man's words. Indeed, Brother Huang speaks wisely. That fat man should not presume that wealth grants him superiority. Tio Huang Shi's right stood a short man, comparable to Wu Daolong. His eyes narrowed with disdain as he glared at the rotund figure. You little man, say that again if you dare. The fat man, having been insulted twice, could no longer tolerate the affront, his eyes blazing with fury as he clenched his fists, ready to retaliate at the slightest provocation. Hey, Boss Qian, let us make this fair. Let us duel. Just as the tension peaked, a woman clad in red, who had remained silent thus far, subtly nodded at a man in blue warrior attire wielding twin swords, then surveyed the faces of the crowd before declaring, I agree. Encouraged by her signal, the man promptly voiced his agreement and, simultaneously, winked at a middle-aged man with an unpleasant appearance who clutched a cleaver. Ha ha! I concur. The unattractive middle-aged man revealed his yellowed teeth, his face marred by burns, rendering his smile particularly menacing. That I concur. As Qian Wanqian harbored intentions of opposing Huang Shi, seeing the woman propose a suggestion that was clearly unfavorable to Huang Shi, he was more than willing to support her. Since everyone agrees, let us commence. Who wishes to go first? The woman smiled slightly, scanning the crowd before continuing. I shall go first. Who among you wishes to duel with me? Qian Wanqian was the first to speak, his gaze fixed on the short man, eager to challenge him. You fat man, your demeanor irks me. Very well. I shall be the first to engage you. The short man, not one to back down, immediately flared up at the fat man's provocation, brandishing his small blue axe with a swift motion as he positioned himself opposite Qian Wanqian. You little rascal. Soon you shall experience the sensation of being crushed by gold. The fat man growled, his face contorted in a fierce expression, though the roundness of his features rendered his ferocity somewhat comical. Ha, fatty, you lack the ability to be intimidating. What use is that? The short man chuckled. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his axe fiercely at the fat man. Taken aback by the short man's breach of martial ethics, the fat man realized he could not evade the incoming axe. He swiftly crouched down, producing a large gold ingot from his sleeve and hurling it at his assailant. The gold ingot soared through the air with a whoosh, while the fat man, crouching, could only bend slightly as all 10 stood a meter above the surface of the molten lava. Both were mid-stage practitioners of the Life Gate, suggesting that this battle would be fiercely contested. Concealed behind the rock, Zhao Hangtian eagerly anticipated the unfolding clash, recognizing the valuable opportunity to learn from the combat between two skilled fighters. Bang! The golden ingot collided with the short man's axe, causing it to rise slightly, narrowly missing the fat man's back. What a close call! Upon seeing the axe graze past him, the fat man seized the moment and swiftly dodged to the left, while simultaneously producing 4 golden flying darts from his fingers. "Fatty, don't you dare evade!" The short man was incensed by the fat man's agility. He had almost landed a fatal strike, but now that opportunity had slipped away. "Enjoy this flying dart." Once stabilized, the fat man immediately threw the golden darts, and after casting them, he reached into his sleeve, producing a golden folding fan. With a flick, he opened the fan, his body jiggling with every movement as he charged towards the short man. Intent on engaging in close combat, did I ask this fat man truly considering close combat? That would be disadvantageous for him. Zhao Hangtian pondered, perplexed by the fat man's approach, knowing that his physique was ill-suited for such a style of fighting. He should rely on ranged attacks instead. That's merely a matter of experience. Physique is not the sole determinant of combat style. Some robust individuals excel in ranged attacks rather than close combat. It depends on one's individual fighting orientation, the ancient sage Tianji explained to Zhao Hangtian, as the battle unfolding before them had the potential to reshape his understanding, leading to a significant leap in his comprehension. At that moment, the fat man's thrown darts were effortlessly deflected by the short man. But as the darts were parried, the fat man swiftly slashed with the blade of his golden folding fan. The sound of metal scraping against air was distinctly audible. Clang! The short man's 3-axe technique was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the fan's approach, he swiftly positioned his axe horizontally to block the strike. However, this defense did not halt the fat man's assault. With a swift motion, the fat man swung the fan down, causing it to spin rapidly as he sidestepped to the short man's side, ready to strike again. Realizing the imminent danger as the fan's blade approached within mere inches, the short man inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad." Yet his movements remained swift. He retracted his axe and extended his left hand, aiming to grasp the fat man's wrist to prevent further advance. The fat man observed the short man's intentions, and with a lifetime of combat experience, he swiftly aimed a slap with his left hand, causing his fan to spin even faster. Did I end this moment? The short man found himself at a disadvantage. The woman in red watched the battle with a smile in her eyes, turning to the man in blue beside her, murmuring, "Sister, while this maneuver has diminished Huang Shi's strength, I sense something amiss with that fellow over there." The blue-clad man, Zhuge Xueqiu, regarded the silent, cold-eyed masked man standing to one side, feeling an instinctual wariness that urged him to avoid confrontation with him. "I too sense something is off with that individual. Huang Shi, the cunning one, surely shares our concerns, which is why he agreed to the duel," the woman in red remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. "Indeed, as expected of the leader, you have discerned this critical detail." The unattractive middle-aged man chuckled, quickly lavishing praise, for in his eyes, the woman in red was a goddess. "Shi Mao, you will engage Huang Shi and expend his strength." The woman directed, her smile masking the disdain in her eyes as she regarded the man known as Shi Mao. Had it not been for her ulterior motives, she would have avoided entanglement with him altogether. "I shall heed the leader's words," Shi Mao replied, grinning foolishly, exhilarated by the smile directed at him by his goddess, his fighting spirit soaring, emboldening him to face even a martial deity should the occasion arise. Bang clang! At that very moment, amidst the fierce battle, the confrontation between the two combatants culminated in a rapid exchange of blows. The corpulent man's assault was thwarted by the diminutive figure, yet a crimson gash marred the latter's visage. The wounded small man staggered back, his left hand striking his face with a resounding clap, and upon inspection, he found his palm drenched in blood. Chapter 19. Earthburst Flow vs. Indestructible Hand Xian Wanxian. ILL end you. Upon witnessing the blood on his hand and the mark on his cheek, the small man's eyes blazed with fury, his nostrils flaring with rage, that in an instant his aura transformed. A layer of obsidian, as hard as stone, enveloped his body, and his axe inexplicably doubled in size. Not far away, Qian Wanxian, shaken from the force of the impact, felt the chilling change in the small man's demeanor. With a cold expression, he huffed through his nose, retracting his folding fan into his sleeve. His hefty frame began to emanate a golden radiance, his once dark eyes shimmering with a golden hue, while his hands and body gradually took on a golden sheen. Earthburst Flow, Indestructible Hand. With their transformations complete, the two immediately launched their assaults. The small man swung his axe, unleashing a spike of earth composed of rock that surged forth towards the corpulent man. Its tip glimmering with an earthen glow, a manifestation of the earth's might bearing down upon him, while the small man exuded a potent aura of earthy essence upon seeing the formidable spike charging at him. Qian Wanqian furrowed his brow. His hands, now clad in a golden layer, thrust forward with great force that in an instant, the sky darkened ominously. Amidst the crimson heavens, a golden light and a brownish earth light collided violently, tearing at each other. That moment, the earth spike and a massive golden hand clashed, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. That a fierce gale began to swirl around them. Centered on their confrontation, as a tempestuous energy began to rise, the fierce aura representing the fire essence within the fiery domain. The clash of fire essence and earthy essence naturally drew the attention of the local overlord. The fire essence, who, seeing these two energies battling on its territory, felt compelled to teach them a lesson, urging them to recognize their place. In that instant, the fire essence surged forth, accompanied by a tumultuous wave of molten lava from beneath, prompting the remaining 8 individuals to scatter, for none possessed the ability to contend with the boundless sea of magma. Yet, amidst the battle, the small man and Qian Wanqian had no opportunity to evade. Engaged in their struggle, the moment either relaxed their grip, they would be utterly consumed by the encroaching energy. The threat of energy encroachment was no mere jest. Such a scenario could significantly diminish one's realm. Qian Wanqian, we must release our hold together, or we shall both perish in the flames. Feeling the searing heat emanating from behind, the small man was struck with alarm that he had no choice but to shamelessly propose a truce. After all, this was not the moment to test one's mettle. The wrath of the fire essence could claim their lives. Very well. Let us withdraw for now and continue our battle later. The corpulent man was even more anxious, the fury of the fire essence instilling fear within him. The thought of his possessions filled him with dread that on the count of 3, we shall release our hold. The small man sensed the diminishing earthy essence surrounding him, his condition faltering, and even his tone began to tremble. 1, 2, 3, release. As the small man shouted 3, Qian Wanqian abruptly retracted his hands, while the small man forcefully pulled back his axe. Although they had evaded the fire essence's onslaught, they both suffered from the recoil, simultaneously spitting forth blood. Small man, this grudge shall be settled later. Qian Wanqian hurriedly retrieved a green vial from his pocket, pouring 2 pills into his mouth. Meanwhile, the small man, lacking the wealth of Qian Wanqian, gritted his teeth against the pain of the counterattack, casting a sideways glance at Qian Wanqian before retreating from the sea of magma towards the gorgeous exit. As the earthy essence and golden essence dissipated, the once turbulent fire essence, now devoid of a target, gradually subsided, and the molten sea returned to its former state, now that the small man has departed. Who shall commence the next round? The woman in red observed the small man's departure, which undeniably weakened Huang Shi's influence. To further undermine Huang Shi, she immediately inquired who would partake in the forthcoming contest. Intending to compel Huang Shi to withdraw from the fray over the coveted fire spirit herb, I shall take the next round. No sooner had the woman spoken than a mysterious masked man, who had remained silent until now, unsheathed his long sword and strode towards the center of the gathering. That I shall engage with you. The blue-clad man, Zhuge Xueqiu, brandished his exquisite twin swords, instantly enveloping them in a frosty azure sheen. His keen gaze remained fixed on the masked man's every movement as he approached with deliberate slowness. Let us begin. The woman in red glanced between Zhuge Xueqiu and the masked man, her heart racing with trepidation. She recognized all present save for these 4, their appearance disrupting her carefully laid plans. Yet, to prevent others from seizing the fire spirit herb, she had no choice but to test this individual's prowess. As the final note of her voice faded, the masked man swung his sword, unleashing a tempestuous assault. Zhuge Xueqiu, observing this, immediately raised his twin swords, which darted forth like two dragons plunging into water. Launching a fierce counterattack, both masters of swordplay, the clash at that moment was a contest of skill and martial arts. Exquisite sword technique, twin dragons swim, black ghost sword technique, ghost breaker, in unison. They unleashed their martial arts. Zhuge Shueqiu's twin swords, akin to two aquatic dragons, emitted a crisp dragon-esque roar as they shot forth with the force of a third-tier martial art. Meanwhile, the masked man's martial prowess was equally formidable. The long sword in his hands erupted with cold flames, seemingly influenced by the fire essence, igniting into a fervent blaze. Zhao Xingtian, possessing the fire spirit pearl, keenly sensed the excitement of the fire essence interacting with the cold flames, envisioning the overwhelming power of this strike eclipsing that of twin dragon swim. The masked man and Zhuge Shueqiu collided fiercely, both backlit by the glimmers of fire essence and water essence. The black and blue radiance emanating from their blades illuminated their faces, and at the point of their swords' intersection, the fire essence clearly overpowered the water essence, causing Zhuge Shueqiu's exquisite twin swords to be suppressed, rendering them immobile. Zhuge Shueqiu was taken aback. His water essence, already at a disadvantage against fire, was now further pressured by the masked man's fiery nature, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Chapter 20. Death. Zhuge Shueqiu utilized ranged attacks. The woman's expression mirrored her concern. Initially, she had presumed the chill emanating from the masked man signified a different attribute, not the searing heat of fire. Alas, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, leaving her unprepared for the unexpected. Humph! Do not interfere in the contest. Battles must be fair. Huang Shi, ever the cunning strategist, seized the opportunity to proclaim righteousness. As the scales of advantage shifted towards the masked man and Huang Shi, how infuriating! The woman shot a glare at the grinning Huang Shi, muttering a curse under her breath before folding her arms and coldly observing the unfolding combat. Zhuge Shueqiu, feeling the weight of his predicament, swiftly released one hand, redirecting his energy towards the masked man's midsection, executing a maneuver akin to encircling Wei to save Zhao as anticipated upon witnessing the incoming fist. The masked man promptly recoiled, his long sword slipping from Zhuge Shueqiu's exquisite twin swords in that instant. The pressure on Zhuge Shueqiu diminished significantly. With the pressure alleviated, Zhuge Shueqiu dared not approach for close combat again, swiftly creating distance to regain his footing. You are incapable. Seeing Zhuge Shueqiu retreat, the masked man cast a disdainful glance, yet refrained from pursuing an attack. Let us see if you truly are capable. Your opinion matters not. The masked man's taunt flushed Zhuge Shueqiu's cheeks with a vibrant hue, leaving him uncertain whether it was anger or embarrassment, but it certainly painted him in an uncharacteristically bashful light. No need to fight. You are already dead. The masked man swiftly sheathed his sword and turned to leave. This action left the onlookers momentarily stunned, their suspicions rising. Could this fellow be all bluster with no substance? Yet, just as doubts began to swirl among the crowd, Zhuge Shueqiu, caught in disbelief, suddenly felt a surge of fiery crimson fill his eyes, and within moments, his entire being was engulfed in flames that a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the inferno. While the woman in red remained utterly unmoved, her countenance as cold as ice, as if she were a stranger to the chaos before her. Indeed, the most venomous heart lies within a woman. Witnessing her demeanor, Zhao Xingtian's expression hardened, a soft expletive escaping his lips as the impression of women in his heart plummeted to an all-time low. Ha! Let us see how you handle this. Huang Shi erupted into laughter, abruptly turning away as he soared beyond the canyon, seemingly disinclined to contest the ownership of the fire spirit mushroom any longer. After his departure, only Shi Shimao remained beside the woman. Zhuge Shueqiu had dissipated into mere wisps of smoke, vanishing from existence, while the exquisite twin swords in his grasp fell into the molten magma, transforming into a plume of white vapor. What shall we do now? The demise of Zhuge Shueqiu cast a shadow over Shi Shimao's heart, and he felt a deep chill regarding the woman's demeanor, which had shifted from that of an eager follower to one of cold indifference. Even the affectionate title of Big Sister had been forsaken. Upon hearing this, the woman realized that her standing in Shi Shimao's eyes had significantly diminished, her tone now tinged with frost, as if addressing a stranger. This abrupt change in attitude left her feeling quite displeased. How would I know? The woman averted her gaze from Shirshirmao, focusing instead on the masked man, her eyes betraying a growing desire to retreat. I shall take my leave. Shirshirmao dared not linger. Fearing he might be the next to turn to ash, that he performed a respectful bow to the woman before vanishing like a streak of light into the horizon. At that moment, the entire expanse of molten magma was left with a red-clad woman, who was wrestling with her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, the three individuals accompanying the masked man swiftly began their approach towards the fire spirit mushroom. A silver vessel in their possession, seemingly intent on extracting the precious treasure. May I inquire your esteemed name, kind sir? I would be delighted to pay a visit another day. After a struggle, the woman concluded that the danger was too great and chose to depart. However, she was reluctant to part with the millennium-old fire spirit mushroom. Upon witnessing the man's intent to take it rather than use it immediately, she surmised he intended to bring it back for someone else. Thus, the red-clad woman resolved to extract information from him, planning to secure the fire spirit mushroom through alternative means later. You are unworthy. The masked man chuckled coldly, dismissing her inquiry entirely, realizing she could not overpower this man. The woman merely stamped her delicate foot in frustration, biting her lip in determination to leave. Just as she turned to depart, the masked man swiftly appeared beside her, seizing her porcelain wrist with his right hand, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Departing so soon? It won't be that easy. As he spoke, the masked man rapidly pressed several acupoints on her body, rendering her immobile and instilling terror in her eyes. Let me behold the beauty concealed beneath your veil, the masked man declared, reaching out to grasp the woman's veil, yanking it away, unveiling her visage to the air. Wow! The moment he pulled, the woman's beauty fell within Zhao Hongtian's line of sight. If one were to describe the red-clad woman's appearance using the metaphors of drowning fish and falling flowers or moonlit beauty, it would scarcely do justice to her ethereal charm. With a delicate, rosy, oval face, enchanting large eyes, and luscious crimson lips, she evoked an irresistible desire, particularly accentuated by the dimples adorning her cheeks, igniting a flush within Zhao Hongtian's cheeks. My lovely beauty, I yearn to steal a kiss. But alas, I cannot remove your veil. Observing the trembling beauty in his grasp, whose large eyes shimmered with fear, the masked man spoke with evident annoyance. How infuriating! I cannot allow this lecher to tarnish my virtue. The woman shut her eyes with a surge of despair, contemplating biting her tongue to escape this humiliation. Yet, her body remained paralyzed, leaving her only able to move her eyes. Enough! Cease this at once. Zhao Hangtian, concealed in the shadows, could no longer restrain himself. The audacity of this man was intolerable. Even if the woman's conduct was equally reprehensible, this was hardly the moment for moral scrutiny, especially as the other three were nearing the extraction of the fire spirit mushroom. Oh, I see there is still one lingering here. What a fool. Upon noticing Zhao Hangtian beneath the molten sea, the masked man's expression soured, an invisible aura of murderous intent beginning to permeate the air. After all, if one were in a precarious situation and someone intruded, one would likely wear a similar expression, particularly amidst such critical circumstances, that I shall not perish. But you, on the other hand, shall meet your end. Chapter 21. The heist for the fire spirit mushroom. Zhao Hangtian had long harbored disdain for this individual, despite recognizing the masked man as a practitioner of late-stage lifegate. Zhao Hangtian believed he could contend for the fire spirit mushroom, emboldened by the prospect of seizing it. Such arrogant words. Do you wish to be reduced to mere ashes? The masked man replied with a chilling smile, directing a finger towards the red-clad woman, then soaring towards Zhao Hangtian. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage in combat. Observing the three individuals nearly securing the fire spirit mushroom, Zhao Hangtian realized time was of the essence. He must act swiftly to buy time for the hidden elder who sought to pilfer the mushroom. With that, Zhao Hangtian propelled himself into the air, unleashing his heavenly opening palm in a powerful strike. Interesting. The masked man found it amusing that Zhao Hangtian, a mere mid-stage practitioner, dared to attack a late-stage expert. Yet he showed no signs of leniency in his own technique. That Arhat's heavenly seal, heavenly opening palm, a golden light seal burst forth from the masked man's palm, radiating brilliance and emitting a potent golden aura. Dual attributes. Although the masked man was primarily a fire attribute practitioner, he now exhibited a rare golden attribute, revealing his unique status as a dual attribute wielder. As the golden light seal departed from his hand, it expanded exponentially, ultimately growing to over 20 times its original size, while Zhao Hongtian's heavenly opening palm proved no match, dissipating into a fleeting crimson glimmer. A first-tier martial technique attempting to shake a third-tier martial technique is akin to courting death. After shattering the heavenly opening palm, the masked man clasped his hands to his chest, forcefully propelling the golden light seal forward. Its speed accelerating rapidly. Curse it! As the golden light seal bore down with overwhelming force, Zhao Hengtian swiftly pivoted in midair. Though not possessing the ability to float like a life gate practitioner, he could remain airborne for several moments. After a swift maneuver, Zhao Hengtian executed 3 somersaults, while simultaneously channeling his primordial thunderclap palm. The golden light seal, blazing with brilliance, bore down upon him, and despite both being third-tier martial techniques, Zhao Hengtian sensed that this light seal was formidable. At this critical juncture, the primordial thunderclap palm, charged with lightning energy, began to emit a faint silver glow, poised to unleash its power within mere seconds. Trouble! Just as Zhao Hengtian's strategy unfolded as anticipated, the masked man's expression shifted abruptly. He released his hand seal, causing the golden light seal to vanish in a flash of golden light. Seeing the change in the masked man's demeanor, Zhao Hengtian was startled, pondering, could he have sensed the elder's presence? If that were the case, it would spell disaster, leaving the formed primordial thunderclap palm as his sole means to thwart the masked man. With a forceful thrust, he propelled his palms forward, intertwining the silver threads of lightning that enveloped his hands, culminating in a bolt of lightning the size of a bowl, roaring through the air. The fierce bolt of lightning compelled the masked man, who was about to charge towards the fire spirit mushroom, to halt abruptly, crossing his arms defensively as his body ignited in flames, conjuring a skeletal demon behind him. Demon of soul devouring. As the demon materialized, the primordial thunderclap palm struck, and the masked man swung his fists while the demon mirrored his movements, both aiming to counter the incoming lightning with brute force. The crackling silver bolt, accompanied by thunderous roars, surged forward, while the demon, enveloped in blue-black flames, retaliated with equal ferocity, leading to a cataclysmic clash. Boom! In that instant, the raw might of lightning clashed with the furious essence of fire, igniting a battle of elemental energies. Although the rare lightning energy faced challenges amidst the fire-dominant realm, its authority remained formidable. At the moment of collision, the 3 masked figures, who were in the midst of securing the fire spirit mushroom, suddenly froze, their movements halted. The fire spirit mushroom, contained within the silver vessel, vanished in a flash of white light. Curse it! Upon sensing the anomaly, the masked man turned his head slightly, discovering the mushroom had disappeared. His eyes ablaze with fury. In response, the intensity of his power surged, tipping the precarious balance of the confrontation decidedly in his favor. Life gate. Open. If one fails to retaliate promptly, they will inevitably be subdued. Once subdued, escape becomes an impossibility, leading only to a slow and agonizing demise. The fire spirit pearl hidden within the rest gate erupted instantaneously under the influence of the fire essence, unleashing a powerful surge that enveloped Zhao Hengtian's entire being. The latent power of the dragon elixir within him was stirred once more. With the augmentation of 2 distinct forces, Zhao Hengtian's cultivation level surged to the mid-stage of the birth gate. The previously suppressed Hunyuan Thunder Palm suddenly radiated with brilliance, its might amplified to an unfathomable degree, causing the masked man's fist to be forcefully rebounded. PFF. The masked man, having previously underestimated his opponent, had not unleashed his full strength. However, upon witnessing Zhao Hengtian's transformation, he intended to channel all his power. Alas, it was too late. He was struck squarely in the chest by the Hunyuan Thunderpalm, causing his body to tremble violently, and a mouthful of blood spattered onto his black mask. I will remember this. Clutching his wounded chest, the masked man's face turned pale, his body shaking intermittently, his voice faltering, revealing the extent of the damage inflicted upon him. After uttering these words, The masked man waved his hand, and his figure began to blur. In the next instant, his body spun and vanished into thin air. Space martial arts. It has been ages since I last witnessed such a phenomenon. Following the masked man's abrupt disappearance, the Elder of Destiny, cradling the fire spirit herb, gazed contemplatively at the spot where the masked man had vanished. Lost in thought. Space martial arts? At that moment, Zhao Xingtian was filled with bewilderment. He had just severely wounded this individual and was poised to eliminate him, only to have him escape in such a peculiar manner. The Elder's mention of space martial arts only deepened his confusion. In truth, space martial arts allows for instantaneous short-distance teleportation, a rare skill indeed, typically found in only a handful of the most prestigious sects, thus remaining unknown to the average person. The Elder of Destiny withdrew his contemplative gaze and turned his attention to the fire spirit herb, beginning to elucidate the questions swirling in Zhao Xingtian's mind. So that is how it is. No wonder he vanished so swiftly. The effect of the rest gate had reached its conclusion. Casting a glance around, Zhao Xingtian felt the effects dissipate and, drawing from his previous experience, quickly descended to the ground before the effects wore off. Cough, cough. Although he had anticipated the physical toll, the sensation of pressure in his chest nearly suffocated him. Master, what about this woman? After driving away the masked man, the motionless figure of the woman in red became another pressing concern. Do not concern yourself with her. We must leave. The Elder of Destiny glanced at the woman in red, his brow furrowing. He had initially contemplated eliminating her, but ultimately refrained. He then handed the fire spirit herb to Zhao Xingtian before retreating into the scroll. Zhao Xingtian cast one last look at the woman, shook his head, and strode purposefully back along the path he had come. Just as Zhao Xingtian's silhouette vanished into the sea of molten lava, a green light shot skyward, landing beside the woman moments later. When the green light faded, the figure of Shi Mao appeared before her. Little beauty, I shall take you away. Shi Mao chuckled, pressing his lips against the woman's, before transforming once more into a streak of green light, soaring into the heavens. Before long, Zhao Xingtian exited the canyon. Upon reaching the edge, he discovered that the fire ghost vine had inexplicably vanished, leaving him perplexed. However, considering the individuals who had departed before him, he surmised that they must have eradicated the fire ghost vine out of frustration, and thus he dismissed the matter from his mind. This expedition into the fire domain had yielded the fire spirit herb, and now he needed a suitable place to absorb its essence. The other regions of the fire domain presented an excellent opportunity, and the masked individual would not suspect that Zhao Xingtian remained within the fire domain. Chapter 22. Initial stage of the birth gate. After leaving the canyon, Zhao Xingtian journeyed eastward until he arrived at the easternmost edge of the fire domain, which bordered the southern kingdom. The entire Qimen continent is divided into 5 major nations and 120 smaller states, with the southern kingdom being one of the 5 that, due to its advantageous geographical location, adjacent to the Strait of Gibraltar. The southern kingdom is considered the wealthiest among the 4 nations. Consequently, a merchant city gradually formed in the eastern border region, as traders established their foothold there over time. At this moment, Zhao Xingtian sat cross-legged within a small cave at the eastern edge of the fire domain. Clutching the vibrant fire spirit herb in his hand, his eyes closed, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, his complexion pale, and his breathing uneven, as though he had suffered internal injuries. Buzz! As Zhao Xingtian initiated the flow of fire essence within his body. The millennia-old fire spirit herb, being of the fire attribute, contained a concentrated essence that was drawn toward the other fire essence, eagerly pursuing it. Feeling the influx of fire essence within him, Zhao Xingtian hastily employed the Qimen Beijia for refinement. Under the influence of the Qimen Beijia, the fire essence began to swirl and merge, resulting in the emergence of fiery red energy clusters in the previously empty rest gate, PFF. At that critical moment, Zhao Xingtian suddenly spat out blood, his already pallid face growing even more ashen. What is happening? Is it still ineffective? Just as he expelled blood, the Elder of Destiny flew out from the scroll, placing a hand on Zhao Xingtian's back and channeling a surge of soul energy into him. The soul energy that entered Zhao Xingtian's body forcefully calmed the tumultuous fire essence, compelling it to remain orderly within the rest gate. With the Elder's assistance, Zhao Xingtian gradually regained some color, though the continuous strain on his rest gate cultivation level had left him utterly exhausted. Without the Elder's soul energy, he would have succumbed to the explosive force. Indeed, the final level of cultivation is the most arduous within each gate. Clutching his slightly aching chest, Zhao Xingtian sighed, feeling a profound sense of dejection. The weight of the 3-year agreement and the desire for revenge against the Destiny sect pressed heavily upon his shoulders, leading him to feel that a single day was far too brief. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, we shall commence our efforts that I plan to use the secret technique of the Destiny sect. In order to facilitate Zhao Xingtian's breakthrough to the later stage of cultivation, the Elder of Destiny conceived of employing the sect's secret technique, perfectly aligning with Zhao Xingtian's circumstances. This night was destined to be devoid of conversation. Zhao Xingtian chose not to practice but instead enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The cave's entrance, blocked by stones, allowed no light to penetrate, with only the gentle red glow of the fire spirit herb flickering in the pitch darkness. As dawn broke the following morning, when the spiritual energy of the fire domain was at its peak, the Elder of Destiny emerged from the scroll. Zhao Xingtian, awaken. We shall begin the secret technique. Despite having finally found a moment to rest, Zhao Xingtian rose upon hearing the Elder's gentle voice. Yes, let us commence. Upon hearing that the secret technique was about to begin, Zhao Xingtian quickly gathered his focus. Placing his hands beside his dantian and sitting cross-legged on the stone, the Elder of Destiny positioned himself behind Zhao Xingtian, gently placing one hand atop his head and the other on the corresponding spot on his back. Before reciting an incantation in an unfamiliar tongue, the universe is boundless, the heavens and earth lend their laws, yin and yang are birthed in duality, encompassing all refinement of the body, the Elder of Destiny roared, his entire being radiating a brilliant blue light that a liquid-like blue soul energy slowly flowed from his arm and merged into Zhao Xingtian's body. This process continued for a full hour before concluding. As the Elder poured soul energy into Zhao Xingtian, his body became increasingly transparent. Had it not been for the visibility of his head, one might have thought he had disintegrated into nothingness. For the time to come, you must rely on yourself that I may fall into an endless slumber. The immense expenditure of soul energy had left the Elder of Destiny in a severely weakened state, and the casting of the secret technique had taken a heavy toll on his essence, rendering him in a dire condition. Master, do not worry. I will ensure you awaken, gazing at the enigmatic Elder, who transformed into a glimmering light and merged into the scroll. Zhao Hangtian found himself unable to voice his thoughts, ensnared in a state of cultivation that in his heart, he silently reflected at that very moment. The image of the Elder in his mind magnified several-fold, becoming intertwined with his familial perspective, drawing upon the formidable soul power of the Elder that had fused within him. Zhao Hangtian quickly transcended the mid-stage of the rest gate and entered its later phase. Yet this accomplishment did not suffice for his aspirations. Seizing the fire spirit herb, he hastened to channel the herb's spiritual energy using the fire spiritual qi, commencing the compression of the fire spirit pearl anew. Thanks to the earlier gentle soul power aiding him, the fire spiritual qi no longer raged uncontrollably, allowing Zhao Hongtian's compression efforts to proceed smoothly. As nightfall descended, the rest gate could no longer contain any additional spiritual qi. The newly condensed fire spirit pearl, having harmonized with the rest gate according to the cultivation techniques of the 8 gates, would not shatter under the forceful activation of the rest gate, but instead would consume the entirety of the pearl's stored spiritual qi. Noticing that the rest gate was now full and could no longer accommodate any more fire spiritual qi, Zhao Hangdian swiftly gathered the last remnants of the fire spirit herb's qi, preparing to breach the life gate and augment his strength further. The life gate, located at the junction of the chest and abdomen, held paramount significance. Typically, a breakthrough of this gate marked one as a true martial expert. Within the realm of the Qiming continent, while many martial artists existed, most remained confined to the rest gate realm. Those who succeeded in transcending from the rest gate to the life gate could command respect and power within a small city, which explained the brazen demeanor of the formidable Wang Batian of Lingxiao City. To facilitate his breakthrough into the life gate, Zhao Hangtian undertook numerous endeavors. During his journey to the cave, he even plunged into molten lava to temper his body, thereby aiding his forthcoming breakthrough. Under Zhao Hongtian's guidance, the fire's spiritual qi gathered outside the tightly shut life gate, signaling the moment for an all-out assault on it. Bang for the initial wave of attack. Zhao Hangtian refrained from exerting his full might, instead adhering to the breakthrough methodology of the 8 gates, employing a gentle approach to identify weaknesses. This first wave of assault persisted for a full 3 hours. Upon discovering a vulnerable point, Zhao Hangtian unleashed a fierce onslaught. With the aid of the potent fire spiritual qi from the fire spirit herb, the entire breakthrough process extended over 10 hours. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight cascaded down, a faint shattering sound resonated within Zhao Hangtian's body, followed by a flickering silver light. Outside the cave, ominous dark clouds slowly loomed overhead, rumbling with thunder. The silver lightning seemed almost sentient, swirling and rolling within the clouds, occasionally emitting a deafening roar. This tumultuous change triggered a violent reaction from the fire spiritual qi within the fire domain, which, in its furious temperament, could not tolerate any affront from the heavenly thunder. It erupted from the fissures in the earth, launching a stream of molten lava straight towards the stormy clouds above. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hangtian, every breakthrough of a gate typically invoked the wrath of heavenly thunder. Yet within the fire domain, the fiery temperament of the spiritual qi shielded him from this calamity. However, for the path to divinity, this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the silver luminescence emanating from Zhao Hangtian's body gradually returned within him, and at that moment, the attribute of the life gate transformed into the attribute of thunder. The Hunyuan thunderclap and the 8 gates could now unleash their formidable power to a greater extent. Apologies for not specifying the martial arts names pertaining to the rest gate earlier. Henceforth, all references to the rest gate will be collectively categorized under the 8 gates. Chapter 23. Crescent Oasis. Zhao Hangtian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the distance, a profound and mysterious light akin to the stars refracting from his eyes. In that moment, his entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation. The youthful naivety he once possessed gradually gave way to a newfound composure, and within him burgeoned an aspiration to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. What is martial arts? Why is it martial arts? How does martial learning arise from martial arts? Where do all things in the world originate? This series of profound questions had never dared to intrude upon Zhao Hangtian's thoughts. Yet in the instant he broke through the life gate, they suddenly materialized in his mind, refusing to dissipate. It appears that to become a deity of martial arts, one must comprehend these inquiries. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Zhao Hangtian felt the weight of his aspirations for martial arts intensify. With a firm grip on the ground, he rose to his feet, shaking off the stiffness in his legs and neck. After completing these motions, he picked up the wooden box and the desiccated fire spirit herb, intending to leave the cave and seek a location rich in thunder spiritual qi, hoping to condense a thunder spirit pearl. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Zhao Hangtian inhaled deeply and slowly raised his right hand. As he did so, a flame erupted from his fist, swiftly enveloping it. Bang! At the moment the flames encased his fist. Zhao Hangtian exerted all his strength and forcefully struck the stone surface. In an instant, the stone he struck emitted a resounding boom, shattering into fragments that scattered around the cave's mouth. Even his strength had significantly increased. Feeling the power resonating from his fist, Zhao Hangtian smiled faintly, delighted by his enhanced prowess. After departing the cave, Zhao Hangtian continued eastward, intending to reach the easternmost edge of the southern kingdom and then head north along the border. In his youth, he had heard from his family that there existed a place in the north known as the Thunder Marsh, filled with thunder spiritual qi, where no one dared to venture. This spot was deemed an ideal location for condensing thunder spirit pearls. His journey east would take 3 days and nights. Upon leaving the arid fire domain, Zhao Hangtian discovered numerous oases and throngs of merchants, all of whom shared a peculiar habit of placing chickens and ducks outside the sleeping oases, a practice that baffled him. The Crescent Oasis was the only oasis with an established inn, situated beside a small lake resembling a crescent moon, hence its name. Within the inn, Zhao Hangtian settled into a corner, several dishes placed before him as he dined while observing the establishment's layout. The inn's design mirrored that of others, with iron flooring and solid iron columns. Surprisingly, the ceiling bore numerous iron chains, all seemingly connected to the iron pillars, suggesting an impending upheaval of the roof. Ah, esteemed guest, is this your first visit to the eastern region? Lost in thought, Zhao Hangnan was roused by a cheerful young attendant approaching with a teapot in hand. Indeed, casting a glance at the young attendant. Noting his mid-stage rest gate cultivation, Zhao Hangtian was taken aback, yet his tone remained icy. You must try our exquisite delicacies at the Crescent Oasis. Noticing Zhao Hongtian's aloof demeanor, the attendant remained unfazed and proceeded to extol the virtues of the dishes. Exquisite delicacies? What does that entail? Upon hearing the word exquisite, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Zhao Hongtian's eyes, and he turned his head, brow furrowed as he inquired. This is Bang. Just as the attendant was about to answer with a smile. The inn's entrance burst open with a resounding crash. A bloodied man in black, clutching his chest, bellowed, "I will take your life. Even in death, I shall gnaw on your bones." This outburst, accompanied by the man's disheveled appearance, sent the patrons of the inn into a frenzy, with some of the more timid souls seeking refuge beneath tables. Members of the Flying Sand Gang disperse at once, as the black-clad man stepped further inside. An agitated voice echoed from outside, belonging to Huang Shi, who seemed to be in a foul mood. What is he doing here? Spotting Huang Shi's menacing presence at the entrance, Zhao Hangtian pondered silently. Huang Shi, my dear, what brings you here? Seeking a chat with a lovely lady, amidst the confusion, a captivating woman in yellow, possessing a graceful figure and alluring charm, tossed flirtatious glances toward Huang Shi as she sauntered closer. San Yang, I am here to hunt this man down. Not for idle chatter. As the enchanting San Yang approached, Huang Shi's brow furrowed with an ominous air, yet he managed to return a courteous gesture. Forcing a smile that, is that so? Then please capture him. Casting a glance at the black-clad man wielding a long sword not far away, San Yang retreated slightly, the fragrance of femininity wafting in her wake. Thank you, San Yang. With San Yang's consent, Huang Shi's expression lightened as he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates outside to apprehend the man. Given the man's injuries and lack of combat capability, he was swiftly subdued by two late-stage rest gate cultivators. With a mere swing of his sword, the man found himself with a shattered leg, quickly being pinned to the ground and bound. Do you know who this man is? Observing the scene before him, Zhao Hangtian cast a sidelong glance at the young attendant, who at that moment displayed an expression of regret. He pondered to himself that this individual must be privy to the underlying circumstances, and promptly inquired in a hushed tone, "Pray tell, who is this person? He is said to be the lover of the daughter of Huang Shi. Have you heard? It appears that the Huang Shi girl has found herself with child. And upon discovering this, Huang Shi has issued a bounty for his capture. Alas, he has been apprehended here, which is indeed a pity. You might not be aware, but this man and the daughter of Huang Shi share a mutual affection. However, Huang Shi, seeing his lack of wealth and prospects, disapproves of his daughter's association with him." As the attendant finished speaking, a middle-aged man, possessing a square face and short hair, with slightly pale blue eyes, stood beside Zhao Hangtian. In a gravelly voice, he added to the attendant's narrative, "So it is, how lamentable." Shaking his head, Zhao Hangtian felt that Huang Shi was not a man of good character. Nevertheless, he had not wronged him directly. His disdain for Huang Shi's demeanor was a separate matter, and he deemed it unwise to intervene in such affairs. Suddenly, Huang Shi's gaze fell upon Zhao Hangtian, who was concealed within the crowd. Although he had not witnessed Zhao Hongtian's prowess during their previous encounter in the fire domain, the dangerous aura emanating from him served as a warning to Huang Shi. "Brother Zhao, how have you been?" Huang Shi calculated his approach and swiftly made his way toward Zhao Hangtian, wearing a mask of enthusiasm. "Guild leader Huang, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again." Zhao Hangtian, though reluctant to engage with Huang Shi due to his questionable character, felt compelled to respond courteously to his overtures, lest he appear discourteous. After extricating himself from the throng, Zhao Hangtian extended his hand in greeting to Huang Shi. However, the moment their hands clasped, Huang Shi unleashed a formidable surge of fire spirit energy, which surged toward Zhao Hongtian's arm with an intensity that suggested a deadly confrontation rather than a mere greeting. Zhao Hongtian's eyes locked on Huang Shi's, and with a cold smile, he summoned the Fire Spirit Pearl to release a powerful wave of fire spirit energy in retaliation, colliding directly with the incoming assault. Bang! Their covert clash was imperceptible to the average onlooker. Yet a woman named San Yang observed in astonishment as Zhao Hangtian thwarted Huang Shi's energy attack. Following the impact, Huangshi felt a numbing sensation in his arm and instinctively released Zhao Hongtian's hand. His eyes flashing with an unusual light, he then chuckled, adopting the demeanor of an old friend, and patted Zhao Hongtian on the back, exclaiming jovially, "Brother Zhao, your strength is clearly improved. Your journey in the fire domain must have been fruitful." Chapter 24. Thunder Rod. Alas, I have gained nothing of value. Even the final item was taken by the masked man. Zhao Hongtian could not allow Huangshi to discover that the fire spirit mushroom was in his possession, hastily attributing the blame to the masked individual. Humph. Had it not been for the multitude accompanying him, the fire spirit mushroom would already be mine. Upon mentioning the masked man, Huangshi's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As he remained haunted by the incident involving the fire spirit mushroom, Brother Huang, that individual is shrouded in mystery and possesses formidable strength. I suspect his background is anything but ordinary, although Zhao Hongtian was unaware of the masked man's origins. He recalled the events of that fateful night at the town's entrance, which lingered vividly in his memory. The eastern region grows increasingly tumultuous. Huangshi, too, harbored concerns about the enigmatic masked man, and as he connected the dots of recent events, he sensed that chaos was imminent. Let us speak no further of this. How about you join me for a drink, Brother Zhao? Forming alliances with powerful individuals was a matter of great significance for Huangshi. It would not only ensure assistance in times of trouble, but also provide protection for his subordinates when traversing another's territory. That I appreciate your kind invitation, Brother Huang, but I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall certainly pay a visit to express my apologies when time permits. Zhao Hongtian had little interest in Huangshi's lair, as he was eager to expedite his pursuit of the Thunder Rod, especially now that the Luo Tian sect was on the rise. The resurgence of the Luo Tian sect in the southern regions would herald a storm of bloodshed, targeting the southern royal family and various righteous factions, ultimately leading to the suffering of the common people. Very well. I shall not press the issue. Until we meet again. Noting Zhao Hongtian's evident discomfort, Huangshi refrained from leaving a negative impression and took his leave with a respectful bow. Let us depart. With the apprehended man in custody, Huangshi gestured for his subordinates to follow him as he made his exit. Before long, Huangshi and his men vanished into the vast expanse of the sandy sea. Esteemed guest, might you join me upstairs for a chat? San Yang approached Zhao Hongtian as Huangshi departed, offering a courteous greeting. Having just bid farewell to Huangshi, the sudden appearance of San Yang left Zhao Hongtian feeling quite vexed, pondering whether he ought to seek refuge from the bustling crowd. Please lead the way, San Yang, in deference to the establishment. Zhao Hongtian acquiesced, extending his right hand in invitation. I am grateful for your graciousness. Brother Zhao. Upon hearing Zhao Hongtian's agreement, San Yang's face lit up with a sweet smile, and she guided him toward the third floor. Once they arrived on the third floor, Zhao Hongtian entered the second room, immediately captivated by the ambience within. The decor exuded an ancient charm, imbued with a fragrant and pleasant atmosphere, complemented by a bronze incense burner, emitting wisps of fragrant smoke that in this arid desert. Encountering such an oasis felt like a stroke of fortune. Please, have a seat. San Yang poured a cup of tea and gestured toward the chairs surrounding the square table, inviting Zhao Hongtian to sit. What counsel do you wish to impart, San Yang? After taking a seat, Zhao Hongtian accepted the tea, masking his surprise with a calm demeanor. I invited you up here in the hopes that you could rescue the man who was just captured. San Yang, straightforward by nature and disliking pretense, wasted no time in revealing her intentions. Why? Zhao Hongtian's confusion was palpable. He had the opportunity to save the man earlier, so why was he being asked to intervene now? San Yang owed him an explanation. The truth is, that man is my brother, though he refuses to acknowledge me and would never allow me to assist him, as we share the same father but different mothers. His mother was the second wife. Enough of this. Zhao Hongtian had no interest in familial matters that he was unwilling to assist, and given the urgency of his quest for the Thunder Rod, he could not afford to linger. I understand this is a difficult request, but I have prepared something for you, aware that favors must be reciprocated in such dealings. San Yang, having navigated this sphere for quite some time, recognized the necessity of offering an incentive. The item is of little importance. I wish to understand why you seek my assistance. Zhao Hongtian was unfamiliar with San Yang's character and had reservations about her intentions, particularly as she approached him. A mere acquaintance, for help. Even if she presented something enticing, he was disinclined to accept. The rationale is simple. You are a match for Huang Shi, and being from the eastern region, you are less likely to fear his retaliation. Which is why I sought you out. I see. You wish for me to act as your pawn. Knowing I plan to depart soon at last, Zhao Hangtian comprehended her reasoning and felt more grounded in the situation. Behold the item, San Yang said, clapping her hands that a maid dressed in white entered, carrying a 5-foot-long bronze rod adorned with mysterious engravings. What is this? Upon seeing the rod, Zhao Hangtian felt perplexed. Such items were commonplace in the Qimen continent. What audacity did San Yang possess to reveal it? This is the Thunder Rod. Rising, San Yang seized the rod, and silver-white lightning with a hint of golden hue crackled forth from her grasp. This is a spirit treasure. Zhao Hangtian was astonished to witness the lightning energy emanating from the rod in San Yang's hand. That in the realm of Qimen, spirit treasures were as revered as the highest martial arts, possessing innate attributes that could absorb corresponding energies. Should a person of the same attribute wield such an item, their combat prowess would surpass that of their peers at the same level. Indeed, this is a rare thunder attribute spirit treasure, known as the Thunder Rod. In her eagerness to impress Zhao Hangtian, San Yang demonstrated the rod, conjuring dazzling silver lightning serpents that danced in the air. Why would you offer me such a valuable item? Zhao Hangtian questioned, incredulous that to save a mere individual, a spirit treasure is not necessary. Such treasures are typically regarded as heirlooms. How could one simply give it away? I have no use for it, and I lack family to inherit it. Ultimately, it would merely change hands. Why not present it as a token of gratitude? Perhaps the recipient would be grateful in return. San Yang's deep appreciation for sibling bonds resonated with Zhao Hangtian. I am willing to assist you. Upon encountering the Lei Zhe gun, Zhao Xingtian was instantly struck by the desire to possess it. Willing to part with even the fire Lingji for such an artifact, as it seemed custom-made for him. Thank you, San Yang, he exclaimed as she tossed the Lei Zhe gun into his hands. She then gingerly sipped from the tea on the table. I have yet to rescue him. Why have you given this to me first? Zhao Xingtian inquired, staring at the Lei Zhe gun in his grasp, his eyes wide with curiosity as he regarded San Yang. His brow slightly furrowed. That I trust in your integrity, San Yang replied, having discerned Zhao Xingtian's true nature through her honed ability to read people. She understood that once he made a commitment, it was as if he had sealed it with an oath. Very well. I shall pursue them at once. Without delay, having acquired what he sought, Zhao Xingtian took his leave. After departing from the Crescent Oasis, he followed the unmasked footprints in the desert, heading eastward towards a merchant city that he was determined to rescue the man before they reached the city. For once there, the task would become exceedingly arduous. The desert was a realm of desolation, an endless expanse of brown sand, lifeless save for the scattered oases teeming with vitality. Zhao Xingtian's pursuit lasted 3 days and nights, until he finally caught up with Huang Shi's entourage at a place called Shaoxi. Lying on the scorching sand, he gazed at Huang Shi, who was meditating by the oasis pool, surrounded by 5 vigilant guards. Nearby, 6 others stood watch, while a man in black was tethered beside a camel. Unable to move. Chapter 25. The yellow sand ants with so many gathered. How could he make his move? Zhao Xingtian, hidden in the sand, observed Huang Shi's 11 subordinates that a reckless action could lead to an ambush, which would be disastrous. Time slipped away, and without a plan, the opportunity would dwindle as the group drew closer to the merchant city. Zhao Xingtian remained in his position for an entire day until night fell. True to his reputation as the leader of the Feisha gang, Huang Shi slept with a weapon in hand, his ear pressed to the ground. Alert to any potential threats, 3 of his men took turns standing guard, while the captured man was hooded and laid among the others for protection. This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. With such a formidable defense, unless he had overwhelming numbers for a frontal assault, a solitary approach would necessitate waiting for an opportune moment, such as someone straying away or needing relief. Just as Zhao Xingtian grappled with the dilemma of how to rescue the man, a sudden buzzing erupted from the sandy ground, that a swarm of dark shapes began to emerge, soon engulfing the yellow sands in a sea of black. As they drew nearer, their true form became evident: massive black-scaled ants. These are the yellow sand ants, Zhao Xingtian realized, promptly launching himself into the air. utilizing his initial stage of the Xingmen realm to hover above the ground, observing the ants crawling below. An ingenious idea formed in his mind. "What is that?" one of the three guards exclaimed as they spotted a streak resembling a meteor, trailing a fiery tail, hurtling towards them. Startled, they quickly armed themselves and raised the alarm. Boom! The guards clanged their weapons, rousing the other 8 and Huang Shi, who looked up at the celestial object with astonishment. Fire spirit energy. Huang Shi, awakening, sensed the potent energy emanating from above and realized they were under attack. Defend yourselves, recognizing the airborne intruder as someone of the Xingmen realm. Huang Shi knew the individual possessed formidable power. Open heaven palm. Zhao Xingtian, observing the gathered individuals below, executed the powerful technique, certain it would draw attention, thus masking the advance of the yellow sand ants. This would be the moment for a decisive strike. The crimson flames of his palm descended, and the onlookers responded hastily, unleashing a spectrum of lights to counter the attack. Bang! Although all 11 were at the Xingmen realm, their techniques paled in comparison to Zhao Xingtian's, which had been enhanced to rival a second-tier martial art through the Fire-Ling Pearl. Boom! Blood erupted from the mouths of the 11 as they staggered back several paces, struggling to regain their footing. "Stand aside, let me through," Huang Shi shouted, seeing that the 11 had still managed to challenge him. He thrust his palm forward with great force, push stone palm. After unleashing his strike, Huang Shi grounded himself, shifting his weight forward, following up with a surge of hidden power. Zhao Xingtian, enveloped in the fiery energy, quickly retrieved the Lei Zhe gun, channeling the lightning spirit energy into it, causing silver arcs to flicker amidst the flames. Lightning strike. Just as Huang Shi's technique was executed, Zhao Xingtian swung the Lei Zhe gun, unleashing a bolt of lightning akin to heavenly thunder. Boom! The lightning collided with the earthen handprint conjured by Huang Shi, sending silver tendrils of electricity coursing through it, transforming it into countless floating motes of light against the dark desert night. "Boss, what is happening?" one of Huang Shi's subordinates cried out as the yellow sand ants finally reached the oasis. "These are the yellow sand ants. We must flee." Huang Shi, realizing his technique had been disrupted, ignored his numbed arm and took to the air. The 11, however, were not so fortunate. While capable of jumping high, they lacked the ability to hover like Zhao Xingtian, overwhelmed by the encroaching swarm. They were swiftly devoured, leaving nothing but bones behind. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingtian seized the hooded man, lifting him effortlessly and streaking southward, leaving a trail of fiery red in his wake, vanishing into the horizon. After rescuing the man, Zhao Xingtian struck him unconscious to prevent any trouble during their aerial escape. They flew throughout the night, landing the next day at the edge of a place called Baihan Oasis. A day's journey from the Crescent Oasis to evade Huang Shi's possible pursuit. Zhao Xingtian dug a large pit at the oasis's edge, jumping in with the man and sealing the entrance with sand, reinforced by the lightning spirit energy to prevent any movement. They remained hidden for a day and a night, until the following morning when Zhao Xingtian finally unearthed himself, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Finding no signs of disturbance, he hurriedly lifted the still slumbering man and made his way back to the Crescent Oasis. Upon returning, he discovered the surrounding grasslands had turned a desolate yellow, and the hotel lay in ruin. Had it not been for the standing iron pillars, one would hardly recognize it as an establishment. Noticing flames flickering in some areas, Zhao Xingtian's expression shifted, and he swiftly set the man down, sprinting towards the wreckage in search of San Yang. "San Yang, are you all right? Your brother is back," he called out, his voice echoing as he released the fire spirit energy to seek out any other faint traces of life. After an exhaustive search, he finally detected a weak presence of earth spirit energy emanating from what used to be the kitchen. Without hesitation, he struck down with a fiery fist, shattering the wooden debris as easily as one would slice through tofu. Cough, cough, cough. The explosion sent wooden planks flying, revealing a large opening where he had struck. "Quickly, save the boss. He has been captured by the men in black." Once the wooden plank shattered, the visage of the young attendant materialized before Zhao Hongtian's eyes. At that moment, the youth's countenance was ashen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his blood-soaked arm, gripping Zhao Hongtian's sleeve with a fervent desperation, his eyes wide with fury as he uttered, "Just as I finished speaking, my body convulsed, and in the next instant, My breath was extinguished. The figure in black. The one from the fire domain? Upon hearing the mention of the shadowy figure, Zhao Hangtian recalled that individual from the fire domain, as well as the abduction case in the town of Mabe. All signs pointed to a mysterious and terrifying organization lurking in the eastern regions, possibly poised to emerge from the shadows to seize resources and territory, heralding the onset of a fierce conflict. Chapter 26. The Luai's clan. This organization must be connected to the Luotian sect. Why did that figure in black attack the hotel? Even if the Luotian sect is on the rise, attacking a place of no value seems utterly senseless, unless the hotel harbors some secret that prompted this organization to go to such lengths to eradicate it. The Luai's staff? A sudden recollection of the expression on San Yang's face when she presented him with the Luai's staff sent a jolt through Zhao Hongtian's heart, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that when she gave me the Luai's staff, she anticipated the organization's assault and urged me to rescue her brother? Hoping to shield him from this calamity, clinging to this thread of insight, Zhao Hangtian refrained from jumping to conclusions. The only course of action was to escort the young man to a secure location for safety, while he himself sought news of San Yang. Once her whereabouts were uncovered, he would rescue her and return her brother to her, thus fulfilling his obligation. With a plan firmly in mind, Zhao Hangtian buried the attendant's body beside the crescent lake, before approaching the still slumbering man, delivering a firm kick to his back. Ugh! Though the kick was not overly forceful, it was sufficient to cause discomfort, jolting the man awake. "You are awake," observing the bewildered expression on the man's face. Zhao Hangtian extended a hide pouch towards him. The man did not accept it. Instead, he warily rose to his feet, seizing a scattered wooden block from the ground and brandishing it defensively across his chest. His voice taut with tension. "Who are you? Are you that old scoundrel from Huangshi?" Casting a glance around, the man suddenly beheld a scene of devastation that in that moment. Tears welled in his eyes, and the wooden block slipped from his grasp, falling onto the yellow sand. "The hotel, my sister. What has happened?" Unable to contain his anguish, the man disregarded Zhao Hangtian and rushed towards the ruins, collapsing to his knees and frantically digging through the debris. Soon, his hands were bloodied from splinters, yet he persisted in his desperate search. "But there's no need to dig any longer. Your sister is not dead." Witnessing this scene, Zhao Hangtian found it impossible to reconcile the notion that San Yang's brother did not recognize her. "What did you say?" "My sister is not dead." Upon hearing that his sister was alive, the man's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed, your sister lives, but she has been taken." Zhao Hangtian surmised that San Yang's abduction signified her value to the captors, suggesting she was temporarily safe. "Who has taken my sister? Was it Huangshi?" The man's expression darkened, his animosity directed squarely at Huangshi. "It was not Huangshi. I rescued you from his clutches. He could not be responsible." As Zhao Hangtian pondered, it dawned on him that Huangshi lacked the power to annihilate the hotel, while the masked man might possess such capability. It'd be why the way. "Why did you save me?" The man stood, scrutinizing Zhao Hangtian, his suspicions aroused as he questioned whether Zhao was an agent of Huangshi, intending to ensnare him. "Your sister implored me to save you. Were it not for the Luai's staff, Zhao Hangtian would have had no interest in this troublesome affair. With San Yang now captured, this deal seemed on the verge of collapse. "That my sister asked you to save me. Can you not rescue her?" The man's eyes shimmered with urgency, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet upon seeing the Luai's staff in Zhao Hongtian's hands, he suddenly knelt, pleading earnestly, "Rise. Let us converse amicably." Zhao Hangtian was startled by the man's sudden supplication. While the bond forged by the Luai's staff compelled him to assist, the lurking threat of the mysterious force was too perilous, and he had pressing matters to attend to. Engaging in this affair could not only squander time, but also invite unnecessary complications. Seeing Zhao Hongtian's evident hesitation, the man quickly supplemented his plea with an irresistible proposition. "If you rescue my sister, I shall reveal the secrets of the Luai's staff." The secrets of the Luai's staff? Lifting the staff, which was known for its formidable lightning prowess, Zhao Hangtian found himself intrigued, yet perplexed by its hidden mysteries. "That my sister and I are members of the Luai's clan. Following a sudden calamity within our clan, we were forced to flee with our ancestral artifact, the Luai's staff, traversing various regions of the southern kingdom, that it was only a year ago that we settled in the eastern desert, and the mysteries of the Luai staff are known solely to our kin. So, the Luai's clan truly exists. Very well, I accept your terms. With a rapid mental assessment, Zhao Hangtian recognized the urgency of consolidating the Luai's spirit pearl and thought it prudent to rescue them. Gaining insight into the Luai's clan's circumstances before entering their domain, thus ensuring his own interests. Thank you, benefactor. With Zhao Hongtian's agreement, the man hastily bowed deeply in gratitude. That do not kneel. I do not even know your name. Placing a hand on the man's shoulder, Zhao Hangtian gently hoisted him upright. That I am Lei Yun. Ah, Lei Yun, is it? We should depart from this place. The Crescent Oasis was no more. Lingering here would merely squander time. It would be more prudent to pursue their trail, hoping for some fortuitous discovery. The two then set off from the Crescent Oasis, journeying eastward with their sights firmly set on the merchant city, a locale abundant in information. Brother Zhao, we have been traveling for 2 days. Why have we not yet reached the merchant city? Observing the swirling sands around them, an endless expanse of golden hues. Lei Yun felt a pang of anxiety. The merchant city lies yet ahead. Zhao Hangtian began to respond, but was interrupted by the faint sound of wheels grinding through the sand. A caravan. Not far ahead, as words fell. Zhao Hangtian dashed forward, knowing that caravans were scarce in such desolate regions, while sand bandits were plentiful. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain the situation. Upon cresting a dune, they encountered a caravan comprised of 15 horse-drawn carts laboriously making their way towards the merchant city. The Linche caravan. Zhao Hangtian stood atop the sand ridge, gazing at the green flag fluttering at the front of the caravan, emblazoned with 4 ornate characters. Enemies on alert. Indeed, as Zhao Hangtian observed, the caravan's guards had spotted him, drawing their curved blades and adopting a defensive stance. That do not be hasty. Let us ascertain the identity of the newcomers. Just as the guards unsheathed their weapons, an elderly man dressed in resplendent white robes, a jade belt cinched at his waist, descended from the leading cart, addressing them with a courteous demeanor. May I inquire your esteemed name? Brother, as the elder signaled for his men to lower their weapons, his formidable presence as a practitioner of the Open Door realm became unmistakable. Open Door realm. How intriguing, though Zhao Hangtian had no intention of intruding. He felt compelled to respond to the elder's overture. A nameless youth, Zhao Hangtian, and my friend are en route to the merchant city, with no intention of offending your esteemed caravan. That I hope for your understanding. At this moment, concealing his true strength was paramount, for in the realm of martial arts, possessing a hidden advantage could mean the difference between life and death. So it is, Zhao Xiaodi. Since you are headed to the merchant city, why not accompany us? We too are bound for the same destination. The elder appraised Zhao Hangtian and Lei Yun, his martial instincts informing him that Zhao Hongtian's prowess was likely greater than it appeared, prompting him to foster this connection. Very well. It would be my honor to accept your invitation. With the prospect of entering the city alongside the caravan, Zhao Hangtian had initially intended to approach under the cover of night to evade Huangshi's spies. However, with this caravan as cover, all concerns seemed resolvable. Merging with the caravan would be far safer and more discreet than sneaking in under the veil of darkness, especially with the elder's invitation. Zhao Hangtian saw no reason to refuse. Chapter 27. The Sand Bandit Clan. Zhao Xiaodi, let us converse in my cart. The elder chuckled warmly, extending an invitation to Zhao Hangtian. Your request shall be honored, esteemed elder. Zhao Xingtian was aware that the elder might harbor some doubts about him. However, as the foremost martial art of the Qimen continent, the Qimen Beijia offered numerous methods to conceal one's true strength. Unless one possessed a martial art superior to the Qimen Beijia, it was generally impossible to discern Zhao Xingtian's genuine capabilities. Consequently, Zhao Xingtian and the elder proceeded towards the frontmost exquisite and luxurious carriage, while Lei Yun was assigned to sit alongside a coachman in the second cargo wagon. Upon entering the carriage, Zhao Xingtian was astounded by the opulence within. The floor was adorned with snow fox pelts, while the fragrant oil of South Sea goldfish served as incense. At the center of the carriage lay an array of exquisite dishes, emanating an intoxicating aroma. This level of luxury was a sight Zhao Xingtian had never encountered before. Please, take a seat without hesitation, the elder remarked, noticing Zaok Singshan standing at the doorway, his eyes wide with astonishment that a smile crept across the elder's lips as he spoke. "Thank you," Zaok Singshan replied, finding a comfortable spot and settling down, his demeanor noticeably calming. "Grandfather, who is he?" Not long after Zaok Singshan had taken his seat, a girl of about 15 or 16, dressed in a blue and red ensemble, furrowed her delicate brows and regarded Zaok Singshan with an expression of displeasure. "He is a young brother whom grandfather has just met, named Zaok Singshan." The elder looked at the girl with affectionate eyes, gently brushing his fingers across her exquisite nose. "But didn't father say that no strangers are allowed?" The girl glared at the elder, her expression revealing her discomfort, and an unspoken disdain began to brew towards Zaok Singshan. "If it is inconvenient, I can take my leave," Zaok Singshan stated, unwilling to impose himself where he was not welcome, that a man should possess dignity. "Do not heed the words of a child. I am the one in charge here." The elder replied with an apologetic smile, raising his hand to silence the girl who was about to speak. "Senior, I feel quite uncomfortable here, that I might as well go outside and lend a hand as a coachman." Zaok Singshan could hardly tolerate the spoiled demeanor of the young lady, whose resentful gaze made him uneasy. "That would be much appreciated, young brother Zaok Singshan." The elder bowed in gratitude, watching Zaok Singshan exit the carriage. Once Zaok Singshan had disappeared from view, the elder's expression turned serious as he turned to the young girl, swiftly grasping her small foot in his gnarled hands, pinching it playfully. "Grandfather, I was wrong." The girl, caught off guard by the tickling, glistened with tears and quickly begged for mercy. "You little rascal, you are so thoughtless. Always causing trouble for your grandfather. Do you not realize that this person harbors a strange aura within?" The elder thought of the peculiar, dangerous energy he sensed from Zaok Singshan, believing the young man concealed secrets unknown to others, that I hardly think he possesses any remarkable qualities, that he appears to be just a simpleton from a small town. The girl scoffed, unable to reconcile Zaok Singshan's Na'vi demeanor with the impressive figure her grandfather had described. "Ah, but you are still young and lack understanding," the elder said, stroking the girl's hair with a smile. Though a hint of worry lingered in his heart, as the two conversed about Zaok Singshan, he was already mingling with the guards outside. In his youth, Zhao Baichuan had urged him to acquire knowledge beyond mere martial skills, emphasizing the importance of social interactions and forging connections. "Brother Chu Yunfei, I never expected you to be from Lingxiaking." "Ah, brother Zaok Singshan, as fellow townsmen, we must share a drink." Chu Yunfei, a young man with a rugged appearance and a distinctive beauty mark near his mouth, radiated a jovial spirit reminiscent of a roguish hero. "Indeed. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor." Seated atop the carriage, Zaok Singshan lifted his wineskin, drinking heartily. Refreshing. His carefree demeanor delighted Chu Yunfei, who also partook from his flask. "You lack skills and merely indulge in drinking. You shall amount to nothing in the future." That a lovely girl peeking out from a short distance glared at Zaok Singshan, growing increasingly uncomfortable. However, she could only grumble silently, bound by her grandfather's orders. Though the girl spoke softly, Zaok Singshan, being at the realm of the open gate, heard her words clearly. That he glanced at her with a mockingly sage expression, stroking his chin, which bore no stubble. To him, these individuals were merely stepping stones to entering the city. He would not be perturbed by their disparagement. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the silvery moon ascended overhead. The merchant convoy, having traveled all day, halted at an unremarkable oasis. The horses and camels were encircled around the periphery, while the guards patrolled the corners, ensuring the safety of those within. "Brother Zaok Singshan, stay vigilant tonight. I sense something amiss in the surroundings." Chu Yunfei, having served as a guard for several years, possessed a keener instinct for potential dangers than others. Since arriving at the oasis, he had worn a furrowed brow, as if anticipating some significant event. "Chu Yunfei, do not frighten me. I am rather timid." Zaok Singshan surveyed the area, detecting the faint essence of fire and earth energy. He pondered. "It seems someone lies in ambush here. I wonder if that red-haired elder has sensed it." "Rest assured, we guards are present. Nothing shall happen." Chu Yunfei smiled reassuringly, wielding his curved blade as he began directing the others to patrol. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness with most individuals, including Lei Yun, unable to find rest. "Why are you still awake?" Zaok Singshan asked, sitting cross-legged as he noticed Lei Yun nearby, gazing at the stars. "I cannot sleep. I feel troubled." Lei Yun flipped over to face Zayok Xingchen. Her eyes filled with confusion as she contemplated her uncertain future. But do not worry. I shall protect you. Just as Zayok Xingchen spoke, crimson lights suddenly flickered around them, and a barrage of black arrows flew through the air like a swarm of locusts. The enemy approaches, the patrolling guard shouted, alarmed by the sudden onslaught of arrows. What is happening? Form a formation. Chu Yunfei, who had been seated near the fire, leaped into action, seizing his blade. Despite the guard's swift reactions, casualties ensued. The coachman who had been with Lei Yun was the first to be struck through the chest by an arrow, falling lifelessly. Open sky palm. The black arrows, glistening like serpents in the night, darted towards Shigadai in response. Zayok Xingchen unleashed his open sky palm, summoning two fiery blades of energy that sliced through several black iron arrows. Lei Yun, retreat to safety. He waved his hand, urging her to move away as he vaulted over a carriage. Joining the guards. What are you doing here? Chu Yunfei asked, raising his shield to deflect incoming arrows, only to spot Zayok Xingchen running toward him. I am here to assist you. Zayok Xingchen had always presented himself as lacking in strength to Chu Yunfei, leading to the latter's concerned reaction. Listen to me. I will not. Go back inside. Leave this to the guards. In the chaos of battle, Chu Yunfei would not permit the inexperienced Zayok Xingchen to engage in combat. Very well. Seeing the determination in Chu Yunfei's eyes, Zayok Xingchen suppressed his urge to voice his thoughts and reluctantly retreated, feeling a pang of disappointment. Once back inside the carriage, Zayok Xingchen quickly secured a wooden board in front of himself. Observing the unfolding chaos and preparing to act should any unforeseen events arise. Chapter 28. Bravely battling the enemy guard team. Raise your weapons. Following the initial volley of arrows, the air erupted with the thunderous sounds of battle cries as a horde of bandits clad in short leather armor, wielding various weapons, charged towards the merchant convoy. Chu Yunfei, as the captain of the guard team, observed the incoming bandits with a calm demeanor, his expression betraying his extensive experience in group combat at Chu Yunfei's command. 23 members of the guard team raised their curved blades, rhythmically striking their shields, creating a resounding echo that reverberated through the oasis. Advance forward, with the rhythmic beating of drums, complemented by the shouts of the crowd. An overwhelming aura erupted from the team of 23 individuals to that very moment. Atop a sand ridge several dozen meters away from the oasis, a man in his 40s, clad in armor and adorned with a ruby crown, known as the Bluebeard, suddenly turned his blue eye sharply that a blue ripple began to spread forth, and wherever this ripple passed, a thin layer of white ice formed upon the surface of the desert. Has the Blue Eyes clan truly fallen to such depths? Resorting to robbery, no less, that as the blue ripple expanded, the carriage occupied by the red-haired elder burst open at the top, with the elder's figure soaring into the sky, now wielding a long, red whistle. The Fire Earth clan has taken on the role of bodyguards, yet you choose to abandon your comforts in the northern lands to come here. The Bluebeard, gazing at the ascendant red-haired elder, was filled with disdain in his right eye, while his left eye, which had remained tightly shut, abruptly snapped open. With the opening of his left eye, the previously slow-moving blue ripple surged forth with newfound speed, rapidly overtaking the sand bandits and targeting the escorting team, seeking death. Upon witnessing the blue ripple's advance toward the escort, the red-haired elder immediately aimed his whistle and unleashed a fast-paced battle tune. Flame Dance. Fire White Elder, it appears you still possess some skill. As the sound of the whistle reverberated through the air, each note transformed into swirling fireballs of flickering orange flames, suspended in the air, multiplying with each passing moment. Water Shinran, you shall first taste the flames of the netherworld. Releasing his whistle, the fire-white elder smirked coldly, then with a grand gesture of his hand, sent the floating fireballs hurtling toward the Bluebeard. Boom! Thousands of fireballs with this single maneuver were enough to rival third-tier martial arts that as Zhao Xingtian, a peer of the same caliber, beheld the fireballs. He was equally astonished. Then I shall partake. The rain of fireballs did not intimidate the Bluebeard. On the contrary, he appeared exhilarated, his blue eyes shimmering with anticipation. Water Roar. Water Shinran inhaled deeply, his chest expanding to 3 times its normal size, and just as the fireballs were about to descend, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a white tornado interspersed with blue ice crystals. The immense ice tornado extinguished the surrounding fireballs in an instant, and as it carved its path, the fire-white elder's brows furrowed deeply. His expression darkening. Gather, seeing that the scattered fireballs were ineffective against the ice tornado, the fire-white elder swiftly pointed with his right hand, sending forth a beam of red light, while the remaining fireballs began to swirl and converge. In no time, a fire dragon, measuring 10 feet in length, took form, and under the fire-white elder's command, it charged unhesitatingly toward the ice tornado. Crack! The clash of opposing energies erupted in a dazzling display of light, illuminating the sky for miles around the oasis. Wow! In the aftermath of the collision, a tremendous gale swept through, knocking over those engaged in battle and causing the horses and camels to rear in agitation. Quickly grab the reins. As the horses and camels prepared to bolt, a young girl who had just descended upon the oasis promptly directed those who could still move to control the livestock and supplies. She extended her delicate, pale arm to grasp the reins of a restless camel, her little face turning rosy from the exertion. The brilliance lasted but a few fleeting seconds before tranquility returned, revealing a massive pit over 10 meters deep where the fire-white elder and water Qianren had fought. The surrounding sand had been scorched into a charred substance, while the bottom of the pit lay cloaked in a blanket of pristine white ice. Few standing at the edge of the pit, the fire-white elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, as a torrent of water's spiritual energy rampaged within him. Meanwhile, water Qianren appeared slightly pale. Yet his body remained unscathed, clutching a shattered jade pendant tightly in his hand. Fire-white. Thankfully, I possess a protective talisman from my clan. Otherwise, I would have fallen alongside you today. Discarding the broken pendant, Water Qianren pressed a hand to his aching chest and slowly approached the fire-white elder. Grandpa! The little girl, still holding the reins, rushed toward her grandfather as he lay convulsing on the ground, her big eyes glimmering with tears, abandoning the reins entirely. Miss Don't Go, struck down by the gale and injured internally, Chu Yunfei struggled to rise and intercept the girl, but his body betrayed him, leaving him unable to stand, let alone stop her. All he could do was extend his right hand forward, calling out loudly, "Hey, Fire-White, your granddaughter is coming. I wonder what you'll do if I kill her." Observing the girl's desperate cries, Water Qianren smirked sinisterly, conjuring an ice spear in his hand, radiating a murderous intent. "Hurry and leave. Don't approach." The fire-white elder, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, raised his right hand high, desperately calling out. Yet all of it seemed so futile, as the little girl continued to sprint with all her might. The only sound echoing in her ears was the howling wind. "Die, Ice Palm." Water Qianren swung his hand, sending the ice spear, born of water's spiritual energy, hurtling toward the girl with blinding speed. The ice spear and the little girl were on a collision course. In mere seconds, the spear would mercilessly pierce her delicate body, extinguishing a vibrant life in this desolate desert that no. As they witnessed the impending disaster, both Chu Yunfei and the fire-white elder shouted in unison, their eyes fixed on the silver streak of the ice spear, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Bang! A surge of white coldness erupted with a thunderous roar, and the little girl's beloved figure vanished from sight. All eyes turned to the explosion site, where a billowing cloud of white mist obscured their view, chilling the hearts of Chu Yunfei and the fire-white elder. As the mist slowly dissipated with a gentle breeze from the desert, a blurred figure emerged, piercing their gaze like a thorn, so striking yet so beautiful. Zhao Xingtian. As the mist finally cleared, Zhao Xingtian cradled the trembling little girl in his arms, a layer of orange flames gradually fading from his back. "Stay safe." As he regarded the shivering child in his embrace, Zhao Xingtian slowly relaxed his strong, reassuring grip, his gaze shifting to Water Qianren. "You should not have interfered." Seeing that the girl had survived, Water Qianren's expression turned icy. He had anticipated striking a blow to Fire-White, but had not anticipated this young man's intervention, causing his murderous intent to swell. I will still extinguish you. Mark my words." During the clash between Fire-White and Water Qianren, Zhao Xingtian had discerned that this individual was at the mid-stage of the Birth Gate realm. Concerning those at this level, Zhao Xingtian need not open the Rest Gate to eliminate them, especially since this man had just engaged in battle. Primordial Thunderclap. Zhao Xingtian had no desire for idle chatter. He summoned the lightning spiritual energy within him, easily unleashing the primordial thunderclap that in an instant. A silver electric python surged forth from Zhao Xingtian's hand, crackling with a deadly hiss as it swept toward Water Qianren. Ice Spear Technique. Noticing the approach of the electric python, Water Qianren's brows furrowed in concentration, conjuring a long spear from water spiritual energy, and with a swift motion of both hands, he thrust it forward. Chapter 29. Entering the city, the Ice Spear Technique wielded by Water Qianren was formidable, even suppressing the advance of the electric python. This spear technique provided robust protection for Water Qianren's body. However, as the primordial thunderclap was a continuous attack, prolonged engagement would diminish its potency, affording Water Qianren an opportunity to escape. Rest Gate open in his determination to eliminate Water Qianren with a single strike. Zhao Xingtian had initially not intended to expend his foundation to open the Rest Gate, but this opponent proved to be more formidable than anticipated, significantly more powerful than the average mid-stage Birth Gate practitioner, with equally powerful techniques. Thus, opening the Rest Gate became imperative to avoid wasting time on this foe. With the opening of the Rest Gate, Zhao Xingtian's strength surged to the late stage of the Birth Gate realm, and the primordial thunderclap grew significantly more potent. What once resembled a bull-sized electric python now expanded to the size of a water barrel. In this moment, the electric python surpassed the defensive capability of the Ice Spear Technique, swiftly shattering it, and struck Water Qianren squarely in the chest, leaving it charred black. Water Qianren glared furiously at Zhao Xingtian, disbelief etched across his features. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed heavily to the ground, black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. The explosive power of the Rest Gate was fleeting. Having just defeated Water Qianren, the overwhelming force rapidly dissipated, leaving behind a profound sense of weakness. Are you all right? Seeing Zhao Xingtian's pallor, Lei Yun hurried over, supporting him. Help me over to rest for a moment. Supported by the thunderclouds, Zhao Hengtian arrived at the pond beside the oasis, promptly seating himself cross-legged on the ground and activating the mysterious arts of the Qimen Beijia. As for the subsequent events, Zhao Hengtian could no longer concern himself with them. Quickly save her! The little girl cast a glance at Zhao Hengtian, and the expression in her eyes underwent a profound transformation. Diverting her gaze, she began directing the others to provide assistance. Grandpa all right? Supporting Huobai, she settled beside the vehicle's axle, gently massaging Huobai's chest with a look of deep concern, saying, if anything were to happen to your grandfather, he wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. With a chuckle, Huobai, although pale, appeared much more spirited in conversation, and the water spirit within him was nearly refined by the fire energy. As long as he is fine. The little girl reassuredly patted her chest, a radiant smile returning to her lips. Yet, deep within her heart, the image of Zhao Hengtian rescuing her replayed incessantly, his words of stay safe echoing in her ears. What is wrong with you? Huobai observed the little girl, who hung her head, a heavy burden apparent on her face. Her previous vivacity seemingly vanished, leaving Huobai somewhat unsettled. It's nothing. Just that moment lingers in my mind. The little girl could not articulate the turmoil within her and could only refer to the deceased Shui Qianren de Xiang'e. You must promise to take care of yourself and not act recklessly again. At this admonition from Xiang'e, Huobai felt a surge of fear. Had Xiang'e met her end here, how would he face his own son upon returning? Xiang'e understood. Through this incident, the little girl had gleaned some wisdom, maturing significantly. Indeed, as the saying goes, one understands the essence of life only after weathering storms. The demise of Shui Qianren led to the complete annihilation of the remaining bandits, with the escort squad leaving no survivors. In terms of survival rules in the eastern regions, failure was synonymous with separation from the world. Subsequently, the entire caravan lingered at this small oasis for nearly 2 days before embarking once more, journeying toward the merchant city without any planned stops along the way. After hastily traversing the desert for 2 days, the caravan finally arrived at the largest river in the eastern region, the Qaidam River. Gazing at the merchant city constructed along the river, a profound sense of desolation and grandeur emanated from the city's silhouette. The massive earthen walls, solidified by yellow earth, the fluttering banners at the city gate, and the imposing 4 characters emblazoned above the entrance all conveyed to Zhao Hengtian that the most enigmatic city in the east had unveiled itself before him. prior to reaching the merchant city. Zhao Hangtian had inquired of Huobai regarding its nature. He initially believed it to be a border trade city established by the Southern Kingdom dynasty, but the reality was unexpected. This magnificent city was erected by the four major merchant associations of the Southern Kingdom. The construction of the entire city spanned over a century, consuming an inconceivable amount of gold and silver, all to establish this renowned city on the left bank of the river. The caravan to which Huobai belonged was part of the Nangong Merchant Association, one of the four major merchant associations of the Southern Kingdom. With backing from the court, it was evident that the authorities did not wish for any disobedient forces to exist within their territory. The Nangong Merchant Association, while profiting, also served a role of surveillance. That as the caravan approached the city gate, a group of Southern Kingdom soldiers immediately swarmed around them. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in armor, with a white jade sword hilt at his waist, observed Huobai as he emerged from the carriage, his expression grave, coldly commanding, "Present the token." "Ha ha! Nangong Yinfeng, it has been a while." Huobai, undeterred by the man's stern demeanor, instead regarded him with curiosity, assuming a pose of military authority. "Uncle, why do you mock me again?" The serious expression of Nangong Yinfeng suddenly twisted into one of discomfort, revealing his displeasure as he gazed at Huobai. "All right, let us enter. We have encountered old adversaries on the way." Huobai waved his hand, feigning fatigue, and signaled the driver to proceed inside. "Very well, uncle. Once I finish my duties, I shall return to pay my respects and hear tales of our adversaries." Nangong Yinfeng gestured for the soldiers to stand down, then shouted after the retreating caravan. This time, Huobai did not respond, but simply waved his hand over his shoulder before turning and vanishing into the city gate. After passing through the gate, the carriage meandered through the bustling streets before gradually coming to a halt. At that moment, the surroundings appeared remarkably tranquil. Zhao Hangtian and Lei Yun dared not reveal themselves, fearing detection by Huang Shi's subordinates. They remained concealed within the carriage until it finally stopped, allowing them to cautiously peek through the window and assess their surroundings. "Where is this?" Observing the high walls adorned in hues of yellow and white, with numerous individuals in blue checkered attire embroidered with the character Nangong, Lei Yun looked at Zhao Hangtian in astonishment, while Zhao Hangtian scratched his head in confusion. "Welcome to the Nangong family. I am Nangong Luyan." The steward of the Nangong family, Dais Zhao Hangtian, bore an expression akin to a bumpkin entering a grand garden. A well-dressed young man with a handsome visage and a polite smile approached, speaking with utmost courtesy. Recognizing the steward's appearance, Zhao Hangtian pondered that his prowess had likely been exposed, and given the current cordial reception, he felt compelled to engage in conversation. "Steward Luyan, I am Zhao Hangtian. You may have heard of me from Elder Huobai." Noticing Nangong Liyun's courteous demeanor, Zhao Hangtian felt the weight of his title as the son of the city lord of Lingshao and reciprocated with the customary family etiquette. "Ha! Zhao brothers' talents are highly praised by Elder Huobai. I could not resist the urge to meet you. Now that we have met, I can see that the saying heroes emerge from youth holds true." Nangong Liyun's compliment was delivered with finesse, neither appearing forced nor lacking in substance, demonstrating his adeptness as a steward of a prominent family. Zhao Hangtian recognized that this individual was indeed worthy of his esteemed position, capable of establishing a significant career as a city lord in a smaller town. As I have taken up the conversation, I must invite you both to the Listening Star courtyard. Having exchanged pleasantries, it was time to provide the guests with a place to rest. Nangong Liyun promptly gestured for them to follow him down a corridor, true to the stature of a prominent family. The corridor was so extensive that Zhao Hangtian felt dizzy as they traversed it, only halting when they reached a small branching path. Ahead is the Listening Star courtyard, where Elder Huobai awaits. "I cannot enter, so you may proceed down this path." Pointing to the small path on the right, Nangong Liyun explained before departing on his own. Chapter 30. Offering As Nangong Liyun's figure vanished down the corridor. Zhao Hangtian looked at Lei Yun, shrugged in exasperation, and then began walking down the small path. Unsure of what awaited him inside, he could only proceed with cautious optimism. Walking along the path, a vast lake adorned the right side, the path closely hugging the lake's edge, revealing an abundance of picturesque scenery. Blossoms typically found only in temperate zones graced the earthen mounds beside the path, creating a breathtaking vista that evoked heartfelt admiration. Indeed, this was a remarkable spectacle within the desert. After pausing to admire the picturesque surroundings, the journey that should have taken only 10 minutes extended to 20, until they finally reached a pavilion crowned with a round dome and white jade columns at the lake's end. Outside the pavilion stood a man with a commanding presence, his hands clasped behind him, keen hawk-like eyes surveying the area. With a chiseled face exuding a subtle air of authority, he radiated an aura reminiscent of a towering mountain. Young Zhao Hangtian, I greet the patriarch of the Nangong family. Ordinary individuals would not possess such a demeanor. Only the heads of prominent families and high-ranking officials would naturally develop such a distinctive aura over time. Hence, Zhao Hangtian immediately recognized that this man must be the patriarch of the Nangong family. So, you are Zhao Hangtian. The patriarch turned to face Zhao Hangtian, his sharp gaze taking in every detail before breaking into a faint smile. In that moment, as the patriarch's scrutiny swept over him, Zhao Hangtian felt as if he were laid bare before the man's gaze, a disconcerting sensation that left him uneasy. Indeed, the young man is Zhao Hangtian. Having reached this juncture, Zhao Hangtian steeled himself to continue, viewing it as an opportunity for growth and a means to enhance his ability to navigate social situations that I have heard much about you from my father. At such a young age, you possess the strength of the initial stage of the birth gate, placing you among the top 100 young talents of the Southern Kingdom. Nodding with appreciation, the patriarch of the Nangong family began to entertain thoughts of acquiring Zhao Hangtian's allegiance. Thank you for the compliment. This level of strength is hardly worthy of the patriarch's attention. With a respectful gesture, Zhao Hangtian discerned a peculiar undertone in the voice of the Nangong clan leader. Your prowess is sufficient to secure a prominent position within the Nangong clan. Why then do you not appear before me? I fear you might look down upon the Nangong family. Upon hearing Zhao Hangtian's remarks, the Nangong clan leader chuckled heartily and jested. How could that be? The Nangong family is a grand lineage. Who wouldn't aspire to join us? Very well, I intend to appoint you as a venerator, granting you the privileges of an elder. Are you willing? The clan leader eagerly awaited Zhao Hangtian's courteous response, sensing that the bait had been taken. After Zhao Hangtian realized he had been ensnared, he understood that rejecting the offer would be quite rude. Thus, he could only provide an answer. Here is the deal. You shall serve as my venerator, and in return, I will offer you priority access to all cultivation resources and the authority to mobilize the Nangong family's guardians. The clan leader was resolute in securing this promising talent, knowing that while initial investments would be necessary, the future returns would be substantial, an expense he was willing to bear. Brother Zhao, I accept. The terms proposed by the clan leader astonished Lei Yun, who had been idly observing from the sidelines, in the Southern Kingdom, who was unaware of the Nangong family's might. Such conditions were indeed enough to incite fierce competition. Zhao Hangtian felt the allure of the offer stirring his heart, further compounded by Lei Yun's suggestion from the side. After much contemplation, Zhao Hangtian's gaze hardened, and he raised his face with newfound determination. Vigorously nodding, Very well, bring forth the dishes and wine. Upon hearing Zhao Hangtian's agreement, the Nangong clan leader experienced a surge of joy and promptly summoned his servants to present the feast to honor his new venerator. Kindly enter. After the food and drink were served, the clan leader invited Zhao Hangtian and his companion into the pavilion, where, following customary protocol, they took their seats on round stools. Brother Zhao, you are now a venerator. Do you have any special requests? Once seated, the clan leader addressed Zhao Hangtian as an equal that I do not have any significant demands. However, I may need to depart occasionally. Zhao Hangtian had to attend to Lei Zhe, and requests from Lei Yun could be relayed to the Nangong family for assistance in gathering information, thus saving Zhao Hangtian considerable time. That is not an issue. Our family's venerators need not remain within the clan. Venturing out to hone their skills is beneficial for us. The clan leader, assuming it was nothing serious, smiled broadly. Then I have no objections. With a slight smile, Zhao Hangtian felt a weight lift from his shoulders, his demeanor becoming considerably lighter. Clan leader, the food and drink have arrived. Just as their conversation concluded, a servant entered with a bow. Serve the dishes. With a grand gesture, the clan leader commanded, and the maidens at the pavilion's entrance swiftly presented an array of exquisite dishes, filling the table to its brim. Please indulge. Raising a cup, the clan leader took a delicate sip and then spoke slowly. The journey has been quite bumpy, coupled with the scorching sun. My stomach has been growling for some time. Upon seeing the feast before us, Zhao Hengtian could not help but swallow repeatedly in anticipation to that moment. He decided to cast aside any reservations and swiftly picked up his chopsticks, devouring the food with fervor. After indulging in a feast of flavors and spirits, Zhao Hengtian finally leaned back, letting out a satisfied belch before refocusing on the clan leader. You must be exhausted after such a long journey. Perhaps you should rest, that we can continue our discussions tomorrow. Noticing Zhao Hengtian's persistent blinking during the meal, the clan leader could easily surmise his fatigue. Now that you mention it, I do feel quite weary. Stretching his stiff arms and massaging his sore neck, Zhao Hengtian spoke with a hint of drowsiness, and he gestured to a maid clad in yellow, indicating that she should escort them to rest. Then we shall take our leave for now. I will seek you out tomorrow, clan leader. Zhao Hengtian rose, cupping his hands in a respectful farewell, before taking the slightly inebriated Lei Yun by the arm and following the yellow-clad maid away. After their figures vanished down the path, Huobai emerged from behind the pavilion screen, his gaze lingering on the direction Zhao Hengtian had departed. Father, what do you think of my arrangements? After Huobai stepped out, the Nangong clan leader quickly retreated behind him, wearing a respectful expression. Our rise will inevitably require some scapegoats, and this fellow is one of them. That a fierce light flashed in Huobai's eyes, the warmth in his brows dissipating, replaced by a chilling aura that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. I understand, father. The Nangong clan leader grinned wickedly, casting his gaze toward the distant path, his throat producing a sinister chuckle. After the maid led them around a bit more, Zhao Hengtian found himself at the entrance of an independent courtyard on the opposite side of the lake. Venerator, you may rest within. The maid pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard and stepped inside first. Following her, Zhao Hengtian and Lei Yun entered. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Hengtian was struck by the grandeur of the family. Even a guest's resting place was constructed with such exquisite luxury, rivaling the opulence of his own home in Lingxiao City. Observing the lavish decorations around him, Zhao Hengtian realized the significance of wealth. The desire to join a great sect stemmed from the abundance of resources and the security it provided, which birthed the fervent trend of recruitment every 4 years. That on such days, individuals from all corners of the world flocked to the capital of the Southern Kingdom, Junlin, to register for the great sect's examinations, hoping to become part of the esteemed organization. Venerator, should you require anything, you may call for Chunru outside. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Standing before the reception area of the courtyard, the yellow-clad maid respectfully inquired. You may go. Zhao Hengtian smiled and nodded. You are dismissed. Bowing and retreating 3 steps, the maid turned and left the courtyard. How about it? Life in a prominent family is quite comfortable, isn't it? Lei Yun plopped down onto the main seat of the reception area, stretching his legs and yawning. Life in a grand family may be comfortable, but a life of ease can lead one to forget the path of cultivation, halting their progress. Lei Yun, you must not fall into that trap. The allure of a lavish lifestyle held little appeal for Zhao Hengtian. His ultimate aspiration lay in striving for the pinnacle of martial arts. Most individuals spend their lives stagnating, as their yearning spirits cannot withstand the trials of life, leading them to abandon their dreams. I understand that. Lei Yun chuckled awkwardly, then took a sip of the tea on the wooden table. That I hope so. Observing Lei Yun's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Hengtian would have disregarded him entirely, were it not for the secrets of the Lei Zhe staff requiring Lei Yun's assistance. I shall retire for the night. See you tomorrow. Casting another glance at Lei Yun, Zhao Hengtian strolled toward the room. The fatigue of recent days had left him feeling utterly drained. Once inside, he collapsed onto the bed, enveloping himself in the covers and drifting into a deep slumber that a night passed in tranquility. Venerator, have you awakened? Zhao Hengtian, lost in dreams, was suddenly stirred by a woman's voice beside him. What is it? He lifted his head to see the sun, already high in the sky, rubbing his bleary eyes before responding. The clan leader requests your presence for a discussion. Upon hearing that the Nangong clan leader sought him, Zhao Hengtian hastened to rise, quickly washing up before exiting the room and stepping into the courtyard. Upon leaving, he noticed a strikingly beautiful woman with an extraordinary presence standing in the courtyard. It was the yellow-clad maid who had escorted him previously. Zhao Hengtian mused that this maid possessed an aura unlike that of ordinary servants, and it was evident she was someone of importance within the Nangong clan. Thus, he opted for a subtle inquiry. What business does the clan leader have with me so early in the morning? Venerator, the clan leader did not disclose the reason for your summons. She merely instructed me to bring you to her. The yellow-clad maid, with her delicate features and charming dimples, exuded a delightful demeanor that made conversing with her a pleasure. Very well, lead the way. After a moment's thought, Zhao Hangtian smiled gently and allowed the maid to guide him. Instead of proceeding toward the lake, the yellow-clad maid led him down a hidden path. After a brief walk, they arrived at a garden composed of grand rock formations and boulders. Could the discussion take place in a secret chamber? Surveying the surroundings, unless there exists some hidden mechanism or secret chamber, this place could at best be deemed a mere rendezvous for clandestine affairs. As for discussions of any significance, they are utterly implausible here. Your keen observation is commendable, esteemed servant. The maid clad in yellow smiled faintly, then extended her delicate, snow-white arm towards a protruding stone, gently twisting it. With a rustling sound, the artificial hill not far ahead trembled, revealing a concealed door at ground level. Please follow me. The yellow-clad maid produced a fire starter from her waistband, giving it a gentle puff, which sparked an orange flame into life. Zhao Xingtian then followed the maid into the dark entrance. After descending a series of steps, they finally reached the bottom that a sudden chill enveloped him. The stark contrast between the cold air here and the sweltering heat outside suggested that the secret chamber had been constructed with temperature regulation in mind. Upon reaching the bottom, Zhao Xingtian traversed a lengthy corridor, ultimately encountering a black iron door at the end of the passage. We have arrived. As he regarded the iron door, the yellow-clad maid approached and gently knocked. Knock, knock. After 2 firm taps, a raspy voice inquired from within. Who is it? State your name. It is me, Meiwa, Elder Tada. It is you, Meiwa. I shall open the door. After she announced her identity, the individual referred to as Elder Tu manipulated some mechanism, and a cacophony of chains and gears echoed through the walls. With a resounding crash, the iron door slowly creaked open, revealing an elderly man hunched over, his head crowned with white hair, his face a tapestry of deep wrinkles. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. You must be the esteemed Zhao. Please come with me. Elder Tu appraised Zhao Xingtian before turning and striding toward a large circular platform. Esteemed one, I can only accompany you this far. The remainder of your journey shall be guided by Elder Tu. The yellow-clad maid performed a respectful bow and then retraced her steps. What is this place? Following Elder Tu onto a platform measuring roughly 2 zhang in diameter. Zhao Xingtian felt a growing unease about his surroundings. This is the secret chamber of the Nangong family. Given the size of the clan, it is inevitable that spies from rival factions infiltrate. So utmost caution is essential, hence the establishment of this chamber. After explaining, Elder Tu inserted an ornate, ancient key into a depression in the center of the platform and gently turned it. Suddenly, the platform trembled, and the entire scene began to whirl, plunging Zhao Xingtian into darkness, only to re-emerge in a vast circular structure. The new esteemed one has arrived. As Zhao Xingtian regained his senses, he beheld 7 or 8 individuals of varying demeanor, with the clan leader of Nangong positioned at the center, beaming with a broad smile. Greetings, esteemed seniors. The gravity of the gathering compelled Zhao Xingtian to adopt a serious expression, his gaze sweeping over the faces before him. As he clasped his hands in salute, Zhao, you exude a refreshing aura that I find delightful, remarked a young man in a blue robe, his scholarly attire complemented by a white folding fan, which he snapped open with a flourish as he listened to Zhao Xingtian's greeting. That I am honored. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior? Noticing the youth's youthful visage, seemingly in his 20s, Zhao Xingtian recognized the facade of youthfulness often belied by concealed experience and insight. The young man possessed an unsettling aura not typical of one so young. That I am Bai Shuaiqiu, known as the Ghost-Faced Scholar. Bai Shuaiqiu? Upon hearing this introduction, Zhao Xingtian's heart skipped a beat, a weight of apprehension settling in his gaze. Bai Shuaiqiu was notorious, a ruthless killer whose name had echoed through Zhao Xingtian's childhood. He had once been hunted by righteous forces, only to vanish without a trace. Esteemed Zhao is familiar with me. Observing the flicker in Zhao Xingtian's eyes, Bai Shuaiqiu smiled faintly, projecting an image of an earnest scholar, while beneath the surface lurked a twisted heart. That I had heard whispers of you. Seeing you today is somewhat surprising. To claim ignorance would be disingenuous. Acknowledging recognition without excessive elaboration sufficed. By Shueqiu, I did not anticipate your notoriety to be so pronounced. Beside the Nangong clan leader stood a burly figure, his menacing appearance accentuated by a scar resembling a centipede that traced from his eye to the bridge of his nose. His eyes bulging and beard bristling, exuding an aura of intimidation that Lug. You are rather well known yourself. I, the ghost-faced scholar, am far more gentle in comparison. Lug's comment clearly irked by Shueqiu, as it was a direct jab at his sullied reputation. Lu Ji clenched his fists, his muscular chest quivering as the heavy cudgel at his back emitted a low hum. Enough. There is no need for such discord. We are all esteemed ones, akin to family. The Nangong clan leader, exasperated by the squabbling, felt a rising tide of frustration, pondering why his father had gathered such infamous figures from the underworld instead of nurturing the backbone of their family, who would prove invaluable in times to come. Forgive me for my outburst, Lu Ji quickly responded, his face paling as he bent slightly in an apologetic gesture. Let us refrain from further quarrels. After casting an admonishing glance at the two, the Nangong clan leader's furrowed brow gradually eased, and he turned to Zhao Xingtian with an expression of contrition. Esteemed Zhao, shall we commence our meeting? After a brief glance at Zhao Xingtian, the clan leader moved toward a nearby, elongated stone table. The others followed suit, taking their seats according to rank and seniority. Darius, the clan leader, occupied the head of the table. He surveyed the group, his tone imbued with an air of mystery. Are you all familiar with the Tomb of Heaven? The Tomb of Heaven? The assembly gasped in unison. The Tomb of Heaven is the burial ground of the ancient powers following their cataclysmic battles, said to harbor boundless treasures and extraordinary techniques. And the Chemin Beijia is purportedly hidden within. With a wave of his hand, a map materialized upon the stone table. Chemin Beijia. At the mention of this name, Zhao Xingtian felt a jolt of trepidation as tumultuous waves surged within him. You should all be aware of the phrase, when the Chemin emerges, who can rival it? When the Beijia opens, it is the master of all things. The more the crowd listened, the more furrowed their brows became, their minds racing with calculations, while those with more impatient dispositions, such as Lu Ji, could not contain themselves and blurted out, is the Chemin Beijia truly contained within? Becoming a martial artist in the Chemin continent inherently imparted an understanding of the significance of the Chemin Beijia, symbolizing dominion over all. Yet, it was lamentable that the Chemin Beijia had once appeared in the Tianji Gate, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. While the assembly eagerly contemplated the implications of the Chemin Beijia, Zhao Xingtian's mind was in turmoil, for possessing the Chemin Beijia rendered him a target of scorn in the Chemin continent. Should his secret be uncovered, it would spell his doom. What is troubling you, esteemed Zhao? Zhao Xingtian's thoughts were as chaotic as drifting willow fluff. Grappling with how to conceal his secret had become a pressing concern, when suddenly the voice of the Nangong clan leader broke through his reverie. Da-da. It's nothing, merely reflecting on the Tomb of Heaven. Zhao Xingtian quickly regained his composure, adopting a calm demeanor as he regarded the clan leader. So that is the case. In truth, the Tomb of Heaven is not as fearsome as it is often portrayed. Most of what lies within has become mere relics of time, and the true danger lies in the pervasive resentment. The mention of resentment caused the assembly to collectively inhale sharply, their eyes gleaming with fear, as if this resentment were some forbidden entity. The resentment within the Tomb of Heaven is the malevolent energy of millennia. Only the most formidable figures of the dark factions dare to approach. For us, a mere brush could spell our demise. Bai Shueqiu's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave, as the fan in his hand crackled under the pressure of his grip. Rest assured, for this expedition, I have procured the Tianji Gate's exclusive antidote, the Pazhong Dan. You all understand its potency, do you not? As he spoke, the Nangong clan leader retrieved a white jade vial from his robe, giving it a gentle shake, revealing a pill that glimmered with a verdant hue, about the size of a fingertip, to the astonished eyes of the assembly. Indeed, that is the Pazhong Dan that I tee the tail end of the gathering. A middle-aged man clad in plain cloth, with disheveled hair and a scruffy appearance, scrutinized the pill in the clan leader's hand for a moment before retracting his gaze, nodding in agreement. You see, Xin Danzi has confirmed its authenticity, so there should be no lingering doubts. The clan leader of Nangong smiled at the crowd, retracting the elixir into its porcelain vial, with the break pestilence pill in hand. I shall proceed. After a moment of silence, Lu Ji, known for his impulsive nature and lack of intellect, could not overlook the marvels of the Tianmu, hastily became the first to speak. With his initiative, Bai Shuaiqiu was also somewhat swayed. Although aware of the immense dangers within the Tianmu, the opportunity was too enticing to dismiss, and perhaps they would emerge unscathed, even gaining significant power. Life is about taking risks. And this one was imperative that I am willing. Good. Brother Bai is on board. Are there any other offerings? With the agreement of these two, those who were initially hesitant began to express their consent one after another, leaving only Zhao Xingtian as the sole holdout. Zhao, you are the only one yet to voice your stance. Will you join us or not? Seeing Zhao Xingtian dawdling, Lu Ji's expression turned anxious, prompting him to speak more loudly. In truth, Zhao Xingtian was reluctant to go. He possessed some knowledge of the mysterious 8 trigrams technique, a coveted skill among the major factions of the Qimen continent, and its exposure would lead to dire consequences. However, he found solace in the fact that these individuals could not possibly know what the 8 trigrams entailed, which alleviated some of his concerns. Very well. I am willing. After some contemplation, Zhao Xingtian ultimately acquiesced. While danger loomed, the opportunities within the Tianmu were abundant. If faced with insurmountable peril, he could always retreat, that is for employing the 8 trigrams. That would depend on the circumstances. Excellent. With everyone in agreement, we shall set off for the Tianmu tomorrow, hoping the other factions lagged behind. Following this declaration, the assembly began to disperse. Just as Zhao Xingtian prepared to leave, Bai Shuaiqiu appeared to block his path. Senior Bai, what brings you here? Upon encountering Bai Shuaiqiu's obstruction, Zhao Xingtian furrowed his brow, internally speculating on his intentions. That it is nothing of great consequence. I simply wish for us to cooperate once we enter the Tianmu. The place is fraught with danger, and having an ally can be a matter of survival. That was certainly the case. Initially thinking Bai Shuaiqiu had ulterior motives, Zhao Xingtian realized he intended to form a small collective to contend against Lu Ji and his faction. As a recent addition to the Nangong clan, he was the prime candidate for such an alliance, offering potential future utility. In that case, it is settled. That a smile crept onto Bai Shuaiqiu's lips, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes, believing he had successfully manipulated Zhao Xingtian for his own advantage. Yet, this move was a miscalculation. One wrong step could lead to utter defeat, and Zhao Xingtian was no stranger to cunning. Agreed. The two clasped hands, solidifying their pact, and Bai Shuaiqiu departed with a look of satisfaction. Once within the Tianmu, who knows who will exploit whom? With a cold smile directed at the spot where Bai Shuaiqiu had vanished, Zhao Xingtian proceeded down another corridor. Upon returning to the surface, Zhao Xingtian hurried back to his quarters, gathering all his belongings before heading towards the room of Lei Yun. Little beauty, a kiss, if you please. Just as he approached Lei Yun's door, a sultry voice, dripping with lasciviousness, beckoned. No, you've stripped me bare. The moment Lei Yun's words faded, a delicate feminine voice followed suit. That instant, Zhao Xingtian's heart raced, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Lei Yun, known for her virtuous demeanor in the Crescent Oasis, exhibited a gallant spirit not easily feigned. Since Zhao Xingtian had rescued her from Huangshi, her resolute character had seemingly vanished. The realization struck him. The person before him was an impostor, corroborating the family matters previously mentioned by San Yang. Bang! If this was indeed an impostor, no leniency would be granted. He kicked the door open with force, entering with an air of menace. Who are you? With a single kick, he sent the false Lei Yun sprawling. Flames erupted from his right hand, his temper flaring. Spare me. I was coerced. The fallen Lei Yun scrambled to her feet, kneeling and pleading desperately. Speak. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Xingtian loathed weakness. Witnessing Lei Yun's display of cowardice, he showed no mercy. Pressing his foot onto her shoulder. Zhao, please spare me. I am merely a gigolo from a brothel, forced to impersonate Lei Yun due to our resemblance. None of this was my choice. Lei Yun wept profusely, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. Enough of the tears, surprisingly. Your act did deceive me. Now, tell me everything. It was evident that this Lei Yun had not willingly deceived Zhao Xingtian, and since he was not a heartless killer, he had no intention of harming an innocent. Thank you, brother Zhao. Allow me to put on some clothes. Lei Yun, Regaining composure, swiftly donned the garments that lay upon the bed. And who might you be? With the matter of Lei Yun temporarily resolved, Zhao Xingtian turned his gaze to the woman on the bed, who was partially concealed beneath the blanket. His tone was icy. Zhao Gongfeng, this girl is Chun'er, a maidservant from the estate. Then what brings you to engage in such behavior with him? A maidservant of the Nangong clan should possess some sense of propriety. It had been mere days since she arrived. Yet she was already in bed with this counterfeit Lei Yun that Chun'er acknowledges her wrongdoing. I beseech you, please do not inform the clan leader. Zhao Xingtian's frigid demeanor frightened Chun'er, who, regardless of her state of duress, knelt upon the bed, pleading earnestly. Rest assured, I shall remain silent, that I am not one to meddle in others' affairs, but do take care in the future. Shaking his head, Zhao Xingtian seized the hand of the impostor Lei Yun and exited the room. Once in the hall, he shut all the doors, creating a quiet atmosphere in the spacious area. Now speak. Tell me everything you know. Plopping down onto a chair, Zhao Xingtian regarded the impostor Lei Yun, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the wooden table beside him. Very well. My real name is Hui Yubing, a gigolo from the merchant city of Chunfengyuan. My life was relatively stable until Huang Shi appeared. The tale unfolded over the course of 3 hours, revealing the depths of Huang Shi's machinations. Zhao Xingtian realized that Huang Shi aimed to use Lei Yun to draw out San Yang, but his plan had backfired, resulting in the demise of the Crescent Oasis at the hands of a mysterious force. This scheme, while cunning, proved to be a fatal misstep. Huang Shi had managed to uncover the secrets of the Lei Zhe clan, indicating considerable effort on his part. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Zhao Xingtian understood that Hui Yobing's utility had diminished, and it was time for him to decide his fate. Brother Zhao, you cannot cast me out. If Huang Shi sees me outside the Nangong clan, my life will be forfeit. Hui Yubing was no fool. He recognized the peril that awaited him beyond the clan's protective walls. Having spent time in Zhao Xingtian's company, he was aware of his compassionate nature, leading him to cling to Zhao Xingtian's leg in desperate supplication. Zhao Xingtian's heart was not made of stone. Moved by Hui Yobing's plea, he pondered briefly before responding. Very well. You may stay, but do not cause trouble. Continue to play the role of Lei Yun, as if nothing has transpired. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Upon hearing Zhao Xingtian relent, Hui Yubing hastily bowed in gratitude. Although following Zhao Xingtian posed risks, it was far preferable to a lifetime spent in a brothel. Perhaps he would even find success in the future. This decision would later prove immensely beneficial to Zhao Xingtian, for none could foresee that a former gigolo would rise to become a formidable judge of justice, a champion against the injustices of the world. Also, regarding your affair with Chun'er, it would be wise to keep it discreet. This is the territory of the Nangong clan, and I do not wish to witness any actions that would tarnish reputations. At last, after offering a few words of advice to Hui Yubing, Zhao Xingtian rose and retreated to his room to cultivate. Hui Yubing, listening intently to the counsel, hastily nodded in acknowledgement, respectfully seeing Zhao Xingtian off until his figure vanished beyond the door. Once Zhao Xingtian returned to his quarters, he sat cross-legged and began to channel his spiritual energy. The day passed in a fleeting manner. Zhao Xingtian felt as though the spiritual energy within him had merely circulated once before the sun reappeared in the sky outside his window, radiating its scorching light upon the merchant city. This time, without waiting for the maid in yellow to summon him, Zhao Xingtian arrived in the courtyard early, practicing a martial art he had not indulged in for quite some time. The punches flowed with strength, encompassing both power and form, a commendable technique. Yet before he could complete the set, the figure of the clan leader, Nangong, appeared unexpectedly before the great tree in the courtyard. The clan leader has come to find me so early. I wonder what matters he wishes to discuss. It was not yet the appointed time for their meeting, and the clan leader's visit surely signified something of great importance. I have come to request your assistance in locating a pearl within the heavenly tomb, Nangong said, gradually approaching Zhao Xingtian and revealing a silk scarf from his bosom, upon which was embroidered a pearly white orb. What is this? Zhao Xingtian exclaimed, taking the scarf and examining it with astonishment. This is the Bodhi tree pearl, a treasure for those of wood attribute. Once acquired, their cultivation will be greatly enhanced. As he listened to the explanation and gazed at the embroidered image on the scarf, Zhao Xingtian found it peculiar that the clan leader would entrust him with such a precious item, seemingly unafraid that he might keep it for himself. Why would the clan leader assign this task to me? Zhao Xingtian pondered, looking up at Nangong, uncertain whether to accept the mission. Rest assured, those individuals are merely opportunists. Furthermore, even if someone else were to take this pearl, without the knowledge of the refinement techniques, it would be of little use to them that a person capable of becoming a clan leader possesses a mindset that is not easily matched. They would never undertake a venture without certainty. And should they proceed, they would surely leave themselves an escape route. Very well. I shall assist you. Stuffing the scarf into his bosom, Zhao Xingtian smirked inwardly, knowing that no one would uncover the secrets of the Chimanbabwa technique. Each door held a specific attribute, and the Bodhi tree pearl would serve as the manifestation of the next door, as for whether he could refine it. For someone like Zhao Xingtian, who regarded the Elder of Heavenly Secrets as his mentor, it posed no challenge. After exchanging a few more words with the clan leader, Zhao Xingtian saw him off and promptly returned to his room that he placed the scroll from the Elder of Heavenly Secrets into a round iron box, donned a black martial artist's robe, and strapped a dagger to his waist before making his way to the main hall. Brother Zhao, where are you headed? Upon entering the hall, Zhao Xingtian spotted Hui Yubing standing at the entrance alongside Chun'er. I intend to journey to the Heavenly Tomb. That it would be best for you to leave the Nangong family now. I will arrange a carriage to take you away. After departing the merchant city, find this oasis, and we will meet there in 5 days. He provided Hui Yubing with the coordinates of the small oasis where they had previously spent time together, urging him to hasten his preparations. Upon hearing this, Hui Yubing quickly took Chun'er's hand and dashed back to his room. Moments later, they returned to the hall together. Have you truly made up your mind to take Chun'er with you? Zhao Xingtian observed Chun'er standing closely beside Hui Yubing, her eyes sparkling with happiness that he wished to shield her from any impending dangers. Hui Yubing and I are deeply in love, and with the bond of marriage already established, we shall remain together even in death. Hui Yubing, having lived as a despised outcast for over a decade, found solace in Chun'er, whose fate mirrored his own. From the moment they conversed, love blossomed between them. Seeing their unwavering determination, Zhao Xingtian recalled by Ling'er from Lingxiao City, and the pain within him made him doubt the existence of love. Yet Hui Yubing's situation caused him to waver slightly in his conviction. May you both enjoy everlasting happiness. Nodding, Zhao Xingtian led the two of them toward the courtyard. Chapter 34. The land of the Heavenly Tomb. The trio traveled swiftly, soon arriving at the designated meeting place mentioned by the clan leader, where 3 or 4 individuals were already waiting, including Bai Shuaiqiu. Zhao Gongfeng, you've arrived quite early. Upon seeing Zhao Xingtian, Bai Shuaiqiu's face lit up with joy as he hurried over to greet him. Senior Bai, you two have come early. I wonder why the clan leader has not yet arrived. Zhao Xingtian glanced around, noticing the absence of the clan leader, which puzzled him, as he typically arrived first. I am uncertain as well. By the way, who are these two? Bai Shuaiqiu inquired with a charming smile, his demeanor graceful as he regarded Hui Yubing and Chun'er with surprise. They're my servants. I am heading to the Heavenly Tomb, and I wish to let them visit their families. I see. In that case, you should direct them to the carriage depot, where arrangements can be made for their departure. Bai Shuaiqiu pointed to a distant yellow-roofed building, then produced a silver-white token, handing it to Zhao Xingtian. Thank you, Senior Bai. Accepting the token, Zhao Xingtian bowed in gratitude before leading the two of them toward the carriage depot. As he watched Zhao Xingtian's figure gradually fade from view, Bai Shuaiqiu turned to the alchemist, Xian Danzi, who bore a disheveled appearance and scrutinized Bai Shuaiqiu with confusion. Brother Bai, why are we courting this individual? He seems to be a confidant of the clan leader. Humph. I sense that he is not beholden to anyone. The aura he exudes reveals much. With a cold snort, he snapped open a folding fan and began to fan himself. Believing he had a keen insight into Zhao Xingtian's character, I shall leave you to be cautious in the future. Standing at the exit of the carriage depot, Zhao Xingtian slipped a handful of silver coins into Hui Yubing's hand, signaling the coachman to prepare for departure. Brother Zhao, thank you. I will wait for you at that place. Hui Yubing poked his head out of the carriage window, waving as he spoke. Until we meet again. Zhao Xingtian waved back, his eyes following the carriage as it gradually disappeared into the passage. After bidding farewell to Hui Yubing, Zhao Xingtian swiftly retraced his steps, just as he reached a narrow path. He spotted the clan leader approaching the carriage depot, accompanied by a large entourage. Why is everyone heading to the carriage depot? Has the meeting location changed? Upon encountering the clan leader, Zhao Xingtian inquired with confusion. Haha, Zhao Gongfeng, I did not realize you were here. The meeting place is merely a gathering point. We shall ultimately proceed to the carriage depot. The clan leader continued walking alongside Zhao Xingtian, not pausing in his stride. Soon, Zhao Xingtian returned to the carriage depot, where 13 horses were being held by the coachman, awaiting the arrival of the group. Clan leader, I have prepared 13 fine steeds. A middle-aged man dressed in coarse clothing and wielding a horse brush bowed with a flattering expression upon seeing the clan leader. You have been here for quite some time. Henceforth, you need not serve as a horse attendant at the depot. Tomorrow, you shall take charge of the laundry. Patting the middle-aged man on the shoulder, the clan leader nodded in approval. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. The middle-aged man beamed, his mind already envisioning himself in a commanding position at the laundry. After concluding his conversation with the middle-aged man, the clan leader turned to the group and gestured toward the 13 horses, saying, Choose whichever you prefer. We shall depart in half an hour. As the selection of horses was about to commence, Zhao Hangtian joined the crowd, making his way toward the herd with the intention of choosing a suitable steed. Among the 13 horses, all of exceptional quality, he wandered through the group before ultimately selecting a chestnut-colored horse. Gently stroking the mane on the horse's hindquarters, Zhao Hangtian swiftly leaped atop it. With the selection of the 13 horses finally complete, the group, under the guidance of clan leader Nangong, set off toward the location of the Heavenly Tomb. The Heavenly Tomb lay within the shifting sands of the western region of the Merchant City, a desolate area rarely ventured by travelers. Consequently, this region remained largely untouched until a month prior, when an external merchant caravan inadvertently stumbled upon it, ultimately discovering the Heavenly Tomb by sheer happenstance. Tragically, only one member of that caravan managed to escape the treacherous sands, revealing the location of the tomb. Although Huang Shi was the first to learn of this intelligence, it was unclear who leaked the information, leading to all factions within the merchant city becoming aware overnight. This urgency to reach the location was precisely why clan leader Nangong was so eager to depart. The group marched swiftly for 2 days, their rapid progress made possible only by the aid of their fine steeds. Without them, it would have been impossible to reach their current position in such a short span of time. Nor would they be resting in an unknown oasis, sipping spring water and feasting on roasted meat, by a pile of firewood in the oasis. Zhao Hangtian, holding a piece of roasted meat, gazed vacantly into the flames. Troubled by a nagging sense of unease regarding the Heavenly Tomb, in search of clarity, he turned to Bai Shuaiqiu for answers. Senior Bai, with all the major factions participating in this journey to the Heavenly Tomb, I fear a bloody storm is imminent. Such a mystical place will undoubtedly attract numerous powers, and should anyone discover any treasures within, it will surely ignite a fierce conflict among the factions. In the Merchant City, the greatest fear among factions is the dominance of a single entity, prompting the others to expend all their resources to thwart any other faction's acquisition of treasures. I have heard that the other 3 major families are also involved, and some smaller factions have banded together, forming alliances to contest with the 4 great families. Bai Shuaiqiu sipped from his hot water, his gaze drifting toward the distant location of the Heavenly Tomb, his brow furrowing in concern over the competitive landscape. We must act in unison if we are to survive. Once the number of entrants increases, the tomb will inevitably become fraught with peril. At that point, the greatest threat will be the people themselves. That we shall arrive at our destination in a day. Remember to uphold our agreement. Turning his head to Zhao Hangtian, Bai Shuaiqiu reminded him of their prior pact. Rest assured, I shall honor this agreement. Zhao Hangtian dismissed the significance of Bai Shuaiqiu's promise, knowing that once they entered the Heavenly Tomb, he would inevitably need to separate from the others. Whether Bai Shuaiqiu would adhere to their agreement remained uncertain. That is reassuring. We may need to travel further tomorrow, so I shall take a brief rest. With Zhao Hangtian's response, Bai Shuaiqiu, weary from 2 days of travel, draped a blanket over himself and soon fell asleep on the ground. But as the surroundings quieted, Zhao Hangtian began to meditate, realizing that every moment of cultivation now would enhance his safety within the Heavenly Tomb. The night passed in silence, and soon dawn broke. Awakened by clan leader Nangong's exclamations, the group stirred from their slumber. Behold the Heavenly Tomb. Standing atop a sand ridge, clan leader Nangong wore an expression of sheer elation as he pointed toward a towering cyan structure. Rising 1,000 meters into the sky, exuding an aura of grandeur and mystery. Did I ask this truly the heavenly tomb? Hearing the call, Zhao Hangtian quickly stood and gazed at the distant tower, marveling silently. Initially expecting a foreboding graveyard, he was taken aback to find a colossal tower instead, devoid of any eerie or sinister presence, instead radiating a magnificent and awe-inspiring energy. Indeed, this is the heavenly tomb. How magnificent it is! Bai Shuaiqiu had also joined Zhao Hangtian, and as they both stared at the towering edifice, an exhilarating sensation surged within him, knowing that treasures awaited their discovery within that grand structure. Chapter 35. The first level of the heavenly tomb, everyone. We have arrived at the heavenly tomb. I anticipated another day of travel, but it appears it is just within our reach. Gather your spirits. Treasures await atop the tower, clan leader Nangong bellowed, mounting his horse with fervor, striking it with the reins, and galloping away amidst the creature's distressed whinnying. With that, the others swiftly mounted their horses and charged toward the heavenly tomb. As they surged forward, the imposing tower grew larger before their eyes, revealing a stone gate imbued with a faint azure glow punctuated by white light. Clan leader Nangong was the first to arrive at the stone gate, but as he approached, the horse beneath him began to whinny in terror, thrashing in a desperate attempt to escape his grasp. Everyone, dismount quickly. Witnessing the horse's distress, Nangong pressed down firmly on its back, but the infusion of spiritual energy proved too much for the beast, resulting in a sickening crack as its spine broke, and it collapsed to the ground. With the warning given by clan leader Nangong, the others quickly reined in their steeds, halting 100 meters from the towering structure. Is everything all right, clan leader Nangong? Dismounting with urgency, Bai Shuaiqiu anxiously examined the clan leader, his tone laced with concern, fearing for the elder's well-being. I am fine. It's just that the heavenly tomb seems rather peculiar. Everyone should exercise caution. Brushing off the sand clinging to him, clan leader Nangong offered no further explanation, turning instead to approach the stone gate that as they gathered before the entrance, Bai Shuaiqiu observed the intricate patterns adorning the stone surface. Reminiscent of ancient celestial scripts, did you recognize these inscriptions? Ji, standing beside Bai Shuaiqiu, scrutinized the bizarre symbols carved into the stone gate, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. That I do not understand the celestial script. But the seal upon it has been broken, Ji replied, shaking his head as he pointed to a narrow crack in the gate, through which a white jade pendant was faintly visible. That it has been breached. Could it be that someone has entered before us? Fixating on the jade pendant nestled within the crevice, Lu Ji's expression turned grim. He had exerted himself fiercely to arrive here first, only to discover that someone else had already beaten him to it, igniting a simmering rage within him. Even if they got here first, they will find nothing of value, Zhao Hangtian remarked, surveying the stone gate, that if this ancient burial site were so easily accessed, it would not hold the allure it did, nor would it incite such greed among the factions. Zhao Gongfeng speaks wisely. We still have a chance. Amidst the collective frustration, only clan leader Nangong remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by the notion of a rival faction having arrived first. As he spoke, he pushed the stone gate with considerable force, causing it to emit a deep, ancient rumble, as if awakening from a millennia-long slumber. As the gate creaked open, the interior was not shrouded in darkness, as one might expect, but rather illuminated, gleaming with golden radiance. What astonished the onlookers was the sight of a vast expanse below them, resembling a bustling city, presenting a stark contrast to the mere 10-meter diameter they had perceived from the outside, enough to leave anyone utterly astounded. What in the world is happening? Such a spectacle would undoubtedly evoke shock in anyone witnessing it for the first time, and Zhao Hangtian, possessing unparalleled martial skills, was no exception. Endless space. This is the pinnacle realm of martial arts, the endless space, capable of forming its own world. Though clan leader Nangong was equally taken aback upon gazing at the city below, his expression remained composed. This is the fabled endless space. Seeing it truly surpasses mere hearsay. Observing the vast city beneath them, Bai Shuaiqiu wasted no time, stepping through the stone gate, eager to explore and uncover any treasures that might lie within. As Bai Shuaiqiu entered, the others followed suit, unable to resist the allure of the wondrous scene before them. After a brisk pace, they arrived at the bottom of the pit, Surveying the surroundings, they beheld streets lined with stalls, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere akin to a grand metropolis. Strangely, the stalls displayed an array of food, clothing, and various everyday items, with some still radiating warmth. Clan leader Nangong, "Look at these foods, they're still warm," Zhao Hangtian exclaimed as he approached a vendor selling buns. Feeling the steam rising from within the steamer. "Everyone, proceed with caution. I sense something quite unusual about this place." The streets, devoid of any human presence, surprisingly still bore the warmth of freshly steamed buns. If one were to claim that this place had long been abandoned, it would be expected to be cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Yet the thorough cleanliness of the streets attests to the fact that the city is inhabited by a multitude of souls. Zhao Gongfeng. Perhaps these items are preserved in their original state due to the sealing of time by the powers of the infinite void. Bai Shuaiqiu picked up a piece of pristine fabric, examined it from all angles, and subsequently expressed his opinion. "Bai Shuaiqiu, I must disagree. Others have come before us, and thus the seal should have dissipated. Moreover, with the passage of time, these buns should have cooled. So why are they still warm?" Lu Ji was not merely a brute. He possessed a keen insight into the subtleties of the situation. This statement rendered Bai Shuaiqiu momentarily speechless, and to be frank, a profound sense of doubt surged within him. "All right, let us hasten our ascent. It cannot be long before we must catch up with the mysterious vanguard ahead of us. We must expedite our journey. As for why the buns remain warm, that is not our concern." Under the command of the patriarch of the Nangong clan, Bai Shuaiqiu and Lu Ji set aside their grievances and followed the rest towards the other side of the city. Just as Zhao Xingtian and his party embarked towards the second tier, outside the Stone Gate, Huang Shi and the representatives of the three major factions arrived at the entrance of the Tianmu. Observing the already unsealed Stone Gate, the three factions and Huang Shi refrained from engaging in conflict over who would enter first. Instead, they entered sequentially according to their strength, in that moment. Various factions commenced a race against time to obtain the ethereal treasures within the Tianmu, completely unaware that every action and utterance of theirs was being reflected in a colossal pool of water situated on the final level of the Tianmu Tower. "Wu Ge, you shall oversee the first level. Go and test these individuals' capabilities." Not far from the pool, upon a throne crafted from countless skulls, a mass of inky black mist floated above 0.3 meters in front of the dark mist. A cyan shadow knelt upon the ground. Listening intently to the words emanating from the mist, the Wu Ge understands. The cyan shadow raised its head, revealing a visage of green skin and sharp fangs. After uttering this phrase, its entire form suddenly contracted, transforming into a mere point of cyan light before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingtian and his companions had spent 2 hours finally reaching the heart of the city. Here, the group paused to rest and strategize their subsequent actions. As white mist began to rise around the city, the patriarch of the Nangong clan, fearing that the group might get lost, decided they should rest for a moment. During this respite, Zhao Xingtian surveyed his surroundings and was suddenly captivated by an unusual sculpture. At the edge of the fountain in the city center stood a remarkably lifelike figure of a creature with 9 heads and a serpentine body. The menacing appearance sent a shiver down Zhao Xingtian's spine. After pondering for a while, he could not recall any similar monster from his memories, leaving him perplexed. Zhao Gongfeng seems intrigued by the sculpture. Xian Danzi, seated upon a stone bench beside the sculpture, observed Zhao Xingtian's conflicted expression. Finding it somewhat dull to sit alone, he initiated a conversation with Zhao Xingtian. "Senior Xian Danzi, do you know what kind of monster this statue represents?" Zhao Xingtian asked. Arms crossed, his brow furrowed in apprehension toward the statue. "This is the 10th son of the Dragon King, the 9-headed Serpent Lord." Xian Danzi rose, gazing at the sculpture, feeling that something was amiss about the presence of the 9-headed Serpent Lord statue here. However, upon remembering that they were in the Tianmu, his confusion was somewhat alleviated. Shouldn't the Dragon King have only 9 sons? Why is there a 10th? The records from the Qimen continent mention that the Dragon King sired 9 sons. Yet there is no mention of a 10th. The only plausible reasons for this omission are that he either did not exist or was forcibly concealed for some reason. In our Danyao Mountain, there exists an ancient tome on elixirs that records the tale of the Dragon King's 10th son, the 9-headed Serpent Lord. This being was inherently malevolent and quite lecherous, having harmed many maidens of the Chemin continent. Ultimately, he incurred the wrath of the masses and was exterminated by the powerful figures of the Chemin continent in a mysterious mountain range. Upon learning of this, the Dragon King, acknowledging his son's transgressions, chose not to retaliate, but instead allowed the news of the 10th son to be suppressed, leading to the absence of any record in later texts that A.S. Xian Danzi spoke. He, along with Zhao Xingtian, remained fixated on the sculpture. Having only seen illustrations and texts, he was quite astonished to see the lifelike statue for the first time. Just as Xian Danzi and Zhao Xingtian scrutinized the statue, the previously silent and darkened streets suddenly flickered to life with orange lights. The lanterns hanging before the doorways inexplicably illuminated themselves, sending chills down the spines of those present. Everyone, be vigilant. Witnessing this scene, it was evident that something was about to emerge. The patriarch of the Nangong clan promptly raised his long sword, his gaze piercing as it swept across the surroundings. The others were not slow to react. Being seasoned individuals of the martial world, they were not easily intimidated by such occurrences that in a short while, a myriad of weapons were drawn. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the weapons were brandished, the sound of synchronized thunderous footsteps erupted from the street opposite the central fountain, as if a mighty army were marching down the thoroughfare. Everyone, be cautious. This place is quite eerie. Zhao Xingtian drew his dagger, his eyes fixed on the black shadows thickening within the white mist, which appeared exceedingly sinister. Oh, whoa! As the black shadow materialized, a piercing scream echoed, and a flurry of black figures darted like lightning across the rooftops of the city, their speed astonishing amidst the sudden turmoil. A middle-aged man standing to the right of the group let out a harrowing scream that in an instant, his body was torn to shreds, his entrails and blood spilling across the ground, leaving him with a look of bewildered terror in his dying moments. There are monsters. Everyone, form a circle. Observing the dismembered corpse, the patriarch of the Nangong clan furrowed his brow, his eyes icy as he commanded the group to form a protective circle against the impending monster attacks. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Huang Shi and his companions were also besieged by unidentified creatures, with nearly 20 of their number perishing in the initial onslaught, leaving Huang Shi deeply shaken. Boom, boom. After forming a circle, the mysterious monsters ceased their ambush, and the primary attackers shifted to a horde of zombies, a motley collection of undead of all ages, advancing slowly towards the group. These zombies were the most ordinary of white-eyed zombies, easily dispatched with a single strike. However, the lurking mysterious creatures limited the group's ability to maneuver, forcing them to remain in a fixed position for defense. The horde of zombies continued to surge forth, seemingly endless, as they fell to the ground only to be replaced by fresh waves. Some of the weaker individuals were already gasping for breath, their hands numb and sore, each strike requiring the last vestiges of their energy to execute. Patriarch Nangong, if this continues, we shall be exhausted. Zhao Xingtian unleashed a powerful strike, vanquishing 70 or 80 zombies, only to be met with a relentless tide of others filling the gaps. Despite the presence of the Fire Spirit Pearl providing ample energy, it seemed impossible to eradicate the entire horde of zombies within the city that I am aware, yet there is no way to retreat now. The patriarch of the Nangong clan executed a flourish with his sword, swiftly dispatching over 50 zombies, then executed a spinning kick, sending one of the undead bodies into the throng that I shall attempt to find a route. At this juncture, if they did not take a risk, they would truly perish here. Go ahead. Stay safe. As the horde of zombies surged forth once more, the patriarch of the Nangong clan was initially reluctant to expend his vital forces in this desolate place. However, the enigmatic creature remained dormant, evidently relying on the zombies to deplete the energy of the assembled crowd, planning to strike when they were fatigued. The only means of escape lay in finding a route and diverting the attention of these grotesque beings. Upon receiving the patriarch's consent, Zhao Xingtian had no time for further discourse. He pivoted and delivered a swift kick, sending a zombie intent on ambush hurtling away in a fluid motion. He drew his dagger, sweeping it through the air, and a flash of white light sliced through the horde, cleaving the zombies beside him in twain, blood gushing forth in torrents. This strike decimated all zombies within a meter of Zhao Xingtian. And seizing the moment before the horde could fill the void, he planted his foot firmly on the ground and ascended into the air. However, as he soared to a height of 10 meters, a powerful gravitational force suddenly erupted, yanking him downwards towards the earth. Realizing the peril, Zhao Xingtian quickly unleashed a surge of fiery spiritual energy, transforming his entire being into a blazing inferno, with the power of the fire spirit stabilizing his form. He managed to maintain an altitude of 9 meters, causing the overwhelming pull to dissipate. Once he regained his ability to float, Zhao Xingtian fixed his gaze upon a towering spire ahead and instantly morphed into a comet of flames. Hurtling towards it, simultaneously, on a nearby rooftop, several shadowy figures flickered into existence, akin to phantoms, their forms elusive as they closed in on Zhao Xingtian. Hiss! As Zhao Xingtian soared through the void, he was suddenly startled by a hissing sound emanating from behind. Alarm surged within him, and his expression turned frosty as he gripped his weapons tightly, ever ready to counterattack. Did I end the next instant? The hissing morphed into a lethal strike as a razor-sharp claw, suffused with a chilling malice, lunged towards his face. Should this blow connect, it would spell disaster for Zhao Xingtian. Though he had recently embarked on his journey, a series of prior battles had significantly sharpened his instincts, confronted with such a treacherous maneuver. He halted his flight, utilizing the momentum from his sudden stop to launch a fiery punch. Bang! The claw and fist collided with a resounding impact, and a brilliant flash erupted between them, culminating in a fierce explosion. Puff! The explosion's proximity left Zhao Xingtian staggering, blood spilling from his mouth and his complexion turning pale, despite the protective flames surrounding him. Meanwhile, the entity responsible for the claw attack was torn asunder by the blast. Raining down a deluge of crimson, in that moment, Zhao Xingtian finally discerned the nature of his assailant. Rotting, the only word that could adequately encapsulate the creature before him was rotting. The grotesque form, festooned with festering boils and decaying flesh, revealed darkened bones in certain areas. This ghastly, ghoul-like figure nauseated Zhao Xingtian, who felt a wave of revulsion, particularly at the sight of its grotesquely elongated claws, each nearly half a meter long, lending it an unsettling vitality. Chapter 37. The clawed monster. A roar echoed as Zhao Xingtian dispatched one creature, only for more to materialize atop the surrounding rooftops, encircling him. These monsters exhibited poor defensive capabilities but boasted astonishing speed. The only viable strategy was to drive them into a corner or employ wide-ranging martial techniques, surveying the predatory eyes fixated upon him. Zhao Xingtian quietly summoned his fire spirit energy, gradually manifesting the open sky palm in both hands. As the creatures closed in, the patriarch of the Nangong clan faced a dire predicament. A towering, 5-meter-tall, grotesquely decaying zombie with crimson eyes appeared before them. What to do now? Patriarch Nangong, arriving at the first layer of the celestial tomb, only to confront such an imminent threat, foreboded disaster on the subsequent layer. Bai Shuaiqiu was loath to perish without gaining anything. That if escape from the zombies proved impossible, he would have to flee alone. The crimson-eyed zombie possessed immense strength, its only flaw being its lack of agility. I will lure it away. You all take the opportunity to retreat. Observing the lumbering giant with an axe resting on its shoulder, Patriarch Nangong resolved to entice it, hoping it would carve a path for them. Patriarch Nangong must exercise caution. Upon hearing the Patriarch's intent to act, Bai Shuaiqiu felt a surge of relief. Should the Patriarch fall, he would become the leader. Such an advantage was not lost on Bai Shuaiqiu, who nodded and began to step back, a cunning fox. Observing Bai Shuaiqiu's demeanor, Patriarch Nangong silently cursed, then surged forward, leaping atop a pile of fallen white-eyed zombies, using the momentum to vault into the air, landing atop the crimson-eyed zombie's forehead. Upon landing, the crimson-eyed zombie paused in shock before unleashing its wrath, flailing its arms wildly. The massive axe, discarded to the ground, crushed hundreds of zombies beneath it as the creature thrashed about, creating a path 3 meters wide in mere minutes. Seizing the opportunity presented by the passageway cleared by the crimson-eyed zombie, Bai Shuaiqiu and his companions exerted themselves to the utmost, charging through the narrowing gap. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingtian was engaged in battle with the monsters. The razor-sharp claws glimmered ominously as they slashed at Zhao Xingtian's chest with the ferocity of a tempest. That moment, he could only grip his dagger tightly, defending fervently as each counterattack was effortlessly evaded by the creature, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Clang! As he blocked another claw attack, Zhao Xingtian executed a spinning kick, but the creature deftly dodged, evading his strike with ease. Seeing the futility of his kick, Zhao Xingtian unleashed the open sky palm, a fiery blade of energy slicing through the air, yet the speed proved inadequate against the creature, which swiftly shredded the palm into scattered embers. The open sky palm was merely a diversion. The true attack lay in the lightning rod, which he grasped from his back with a vigorous pull. He activated the lightning energy coursing through the weapon. Pop! The lightning surged through the lightning rod, a potent force ready to erupt. Bang! Like a silver serpent, the lightning roared forth towards the creature, illuminating the skies and casting a blinding light across the surroundings. The creature, caught unawares, was consumed by the sudden onslaught of thunderous energy, reduced to ash. This unexpected turn of events transpired so swiftly that the other monsters were momentarily stunned, allowing Zhao Xingtian to eliminate one of their own. A howl of rage erupted as the remaining creatures witnessed their comrade reduced to a cloud of black ash, and they charged at Zhao Xingtian in furious retaliation. In that instant, shadows flitted through the sky as Zhao Xingtian brandished his dagger with lightning speed. The air filled with the discordant sounds of clashing metal. The relentless assault from the monsters overwhelmed Zhao Xingtian, who found himself unable to retaliate with the lightning rod, resorting instead to evading the onslaught of claws. Having repelled one attack with a spinning kick, another claw shimmered ominously from his right, prompting Zhao Xingtian to thrust his dagger forward with all his might. Bang! The dagger was swiftly cleaved in two by the claw. Yet the assault continued unabated, a claw raking across Zhao Xingtian's right arm, tearing a gaping wound and releasing a torrent of crimson blood. Damn it! Clutching the wound, he observed a faint black substance seeping into his body. It was evident that the claw was laced with venom. The monster that had inflicted the wound paused its rapid movements, standing atop a nearby tower, extending its dark tongue to taste the blood on its claw. A look of grotesque delight plastered across its face. It seems I have no choice but to resort to my ultimate technique. Surveying the 8 monstrous entities surrounding him, Zhao Hangdian realized that if he continued in his current state, he would inevitably meet a gruesome end at their hands. The only viable course of action was to activate the rest gate, but a cold smile crept upon his lips as he slowly crossed his arms over his chest. Within him, the fire spirit pearl began to stir violently. Waves of fervent fire energy surged through his body under Zhao Hongtian's control, while the hidden dragon pill within him gradually awakened under the stimulation of this fiery essence. Roar! As the power of the dragon pill surged to life, Zhao Hongtian's body was instantly infused with its strength, and an involuntary, thunderous dragon's roar erupted from his mouth. The majestic sound, imbued with supreme authority, instantly struck terror into the hearts of the monsters encircling him, their eyeless sockets flickering with faint blue flames, swaying as if they might extinguish at any moment. Following the dragon's roar, Zhao Hongtian's veins bulged with intensity, his expression wild with fervor. The fabric of his upper garments was shattered into tatters, leaving only the box containing the scroll firmly pressed against his body. Whoosh! With the activation of the rest gate, Zhao Hongtian's speed surged to astonishing heights. The monsters, known for their swiftness, found themselves frozen in midair, unable to escape, remaining in the exact postures they held moments before the next heartbeat, as the monsters found themselves in this bizarre state. Zhao Hongtian's figure reappeared at his original position, his body restored to its former state, though the after-effects of the rest gate left his eyes vacant, his complexion pale, and a sharp pain gripping his chest. At last, it is over. Observing the immobilized beasts, Zhao Hangtian waved his right hand, unleashing a gust of wind laced with fire energy that swept over the monsters, with a shattering sound akin to breaking glass. The creatures began to disintegrate, their innards and blood spilling forth in a gruesome cascade, saturating the ground beneath them. Having vanquished these clawed monstrosities, Zhao Hangtian hastily soared toward the opposite side of the city, desperate to escape the perilous zombies and seek a safer refuge to recover from the aftereffects. The power of the dragon's roar. At that moment, within the final level of the Sky Tomb Tower, a voice of astonishment echoed amidst the swirling black mist enveloping the skeleton throne. The mist writhed and rolled, and shortly thereafter, A small wisp of fog separated itself, gradually transforming into a black humanoid figure. Go find the one who unleashed the dragon's roar, and bring him to me. Understood. The humanoid mist nodded and immediately transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the first level. Chapter 38. The Eternal Warm Jade, as Zhao Hangtian flew. He gradually distanced himself from the heart of the city. The landscape before him began to reveal mountains of varying sizes, and the foreboding atmosphere shifted abruptly, replaced by a gentle, warm breeze that caressed his skin. Looking up, he noticed that overhead, 200 meters above, the entire expanse was covered with slate-like stone slabs. Unlike the stars visible in the city's sky, here there was only an unending stretch of stone. It appears the city has been obscured. Reflecting on the myriad scenes within the city, he concluded that it had been shrouded to conceal its true appearance. The vendors and buildings were merely illusions. What is that ahead? Zhao Hangtian's gaze swept over the landscape, suddenly spotting a massive stone platform beneath a mountain, upon which rested a small, luminous white object that flickered incessantly, without a moment's hesitation. He descended rapidly, speculating that it might be a passage leading to the second level. Upon landing, he quickly ascended the platform, which he estimated to be the size of a basketball court at its center. A transparent white crystal radiated a dazzling light. No wonder I felt warmth in this area. It must be this object at work. As he stepped onto the platform, a gust of hot wind rushed toward him, startling Zhao Hangtian, who quickly steadied himself. The exposed skin on his upper body felt as if it had been doused in hot pepper extract, a searing sensation spreading across him. Why is it so hot? With the assistance of the fire spirit pearl, he should have been immune to ordinary flames and magma. Yet this seemingly innocuous warm breeze caused him to grit his teeth in agony, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Boom! Just as he took a step onto the platform, his body suddenly softened, and he was hurled backward by the hot wind. Crashing against the mountainside, he felt a rush of sweetness in his throat and could not suppress a mouthful of blood that spilled forth. What a miraculous hot wind! After expelling the blood, the pain in Zhao Hangtian's chest dissipated significantly, the aftereffects of the rest gate having been alleviated. Feeling considerably better, he slapped the mountainside behind him, propelling himself forward and landing on the grassy area not far from the stone platform. What is this object? It can actually heal wounds. Gazing at the glowing crystal atop the platform, a desire to possess it ignited within Zhao Hangtian. Desire aside, he knew he needed strength to claim this treasure. To secure it, he chose a shady side of the mountain to carve out a small cave, just large enough for one person to sit cross-legged, sealing it off with a ventilation hole for fresh air. Thus, Zhao Hangtian remained in this small cave for 5 days and nights, until two voices pierced the tranquility surrounding the stone platform. Senior brother, what is this thing? A middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, embroidered with the character for Dao, sporting a somewhat disheveled appearance and glimmering rat-like eyes, stroked his meager goatee, gazing greedily at the crystal on the platform. Standing beside him was a figure referred to as Senior Brother, exuding an air of confidence and nobility, his presence radiating an aura of righteousness. His keen eagle-like eyes lent him an imposing demeanor. This must be the Eternal Warm Jade. I never expected to find it here. The Senior Brother observed the crystal atop the platform, speaking slowly, though his eyes bore no trace of greed. Their conversation roused Zhao Hangtian from his slumber in the cave. Peering through the ventilation hole, he scrutinized the two figures below, furrowing his brow as he began speculating about their identities. Though Zhao Hangtian had not spent much time mingling in the merchant city, he had gathered enough knowledge to recognize the attire of influential factions. The embroidered character on their backs indicated they were high-ranking members of one of the 4 major merchant guilds. So, the Taoists have made their way here. It seems the patriarch of the Nangang clan must also be arriving. Who goes there? Just as Zhao Hangtian pondered, the Senior Brother's countenance shifted, casting a cold glance toward the cave where Zhao Hangtian hid. As his gaze swept over the area, a powerful aura surged forth. Late stage of the life gate, the ability to harm others through sheer presence could only belong to someone at this level. Zhao Hangtian ruled out the possibility of them being stronger than the life gate through his knowledge of the Qi Min Bajia. To think I've been discovered. Zhao Hangtian initially feared his hiding place had been uncovered, but it turned out to be a figure clad in black, wearing a black veil, with a horsehead knife slung across his back, striding across the void from the other side of the mountain. A mysterious person. The sight of this figure immediately reminded Zhao Hangtian of the enigmatic figure he had encountered in the Fire Domain, that a massive conspiracy began to take shape in his mind. I never expected to encounter the Taoists here. My luck is truly exceptional. The veiled figure brushed back his flowing hair, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Your organization has been under investigation by our Dao sect. I never imagined there would be ties to the Luo Tian sect. The senior brother regarded the black-clad man with a frosty demeanor, his brows furrowing in alarm at the mention of the Luo Tian sect. Ha! As expected of the four great families of the South, you've managed to uncover information about my sect. I think I shall claim the lives of 2 Taoists as a token of interest. The man wore a brazen expression, seemingly dismissing the 2 before him as insignificant threats. That he elegantly drew the horsehead knife from his back, slicing through the air with a swift motion. This knife is forged from the blood of the ghosts of Luo Tian. I trust you are familiar with its fearsome reputation. Now, I shall use your blood to unseal it. With a thunderous boom, the masked man slashed through the air, unleashing a blood-red blade of light aimed directly at them. Junior brother, you must flee. Summon the master. The senior brother recognized their disadvantage against this individual from the Luo Tian sect, especially given the lethal weapon in his possession. Their only viable strategy was for his junior brother to escape and bring back reinforcements to confront this foe together. Hee. You 1T have a chance to escape. Welcome to the blood realm of Shura. The man forcefully plunged the Luo Tian ghost blood into the ground, and in an instant, the earth trembled violently. A surge of crimson light erupted from the blade, soaring into the heavens, and within moments, it began to spread in all directions, enveloping an area of 10 miles in a sea of blood-red radiance. Cursed be this fate. With the sole opportunity slipping away, the senior brother gritted his teeth, his hands drawing the figure of the Tai Chi symbol in the air, his gaze fixed intently on the followers of the Luo Tian sect. With a thunderous shout, he proclaimed Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram. In that instant, a black and white Tai Chi diagram materialized in midair, and as it appeared, the crimson barrier visibly shrank, diminishing to half its original size within mere seconds. In contrast, the Tai Chi diagram grew increasingly luminous. At its center, a picturesque landscape gradually unfurled, featuring mountains, flowing waters, figures, and blooming flora, all exuding a gentle aura. Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram. Truly, a treasure of the Taoist sect. The practitioner manipulating the Luo Tian ghost blood extended his right index finger skyward, and the crimson light emanating from the ghost blood blazed fiercely, halting its contraction abruptly. Fool. The Luo Tian ghost blood is not so easily vanquished. Observing the Taoist senior brother controlling the Tai Chi diagram, the Luo Tian practitioner's eyes gleamed with mockery, his tone laced with amusement. Chapter 39. Bitter Struggle. You shall know soon enough. The senior brother wasted no words. With both hands depicting the Tai Chi symbol, he exerted all his strength upward. The column of blood-red light, soaring into the sky, began to waver as if disturbed by the Tai Chi diagram. Seeing the Tai Chi diagram retaliate, the Luo Tian practitioner's expression darkened considerably. That he contemplated, realizing that he could not fully harness the power of the Luo Tian ghost blood, and this battle relied heavily on forcibly channeling spiritual energy. If that energy were to deplete, he would find himself in peril. Tai Chi World. Upon witnessing the transformation of the Luo Tian ghost blood, the senior brother immediately intensified the flow of spiritual energy. Unleashing the full might of the Tai Chi diagram, aiming to shatter the barrier in one decisive strike. Within the realm of the Tai Chi diagram, the world began to animate. Water flowed, birds took flight, and even the flowers began to sway, as if this realm had come to life. The world within the Tai Chi diagram sprang to life. A powerful black and white suction force surged towards the Luo Tian practitioner. The surrounding debris and flora could not withstand the pull for even a second, being drawn effortlessly into the Tai Chi world. The Luo Tian practitioner, with one hand gripping the Luo Tian ghost blood, raised his other hand before his chest, conjuring a green luminescence that formed a barrier to counter the suction. Would attribute. This is rather incongruous with the Luo Tian sect. Watching the green glow from the safety of a cave, Zhao Hangtian recalled his previous encounter with the Luo Tian practitioner, who exhibited a fire attribute. Typically, such gentle attributes would be incompatible with the nefarious martial arts of the Luo Tian sect. Had his previous understanding been flawed? Cursed be this fate. You shall witness the might of my sect's secret techniques. For the first time, the Luo Tian practitioner found himself forced into such a predicament. His frustration palpable, that he loosened his grip on the Luo Tian ghost blood for a moment, then seized his collar, tearing it apart with force. That as his clothing ripped, peculiar runes tattooed upon his skin became visible. Luo Tian's secret technique, threefold Luo Sheng Gate. After tearing off his garments, the Luo Tian practitioner swiftly formed several hand seals before slamming his palm onto the ground. With this strike, the surrounding barrier vanished, replaced by a violent tremor of the earth as massive boulders began to tumble from the mountains that 100 meters from him. The ground split open, revealing a colossal fissure that quaked ominously. As the earth cleaved apart, an arched stone door, towering 30 meters high and adorned with strange engravings, slowly emerged from the depths. With the rise of the stone door, the sky above darkened, and an eerie wind, reminiscent of a wailing spirit, rushed past their ears. Senior brother, should we combine our strength? The presence of the ominously charged stone door filled the lecherous man with trepidation as he gulped audibly, his eyes flickering with fear. Indeed, let us unleash the final form of the Tai Chi diagram. The senior brother altered his stance, adopting the posture of the Kuei Xing kick, while the lecherous man hastily placed his hands on the senior brother's back, channeling a flow of golden spiritual energy into him. Upon receiving the lecherous man's energy, the senior brother's eyes transformed into a silvery hue, his hands gleaming brilliantly. Meanwhile, the Tai Chi diagram floating in the air began to merge its two distinct colors into a resplendent, star-like golden radiance. Threefold Luo Sheng Gate. Open. Once the stone door fully emerged, the Luo Tian practitioner ceased forming the green barrier. He pressed his palms together, fixating his gaze upon the stone door, and shouted with fervor, sending forth a wave of energy that rippled outward. Boom, boom, boom. No sooner had the sound of his shout faded than a dark glow erupted from within the arched stone door, releasing an aura from another realm. While the peculiar tattoos upon the Luo Tian practitioner's body glimmered with a blood-red light. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a tremendous stomping echoed from within the stone door, suggesting that a colossal, unknown creature advanced from the other side. Ha ha! You are all doomed. The Luo Tian practitioner, hearing the footsteps emanating from the door, was filled with ecstasy, his gaze fixed upon the two Taoists with a look of triumph. Junior brother, if we cannot withstand this, you must flee. The Taoist senior brother felt a sense of uncertainty, having heard tales about the mystical techniques of the Luo Tian sect. The threefold Luo Sheng Gate was a technique spoken of by the elders in his family. It was said that the sect's leader once summoned a millennial-old evil dragon through this very gate, leading to the downfall of the southern sects, which had once boasted of unrivaled might across the realm. Senior brother, I will not flee. Though the lecherous man harbored fears of death, the situation ignited a flicker of manly courage within him. He could not bear to watch as his senior brother battled against the Luo Tian practitioner without taking action. If you fight to the end, no one in our clan will know how we perished, nor will they realize that the Luo Tian sect truly exists. You must relay the message. At this juncture, the senior brother had come to terms with the possibility of death. Upon joining the Taoist sect, the elder had instilled in the new disciples the importance of prioritizing the greater good. If he did not fight desperately for his junior brother's time now, both of them would perish. And who would remember this secret then? Unbeknownst to the three, just a short distance away, Zhao Hangtian awaited the opportune moment to strike, intent on eliminating the Luo Tian practitioner. As I said before, there is no turning back now. The Luo Tian practitioner shifted from his previous stance, swiftly forming hand seals that as the gestures transformed, a rift opened in the center of the stone door's dark glow. And from within, a pair of enormous hands emerged. The hands gripped either side of the rift and forcefully pried it apart. That as the gap widened, the owner of the hands revealed himself, a towering figure of a titan. Standing 20 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive 10-meter-long axe upon his back, he exuded an aura of authority and ferocity. This is dire. A titan has emerged. You must flee. The senior brother's complexion drained of color, his eyes reflecting a terror that surpassed mere astonishment. Even he, typically calm and composed, could not conceal his fear at the sight of such a formidable being. Guo, what brings you forth? The Titan inquired, his singular eye fixed upon the Luo Tian practitioner, his tone tinged with displeasure. Brother Bahu, I summoned you to assist me in obtaining that treasure. The Luo Tian practitioner, pointing toward a stone platform, wore a fawning expression. Indeed, this piques my interest. The Titan surveyed the stone platform, nodding in acknowledgement, a look of intrigue gracing his visage. Very well, I shall retrieve it for you. The Titan, known for his straightforward nature, preferred to complete tasks swiftly. Eager to avoid any potential complications, that he strode toward the stone platform with strides measuring 8 meters wide. Wait, Brother Bahu. These two are our enemies. We must eliminate them first. As the Titan strode toward the stone platform, a figure suddenly leaped onto his shoulder, pointing at the Daoist brothers manipulating the Taiji diagram, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 40, Rescuing Others. Junior brother, let us go. After the Titan's gaze settled on the two brothers, the Daoist elder brother, disregarding his junior's protestations, swiftly turned and delivered a decisive kick. This unexpected turn of events took the lecherous man completely by surprise, leaving him unable to react. His eyes widened as he beheld the elder brother's kick approaching, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen the next moment, propelled into the air by an overwhelming force. No! Hearing the rush of wind beside him, the lecherous man futilely reached out with his right hand in a desperate attempt to grasp the smiling elder brother, but his efforts proved utterly ineffective. And soon he was hurled out of the area surrounding the stone platform. Boss Bafu, why didn't you kill that brat? Witnessing the lecherous man escape, while Bafu remained unmoved, stirred profound questions within the heart of the figure known as Guicho. That brat poses no significant threat. Killing him would merely dirty my hands. For those insignificant beings, akin to ants, the Titan race's innate arrogance would not permit them to wield their axes against such minor nuisances, lest they invite disdain from their kin. Then let us deal with this fellow. Guicho, brimming with frustration at the explanation, longed to slap this Titan simpleton, yet maintained a smile as he pointed at the Daoist elder brother and remarked, "This fellow can barely handle him." Fixating on the Daoist elder brother, Bafu swiftly unsheathed the iron axe from his back, his armored form resembling a heavy tank poised to crush life itself. Taiji myriad methods. The formidable Titan warrior, relying solely on the gravitational pull of the Taiji world, could not be budged an inch. Only through extensive attacks could he be harmed, as the words left his lips. Countless golden rays erupted within the Taiji world, seemingly imbued with sentience, intertwining in the air to form a colossal net spanning 50 meters. As the net took shape, another portion of the rays unleashed a torrential assault, painting the sky in hues of gold. The overwhelming onslaught sent chills down Zhao Xingtian's spine as he cowered in a nearby cave, swallowing hard. Why don't I possess such abilities? Unbeknownst to Zhao Xingtian, the Taiji diagram was but a trivial art in the face of the Chimanbajia, which could obliterate an entire city with a single strike, leaving an indelible impression on any observer. Bang! The rays struck the Titan warrior with unrelenting force, raising a cloud of dust, while the ground beneath the onslaught fissured, sending cracks sprawling toward Zhao Xingtian's refuge. Whoosh! As the rays impacted, the massive net also descended, compounding the destruction wrought upon the already fractured terrain. Weak mountains crumbled under the dual onslaught, and aside from the stone platform which remained unscathed, every other location suffered some degree of impact, nearly burying Zhao Xingtian alive within the cave. Realizing he could no longer remain in the cave, Zhao Xingtian smashed through the stones blocking the entrance, seizing the cover of dust and the sounds of explosions. He sprinted and rolled behind a collapsing hill with unprecedented swiftness. These moves barely tickle me. Amidst the billowing dust, the Titan warrior's silhouette emerged, seemingly unscathed. That moment, the Daoist elder brother found himself at a loss. Aside from the Taiji diagram, he had no other viable techniques, leaving him in a defensive position that if there are no more moves left, then I shall attack. Observing the Daoist elder brother retreating, the Titan warrior smirked coldly, gripping his axe and swinging it forward with lightning speed. The velocity of the strike was incongruous with the Titan's colossal form. It was astonishingly swift. The moment darkness enveloped his vision, a cold wind brushed against the elder brother's forehead. Clang! The Daoist elder brother reacted quickly, drawing a short sword from his waist and positioning it horizontally against his forehead. The 10-meter-long axe came crashing down upon the sword, akin to a toothpick meeting a dagger. Yet, remarkably, the toothpick held firm against the dagger's might. Upon realizing that the anticipated outcome of being cleaved in two did not materialize, the Titan warrior was taken aback. Then, filled with fury, he shifted his grip on the axe to wield it with both hands, unleashing tremendous pressure that caused the Daoist elder brother's face to flush crimson. Boom! The Titan warrior, a paragon of strength, faced a Daoist adept who excelled in ranged attacks. His physical prowess was inherently inferior. Thus, under the weight of the colossal axe, he soon found his strength waning. After mere moments, he knelt upon the ground, trembling. "You might as well let me kill you. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you had." The Titan warrior, now devoid of the initial intrigue he held for the Daoist, sought to swiftly dispatch him and claim the treasures atop the stone platform. "That I still have breath in me. I shall make you suffer." Pressed to the brink, the Daoist elder brother began to bleed, bones cracking under pressure, teetering on the edge of demise. "Good. You're stubborn. I'll ensure you have no resting place." With a surge of force, the Titan warrior's axe shattered the Daoist's short sword, aiming to cleave him in twain. Hunyuan thunderclap. Just as the axe neared the Daoist elder brother's head, Zhao Xingtian leaped from behind the collapsed hill, launching a Hunyuan thunderclap that struck the axe. Boom! The Hunyuan thunderclap, a speed-focused technique, connected with the axe in an instant, causing the electrical energy to course through the Titan warrior and Guichou, in tandem with executing the Hunyuan thunderclap. Zhao Xingtian rushed forward, hoisting the Daoist elder brother and darting toward the city, knowing it was fraught with danger, yet significantly safer than facing the Titan warrior, due to the combination of the Hunyuan thunderclap and the Titan's momentary lapse in vigilance. The attack incapacitated the Titan for 3 precious seconds, enabling Zhao Xingtian to rescue the Daoist elder brother. "I will tear that fellow apart." Watching Zhao Xingtian's disappearing figure, the humiliated Titan warrior vented his fury by savagely striking at the surrounding hills, channeling his unbridled rage through his axe. "Bafu, don't do that. We should secure the treasures first," Guichou, with no time to waste on the Titan's rampage, urgently shouted. Heaving heavily, the Titan warrior huffed in irritation, yet ceased his frenzied actions. "I will track that brat down, beat him half to death, and deliver him to you." Motivated by the prospect of imminent treasure, Guichou hastily made a promise. Were it not for the mission entrusted to him by Lord Luotian, he would have never wished to associate with such a boastful and easily bruised ego. "Very well. I await your news." Nodding in agreement, the Titan warrior resumed his stride toward the stone platform. The first layer of the Tomb of Heaven, a secluded hollow. "Are you all right?" After the escape, Zhao Xingtian, upon realizing the Titan warrior was no longer in pursuit, took a wide detour and approached a hollow situated 100 miles from the stone platform. "Cough, cough. I'm fine to be by the way. I still don't know the name of my benefactor." The Daoist elder brother, seated cross-legged on the ground, absorbed the fire energy Zhao Xingtian provided, gradually mending his internal injuries. "I am Zhao Xingtian, a nameless nobody." Zhao Xingtian found the Daoist elder brother rather agreeable. Beneath his typically icy demeanor, a faint smile emerged, revealing an unexpected warmth. Chapter 41. Proceeding to the second layer. "A nameless nobody cannot possibly deceive me regarding the existence of the Tomb of Heaven." The Daoist elder brother chuckled, recognizing Zhao Xingtian's reticence to divulge the truth and playfully teasing him without pressing further. "I cannot disclose that just yet. Once our journey through the Tomb of Heaven concludes, you shall learn of my background, that at present, Zhao Hangtian refrains from disclosing his identity as a member of the Nangang clan, as doing so might jeopardize his forthcoming endeavors. Concealing his true identity could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Since it is inconvenient to reveal this, I shall not impose upon my benefactor." "What benefactor?" "I merely intervened to save a life." There is no need for such titles. The reason Zhao Hangtian rescued this individual was to accompany him to the second layer of the celestial tomb, while discreetly gathering intelligence. That cannot be. You saved my life. I must repay you. The Taoist elder brother hastily rose to his feet, turning to Zhao Hangtian with a serious expression that if repayment is necessary, then do not refer to me as a benefactor. It feels rather awkward. Such a person is rather inflexible. Once they have made a determination, they pursue it relentlessly. This reminded Zhao Hangtian of his brother, who resided far away in Lingxiao City, possessing a similar disposition. We have conversed for quite some time, yet I have yet to introduce myself. That my name is Dao Weiming, a disciple of the new generation of the Taoist sect. As he introduced himself, Dao Weiming performed a respectful bow as a junior. All right, let us proceed towards the entrance of the second layer. Zhao Hangtian understood that with such individuals, it was necessary to acquiesce to their wishes. Otherwise, they would continue to show deference indefinitely. That he graciously accepted the gesture. Very well, I know the way. I shall lead you. Dao Weiming grabbed a small waist pouch from the ground and secured it to his belt, subsequently pointing towards a large mountain to the east as he set off with Zhao Hangtian. The two did not dare to fly through the air, but instead walked steadily towards the mountain. Along the way, the rugged terrain presented numerous challenges. They traversed a great canyon, and soon after, they encountered a towering mountain. What should have been a brief journey extended into 5 arduous hours. After scaling the final mountain, an ancient circular plaza came into view before them. Where is this? The ancient and grand plaza, though quite dilapidated, still retained its former grandeur. Observing the surroundings, Zhao Hangtian grew increasingly intrigued by the secrets concealed within the celestial tomb. This is the passage to the second layer. Standing atop a small hillside, he gazed out and noticed that in the center of the plaza, 7 or 8 individuals were queuing to enter a tall tower before them. Let us go. We must hasten to the second layer. That is the true path. Trouble has already found us on the first layer, and lingering here too long may lead to an encounter with that Gui Chou of the Luotian sect. Agreed. The two nodded in unison, and with a firm step, they soared into the air towards the center of the plaza. Do you see who has arrived? Their arrival naturally attracted the attention of those waiting to enter the tower. Among the crowd stood a white-haired elder, squinting as he observed the 2 approaching figures. Speaking softly, they appear to be from the Taoist sect. Beside the white-haired elder, another individual, seemingly in his 20s with short red hair, remarked, his eyebrows twitching, "It seems that you have encountered acquaintances from the Earthfire clan." Seeing that the newcomers were Taoists, the elder smiled broadly, teasing the young man beside him. "Esteemed elders, I offer my respects." Zhao Hangtian and Dao Weiming landed gracefully, with Dao Weiming immediately clasping his hands and greeting to the others no need for such formality. The white-haired elder replied with a nod of appreciation, his gaze shifting to Zhao Hangtian. "This young friend possesses an extraordinary aura. May I ask to which family you belong?" The elder examined Zhao Hangtian closely, and a flicker of intrigue appeared in his eyes, followed by a look of puzzlement. After a brief pause, he inquired, "I am merely an unnamed individual. Revealing my family would not enlighten you, esteemed elder." It was not that Zhao Hangtian wished to remain secretive. Rather, he felt it prudent to maintain a semblance of mystery regarding his identity. But since you choose to remain silent, I shall not press further, the elder responded, his demeanor remaining jovial. "Everyone, let us proceed to the second layer." Just then, a man emerged from the tall tower. Addressing the crowd, "The power of the teleportation array in the tower has been restored. Please enter." The elder nodded at the man and stepped inside first. Thus, the group entered the tower, and upon crossing the threshold, Zhao Hangtian was awestruck by the sight before him that a massive circular disc, towering 3 zhang in height, radiated a blue glow around its perimeter. Upon glancing upwards at the towering structure, he noticed it was entirely hollow, devoid of any other levels beyond the first. This is the Tongtian Tower, the passage to the second layer. This object was originally an artifact of an ancient warrior. Though its transformation into a passage remains a mystery, the white-haired elder explained as he leisurely approached the disc. "Esteemed elder, how do you know the name of this artifact?" Zhao Hangtian inquired. While ancient treasures were renowned in the Qiming continent, not everyone was familiar with their names. Only those well-versed in the classics of major sects would possess such knowledge. "Are you blind, young man? This elder is none other than the renowned Baixiaoxing of the martial world." The short-haired youth from the Earthfire clan exclaimed, astonished that Zhao Hangtian was unaware of such a celebrated figure. "Esteemed elder, you are actually the esteemed Baixiaoxing." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hang's memory stirred as he recalled the illustrations of Baixiaoxing from tales of the martial world he had once cherished. Recognizing that he had been conversing with his childhood idol filled him with a W. "Oh, my instincts were correct. You are indeed Baixiaoxing. Please convey my regards to my master. Dao Weiming, upon realizing the connection, hastily bowed in respect, having sensed a familiarity with the elder. You are a disciple of Dao Yun. Indeed, I am Dao Weiming, the direct disciple of the elder responsible for passing down teachings in the Taoist sect. Zhao Hangtian, noticing the connection between Dao Weiming and Baixiaoxing, leaned in attentively. Boom, boom, boom. As the two conversed, the disc emitted a deafening roar, and the surroundings suddenly became indistinct. Following this, a whistling sound filled the air, and Zhao Hangtian felt a rush of blood surging within him, causing his breath to shorten. Are you all right? Noticing Zhao Hangtian's pallor, Dao Weiming quickly approached, patting him on the back. That I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell. Zhao Hangtian replied. The sudden acceleration and overwhelming force were typically unbearable for someone at the initial stage of the life gate, yet Zhao Hangtian's protection from Chemin Beijia allowed him to withstand the pressure. The entire process lasted for half a minute before the blurred visuals began to clear, revealing that they found themselves in a world filled with flowing lava, an environment reminiscent of the fire domain. Surely we haven't been transported to the underground of the fire domain. The short-haired youth from the Earthfire clan observed the roiling magma, and, upon further examination, realized they stood on a platform the size of a football field, with no path leading to the other side. Such a scene could only exist in the underground magma world of the fire domain. This must be the lava world of the second layer. Now, each of you must rely on your own abilities to traverse this sea of magma and reach the passage on the other side. Observing the surroundings, Baixiaoxing waved his right hand, conjuring a small, white boat that glimmered with a soft light. That the warm jade immortal boat. Truly, the esteemed Baixiaoxing possesses such a treasure. Dao Weiming's eyes brightened upon seeing the exquisitely crafted vessel, and he felt a surge of hope for crossing the lava world. Chapter 42. Firebird. This warm jade immortal boat can accommodate 4 individuals. You too, come with me, Baixiaoxing gestured, and the boat grew to a size of 2 zhang, landing gracefully atop the magma. Thank you, esteemed elder. Zhao Hangtian and Dao Weiming, delighted by the elder's invitation, quickly clasped their hands in gratitude to Baixiaoxing, the youth from the Earthfire clan, and Zhao Hang boarded the immortal boat. 6 individuals remained on the stone platform. Among them, for produced odd and peculiar contraptions, utilizing them to navigate the lava world, while the remaining 2 shook their heads in resignation and made their way back towards the disk. Intending to return to the first layer, the immortal boat glided across the heated winds above the magma, heading northward. Standing at the rail, Zhao Hangtian scanned the horizon for any signs of land, only to find that this lava world stretched endlessly like an ocean, devoid of any protruding rocks, much less any land masses. Stop looking. It will take 5 days and nights to traverse this lava world. Gazing about is futile. Leaning against the mast of the celestial vessel, Dao Weiming squinted his eyes, gazing at the scenery ahead with an air of leisurely composure. Dao, elder brother, we have been traveling for 2 days now. Yet there is not a hint of life, as if we are traversing through hell itself. Since departing from the stone platform, the celestial vessel had been sailing northward without pause. Initially, Zhao Hangtian had felt a tinge of excitement, wearing a radiant smile throughout the journey. But after 2 days, impatience began to seep into his demeanor. I have listened to your tales of self-cultivation. How is it that you can endure such a long period alone, yet become restless after merely 2 days? The day prior, Dao Weiming had engaged Zhao Hangtian in light-hearted conversation, learning some of his stories, which had inadvertently drawn the 2 closer in camaraderie. That I cannot fathom why. But my heart is troubled, as if something within this molten world is affecting me. Upon entering the molten realm, Zhao Hangtian had sensed an unsettling disquiet within him, initially attributing it to the transition. He now considered it was undoubtedly a problem inherent within this molten world, and oh way, how could I have not sensed it? Hearing Zhao Hangtian's words, Dao Weiming promptly rose, channeling the spiritual energy within his body. After a moment of inner circulation, he felt no discomfort. You are not of the fire attribute. Of course, you would not understand. Dao Weiming's essence was of the water attribute, making him an adversary to this fire-infused realm. And he certainly did not share the same sentiments as Zhao Hangtian, who bore the fire attribute. Dao brother, Zhao Hangtian is correct. There is indeed something amiss in this molten world. A young man from the Earth Fire clan lifted the curtain of the wooden cabin aboard the small vessel and emerged. Hunched over. Hello, you felt it too, did you not? I speak the truth, Dao elder brother. With the confirmation from Hualu of the Earth Fire clan, Dao Weiming's brows furrowed tightly, and he felt a flicker of doubt regarding the molten world. His expression growing more serious. What in the world is that sound? As the three pondered the source of their concerns, a strange, eerie screech suddenly echoed from above in the molten world. The IT is a firebird. Everyone, prepare yourselves. At that instant, the elder by Xiaoxing burst forth from the wooden cabin. A look of urgency etched across his face as he surveyed the surroundings, gripping a gleaming green sword that had appeared in his hand. Firebird? How could there be firebirds in this place? Upon hearing the term firebird, Huali's countenance changed dramatically, and fear flickered in his eyes. Observing the expressions of Bai Xiaoxing and Hualu, Zhao Hangtian felt a drumbeat of anxiety in his heart regarding the unknown creature they were about to face. Zhao brother, if we cannot fight them, you hide behind me. Dao Weiming swiftly produced a slender white sword from his waist pouch, channeling water, spiritual energy into IT, that in an instant. The sword transformed into a 3-foot-long blade as the water energy flowed around it. Is this truly possible? Zhao Hangtian marveled at the enchanting blue glow dancing upon the sword, witnessing such a wondrous weapon for the first time. This type of weapon is quite normal. Did you not know? Dao Weiming expressed astonishment, for in the Qiming continent, such weapons that could manipulate the size of spiritual energy were nearly ubiquitous among the affluent. Dao Weiming had brought along 5 or 6 for the journey to the Tomb of Heaven. Enough chatter. Zhao Hangtian lacks a weapon. I shall lend you one. Bai Xiaoxing tossed his weapon to Zhao Hangtian and then turned to seize an axe hanging upside down from the doorway of the small vessel. The elder's demeanor and the glimmering axe exuded a formidable aura reminiscent of heroic valor from days of yore. After accepting the weapon, Zhao Hangtian swung it effortlessly, though it felt slightly unwieldy. With only a thunder rod and a scroll box behind him, he had no other weapon to showcase. Revealing the thunder rod now might lead to misunderstandings. They are coming. Suddenly, a vast expanse of crimson, resembling billowing clouds, surged through the sky, and at that moment, the entire molten world erupted into a cacophony of deafening roars. The firebirds, like clouds, screeched in unison, the earth-shattering sound causing Zhao Hangtian and the others to feel their blood surge, their cheeks flushing. Quickly, seal your ears with spiritual energy. Otherwise, we might be overwhelmed. Bai Xiaoxing bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands. He then raised his fingers high towards the sky as a silver lightning power began to gather amidst the curvature of his 10 fingers. Lightning attribute. Upon realizing Bai Xiaoxing possessed the rare lightning attribute, Zhao Hangtian was taken aback. Although he had relied on the Qiming 8 Heroes technique to attain all attributes, Bai Xiaoxing's rarity was far superior to that of dual attributes. Heavenly Thunder Split. The lightning power surged skyward from his fingers, and the fire's spiritual energy retreated in the face of the formidable lightning energy that as the lightning ascended, it coalesced into a thundercloud crackling with electricity. Hualu, lend me your strength. As the thundercloud formed, Bai Xiaoxing turned to Hualu, who emanated a vigorous aura of lightning attribute energy. Endless sea of fire. Responding to the command, Hualu spread his legs apart and settled into a horse stance. Placing his hands at his chest, his eyes transformed into an intense fiery red, and even his eyebrows glowed with a crimson hue that a golden flame erupted from his chest, unlike any ordinary flame. This golden fire seemed to embody a long-awaited king. What kind of flame is this? It is so peculiar. Zhao Hangtian had never encountered such a flame before, his thoughts contrasting the fire spirit pearl with the golden flame. Is that the King Kong flame? It seems the Earth Fire clan truly excels in the art of fire. Dao Weiming glanced at the golden flame, first taken aback, then gradually coming to terms with it, marveling at the spectacle floating at Hua Li's chest. They are upon us. Commanding the thundercloud above, Bai Xiaoxing simultaneously waved his hands, and the rumbling thundercloud fragmented into countless tiny bolts of lightning. In an instant, the molten world became a stark dichotomy of fire-red firebirds and silvery lightning, creating a vivid contrast. Hello, are you ready? Though Bai Xiaoxing displayed strength at the level of the injury gate, managing such a multitude of lightning required an immense consumption of lightning's spiritual energy, Even possessing a lightning spirit pearl would struggle to sustain such expenditure that no problem. With the golden flame cradled in his grasp, Huolu raised his hand slowly, preparing for the onslaught. All right, I shall make the first move. Seeing Huolu ready, Bai Shaoxing furrowed his brows, tightening his fingers into a fist that in an instant, a blinding white light erupted from his clenched hands. And the countless bolts of lightning in the sky surged forth, launching an assault against the firebird swarm that in response, the firebirds, sensing the incoming lightning, charged forward defiantly. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. At the moment of collision, the sky darkened, and a tempestuous wind infused with lightning and fire energy roared forth, causing the molten substance to boil violently at the epicenter of the explosion. Towering waves of molten lava, reaching dozens of meters high, surged toward the celestial vessel. Witnessing this, Zhao Hangtian leapt into the air, swiftly drawing the thunder rod from the long pouch on his back. As the thunder rod emerged, torrents of lightning energy surged towards it as if it had found its rightful home, in the blink of an eye, the brass-colored thunder rod transformed into a shimmering silver lightning staff. After unleashing the heavenly thunder split, Bai Shaoxing collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at Zhao Hangtian, who wielded the silver staff crackling with electricity. The lingering curiosity in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a newfound understanding. Endless sea of fire. After the Tianlai El had been employed, Huolu swiftly took over the martial arts, raising the King Kong flame to above his head, which suddenly emitted a blinding light akin to that of the sun. At that moment, the tremendous explosion sound lessened somewhat, and the flock of firebirds that had collided with the Tianlai El reappeared in the sky, albeit in significantly reduced numbers. Once the firebird swarm re-emerged, they immediately locked onto the position of the celestial ship, plummeting down like raindrops, their speed greatly increased. Huolu desired precisely such an assault from the firebirds. Upon witnessing their actions, a cold smile crept upon his lips, and he promptly summoned the fire spirit energy within him to surge towards the King Kong flame. Under the impetus of the fire spirit energy, the golden King Kong flame ascended slowly. Resembling a small SUN-AT that moment, the firebird swarm launched their attack. Whoosh, 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 as the firebirds raced through the air. When they were just a few meters above the celestial ship, the dazzling King Kong flame finally unleashed its immense power. A flame the size of a small fingertip detached from the King Kong flame, targeting the flock of firebirds. The fastest of the firebirds was the first to be tainted by the golden flame. As this firebird became engulfed in the golden flame, it unexpectedly ignited from within, spontaneously combusting, and the flames produced in the process splashed onto the other firebirds, causing one after another to catch fire. This terrifying scene caused Dao Wei Ming, aboard the ship, to swallow hard. If such a technique were employed during battle, it would be akin to simply waiting for the enemy to perish without lifting a finger. This vivid image also fell within the gaze of Zhao Xingtian, who was battling against the molten waves that as he wielded the thunder rod, shattering wave after wave with the power of lightning. He felt an unexpected sense of helplessness, contemplating the endless cultivation resources possessed by the members of his large family. While he himself toiled tirelessly, the stark disparity instilled a sense of inferiority in the heart of the 15 or 16-year-old Zhao Xingtian. Bang, with one final sweep of his rod, the massive waves finally subsided within the last molten splash, and the entire molten world returned to tranquility. The once menacing flock of firebirds had been completely eradicated by Bai Shaoxing and Huolu, and the crisis was finally averted. Are you all right, Zhao brother? Upon returning to the celestial ship, Zhao Xingtian's face was pale, and his eyes appeared devoid of spirit, a stark contrast to his earlier performance against the molten waves. Causing Dao Wei Ming to harbor concerns that I'm fine. It's just that the previous sensation has intensified significantly. Just as he set foot on the celestial ship, the fire spirit pearl within his body suddenly erupted, as if something was pulling it, causing the pearl to collide towards the northeast. Return, King Kong flame. Huoli's anxious call echoed in their ears as they conversed. What happened? The two hurried to the bow of the ship, where they saw Huolu with both hands raised high, a strand of fire spirit energy entwined around the King Kong flame, attempting to draw it back. Yet, for some unknown reason, the King Kong flame struggled fiercely, trying to break free from Huoli's control. Something is attracting the King Kong flame. This entity that can draw the King Kong flame must also be a form of spirit energy anomaly, and it is likely more powerful than the King Kong flame itself. Bai Xiaosheng, supporting himself against the ship's railing, waved his right hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the King Kong flame. Momentarily paralyzed by the lightning, Huolu seized the opportunity to reclaim it, reintegrating it into his body, a spirit energy anomaly. Upon hearing this term, Dao Wei Ming and Zhao Xing Tian exchanged bewildered glances. A spirit energy anomaly is a variant of the world's spirit energy, typically arising in places of great natural power, such as extreme heat or extreme cold. Over millions of years, through chance occurrences, such anomalies may be born. When they do emerge, they are earth-shattering entities that, as you witnessed, the power of the King Kong flame is a product of the sacred ground of the Earth Fire clan. While explaining, Bai Xiaosheng urged the celestial ship to regain speed, hastening toward the northern land, for the flock of firebirds was not limited to this number. Could it be that another form of spirit energy anomaly exists within the molten ocean? Feeling the unusual sensation within his body, Zhao Xing Tian could only think of the spirit energy anomaly mentioned by Bai Xiaosheng. Indeed, according to records, firebirds are generally not found in such large numbers. However, our encounter with so many firebirds indicates the presence of a powerful flame king bird, which likely guards something of great importance. That I believe this king bird is protecting the source of the spirit energy anomaly's emergence. When our clan obtained the King Kong flame spirit energy anomaly, we faced a similar situation. Nearly 100 people participated in the Sacred Ground battle, but only 12 returned. It is said they encountered the king bird as well. After stabilizing the King Kong flame, Huolu corroborated by Xiaosheng's assertions. What should we do? The fact that over 100 members of the Earth Fire clan sent to seek the spirit energy anomaly were reduced to just 12 speaks volumes about the king bird's terror. With another king bird potentially lurking in the molten world, none could predict whether they might encounter it seeking revenge. The only thought occupying their minds now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Sigh, we can only pray that the king bird does not find us. Should it come upon us, we can only hope for mercy. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head helplessly, feeling little confidence. Encountering the king bird would put him in a position where he might not be able to protect everyone. He hoped to clarify matters to prepare them for what lay ahead. Rest assured, Elder Bai, should we encounter this creature, the flames of the Earth Fire clan will show it the true meaning of wrath. Huolu was the first to express his stance, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the king bird. Due to past events, the strength of their clan had yet to recover, and recalling the wails of those who lost their families made his teeth clench. We Taoists have never feared anything that if it dares to come, I will dare to face it, Dao Wei Ming declared, slicing the air with his sword, his expression graved at AS for Zhao Xing Tian. At that moment, his heartbeat quickened dramatically. His eyes beheld the surrounding landscape turning grayish-white, and he stumbled back a few steps, steadying himself against the mast with his right hand. Simultaneously, his entire body began to convulse. Chapter 44. The King Bird Strikes. What is wrong with you? Dao Wei Ming noticed Zhao Xing Tian's odd behavior. When he observed Zhao Xing Tian's breathing growing more rapid, he sensed that something was amiss. I'm fine. You need not concern yourself with me. Leaning against the mast, Zhao Xing Tian pressed his hand to his forehead, his gaze scanning the surrounding darkness, a sign that he had temporarily lost his sight. Yet he could not afford to falter now. He had to maintain his composure. Ugh! Ugh! As Zhao Xing Tian's words fell, a crow-like roar suddenly erupted. The once boiling surface of the molten magma accelerated its bubbling in response to the eerie sound. This strange scene caused Bai Xiaosheng to furrow his brow, his expression turning serious as he gripped the ship's railing tightly. It has finally arrived. Unlike Bai Xiaosheng's troubled demeanor, Huolu wore a smile, revealing his white teeth, as two brilliant flames burst forth from his hands. With a crashing sound, a massive fissure suddenly opened in the surface of the boiling molten ocean, and a bird resembling a phoenix, adorned with long feathers, soared forth, spreading its wings to fly in the air. Beneath its magnificent appearance, it emitted a sound as chilling as that of a crow. Did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Supporting Zhao Xing Tian, Dao Wei Ming sighed softly as he gazed at the soaring bird. While he felt no fear, Zhao Xing Tian's current state was not conducive to engaging the bird in battle. Should a confrontation ensue, there might not be time to tend to Zhao Xing Tian's condition. This beast has killed others. Bai Xiaosheng scanned the giant bird, his pupils constricting in anger as he cursed. Then opened his hands, conjuring two spherical bolts of lightning. Those are their weapons, along with concealed projectiles. The giant bird was adorned with an array of bizarre objects, some long silver needles firmly embedded in its back feathers. Swaying as the giant bird flapped its wings. Observing these items, it was evident that the few who had traversed the molten world alongside them had met their demise, leaving only this group struggling to endure. After soaring gracefully for a moment, the Flame King bird hovered nearby, its orange-yellow eyes the size of lanterns, emanating a menacing glow as it scrutinized the individuals aboard the celestial ship, seemingly assessing their strength. Huolu, you will first distract this creature's vision while I prepare for a surprise attack. After the skirmish with the Firebirds, the group had expended considerable spirit energy. Now, faced with the sudden appearance of the King Bird, despair enveloped them. After arranging the battle mission, Dao Weiming promptly assisted Zhao Xingtian into the cabin of the celestial ship. Once he laid him down on the floor, he swiftly withdrew, intending to confront Wang Niao in a life-or-death struggle. As Dao Weiming exited, a tremendous surge of molten lava erupted around him, with a colossal wave crashing forth. Thanks to the power of the Millennium Worm Jade aboard the celestial ship, the molten wave cascaded over the ship. Crashing down on either side, did I end the next moment. The celestial vessel resembled a solitary boat amidst a tempest, swaying precariously as it faced the imminent threat of disintegration. To this moment, Wang Yao was fervently flapping his enormous wings, each beat generating tremendous waves. Due to the abundant presence of fire's spiritual energy, Wang Yao experienced no signs of exhaustion, granting him a significant advantage in this regard. This situation could not persist. Bai Xiaoxing, gripping the ship's railing, struggled to maintain his balance, his body swaying uncontrollably with the massive waves, leaving him no opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Huolu was no better off, clinging to the mast's pillar. His eyes gleaming with cold light, exuding an aura of murderous intent as he glared at Wang Niao. Heavenly extremes, myriad methods. Whoosh, streams of golden light suddenly shot forth from within the celestial ship, overwhelming in their might. Countless beams of light effortlessly pierced through the waves, heading straight for the fiery Wang Niao not far away. The rays of the Tai Chi myriad methods also elicited a look of astonishment from Wang Niao, who let out a soft cry before soaring into the air to evade the onslaught of light. This creature seems to fear water's spiritual energy, given that Dao Weiming's attribute was water. The Tai Chi myriad methods he unleashed also possessed a water attribute. Although this place was a gathering spot for fire's spiritual energy, the water attribute's nemesis still posed a certain level of danger. As Wang Yao dodged the Tai Chi myriad methods, he ascended and descended erratically, yet could not escape the relentless assault, which clung to him as stubbornly as a quarrelsome woman. After a series of tumultuous maneuvers, Wang Yao could no longer restrain himself. He abruptly reversed his position, opened his mouth wide, and unleashed a strange, dark flame exuding malevolence. This flame collided with the Tai Chi myriad methods, and at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The black flames began to absorb the water's spiritual energy from the Tai Chi myriad methods. The sight of the flames consuming water left Huolu and Dao Weiming momentarily stunned. That is a spiritual energy aberration, Bai Xiaoxing suddenly shouted, his face flushed as if he had seen a naked woman, his heart racing and blood pressure soaring. Boom! The black flames swiftly devoured all the beams of light, floating in the air with even greater ferocity. Cursed be! This flame can attack spiritual energy. Dao Weiming felt a sudden pain in his hands, and his body trembled as the internal water's spiritual energy became chaotic, signifying that another type of spiritual energy had entered his body and was devouring his own energy. Thunderquake Wave. Fusion, Bai Xiaoxing, filled with astonishment, immediately conjured two fist-sized thunderballs that he then merged the two thunderballs, causing the spiritual energy in his vicinity to become tumultuous, with the fire spiritual energy retreating while the thunder spiritual energy gained dominance. Thud thud. With both hands tightly gripping the merging thunderballs, thunder and lightning crackled within their fusion zone. Resembling two intertwined storm clouds, poised for a final explosion that I need several more seconds. Huolu, Dao Weiming, stall for time. The power emanating from the thunderquake wave had already surpassed that of the heavenly thunder split, unmistakably radiating the aura of a fifth-tier martial art. Once unleashed, such a technique would undoubtedly unleash terrifying might. Understood. Dao Weiming, let us strike together. Huolu nodded at Baike Xiaoxing, glancing at Dao Weiming, who had drawn his long sword. A knowing smile gracing his lips that he then leapt into the air, wielding his sword with a unique, ferocious energy of fire, aiming to strike fiercely. Dao Weiming, not to be outdone, performed a beautiful flourish with his long sword, executing a phantasmal sword technique, his countless shadows creating an illusory attack. The two launched their assaults almost simultaneously, hoping to prevent Wang Niao from evading, forcing a direct confrontation. However, Wang Niao, relying on his speed, had no intention of engaging in close combat. With a powerful flap of his wings, he left a residual shadow behind while his true form vanished, reappearing behind the celestial ship in the blink of an eye. How can its speed be so astonishing? Before his attack could manifest, the target had vanished from view, escalating the danger. This creature relies solely on speed. Had it not been for its incredible swiftness, our clan would not have lost so many elites. Upon seeing Wang Yao's figure appear behind the celestial ship, Huoli's fiery brows furrowed, and the fire's spiritual energy around his sword radiated an even more brilliant red light, as if he were preparing to unleash a powerful technique. Not good. Dao Weiming's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled something. He dashed forward with great urgency, transforming into a meteor hurtling towards Wang Niao. At that moment, Wang Niao gazed at the wooden cabin, a glimmer of anthropomorphic malice gleaming in his orange eyes. Realizing this, Dao Weiming understood that Wang Niao's target was none other than Zhao Xingtian, and that all the ensuing attacks had revolved around Zhao Xingtian. And no wonder Zhao Xingtian's countenance had been so off upon arriving here that Dao Weiming propelled himself towards Wang Niao like a shooting star. He exerted all his strength to strike his long sword forward, the blade flashing with blue light as it aimed directly at Wang Niao's eyes. Chapter 45. Abduction. The sword, flying with the swiftness of lightning, carved a blue streak through the air, striking Wang Niao's eyes. Dao Weiming felt a surge of joy as he witnessed the sword connect, but the subsequent turn of events shattered his composure. Boom! Suddenly, the wooden cabin aboard the celestial ship erupted with a blinding white light, followed by a resounding explosion that sent plumes of white smoke billowing skyward. The once pristine radiance of the celestial ship dulled, losing its luster. Amidst the white smoke, a young man clad in a crimson high-collared robe emerged, cradling Zhao Xingtian, soaring from the cabin and fleeing into the distance without a backward glance. This abrupt turn of events ignited a fierce rage within the previously composed Dao Weiming. Stop right there! Witnessing his savior being abducted, Dao Weiming, instilled with the values of gratitude and loyalty from his upbringing in Taoist philosophy, felt a moral imperative to act. However, the crimson-clad man paid Dao Weiming no heed, his speed undiminished and indeed increasing, until he ultimately transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the horizon. After the red-clad man disappeared, the floating black, spiritual energy aberration flickered for a moment before also dissolving into nothingness. Dao Weiming, do not pursue. Dao Weiming, with a face twisted by madness, surged forth at his utmost velocity towards the unknown, prompting Huolu, recognizing the bond of friendship with the Taoist community, to follow suit. With the abundance of fire's spiritual energy surrounding him, Huolu experienced little depletion, but Dao Weiming, having already expended much of his water's spiritual energy in the previous battles, found himself at a disadvantage in speed. Before long, Huolu caught up to him and embraced him from behind. Let me go. I must save Zhao Xingtian. Dao Weiming, held in Huoli's grip, glared angrily ahead, struggling to break free from Huoli's hold. Calm down. Zhao Xingtian may not be dead. Though Huolu spoke these words, he himself lacked certainty. Tio pacified Dao Weiming. He had to utter words devoid of conviction. Consider this. That man dared to abduct Zhao Xingtian without killing him on the spot. He must still find some value in him. Otherwise, he would have slain Zhao Xingtian outright. Seeing Dao Weiming remain unyielding, Huolu quickly added, "Let us track this person. We will locate his lair and rescue him." Glaring in the direction of the red-clad figure's disappearance, Dao Weiming clenched his fists, temporarily suppressing his rage. Alas! The red-clad man is none other than Wang Niao. Just then, Bai Xiaoxing suddenly flew over, his tone tinged with disappointment. Wang Niao! Huo Lu exclaimed, at that moment recalling that Wang Niao had vanished without a trace after the explosion of the celestial ship. All these events connected in his mind, revealing the underlying truth. The suddenness of it all had left him bewildered. It was only now, upon Bai Xiaoxing's mention, that he comprehended the situation. This creature can shapeshift and manipulate spiritual energy aberrations. Even if we pursued, it would be futile. We should seek out the Daoist practitioners in the third layer for assistance. As an experienced veteran, Bai Xiaoxing possessed a clearer understanding of the situation, grasping the wisdom of preserving resources for future endeavors. Yet with each passing second, Zhao Xingtian's peril intensifies. Though the encounter between Wang Niao and the crowd was brief, the entire process exuded an aura of malevolence and treachery, making it evident that this creature was far from benign. Dao Weiming could hardly afford to linger, and with a swift motion, he broke through the flames of Huo Lu, intent on soaring away. However, Bai Xiaoxing suddenly materialized before him, his fists crackling with the power of thunder, striking Dao Weiming with a resounding impact that rendered him unconscious. "Support him! We must leave," Huo Lu exclaimed urgently, assisting Dao Weiming while casting a glance towards the direction where Zhao Hangtian had vanished, ultimately having no choice but to follow Bai Xiaoxing away from the scene. When Zhao Hangtian opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an ominously cold and eerie cave ceiling. Leaving him momentarily stunned, that he quickly turned his head to survey his surroundings. "You are awake." As Zhao Hangtian turned, a young man clad in a high-collared red garment approached him, a frivolous smile adorning his handsome features. "Who are you?" Zhao Hangtian, struggling to suppress his discomfort, rose from a stone bed and regarded the stranger with caution. "I am the Flame King Bird, the overseer of the second level. You may call me Hong Xian." The youth, identifying himself as Hong Xian, halted a meter away from Zhao Hangtian, clutching a small blue box in his right hand. "You are the leader of that flock of firebirds." Upon hearing the name of the Flame King Bird, Zhao Hongtian's expression hardened, and the fiery energy within him began to stir. "Do not be alarmed. You are a significant individual sought after by those above. I bear you no harm," Hong Xian reassured. Sensing the acceleration of Zhao Hongtian's inner fire energy, aware that the latter was preparing to strike. Yet, having received directives from above, Hong Xian dared not retaliate even if Zhao Hangtian were to attack, and thus sought to clarify the matter. "Who are those above?" Zhao Hangtian, having never heard of any special connection since his birth, was deeply skeptical of Hong Xian's assertion. "That cannot be disclosed once you are taken away. You shall understand." Hong Xian offered a wry smile, knowing he could not reveal the answers without jeopardizing future developments. "Humph, I knew you were deceiving me. Enough talk. Let us fight first." With that, Zhao Hangtian instinctively reached for his laissez staff, but found only emptiness, causing his brow to furrow. Nevertheless, he swiftly executed another technique. Hunyuan Pailai Shou. Though the laissez staff was absent, the thunderous energy remained. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing the Hunyuan Pailai Shou. Flame Gale. Upon witnessing the approach of Hunyuan Pailai Shou, Hong Xian's expression became intensely conflicted. Unable to harm Zhao Hangtian, he resorted to defensive measures instead. Pivoting on his right leg, he spun rapidly, generating fierce winds that carried flickers of flame within them. With a crackling sound, the flame gale clashed against the Hunyuan Pailai Shou, the lightning energy darting about like serpents within the storm. While the flames in the gale thwarted the lightning's advance towards Hong Xian. Stop. The collision of their techniques produced a dazzling brilliance, with Zhao Hongtian's Hunyuan Pailai Shou being forcefully suppressed by Hong Xian. Just as Zhao Hangtian felt he could no longer withstand the pressure, a deep, commanding voice echoed through the cave, resonating with undeniable authority. Boom. The moment those words were uttered, they shattered the flame gale and Hunyuan Pailai Shou, causing both Zhao Hangtian and Hong Xian to recoil 2 steps back. "Master." Hong Xian's face turned pale as he promptly knelt, trembling in reverence. "Rise," came the command. As Hong Xian knelt, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, shrouded in a veil of darkness, suddenly appeared before Zhao Hangtian and Hong Xian, exuding an aura of supreme authority. "Who are you?" Zhao Hangtian stammered, his throat dry as he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "You are the Dragon Song individual?" The enigmatic figure assessed Zhao Hangtian from head to toe, speaking with an astonished tone. "The Dragon Song?" The term left Zhao Hangtian baffled, as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, which were rapidly becoming more convoluted. The mention of the Dragon Song individual only added to the layers of complexity, leaving him to ponder if the legendary martial emperor might also be involved. "It seems you remain unaware of your uniqueness," the mysterious figure observed, noting Zhao Hongtian's bewilderment, and decided to employ other means to validate this assertion. "What uniqueness?" Zhao Hangtian's heart raced at the implications, contemplating whether the figure had realized his possession of the Qi Min Bajia. If so, the consequences could be dire. He needed to remain calm and observe the situation. It is normal not to know, but it suffices that I do." The figure chuckled, circling Zhao Hangtian as if appraising livestock, leaving Zhao Hangtian feeling quite uncomfortable. "What is the meaning of this? What is this Dragon Song individual, and what do you know that I do not?" Everything felt like an immense forest of fog, filled with untold stories, while Zhao Hangtian stood at its edge, bewildered by the vapor rising from within. The Tomb of Heaven is a burial ground of ancient battlefields, a realm for the deceased. The presence of these individuals here disrupts the tranquility of this world of the dead, and as the overseer, I must intervene. However, you are different, for you do not belong to humanity. The emphasis placed on the latter words sent shockwaves through Zhao Hangtian, revealing a glimpse of the hidden truths that surrounded him. Nonsense. I have always resided in Lingxiao City. I am not one of you." Though shocked internally, Zhao Hangtian adamantly denied the absurdity, insisting that this was all a fabrication. "I understand you will not believe me. Will you dare to extend your hand to me?" "Why not?" After contemplating the figure's words, Zhao Hangtian reasoned that if the other truly wished to harm him, he would have acted already. Thus, he extended his hand without hesitation. Impressive fortitude. The mysterious figure praised Zhao Hangtian, grasping his right hand and nodding towards Hong Xian. Understanding the cue, Hong Xian promptly handed over the blue box he held and respectfully stepped aside, awaiting further instructions from the enigmatic figure. "Open it." Taking the blue box, the figure placed it in the palm of his right hand. His gaze fixed intently upon it as he uttered a swift command. With a resounding pop, the box sprang open, revealing a resplendent blue flame that flickered gently within, emanating an aura of tranquility. "This is the 25th ranked Heaven Blue Ice Flame, among the rarest spiritual energies," the figure declared, and with a flick of his wrist, the magnificent blue flame floated out, gracefully descending onto Zhao Hongtian's right wrist. "How is it?" Upon contact with Zhao Hongtian's wrist, the Heaven Blue Ice Flame seamlessly melded into his being, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him, while all other feelings faded into oblivion. "Cold. It is exceedingly cold." As the flame navigated towards the 8 gates within him, it swiftly penetrated the rest gate, curling around the fire spirit pearl and halting its movement, intensifying the azure flames within. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from the area of the rest gate, projecting a peculiar image akin to a projector into the surrounding space. At the sight of this projection, the mysterious figure trembled, his emotions hidden beneath the veil of darkness, whether from anger or fear remained unclear. As he released Zhao Hongtian's hand and knelt before him, Xiao Luo pays respects to the 10th prince. "What?" The proclamation struck Zhao Hangtian like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed, his mind reeling as he struggled to process the information. "I said you were the 10th prince." Xiao Luo, the mysterious figure, reiterated, as if sensing Zhao Hongtian's confusion. "The 10th prince is the Dragon King's 10th son, the nine-headed serpent, is it not?" The only entity that could be referred to as the 10th prince was the nine-headed serpent Zhao Hangtian had encountered on the first level. If this Xiao Luo claimed Zhao Hangtian to be the 10th prince, did that mean Zhao Hangtian was somehow connected to the nine-headed serpent? The revelations were becoming increasingly bewildering. Indeed, but he is not the nine-headed serpent. That was merely the manifestation of the collective among the masses. As Xiao Luo spoke the name of the nine-headed serpent. He stood tall, the obscuring mist dissipating to reveal a stunningly beautiful face before Zhao Hangtian. "Then tell me the truth. At this moment, I can only listen to the tale of this Azura." Zhao Xingtian is analyzing the events and their causes, but the entire situation is far too theatrical for him to accept. In truth, The 10th prince is the most exceptional son of the Dragon King. His remarkable prowess incited the envy of his brothers, and ultimately, when the Dragon King passed away, they struck point 5 princes united in their assault against the 10th prince. In the end, the 10th prince unleashed the secret arts of the Dragon Clan, entering the cycle of reincarnation and becoming the person he is now. The intricacies of this matter, as an ancillary race of the Dragon Clan, are beyond my comprehension. Listening to the narrative, this is utterly classic, an intra-clan power struggle among dragons, with the coveted throne of the Dragon King at stake, far more alluring than any human monarchy. So, do you have a way to convince me? Stories aside, the veracity of this tale leaves Zhao Xingtian skeptical. If someone were to approach you claiming to be a prince of the Dragon Clan, believing them would be sheer folly that I cannot make you believe. Your memories were erased when you entered the cycle of reincarnation. Shura, with her delicate features, furrowed her brows, presenting a pitiful visage that stirred deep sympathy. Her beauty, if showcased in the southern lands, would undoubtedly rank among the finest that settled then. If there is nothing further, may I take my leave? Zhao Xingtian spread his hands, his gaze surveying the surroundings in search of an exit. You cannot leave. The malevolent spirit is seeking you. Alarmed by Zhao Xingtian's intent to depart, the enchanting Shura interposed her hands to block the exit, while the figure of Hong Xian mimicked her actions. Standing behind her, the malevolent spirit seeks me. Who is he? Having just been jolted by the revelations, his nerves were already frayed, and he felt little fear concerning this malevolent spirit. He is an enemy vanquished by the 10th prince, sealed within the final layer of the heavenly tomb upon his death. Consequently, he harbors deep animosity towards the Dragon Clan. Now that he has heard the dragon's roar, he will surely send someone to seek you out. Thus, you must remain with me. Shura's expression turned grave. Although she knew little of this malevolent spirit, she was acutely aware of its formidable power, ranking first among the malevolent spirits within the heavenly tomb. I must insist, do not refer to me as Your Highness until the situation is clarified. You may call me Zhao Xingtian. Your Highness, Your Highness. Zhao Xingtian found this form of address quite uncomfortable, given his lack of interest in such princely titles. Even if he were indeed a prince, he would not permit others to address him in that manner. Very well. Big Brother Zhao. Just as Shura was about to utter the title of prince, she was met with a sharp glare from Zhao Xingtian, causing her to swallow the words back, though she could not directly call him by name. So she added the honorific Big Brother. All right, I intend to proceed to the 3rd layer. What are your plans? The matters concerning the prince had reached a temporary conclusion. Zhao Xingtian could not linger here for long, as he needed to meet with members of the Nangong family and must hasten his pace. Hong Xian, it is time for us to depart. Shura cast a glance at Hong Xian, who smiled and nodded that in an instant he transformed into a small sparrow no larger than a palm, alighting gracefully upon Shura's fragrant shoulder. Since Hong Xian claims he is the master of this layer, may I inquire as to which layer you govern? I am the master of the 5th layer. The heavenly tomb is divided into 10 layers, each overseen by a master, all of whom are elite figures from various realms of the Chiman continent. But we are tasked with guarding this heavenly tomb, and I represent the Dragon Clan. However, not long ago, the malevolent spirit inexplicably killed the master of the 10th layer, thereby seizing control over the entire heavenly tomb, which vanished from the world until its recent reappearance that as Shura and Zhao Xingtian walked. She recounted the tale of the heavenly tomb. Chapter 47. The 3rd layer, a desert. An endless expanse of sand, devoid of even a single stone. There were no signs of life among the animals that might endure in such a harsh environment. Most terrifying of all, the sky above the desert bore 5 suns, their scorching light searing the earth below, rendering the air unbearably hot. With each breath, it felt as though his throat was being sliced by a blade, causing immense pain that as he treaded upon the fine grains of sand. Zhao Xingtian gazed into the distance, yet all he could see was sand, prompting him to wonder if he had lost his way after nearly 5 days of travel. Shura, is this path correct? Observing Shura, who was enveloped in a layer of black mist, Zhao Xingtian wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. His throat felt as if it were on fire, and his voice came out hoarse. Although a martial artist could survive without food for a month, that was only in a typical environment. Here, the desolation rendered the conditions far more dire. Moreover, the area was saturated with Earth spirit energy. making it impossible to absorb any other form of energy for sustenance. Big Brother Zhao, this path is indeed correct, that we shall reach the entrance to the fourth layer in 3 more days. The black mist swirled, revealing Shura's graceful form before Zhao Xingtian. Her exquisitely beautiful, oval face was captivating, and Zhao Xingtian found himself developing a fondness for this enchanting young lady. Zhao Xingtian's peculiar gaze did not escape Shura's notice. Under such scrutiny, even the most stoic of Shura clan maidens could not help but blush. Big Brother Zhao, I must apologize. It is quite embarrassing, she murmured softly, her head lowered. I was momentarily lost in thought. This admission instantly brought Zhao Xingtian back to reality, his face flushing with embarrassment as he rubbed his hands together. The moment had felt overly intimate. Despite the awkwardness, they had to continue their journey. After a brief period of shyness, both Shura and Zhao Xingtian returned to their path. Though their conversation dwindled significantly, each lost in their own thoughts. The third layer is a gathering place for Earth's spirit energy. Ruled by Tu Hong's son, a member of the Earth clan from the Qimen continent. This individual possesses extraordinary strength and excels in Earth evasion techniques, making him the most elusive in the Heavenly Tomb. However, Tu Hong's son has a peculiar penchant for handsome youths. Anyone passing through this layer who is strikingly attractive is likely to be abducted, then one knows what ultimately befalls them. But rumors suggest a fate that leaves them utterly disfigured. Their faces contorted in horror. Upon hearing Shura's account, Zhao Xingtian quickly contorted his face into a grotesque mask. Though he did not consider himself particularly handsome, the prolonged disappearance of the Heavenly Tomb might have left Tu Hong's son desperate, potentially targeting even those of lesser appeal that if things escalated, even a man might find himself in peril, so caution was imperative. Suddenly, as Zhao Xingtian walked, he heard the distinct clash of weapons nearby. He immediately halted. Straining his ears, and after a few moments, a man's agonized scream pierced the air. Not one of heart-wrenching pain, but a defiant cry, as if he were being toyed with. This immediately brought Tu Hong's son to Zhao Xingtian's mind. Could it be Tu Hong's son? Fearing the danger, Zhao Xingtian swiftly concealed himself behind a sand dune, determined to stealthily approach and ascertain the truth. That I sensed that old fiend's presence. Shura, who had been silent, finally spoke, her tone somewhat peculiar. However, Zhao Xingtian, focused intently, did not catch the nuance. Wait here. I shall investigate, he instructed Shura, mindful that she should not witness anything unsavory. Stealthily, he crept up the sand dune, utilizing the breath-concealing techniques of the Qimen 8 heroes. He melded his presence with the natural surroundings, rendering it nearly undetectable unless scrutinized closely. Upon cresting the dune, he was met with a scene far more grotesque than he had anticipated. A short, lecherous old man grasping a strikingly handsome youth who appeared to have lost all vitality. Anyone subjected to such humiliation would have long since taken their own life in despair. The once handsome youth raised his right leg, only for the old man to crush him beneath his foot with a sickening crack, reducing the body to mere fragments. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground. Time to find my next target. Beholding the carnage and the old man's repugnant demeanor, complete with squinty eyes and a minuscule mustache, he resembled a lascivious lord, his actions adding an extra layer of grotesqueness. Someone has arrived. How amusing. Just as the old man prepared to leave, a flash of white light streaked through the sky, heading straight for the spot where he stood. Impudent scoundrel. Dare to harm a member of my family? You seek death. The voice accompanying the white light belonged to a woman, and as it neared the old man's location, he was taken aback. Listening to the sound, the little old man wore a look of utter disappointment. Initially believing that it was the handsome man who had arrived, only to find it was a woman, that he began to ponder whether he should change his tastes. The lecher has harmed my junior, and I demand retribution. The woman, enveloped in the light of escape, clearly heard the old man's words, her tone softening momentarily, but then it rose sharply, echoing like a fierce tigress. How dare you raise your voice at me? You old fool, I shall peel your skin off. This old rascal, known as Tu Xing's son, placed great importance on his reputation. Despite his peculiar preference for young men, he was generally amiable. However, he had grown increasingly disdainful towards women, eventually developing a strong aversion to them. The moment Tu Xing's son shouted, the woman hidden in the light of escape, of course, was not one to take it lightly. she immediately unleashed a flurry of sword beams. Striking towards him with fierce intent, Tu Xing Sun, being a seasoned veteran, did not evade the oncoming barrage of sword beams. Instead, he sank his body into the earth as he descended. The sword beams rained down upon him, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds as dust and debris erupted around him, shaking the very ground. A disturbance felt by Zhao Xingtian. Goodness, can't you keep your distance? Zhao Xingtian barely dodged a sword beam that whizzed past his head, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. He felt it was time to retreat, but fate had other plans. Just as he turned to leave, the ground beside him trembled, and Tu Xing Sun's ghostly figure emerged. How hideous! You nearly scared me to death. Upon his emergence, Tu Xing Sun spotted Zhao Xingtian, who was in disguise. His attention had been focused on the woman enveloped in light, leaving him unprepared for the shock. At that moment, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Tu Xing Sun. Zhao Xingtian finally reacted, his surprise causing him to exclaim. Just then, the woman in the light landed gracefully, and upon hearing the source of the voice, she wasted no time. With a swift motion, her white longsword cut through the air, sending two beams of light slicing towards them. Among the two, Tu Xing Sun was the first to react, with half his body still buried in the sand. He saw the beams approaching and quickly retracted his body, sinking deeper into the ground. Zhao Xingtian, however, lacked such abilities. He rolled sideways, hastily making his way towards the sand dune. Boom! Just as he managed to roll a mere 3 meters. Two sword beams struck with ferocity. In the midst of his tumble, Zhao Xingtian heard a deafening explosion beside his ear, and in an instant, it felt as though something had lifted him. Propelling him violently to the ground, he landed with a thud, pain shooting through his entire body, as if his very organs had been crushed. Are you all right? Zhao Xingtian, now sprawled on the ground with a face twisted in agony, was quickly approached by Xiao Luo, who appeared quite anxious. Cough. That really hurt. If it weren't for his warrior's physique and the protective measures he had in place, the residual force of the sword beams could have easily killed him. That woman is even more formidable than I imagined. She must possess the strength of a door-crossing master. Tu Xing Sun may not be her match, according to the hierarchy of the Tianmu. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Xiao Luo, being the master of the 5th level, was considerably more powerful than Tu Xing Sun of the 3rd level, yet he acknowledged a significant gap in strength when it came to the woman cloaked in white light. As if to confirm this, just as Xiao Luo finished speaking, Tu Xing Sun was sent flying by the woman, clad in a white warrior outfit with phoenix-like eyes and willow eyebrows, landing roughly upon a small sand dune. How dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am? I belong to the Huangtu clan. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Tu Xing Sun, despite his pride, resorted to invoking his family's name, hoping to leverage its renown to intimidate the woman. Does being from the Huangtu clan give you the right to kill at will? I am from the esteemed Shangguan family of the Southern Kingdom. The woman was unimpressed by his threats, and her own family bore considerable reputation. Though not as powerful as the Huangtu clan, they were far from being trifled with. To provoke a woman of the Shangguan family? I must retreat. Upon realizing her identity, Tu Xing Sun's expression shifted drastically. With a clenched jaw and a stomp of his foot, he prepared to sink into the earth once more. However, the members of the Shangguan family were not so easily deterred. The woman plunged her long sword into the soft sand, exclaiming, "1,000-mile sword formation!" Swiftly, within a radius of 300 meters, the ground shimmered, and a multitude of gleaming swords erupted from the sand. Meanwhile, Tu Xing Sun was forced into the open air. Clearly pressured by the onslaught of swords, "You're forcing my hand." Every man has his pride. While Tu Xing Sun had peculiar tastes, at this moment, his masculine defiance emerged. He retrieved a short yellow measuring stick from his waist. And as it appeared, the previously calm earth energy began to surge violently. The Huangtu clan's pan-hung earth-cracking measuring stick. Observing the seemingly unimpressive little stick, the woman's anger shifted to a serious demeanor. Recognizing the potential threat, that if you let me go now, I won't engage in a life-and-death battle with you. Gripping the measuring stick, Tu Xing Sun felt the strain of expended energy, and while the surrounding earth energy replenished him, it was insufficient to counterbalance his losses. This was the essence of his proposal. He did not wish for a bloody confrontation that would be of little gain. No, my junior cannot die in vain. The woman cast her gaze down, her eyes flickering with determination. However, upon seeing her suffering junior sprawled on the ground, she could not let go of her emotions. With a resolute heart, she grasped her longsword. Ready to fight to the death against the lecherous Tu Xing Sunday. You've got to be kidding. You trespassed into the Tianmu without understanding the rules, while the higher-ups allowed you to enter during a specific time. This time there was an error. You must understand that we, the masters, have the right to report your actions. When faced with an insurmountable situation, Tu Xing's son revealed the existence of the mysterious higher-ups, hoping their authority would restrain the Shangguan family's actions. This was his last resort, a display of desperation. The higher-ups? The mention of those 5 words immediately halted the woman's advance, her sword held thoughtfully. It seemed those words carried a certain weight, instilling caution in her heart that, of course, if it weren't for them, who else would have the capacity to guard this desolate place? Recalling the barren landscape, Tu Xing's son's resentment surged, and he felt an urge to find an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. This time, I'll let it slide, but I shall cripple you, while his life may be forfeit. The Shangguan family had the means to incapacitate Tu Xing Sunday, given the disparity in their realms. If the woman intended to kill him, Tu Xing's son's late-stage strength would be inadequate to defend against her. What? You best not act recklessly. Upon hearing the previous statement, Tu Xing's son felt a weight lifted, but the latter half made him leap in alarm, his expression quite the spectacle. Take this. The woman wasted no time. Thrusting her sword rapidly towards him, Tu Xing's son, seeing the blade approach with alarming speed, instinctively raised his measuring stick to block it. With a resounding clash, he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with groans of pain. Even with such a treasure, your lack of skill renders it ineffective, leaving you hesitant and restrained. The Huangtu clan's measuring stick had not saved Tu Xing's son. Rather, it deprived him of the opportunity to unleash his full potential. As the energy consumption was too great, what appeared to be an imposing weapon was merely a fade, intimidating but lacking true power. Damn. Secret technique, Rock Dragon. With the measuring stick ineffective, Tu Xing's son lay on his back, cursing under his breath. Yet, his hands moved swiftly, slapping the ground as he propelled himself upward, in midair. He quickly formed a hand seal, dividing his fingers towards the sky, a peculiar light seal inscribed with runes materialized above him. And the surrounding sand particles began to levitate, drawn toward the seal, more sand was absorbed. The light seal emitted a deafening roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry. Umph! This rock dragon shall not hinder me. The voice of the dragon echoed within the light, yet the woman showed no interest. On the contrary, she wore a look of disdain. As her words resonated, the silhouette of the rock dragon emerged under a beam of yellow light. This creature measured approximately 5 zhang in length and was as wide as 4 individuals standing shoulder to shoulder. Its yellow-brown eyes bore the quintessential features of a dragon, albeit with only 3 claws. The number of claws signifies strength. A 3-clawed dragon is akin to the mid-stage of the opening of the gate, slightly inferior to you. Observing the colossal creature before her, the woman let out a cold laugh. In the face of Du Min's power, everything seemed pale and powerless. Were this dragon a true dragon, she might have hesitated to strike with full force, for dragons are known to cherish their kin. However, the entity before her merely possessed the form of a dragon, composed of earthly spirit energy, which could lead to a different outcome. Chapter 49. The Shura Clan Rock Dragon. Show her your might. Upon the dragon's appearance, Tu Xingsuan hastily took refuge behind its massive body, hoping to find an opportunity to escape when the conflict between the rock dragon and the Shangguan clan commenced. As for vengeance, Tu Xingsuan had not even contemplated it. Roar, roar! Following a furious roar from the rock dragon, it charged towards the woman with an intensity that rivaled that of a true dragon. Its sharp claws glinting with a chilling light, aimed directly at her head. Humph! Such an assault posed little threat to the woman. While the momentum was formidable, the power was significantly lacking. With a disdainful snort, she tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, planted her left foot firmly on the ground, and launched herself into the Air. The next moment, she and her sword merged into a silvery white meteor, hurtling straight towards the rock dragon. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled violently as the impact occurred, unleashing a fierce wind that kicked up a sandstorm, enveloping the area in swirling yellow sand. Zhao Xingtian found it impossible to open his eyes amidst the chaos. Resorting to crouching on the ground and covering his eyes, nose, and mouth, in contrast, Shura, beside him, appeared less disheveled, though her hair was slightly tousled. Once the last gust of wind subsided, the earth regained its tranquility, and the surrounding sounds diminished significantly. Coughing, Zhao Xingtian sensed the storm had ceased and quickly shook off the layers of sand that had accumulated on him. "Brother Zhao, are you all right?" Having been attentively observing the battle, Shura only remembered Zhao Xingtian was still on the ground when she felt movement beside her. She immediately extended her snow-white hands to grasp his exposed wrist and gently pulled him up, much like dragging a lifeless pig from the sand. "What is the state of the battle?" The first question that escaped Zhao Xingtian's lips after being pulled out was regarding the outcome of the conflict. Tu Xingsuan is not dead, merely gravely injured. Shura indicated towards Tu Xingsuan, who lay not far away, gasping for breath, her tone icy. "What about that woman?" The area where Zhao Xingtian stood had undergone a complete transformation. Once filled with sand ridges, it was now a flat expanse in the vicinity where Tu Xingsuan had fallen. Stones of varying sizes lay scattered in a radial pattern. "Which clan do you belong to?" Just as Zhao Xingtian was about to inquire, the woman in white suddenly appeared behind him, her voice no longer filled with anger, but rather calm. "Senior, I am a protector of the Nangong clan." Despite the enmity that existed among the four great clans, there were no mortal enemies, and the indiscriminate killing of members from other clans had yet to occur, allowing Zhao Xingtian to boldly proclaim his allegiance to the Nangong clan. "So you are a protector of the Nangong clan. Consider this incident as if you have not witnessed it, understood?" The woman cast a cold glance at Shura and Zhao Xingtian, her tone laden with menace. "Oh, you are indeed a member of the Shura clan. How fortunate I am." Upon noticing Shura, the woman first displayed surprise, followed by delight, her tone suggesting a favorable disposition towards the Shura clan. "Senior, do you know of my Shura clan?" Shura's expression radiated joy, leaving her somewhat astonished. Although the Shura clan was well known, they had few connections with other clans, and the Shangwan clan had never forged ties with them. "Do you know Mora?" At the mention of this name, Shura's complexion flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling, her delicate hands trembling uncontrollably. "Do you know Mora? Is he well?" Shura's reaction only fueled the woman's excitement, dissipating her earlier demeanor of dominance and replacing it with a more feminine charm. Her face flushing as she inquired about his well-being. "My brother is doing wonderfully. You must be Sister Shangwan Mei." Shura smiled brightly, immediately grasping Shangwan Mei's hand, reminiscent of long-separated sisters, a familial warmth enveloping them, rendering Zhao Xingtian somewhat superfluous in that moment. "You must be Qianrou. My, how you've grown." Gently ruffling Qianrou's hair, Shangwan Mei's eyes sparkled with affection as she expressed her warmth. "What brings you to the heavenly tomb? Have you become one of this generation's Shuras?" Generally, the Shura clan would not send individuals to the Chiman continent. They were guardians of the Dragon clan, with no reason to visit the heavenly tomb unless one became its master or a Shura of their clan, thus gaining the opportunity to train in the Chiman continent. "I am not yet a Shura. I am merely here to guard the heavenly tomb that I shall be leaving shortly." Qianrou shook her head, seemingly lost in thought as she spoke. "What troubles you?" "I am aware of my relationship with your brother." At that moment, Shangwan Mei appeared to have taken on the role of Qianrou's sister-in-law, her tone imbued with the essence of kinship. "Upon my return, I will become a Shura, but I do not wish to die." As Qianrou uttered this, she pulled Shangwan Mei aside, seemingly reluctant for Zhao Xingtian to overhear. When she mentioned her reluctance, she cast a furtive glance at Zhao Xingtian, her eyes revealing profound affection. "Shura? You truly intend to become a Shura?" The term Shura weighed heavily on Shangwan Mei, her gaze flickering, her face contorted in distress as she grasped Qianrou's hand with an unusual force. "You must think this through. Your brother is like this. She hesitated, recalling the painful memories of their past separation, a heart-wrenching scene that lingered in her mind, the passage of time unable to dull the ache of that wound. "There is no choice. It is the Elder's decree, and my brother has no recourse." Qianrou's eyes brimmed with tears, her shoulders quivering slightly. The thought of returning to her clan only to become a Shura filled her with unwillingness. Yet the Elder's command was not to be defied. "What is a Shura?" Their soft conversation, though distant, was unsealed by the absence of spiritual barriers, allowing Zhao Xingtian to catch snippets of their dialogue, gaining a rough understanding of the implications while remaining oblivious to the preceding circumstances. "Why are you eavesdropping on our conversation?" Zhao Xingtian's inquiry caused Qianruo's cheeks to flush crimson. It was embarrassing for a young woman to have her private matters overheard. "I am merely concerned for you." Zhao Xingtian recognized the inappropriateness of his actions, yet he feigned seriousness, patting his chest, adopting a solemn expression as if swearing an oath that Ashura is the chieftain of the Shura clan, and to become Ashura is to be a candidate for leadership. They are forbidden from loving anyone for life, with a new generation emerging every century. After their tenure, they ascend to the rank of elder, a position of lifelong privilege. Shangwan Mei glanced at Zhao Xingtian, her expression shifting to one of peculiarity as she elaborated on the Shura, her demeanor becoming increasingly strange. Such a rule exists, that those who are not destined to be together cannot unite. How heartbreaking. Reflecting on this outcome caused Zhao Xingtian to shudder, fervently praying to the god of war to spare his beloved from such a fate. Little did he know, everything was unfolding in the shadows. "If using the authority of the 10th Prince could prevent the Shura clan from making you a Shura, I would be willing to try. You admit you were the 10th Prince?" Upon hearing this, Qianruo's previously bowed head shot up, her eyes gleaming as joy surged within her. I was merely speculating. Besides, I am not the 10th Prince." Zhao Xingtian intended to suggest that he pretend to be one. But witnessing Qianruo's exuberant reaction, he could only force a smile, hastily distancing himself from the title of the 10th Prince, wary of the potential repercussions from the Dragon Clan. Chapter 50. The mutated Tu Xingtian, could he be the reincarnation of the 10th Prince? Hearing Zhao Xingtian and Qianruo discuss the 10th Prince, Shangwan Mei's eyes widened in shock, her face displaying utter disbelief, her hands trembling uncontrollably. "You know the 10th Prince? I shall repeat myself. I am not the 10th Prince. You have mistaken me." The formidable figure known as the 10th Prince, Zhao Hangtian, found himself burdened with an unmerited fate, particularly as the 10th Prince had become a pariah, estranged from former allies. Should he hastily acknowledge this truth? The myriad foes from the Dragon Clan would not spare him. Zhao Hangtian cherished the beauty of life and had no desire for an untimely demise. That it was not merely the 10th Prince who mattered. Rather, it was the enchanting Shangwan Mei. Enough! Shangwan Mei, her expression grave, was about to voice her thoughts when she was abruptly interrupted by Qianruo, whose face was contorted in anguish, tears cascading down like pearls slipping from a broken string. "Please do not weep." Zhao Hangtian dreaded the sight of a girl in tears. During his time in Lingxiao City, the moment Linger shed tears, he would be thrown into a flurry of anxiety. Now, as Qianruo cried, he felt a sharp pang within his heart. "It is your fault. You should not have appeared before her. Otherwise, her old wounds would not have reopened." Shangwan Mei's complexion turned pale. Her lips moved for a moment before she could no longer contain herself. It was a tale fraught with sorrow that lingered in her heart. "That my fault. When have I been at fault? I cannot comprehend a word of what you speak. What do you mean by mistakes? Or that I should not have been seen by her?" Zhao Hangtian felt on the verge of madness, as everything seemed to revolve around this legendary figure, the 10th Prince, hinting at a significant event from the past. "Shangwan Mei, please cease. He remembers nothing. He is no longer the 10th Prince. He is Zhao Hangtian." Qianruo's heart grew cold as she clung to her dreams, waiting for the 10th Prince's return, only to find that reality fell far short of her expectations. 10th Prince? How could I ever be that 9-headed serpent? He was a lecher, responsible for the suffering of many young women. Moreover, I am merely in my teens. He existed a century ago, though the notion of reincarnation existed. None had witnessed it, and such a process required immense power. That I in the current realm of Qimen. No one possessed such capabilities, except perhaps at the level of a martial god, using divine strength to reincarnate. I have already stated he is not a 9-headed serpent. He is the authentic 5-clawed golden dragon, the sole being capable of becoming the Dragon King in all of heaven and earth. Qianruo, tears glistening in her eyes, roared defiantly. That I in her heart, the 10th Prince embodied perfection, each glance and smile imbued with an irresistible allure that she could still vividly recall. "Look at me. I am but a human, not a dragon. I possess no draconic power. Moreover, That dragon roar might merely have been a result of my encounter with a serpent transforming into a dragon, which I inadvertently consumed, granting me a fleeting semblance of draconic strength. Zhao Hangtian attributed the power of his dragon-like voice solely to the dragon essence he believed he possessed, while the peculiar and mysterious pattern might belong to the Cheeman 8 heroes. As for being considered the reincarnation of the 10th prince, he was utterly oblivious. You bear the 10th prince's fated tattoo. There could be no mistake. Qianruo once again produced the bizarre pattern, leaving Zhao Hangtian at a loss for words. If you wish to know, let us experiment and discover the truth. Shengwan Mei was not inclined to waste words. Practice is the only standard to verify truth. Why not test to see who is right and who is wrong? Should they be mistaken, Qianruo would not linger, but if proven correct, this tale might indeed unfold anew. Extend your hand, I give. As Shengwan Mei requested Zhao Hangtian to extend his arm, he complied without hesitation, eager to resolve the matter swiftly. Bang! Just as Shengwan Mei was about to grasp Zhao Hangtian's arm, the motionless figure of Tu Xing's son suddenly sprang to life, swinging a ruler with great force, unleashing a powerful wave of Earth spirit energy that surged toward them. Quickly disperse! The shockwave of Earth spirit energy erupted from the surrounding area, its magnitude formidable enough to potentially overwhelm even Shengwan Mei, who lacked confidence in withstanding it. With Zhao Hangtian and Qianruo present, they could only swiftly evade and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Before Shengwan Mei could finish her sentence, she found herself immobilized, intending to assist Zhao Hangtian and Qianruo, but her body inexplicably froze. Panic-stricken, she glared, her teeth clenched in frustration. Hurry and flee. The shockwave approaches too swiftly. With Zhao Hangtian's current strength, if he were to be struck, he would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, Qianruo, in a state of desperation, acted without thought, channeling her spirit energy and striking Zhao Hangtian's back. This force propelled him away, narrowly avoiding the shockwave's onslaught. Yet, Qianruo was not so fortunate. She was directly struck, her chest heaving, limbs splayed. Blood spurting from her mouth as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Thud, thud. Witnessing Qianruo succumb to injury while attempting to save him, Zhao Hangtian felt a tremor ripple through his body, his heartbeat slowing as the colors around him morphed into shades of crimson. The earth-toned sand began to pale, and his body felt alien, no longer under his command. Zhao Hangtian, what has happened to you? Shengwan Mei, still immobilized, looked on in alarm at the oddly behaving Zhao Hangtian standing nearby. Despite her desperate struggles, her body remained unresponsive, inciting her anxiety. You are indeed the one who carries the dragon's roar. That Tu Xing's son approached, having completely transformed from his former self. His eyes were blood-red, and the pressure points previously struck by Shengwan Mei had fully healed. Save for his voice, every aspect of him had undergone a radical change. You are not Tu Xing's son. Who are you truly? The figure before her bore no resemblance to the lecherous Tu Xing's son of old. The imperial aura surrounding him affirmed that this was not the original. He is the evil spirit. The evil spirit emperor. The previously motionless Qianruo suddenly clawed at the ground, rising painfully to her feet, blood trickling from her mouth like delicate cherry blossoms, exuding a sense of desolation. You are the evil spirit emperor. Merely a fragment of your true self. It seems the final seal of the heavenly tomb still restrains your freedom, preventing your true form from descending. As Shengwan Mei spoke, a soft crackling sound echoed as a wisp of black smoke emerged from the ground. Finally, her immobilized body regained movement. Were it not for that accursed seal, I would never be ensnared here. If only you could release me, the world would be mine. Hearing the word seal, Tu Xing's son's expression morphed into a frenzied one. He clenched his fists, roaring at the heavens, his pent-up resentment manifesting as swirling black energy that enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. Evil Spirit Emperor, you were born of resentment and can only remain trapped within the heavenly tomb. Should you be freed to wreak havoc, I am certain no one would allow it. Shengwan Mei seized the sword that had fallen to the ground, infusing it with spirit energy, preparing to eliminate this already controlled fragment of the evil Spirit Emperor. She aimed to eradicate the greatest threat within the final layer of the heavenly tomb, where unparalleled divine artifacts awaited, a temptation no one could resist, that if you wish to confine me to the heavenly tomb, you shall have to test your might. Tu Xing's son grinned wickedly. And just as he opened his mouth to speak, a shadow suddenly darted past, striking his left cheek with a painful blow. In an instant, his body was sent crashing to the ground, sliding for 100 meters before finally coming to a stop. Chapter 51. The Power of Dragon, Might the Evil Spirit Emperor. Caught off guard, never anticipated that someone could strike him while he stood before them, especially with such force that sent him flying. This was a humiliation he had never experienced in the Heavenly Tomb. Puff! After being sent flying, the shadow took the place where the evil spirit emperor had stood, slightly hunched over, muscles rippling beneath his bare skin, panting heavily. His eyes had turned a striking gold, and a golden dragon emblem floated behind him in the void. Five-clawed golden dragon emblem. The familiar golden dragon in the void came to life, flitting about as Shinro stood frozen in astonishment, her hands trembling slightly, her eyes devoid of tears, replaced by the loving gaze of a wife towards her husband. 10th Prince. Ha ha, I have encountered the reincarnation of the 10th Prince. My long-held grudge shall finally find resolution. Rising from the ground after sliding 100 meters, the evil spirit emperor slowly stood, tearing off his nearly shattered right hand and tossing it aside. His face twisted into a mad grin. The hatred that had lain dormant for a century had awakened once more. Swish, swish. At this moment, Zhao Hengdian, known as the 10th Prince, felt his original will crumbling. Within his mind, only the intent to kill prevailed, and his body was entirely beyond his control. His singular thought was to eliminate the avatar of the evil ghost emperor. Thus, as the evil ghost emperor erupted in laughter, a fleeting shadow of Zhao Hengtian darted forward, delivering a powerful punch accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Let me test the reincarnated 10th Prince. Is he still as formidable as before? Upon witnessing Zhao Hengtian's approach, the evil ghost emperor, a seasoned warrior, remained unperturbed. Even the former Dragon King could only seal him, unable to annihilate him entirely. His combat experience surpassed that of any individual from the Chiman continent. In the face of the impending assault, he maintained his composure, executing a horizontal palm strike with his left hand that effectively countered Zhao Hengtian's fierce punch with 2 resounding claps. Seeing his punch thwarted, Zhao Hengtian, leveraging his physical advantage, unleashed a sidekick aimed directly at the evil ghost emperor. Should the kick connect, the impact would undoubtedly shatter the emperor's legs to AT that moment. Zhao Hengtian's strength surged to the late stage of the Life Gate realm, proving formidable even against masters of the Injury Gate realm. As the sidekick approached, the evil ghost emperor's expression shifted. He merely furrowed his brow. Having lost his right hand, he faced a challenge in maintaining his balance, forcing him to adapt his horizontal palm strike into an eagle claw that he then grasped Zhao Hengtian's wrist, utilizing the force from the punch to propel himself sideways, narrowly evading the sidekick strike. Dodging the attack. The evil ghost emperor quickly released his grip, using the momentum to soar backward, landing atop a small sand dune 30 meters away. Upon witnessing the emperor's escape, Zhao Hengtian unleashed a furious roar, his voice echoing like a dragon's, resonating with such power that it altered the very color of the sky above. Quickly, stop him. If he continues to roar like that, he will exhaust his spirit energy and perish. The dragon's roar was no ordinary shout. It was a unique ability of the dragon lineage. Without the formidable strength of the dragons, any ordinary individual attempting to mimic it would perish within seconds from the depletion of their spirit energy. Although Zhao Hengtian possessed an inner core on the verge of becoming a dragon pill, it too could not withstand repeated roars. This was why Shengwan Mei urged Shinro to intervene. Hengtian, do not act this way. Despite her injuries, Shinro hurried towards Zhao Hengtian. The dragon's roar held little sway over the Shura Guardians, allowing her to approach without being repelled. Indeed, the power of the dragon's roar is overwhelming, standing atop the small dune. The evil ghost emperor placed his hands on his dantian, where a swirl of black resentment coalesced, shielding him from the dragon's roar. However, due to the injury sustained by his earthly avatar, the black resentment could not endure for half a minute before being shattered by the dragon's roar. The evil ghost emperor faced the full brunt of the dragon's might. After uttering these words, he bore a wicked grin and an expression of anticipation before bursting into a brilliant red light, his flesh and organs splattering across the ground, exuding a foul odor. As the earthly avatar controlled by the evil ghost emperor disintegrated, Zhao Hengtian finally ceased his dragon's roar, but he turned to face Shinro. his eyes brimming with murderous intent, his hands clenched tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. "Qinro, do not approach." Shengguan Mei, sword in hand, stood vigilant a short distance away. That moment, she clearly perceived that Zhao Hangtian had completely lost his sanity, his face radiating an aura of death, devoid of reason. "Sister Shengguan, I will help him regain his calm." Qinro gazed at the golden dragon emblem behind Zhao Hangtian, which confirmed that he was indeed the reincarnation of the 10th prince. Her long-awaited prayers had finally borne fruit, and she felt compelled to seize this precious reunion. The wind stirred the dust, whispering of his arrival, a melodious voice, more enchanting than a nightingale and as clear as wind chimes, flowed from Qinro's lips. The delicate melody carried the yearning of a young girl for love, a century of longing, culminating in this moment of reunion. The pain that had lingered in her heart for 100 years could finally find resolution. With tears in her eyes, Qinro smiled at Zhao Hangtian, who, consumed by bloodlust, paused in his tracks. His tightly clenched hands relaxed, and his expression shifted to one of bewildered recognition, as if he had heard something familiar. His heart now tranquil. Where is this place? He found himself standing on a vast grassland, verdant grass stretching to the horizon. Before him stood a thatched cottage, its brownish-yellow exterior glaringly prominent against the landscape. Creak! As Zhao Hangtian finished his thought, the tightly shut wooden door of the cottage slowly creaked open, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with piercing eyes and long hair cascading past his shoulders. His soft, dark locks danced gracefully as he walked with an elegant poise, gleaming in the sunlight with a regal aura. "Who are you?" Zhao Hangtian stood dumbfounded before such a magnificent figure. Were he to appear in a bustling city on the Qiming continent, he would surely become the object of adoration among wealthy women and young girls alike. "You need not concern yourself with my identity, nor will I disclose it. This is merely a dream. And the thatched cottage, and the grassland are all but fragments of this dream." The handsome man spoke cryptically, leaving Zhao Hangtian utterly perplexed. "I now offer you a warning. Beware of the evil ghost emperor. That is all I shall say. You must ponder the rest." As he spoke, the man's demeanor turned grave. Upon uttering the final word, he abruptly waved his sleeve, and a pitch-black void materialized. The moment the black hole appeared, an overwhelming force yanked Zhao Hangtian into its depths. "Who are you? Why do you warn me about the evil ghost emperor?" As he watched the figure outside the black hole diminish, Zhao Hangtian struggled fiercely, desperately attempting to return to question the meaning of those words, yet fate denied him that opportunity. "Zhao Hang, you have awakened." Amidst the tumultuous struggle, Zhao Hangtian's body jolted, his eyes regaining focus in the realm of reality. Before him stood Qinro, her face alight with joy. "Qinro, are you all right?" Seeing her gaze filled with affection, Zhao Hangtian felt a rush of anxiety as he noticed her biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes. He quickly spoke, seeking to divert her attention. "I'm fine. Just a bit of internal injury." Qinro wiped away her unwelcome tears with the back of her hand before gently helping Zhao Hangtian into a half-sitting position. Her actions reminiscent of a devoted wife caring for her husband. "What is wrong with my body? I cannot move my limbs." Zhao Hangtian realized he lay in a stone chamber, devoid of the rich, earthly aura of the third layer. Instead, he sensed a suffusion of abundant with spirit energy. As he attempted to move, he discovered that even his fingers could not bend, rendering him utterly incapacitated. "You exhausted your spirit energy, impairing your body's functions. Currently, you are in a state of depletion, but once your spirit energy replenishes, your body will return to normal. Then where are we? Surely this is not the third layer." Understanding the explanation, Zhao Hangtian felt relieved. Having once experienced life as a cripple, he feared returning to that state. He surveyed his surroundings again, his gaze settling on Qinro. "This is the fourth layer, the realm of wood spirit energy." Zhao Hangtian, "You have awakened." Just as Qinro finished speaking, Shengguan Mei entered, holding a massive spirit mushroom. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Grateful for the intervention, Zhao Hangtian expressed his thanks with a smile. "Incorrect. It was not I who saved you. It was Qinro. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward her." Shengguan Mei glanced at Qinro, continuing her stride toward another stone door. "Thank you, Qinro." Remembering the moment he lost consciousness, Zhao Hangtian turned his head with a smile. offering his gratitude to Shinro. "You need not thank me. It was my duty." Shinro's voice was soft, and as she said this, her cheeks flushed to be by the end. Her voice trailed off to a whisper, barely audible to Zhao Hangtian. "Ah, by the way, where are my staff and scroll?" The atmosphere had grown too intimate for Zhao Hongtian's comfort, prompting him to change the subject. "They're on the table outside. After you consume the spirit mushroom, you should be able to get up in a couple of days." "Thank you. I feel so uncomfortable. I truly look forward to getting out of bed soon." Hearing that his belongings were nearby, Zhao Hangtian felt inexplicably elated. He attempted to move his legs, but a sudden wave of pain surged through him, causing him to gasp in agony, his face contorting in discomfort. In the fourth layer. In the southern wilds of the forest, by a small lake, a voice boomed. "Dao Wei Ming, you Taoists have long suppressed my Black Dragon Society. Today, I shall slay you no matter what." At the lakeside, a formidable gathering of individuals clad in black robes, adorned with embroidered black dragons on their backs, stands at the heart of this assembly. Dao Weiming and Huolu are encircled, their expressions wary as they survey their surroundings. Visibly anxious, Longxing, "It would be prudent for your Black Dragon Society to adhere to decorum. That we, the Taoists, reside on the fourth tier. That if you relish engaging in group assaults, I shall soon afford you the opportunity to experience the might of our Taoist formations." The individual known as Longxing stands at the forefront of the black-clad assembly, his face obscured, leaving his appearance a mystery. However, the ferocity emanating from his revealed eyes betrays his ruthless nature, a testament to the lethal aura he possesses, an aura not easily cultivated. If the Taoists were to appear now, I might consider retreating. Yet, with just the two of you, I can eliminate you and frame others for it. That I care not for the sentiments of the Taoists." Longxing crosses his arms defiantly, nodding slightly. The next moment, his subordinates, wielding cleavers, begin to advance slowly towards Dao Weiming and Huolu. "Huolu, how are you holding up? Can you still move?" Beside Dao Weiming, Huolu sits cross-legged on the ground, his face a deep shade of purple. Drawing upon the powers of the fire spirit and the diamond flame, he struggles to fend off the insidious spread of the poison coursing through him. "Dao brother, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with my plight." Huolu, unable to move even slightly without risking his life, battles against the potent toxin that has inflicted severe damage upon his body, corrupting not only his physical form but also his spiritual energy, rendering the diamond flame within him dim. "That I cannot abandon you. The Earth Fire Clan and my Taoist sect are allies, and moreover, we are kin. I shall not forsake you." In the realm of Qimen, families with elemental affinities often forge alliances with prominent clans, and the Earth Fire Clan has allied with the Taoists, while the Nangong family has allied with the Wood Soul Clan. Such alliances bolster influence and ensure support during conflicts. "Enough. You will all perish together. There is no question of leaving." Longxing sneers, unwilling to squander time, and seizes the 9-ringed mountain-cutting knife handed to him by a subordinate. He leads his gang members into a charge. Observing that the Thunder Dragon Society has initiated an attack, Dao Weiming does not yield. He grasps the sword on the ground, propelling himself into the air, the tip of his blade aimed directly at Longxing's throat. Capturing the leader before the minions, he disregards the lackeys behind. Merely the protective aura around them might be insurmountable. Clang. Longxing is no slouch himself. It is inconceivable for one to lead a gang without prowess. Witnessing Dao Weiming's counterattack, Longxing does not flinch, but rather raises his large knife high, striking down with the force of a mountain. His momentum capable of shaking the very earth. In the blink of an eye, the clash concludes, neither party unleashing their full strength, merely testing each other's capabilities with a gentle exchange. However, this seemingly soft encounter sends shockwaves that propel the surrounding members of the Black Dragon Society in all directions, crashing to the ground like raindrops, each one howling in despair. "Useless fools." Longxing's face darkens with irritation at the ineptitude of his subordinates, while they strut about with bravado in the merchant city. They falter at this critical juncture. Longxing resolves that once this expedition to the Tomb of Heaven concludes, he will enforce stricter discipline within his gang. A crooked beam leads to a warped rafter. Such subordinates reflect their master. A bunch of scoundrels. Dao Weiming responds with a cold smile, his sword emitting a brilliant white light as he prepares to launch a fierce assault, seizing the moment while Longxing's composure falters. "You dare to play dirty?" As the sword lunges toward him, Longxing reacts immediately, raising his large knife, adopting a low stance, and deflecting the attack that a sharp sound resonates as the sword's tip meets the blade's edge. Igniting a spark, upon blocking the strike, the sword appears to waver and vanish into thin air. Not good. A gust of wind brushes past Longxing's ear, his extensive battle experience alerting him to danger. He quickly releases his grip on the large knife and drops to the ground. Just as he does, a flash of white light zips by, narrowly grazing his hair. A mere strand lost, but had he hesitated, it could have been his very life. Interesting. After the white light passes, Longxing pushes himself off the ground, executing a sweeping kick that forces Dao Weiming, who attempted a sneak attack, to retreat a few paces. Seizing the moment, he grabs the large knife that had been falling and springs back to his feet with the agility of a fish. Impressive swordplay. No wonder you are the foremost disciple of the Taoists. Such skill is enough to instill awe in the merchant city. Although Longxing is ruthless, he holds reverence for martial prowess. Anyone capable of injuring him earns his respect. However, Dao Weiming is an enemy. And though Longxing admires his technique, he must remain resolute in his intent to kill. Your blade techniques and leg maneuvers are equally remarkable. Dao Weiming, now standing at a distance, feels the energy within him surge, the light of his sword growing ever brighter. Dao Weiming, were you not a Taoist, I would surely forge a brotherhood with you. Longxing exclaims, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he acknowledges his opponent's strength. Wind-cutting blade technique. Water flows end. Longxing strikes first, his large knife dancing through the air like a vibrant ribbon, each move brimming with explosive force that as he nears Dao Weiming, the knife conjures countless phantoms, all converging upon him with relentless ferocity. Amidst the illusions, Dao Weiming closes his eyes, relying on his warrior's intuition and keen hearing to discern the true direction of the assault that I end that moment. He swiftly thrusts his sword toward one of the phantoms, unleashing a wave of energy that ripples outward. Crack! At the moment the sword meets the phantom, Longxing swiftly retreats, executing a sideways slash. Dao Weiming, seeing the knife shadow aimed at his chest, lowers his sword, leveraging the momentum to collide with the incoming blade. Taiji's sword technique. Thousand hands, infinite weight. After blocking the knife, Dao Weiming channels the force of his descent, driving Longxing's blade into the ground effortlessly. At the same time, he unleashes one of the Taoist's three ultimate techniques, the Taiji sword technique, renowned for its requirement of gentle attributes for mastery. As a water attribute wielder, Dao Weiming's execution is even more formidable. With a flourish, he hurls his sword into the air, then traces the Taiji symbol with his hands. As his hands part, Longxing seizes the opportunity to retreat 100 meters, preparing to unleash his own ultimate technique. Just as Dao Weiming finishes tracing the Taiji symbol, he observes the sword descending, not merely one sword, but an innumerable array of energy swords from a distance. It appears as though a singular blade is continuously morphing into countless energy swords, all under Dao Weiming's control. As the technique completes, Dao Weiming charges forward, refusing to grant Longxing a moment's respite. He strides boldly, thrusting the Taiji symbol forward. The energy swords, like a swarm of locusts, rush toward their target, promising a strike that would transform into a veritable hedgehog. Excellent. Xinming Ting. The myriad energy swords converge, resembling a tornado as they surge forth. Longxing, filled with combat fervor, firmly plants his knife before him, adopts a low stance, and positions his fists at his waist that a green glow envelopes his form, forming a dense protective aura of wind energy. Remarkable, a rare wind attribute user. How intriguing. Wind attribute individuals are exceedingly scarce. Perhaps only 2 or 3 can be found among 10,000. At the comparable might of wind and the ferocious fire energy elicits a grin from Dao Weiming. The spirit of challenge is a hallmark of the Taoists. Creak, sizzle. As the multitude of energy swords collides with Longxing's Xianming Tiangang, a sound akin to shattering glass echoes through the air. That a dazzling azure light, intermingled with blue brilliance, suddenly illuminates the area surrounding the lake. Though the energy swords lack immense power individually, their staggering numbers prove daunting. Within mere seconds, cracks begin to form in Longxing's protective barrier. Upon witnessing the fluctuations in the protective energy barrier, Longxing promptly thrust his hands, which were clasped at his waist, forward in a powerful strike. The once uneven protective barrier, marred by the energy sword's intrusion, swelled with newfound vigor as if reinvigorated by an unseen force. Some of the energy sword's remnants, which had penetrated the barrier, were abruptly shattered, dissipating into pure energy with a sharp crack. Bold intruders! How dare you engage in battle within the sacred forest? You shall bear the wrath of the Treant clan. As the fierce clash between the two intensified, an ominous roar, imbued with a profound sense of age and weight, erupted from the heart of the forest, reverberating with boundless fury, causing the earth to tremble in response. This is bad. The Treant clan is coming. We must flee. Longxing was the first to react, bellowing at his guild members, who had taken refuge aside. As they watched the duel unfold, he immediately channeled more energy into his protective barrier, causing it to expand significantly. Escaping is out of the question. This maneuver was evidently aimed at inflating the protective barrier to its limits before retracting the energy. A tactic that, while risking internal injury, would allow him to evade his opponent's assault and swiftly retreat to safety. Seeing Longxing's inclination to withdraw, Dao Weiming seized the opportunity to channel all his energy into the Taiji diagram. The ethereal sword, suspended in the air, glowed with a pristine light, exuding a gentle and serene aura. Let us go. At that moment, Dao Weiming had drained every ounce of energy from his body, leaving him weak and on the verge of collapse. Without the last vestige of strength to support him, he would have crumpled to the ground in less than a second. As the sword in the void took shape, Dao Weiming smirked coldly, pointing his finger at Longxing. A brilliant flash of white light erupted above him, imbued with formidable destructive power, cleaving through all in its path. Instantly, the surrounding trees were uprooted and flung away, leaving chaos in its wake. That I will fight you. Dao Weiming's strike was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if Longxing were to retract his protective barrier now, it would be too late. Gritting his teeth, Longxing felt his muscles swell explosively, his veins bulging as the mist-like protective barrier suddenly thickened, manifesting in its ultimate form. You dare disregard the dignity of my clan. You seek death. The voice from within the forest, witnessing the continued battle between the two, transformed from its previously icy demeanor into one of fervent rage. A deep, heavy breath accompanied these words. Wooden shield, mystic leaf. With a rustling sound akin to raindrops cascading on the ground, the so-called Treant clan began to unleash their might. The sound intensified, and the two combatants observed a vast expanse of swirling leaves, resembling an ocean, rapidly converging upon them. A scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, causing their limbs to tremble involuntarily. Dao Weiming, we must cease our hostilities, or we shall perish. This attack had clearly transcended the realm of fourth-tier martial arts, rendering it insurmountable for both. Longxing, unwilling to meet his end in such a manner, seized upon the flicker of fear evident in Dao Weiming's eyes and swiftly articulated his thoughts. Agreed. Without hesitation, Dao Weiming, recognizing that his current state was far from optimal, resolved not to endanger Huolu by dragging him into a mutual demise. Thus, he echoed Longxing's sentiments, albeit slightly later than on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, withdraw. Following the unspoken convention of the Chemin continent, the duo shouted in unison. And the moment the word 3 left their lips, they simultaneously retracted their energies, both feeling a sharp pain in their chests. However, Dao Weiming paid no heed, swiftly darting forward to lift the cross-legged Huolu from the ground and leaping into the nearby lake. The entire process, from withdrawing their energies to rescuing Huolu, transpired in a mere 5 seconds. Splash! As the 3 plunged into the lake, the wooden shield, Mystic Leaf, launched its attack, barely missing them. Everywhere except the lake was soon littered with leaves, and a wave of verdant energy cascaded from the foliage. Chapter 54. A reunion with Dao Weiming. Are you all right? Upon entering the water, Dao Weiming promptly supported Huolu, ensuring he could breathe. Huolu had succumbed to a deep unconsciousness, and the situation was dire, causing Dao Weiming great distress. After departing from Zhao Xingtian, Baixiaoxing had brought Huolu and Dao Weiming to the 4th level, where they encountered a group of disciples left behind by the Taoist sect. At that moment, Dao Weiming awoke, and upon realizing they had reached the 4th level, he erupted in fury, hurling angry words at Baixiaoxing before planning to descend to the 3rd level to rescue Zhao Xingtian. Huolu joined Dao Weiming in this endeavor, and the two stealthily departed the Daoist stronghold, making their way towards the entrance of the third level. However, fate seemed to conspire against them, as they encountered a group from the Black Dragon Society shortly after setting out. Following a fierce skirmish, Huolu fell victim to Longxing's potent poison. Dao Weiming, unwilling to linger, supported Huolu as they made their way back to the stronghold, but upon reaching the lake, they were intercepted by Longxing. Remember this, Longxing, wounded and unable to continue fighting, swiftly swam to the shore, glancing around to ensure the coast was clear before fleeing into the depths of the forest. After approximately 10 seconds, Dao Weiming cautiously approached the shore, still bearing Huolu, and began to scan the area. Noticing the Treant clan's unusual stillness, he felt a growing sense of unease. The more peculiar the silence, the more apprehensive he became, not daring to linger. He carried Huolu in the opposite direction of Longxing. "Chief, why do we allow these blasphemers to escape?" Moments after the trio's departure, a pair of emerald eyes suddenly opened on the trunk of a large tree. Scanning the surroundings before a green light flickered across the bark, that a figure clad in garments woven from grass emerged, his skin a deep shade of green. Two of them are disciples of the Daoist and Earthfire clans. "We cannot engage. This is a pact made by all the great families that I ask for that Longxing. He possesses wind attributes that go and bring him to me. I require a wind attribute individual for a breakthrough." Behind the green-skinned man, another figure materialized, adorned in resplendent green leather armor that shimmered with iridescent light, clearly of exceptional quality, that in his grasp lay a trident infused with water attributes, an oddity among the wood attribute Treant clan. "Understood, Chief." The Treant clad in grass garments immediately knelt in respect before rising and hastening in pursuit of Longxing's retreating form. "The Daoist and Earthfire clans are here. It seems the final level will be anything but ordinary." The Treant clan leader stroked his green beard thoughtfully, his face lined with wrinkles, a hint of concern evident in his furrowed brow as he gazed into the distance, his tranquil demeanor giving way to a tide of unease. After a swift dash, Dao Weiming, burdened by his internal injuries and depleted energy, suddenly felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground with a thud, plunging both himself and Huolu into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Longxing, battered and bloodied, with a gaping wound in his chest from which blood flowed uncontrollably, glared fiercely at a figure clad in black, approaching him step by step. His hands, now broken, could barely support him as he stood. Driven solely by sheer willpower, though his combat effectiveness had waned, as the figure in black drew near, an overwhelming aura pressed down upon Longxing, forcing him to kneel, his kneecaps shattering under the weight. "Ha! The second target is complete." The figure in black clutched a black square token in his right hand, uttering those words in a chilling tone before stowing Longxing in a black cloth bag. In a moment, he twisted and vanished into the forest. 2 minutes after the black figure's disappearance, 5 members of the Treant clan arrived at the site where Longxing had been abducted, surveying the chaotic surroundings. The remnants of blood and lingering warmth on the ground indicated that the events had transpired mere moments ago. "Captain, this individual has undoubtedly been taken, with no signs of corpses and the air still infused with the presence of 2 individuals." A female Treant surveyed the area before reaching down to touch the ground, slowly articulating, "Each elemental clan possesses its unique attributes, and ours allows us to perceive any battle within the forest and sense the breath of life in the air. As wood attributes are the most gentle of the 5 elements, our understanding of life is profound. While we may lack formidable combat skills, our abilities in healing and saving lives are unparalleled." Curse them! Once again, it is that group of black-clad individuals we must return. Among the 5 individuals, the one clad in grass garments, obeying the chieftain's command, struck a tree trunk with a powerful fist. After a brief moment of astonishment, he promptly waved his hand, leading the others back to their tribe. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. "Dao Weiming, you are awake." After lying unconscious for a day and a night, Dao Weiming slowly opened his eyes. Just as he intended to move his body, an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged over him. That very moment, Zhao Xingtian's voice resonated beside him. "Zhao Xingtian, am I dreaming?" Gazing hazily at Zhao Xingtian's smiling face, Dao Weiming momentarily believed he was in a dream. "What dream? You've actually reached the 4th level." Zhao Xingtian playfully slapped Dao Weiming on the forehead, transferring a surge of fire spiritual energy into him. This sensation of fire spiritual energy, so vivid and real, instantly widened Dao Weiming's eyes. Although his hands felt as heavy as lead, he still mustered the strength to raise them. Yuvi also arrived at the 4th level. I was worried about you. Tears are seldom shed by a man unless he is deeply saddened, despite not having known Zhao Xingtian for long. They shared a mutual understanding, treating each other sincerely, such is the essence of fate. I'm not dead. It's a long story. Let us discuss it after you recover. You should rest for now. All right. You go about your business. Zhao Xingtian patted Dao Weiming on the shoulder, pulled the blanket over him, and carried a wooden bucket as he exited. That it was best not to disturb Dao Weiming while he regained his spiritual energy. After leaving Dao Weiming's resting place, Zhao Xingtian approached a nearby well. Not far from the well, in a small hut, Huolu sat cross-legged in a large wooden tub, completely unclothed on the opposite side. Shang Wanmei continuously added various colorful medicinal powders into the tub. The bluish-purple tint on Huolu's skin had now spread to his brow, resembling a beautiful beauty mark. Creak! The sound of a wooden door echoed, followed by Zhao Xingtian's gentle voice. How is Huolu? Is the poison dissipating? As he spoke, he placed the water bucket at Shang Wanmei's feet. The toxicity has been contained, but some residual toxins have already infiltrated his meridians. I cannot remove them unless we go to the Tianji sect. Shang Wanmei shook her head weakly. All possible remedies had been exhausted, and fortunately, they were in the 4th level, surrounded by boundless forests and herbs. Had they been elsewhere, Huolu would have already succumbed to a pool of pus and blood. The Tianji sect. Is it the only place that can provide treatment? Would it be feasible to send him back to the branch of the Earth Fire clan? The Tianji sect was the first target Zhao Xingtian wished to destroy. Even if he swallowed his pride and sought help there, it would be futile. The Tianji sect lay far to the north, a distance of over 100,000 miles. Zhao Xingtian had neither the time nor the ability to make such a journey, so sending Huolu to the Earth Fire clan's branch was the only option he could conceive. If I use the soul-returning pill I concocted, it can sustain him for a month. During that time, we should be able to reach the Earth Fire clan's southern branch in time. After careful consideration, Shang Wanmei's eyes brightened, and her tone became resolute. In that case, I will begin to recover my spiritual energy now. Tomorrow, I will go find the necessary herbs for the prescription. Having exhausted himself throughout the day, Zhao Xingtian felt weary all over. He quickly took his leave from Shang Wanmei and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to absorb the rich with spiritual energy surrounding him. Although it differed from his innate attributes, the assistance of the Chemin Beijia made the refining process significantly quicker. In the Chemin continent, not all spiritual energies were unabsorbable. Rather, absorbing energies of different innate attributes simply required more time. During battles, one typically refrained from doing so, but during ordinary times, it was indeed feasible to spend some time absorbing energies of different fundamental properties. Chapter 55. The Tree Demon's ambush time is a relentless blade. And Zhao Xingtian hardly felt as if much had passed when the sunlight of the following morning illuminated the stone dwelling. Creak. The sound of a door being pushed open followed, and a sweet voice called out, "Xingtian, it's time to eat." Coming, upon hearing the call for breakfast, Zhao Xingtian leapt from his bed and rushed to the front hall of the stone house. "Qianrou, what are we having today? Your cooking is simply delightful." For the past few days, all of Zhao Xingtian's meals had been managed by Qianrou, making him feel like a pampered spouse. This gesture touched the fragile depths of his heart, awakening emotions that had long been dormant. In Zhao Xingtian's heart, Qianrou had begun to replace Ling. "Xingtian, after we eat, let us help Sister Shang Wanmei find some herbs." "I almost forgot." "Great. Once we finish eating, we'll head out." Thinking of Huolu still sitting in the wooden tub, Zhao Xingtian felt a sense of urgency. Now that he had fully recovered, the opportunity to ascend to the 5th level had arrived. It was imperative to arrange for Huolu's matters before venturing forth, so that they could venture forth with peace of mind. After hastily finishing their meal, the two gathered some tools and made their way into the forest. The warm sunlight bathed their bodies, creating a sense of comfort, while the flowers and small animals in the forest resembled a fairyland. Here, there were no traces of humanity, and everything remained in its primal form. This tomb is truly remarkable. It even imitates sunlight. That it seems the predecessor who constructed this place must have possessed at least the strength of a martial deity. The tomb had surpassed the limits achievable by mere martial artists. Unless constructed by a being of martial deity caliber, it was inconceivable for each level to contain such vast spaces that I cannot say. Although our Shura clan has existed for over 10,000 years. This tomb predates our clan's existence. Hearing Shinro's words, Zhao Xingtian broke into a cold sweat. This tomb was even older than the Shura clan, among the ancient races of the Chiman continent. Aside from those that had perished, the Shura clan ranked among the top 3. It was uncertain whether the Dragon clan, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, was aware of when the tomb was constructed. As the two continued to converse and inquire about one another, they unknowingly reached the edge of the forest's heart. Xingtian, we cannot proceed further. There are tree demons ahead. Having spent 30 years in the tomb, Shinro knew the contents of every level like the back of her hand, except for certain mysteriously anomalous areas. Tree demons, but isn't this the territory of the Tran clan during their time in the 4th level. Shinro had recounted many untold stories, such as the various elemental families and the tales of each level of the tomb, greatly broadening Zhao Xingtian's horizons. Tree demons are essentially the criminals of the Tran clan. Those who commit unforgivable transgressions are transformed into towering trees by the chieftain, including humans and other races. Coupled with their innate malevolence, they become wicked tree demons, known to slaughter indiscriminately. They're the most dangerous beings in the 4th level. I see. However, we still have to venture and point one of the necessary herbs for concocting the elixir must be sought in the heart of the forest. This herb could only be found surrounding the habitat of the Tran clan. Even if it existed outside, its location remained unknown. Thus, it would be wiser to risk entering, swiftly procure the items, and retreat. But Shinro felt uneasy about the plan, just as she was about to voice her concerns. Zhao Xingtian interrupted her. There are no buts. Shinro, you wait outside. I will go in and look for it. I'll be out quickly once I find it. Time was of the essence, and Zhao Xingtian was prepared to go all in. Even if he encountered tree demons, he was confident he could escape if he could not win. No, I'm going in with you. The mistake of a century ago still haunted Shinro, although Zhao Xingtian was unaware of the past. Shinro believed it better for him to live without remembering the pain than to suffer the burden of lost memories. This was why she hesitated to reveal the reason behind her refusal. All right, but if danger arises, you must flee. I'll hold them off. Zhao Xingtian seemed to forget that Shinro was far more capable than he, adopting a gallant demeanor as he declared boldly. Okay. With that affirmation, a smile of happiness graced Shinro's face. Though they had not explicitly spoken of love, there was a budding understanding between them. Thus, Zhao Xingtian positioned himself in front of Shinro, his eyes wide open, scanning their surroundings with an expression prepared for battle. They proceeded forward for nearly half an hour, arriving at a magnificent waterfall. The waterfall cascaded over 5 meters high, the sound of rushing water echoing melodiously. The crystal-clear pool below teemed with fish swimming joyfully, and a rainbow arched above, creating an indescribably beautiful scene. The herbs must be upstream of the waterfall. Shinro, let us go, with the prescription in hand. Zhao Xingtian gave it a glance before pointing towards the grove above the waterfall, that he then extended his right hand to grasp Shinro's delicate, fair hand. Shinro's face flushed crimson, her mind feeling dizzy, as if a little deer was incessantly bouncing within her heart. Thump, with a sudden thud, the two individuals found themselves amidst an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, having ventured into the woods upstream of the waterfall. The forest was not extensive, and its end was visible at a glance that on the opposite side lay a small brook, encircling the woods on 3 sides, with only one side connected to the land. Thanks to this unique geographical advantage, the area was a riot of blooming flowers and an abundance of medicinal herbs, captivating Zhao Hongtian's gaze to the point where he blinked not once. If these herbs were to be sold, they could surely lead to a fortune overnight. Truly, this was the tomb of heaven. Some of the treasures within were beyond compare. Shinro approached a flower adorned with white petals and red leaves, excitement illuminating her face as she pointed at it. The Shura clan, renowned for their prowess in battle, also possessed remarkable skills in healing. After millennia of lineage, their knowledge had accumulated over time, far surpassing that of many so-called great clans from the Chiman continent. We should hasten. I have a sense that something is amiss here. An inexplicable unease gripped Zhao Hangtian, unsettling his heart and making him feel as though something ominous was on the verge of occurring. I don't sense anything out of the ordinary. Your realm is not superior to mine, Qinro replied, crouching on the ground, a smile gracing her lips as she held the freshly picked flowers aloft in the sunlight, teasingly remarking. Suddenly, a green branch lunged towards them, swift as lightning, leaving Zhao Hangtian no time to react. Smack! The branch whizzed right in front of Qinro. Despite being a member of the Shura clan, her striking beauty did not diminish her formidable strength. With a swift motion, she pushed off the ground and executed a backflip, narrowly evading the branch's assault. Boom! As she dodged, the ground beneath them cracked dramatically, revealing a layer of yellow-brown earth. Who dares? The ability to evade Qinro's keen perception suggested that their opponent was not to be underestimated. Zhao Hangtian, having discerned the direction of the branch's attack, launched 2 fiery strikes from his palms, knowing that fire was the most effective element against wood in such a setting. Whoosh! 2 flames collided with the retreating branch, followed by a pained wail. Ah! Qinro, watch my back! Zhao Hangtian called out, leaping into the air with the agility of the wind. Swiftly ascending to the highest point of the forest. From this vantage, he surveyed the scene, spotting a large tree moving with alarming speed, undoubtedly the source of the earlier attack. Chapter 56. The battle with the tree demon. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Hangtian would not let the tree demon escape, especially after assessing its strength to be at the later stages of the Life Gate realm, leaving him with no worries of reprisal. Within the woods, the tree demon continued to shift its massive trunk, but with roots galore, each movement took several seconds, time enough to alter the course of a battle. Moreover, this tree demon was not significantly stronger than Zhao Hangtian. Kid, I merely grazed your precious one. Must you be so relentless? The tree demon, feeling the pressure of Zhao Hangtian's pursuit, ceased moving its trunk. In a flash of green light, a smaller version of a humanoid tree appeared, sporting limbs and large green eyes, now glaring at Zhao Hangtian in anger. Humph, today I shall chop you up for firewood. Zhao Hangtian, usually of a gentle temperament, transformed into a warrior when provoked by a threat to his woman. He was determined to cleave this tree demon in 2. You'd best not force my hand. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. That if we engage, you will surely suffer, the tree demon declared, its tone laced with bravado, bolstered by its superior strength. Let us put that to the test. If the matter were merely one of strength, the tree demon would not waste time with words. Zhao Hangtian seized the opportunity to launch 2 opening strikes, eager to gauge the demon's capabilities. As the opening strikes approached, the tree demon responded with a swift kick, shattering the first strike with ease. Enraged, it unleashed a torrent of tendrils from its arm, charging toward Zhao Hangtian with explosive force. Zhao Hangtian, having witnessed similar spectacles, remained unfazed. His hands moved like rapid fire, launching a barrage of opening strikes that ignited with fiery explosions amidst the oncoming tendrils. Though a first-tier martial technique, the sheer volume of strikes proved somewhat intimidating, creating numerous gaps in the advancing tendrils. Seizing the moment, Zhao Hangtian unsheathed his Luai's staff, a silver-white light enveloping it as he channeled lightning energy into the weapon. Having contemplated the staff's use during his recent days of rest, he was now ready for his first test. With the Luai staff in hand, Zhao Hangtian conjured several lightning bolts resembling dragon forms, which entwined and danced around the tendrils. Moments later, wherever the lightning struck, the area blackened as if scorched by flames. Remarkable! You wield the power of lightning. The tree demon, witnessing its tendril army nearing annihilation, felt ripples of unease. Previously dismissive, it now regarded Zhao Hangtian as a worthy opponent. Luai's staff technique. In the realm of the Life Gate, the use of lightning attributes with the Luai staff proved far more intuitive than with other weapons in Zhao Hangtian's hands. The staff moved as though alive, each strike aimed directly at the demon's vital points. Excellent. As the flurry of staff strikes bore down upon him, the tree demon's fighting spirit ignited. Having remained in the 4th tier for so long, it finally encountered a worthy adversary, eager to engage in a fulfilling battle. With a swift motion, the tree demon unleashed a golden tendril from its arm, emanating a vibrant life force. As the golden tendril emerged, the staff shadow descended upon it. With a resounding clash, the forces of lightning and life collided, resulting in a blinding display of silver and gold sparks. Both combatants felt a numbing shock reverberate through their arms. Clang! After a brief moment of contact, they quickly disengaged. Just then, Qianrou approached, intent on joining the fray against the tree demon, but Zhao Hongtian's gaze halted her advance. He needed this battle to hone his own strength, rather than relying on external forces. Let us continue. With renewed fervor, the two warriors engaged, neither willing to relent until a victor emerged. Zhao Hongtian bellowed and charged forward, wielding his Luai's staff, while the tree demon, undeterred, grasped its tendril like a sword, thrusting it forward. Their battle unfolded in a series of exchanges, devoid of formal techniques, relying solely on instinctive strikes and defenses. Zhao Hongtian swung his staff in a wide arc, prompting the tree demon to bend low, bracing itself against the ground as it kicked out, attempting to evade Zhao Hongtian's strike and regain its footing for a counterattack. Caught off guard, Zhao Hongtian shifted his weight onto the staff. Unable to react in time, that he redirected the staff downward with a powerful thrust, turning what was meant to be a sweeping strike into a ground-splitting blow. This unexpected strike forced the tree demon to tilt its body, narrowly avoiding the impact, resulting in both combatants' attacks being neutralized simultaneously. Not bad. You possess the spirit of a bygone age. As the tree demon retreated to a safe distance, a smile replaced its earlier ferocity, reveling in the thrill of battle. Indeed, you possess a similar flair. But who are you? After a series of exchanges, both fighters found their initial desire to eliminate one another waning. Zhao Hongtian sensed the tree demon bore no ill will, while the demon recognized Zhao Hongtian's fervent desire for growth. Thus, they continued their spirited duel. Just a nameless nobody. You wouldn't recognize the name even if I told you. The tree spirit had no intention of revealing its former name. Everything from the past had faded into oblivion. Having resided in the tomb for such an extended period, the tree spirit had become indifferent. Xingtian, be cautious. Tree spirits are far from benevolent. Seeing the two engaged in conversation, Qianrou, fearing that Zhao Xingtian might fall into a trap, hurried over, her eyes filled with hostility. The master of the 5th level is indeed right. Tree spirits are not to be trusted. Listening to Qianrou's words, the tree spirit displayed no anger, instead adopting a languid demeanor. With a flash of green light, it transformed back into a towering tree. Who are you? How do you know I am the master of the 5th level? Generally, those who had not ventured to the 5th level were unaware of its master's identity, and this tree spirit was undoubtedly unlike any other, casting a shadow of suspicion over Qianrou and Zhao Xingtian. I do not wish to reminisce about the past. You may leave. I still have cultivation to attend to. The tree spirit swayed its canopy, showing no desire to clarify any doubts after uttering this. It closed its eyes. Qianrou, we should depart. Finding the medicinal herbs is of utmost importance. Zhao Xingtian, unwilling to linger further, recognized that the tree spirit bore no killing intent and that he could not compel it to speak. Their only option was to leave and consult Shangguan Mei later. Indeed, although Qianrou's heart remained unsettled, leaving was the only viable course of action. Just as she prepared to depart with Zhao Xingtian, the tree spirit suddenly spoke, "Beware of the red flowers ahead." That is all I shall say. Chapter 57. The Flower of Sin. Thank you for the warning. Zhao Xingtian, taken aback by this statement, soon turned with a smile and cupped his hands in gratitude. After completing this exchange, Zhao Xingtian grasped Qianrou's hand and quickened their pace towards the heart of the forest. The sooner they located the medicinal herbs, the sooner they could escape this cursed place, fraught with too many uncertainties and mysteries that their current strength could not withstand. After a hurried half-hour, the pair finally arrived at the center of the forest, where a small pool, approximately a zhang in size, laid out at the center of this pool, atop a protruding rock, was their target, a white, 3-leafed herb known as the sinister spirit grass. Wait for me to retrieve it. Having confirmed the identity of the sinister spirit grass, Zhao Xingtian was eager to pluck it and leave this place, aware that prolonged exposure could lead to unforeseen consequences. Be cautious. After all, this was still a gathering place for tree spirits, and every action required utmost vigilance. Even the most inconspicuous step could invite disaster. Rest assured. Zhao Xingtian gently patted Qianrou's shoulder. smiling slightly, and then floated towards the sinister spirit grass in the small pool. Approaching the herb slowly, Zhao Xingtian moved like a thief, glancing around nervously, wary of any tree spirits lurking in the waters or nearby. Having been warned about the flowers by the tree spirit, he meticulously scanned the surrounding flora, employing the unique sense of danger possessed by a martial artist. There should be no issues, Zhao Xingtian murmured softly. After such careful observation without a hint of suspicion, he felt that any further delay would likely provoke unexpected trouble. With this thought, Zhao Xingtian reached out, grasping the sinister spirit grass, and enveloped it in fire essence to preserve its medicinal properties. After securing the herb, he exerted a sudden force. Pop! The sinister spirit grass was swiftly uprooted. Qianrou, I've got it. Turning around, Zhao Xingtian waved the white herb excitedly, his face alight with triumph. The danger had been worth it. For he had finally secured the herb, signifying that their quest for medicinal materials was halfway complete. Let us leave this place quickly. With the herb in hand, Qianrou's face also radiated joy. But this was no moment for celebration. There would be ample time for that once they returned. Understood. Once again wrapping the herb in spiritual energy, just as Zhao Xingtian prepared to leave. A tiny flower, no larger than a finger, suddenly sprouted at the spot where the herb had been uprooted. The emergence of this flower went unnoticed by Zhao Xingtian, but mere moments after its appearance. It bloomed, releasing a vibrant red mist into the the red mist encountered the atmosphere. It transformed into a white smoke, blending seamlessly with the forest's naturally hazy ambience. This delicate white smoke captured no attention from Zhao Xingtian, who unwittingly inhaled it as it dispersed into the air. What is wrong with you? After inhaling the white smoke, Zhao Xingtian abruptly froze, his body still, with only his eyes darting around in terror. Qianrou, witnessing Zhao Xingtian's distress, grew anxious that as the white smoke continued to spread, a wisp also entered her lungs, and with her words barely spoken, she too found herself immobilized, her eyes the only part of her still capable of movement. So hot, stuck in place. Zhao Xingtian felt a surge of blood rushing through him, an unknown fire igniting within his dantian, growing increasingly fierce. Eventually, his hands involuntarily clutched at his clothes, with a forceful tug. His shirt transformed into tatters. What are you doing? Observing Zhao Xingtian's agony as he tore at his garments, Qianrou wanted to shut her eyes, but her eyelids refused to obey, leaving her helpless to witness Zhao Xingtian's chaotic striptease. Her heart racing with embarrassment and surprise. What should I do? Her body was utterly beyond her control, with even the final threads of rationality in her mind beginning to unravel. Her eyes perceiving the world around her now painted a deep crimson. Her breath coming in gasps. A furious roar erupted from Zhao Xingtian, the last remnants of his sanity evaporating. In that moment, he resembled a wild beast, a creature consumed by lust. You are awake. The raspy voice of Qianrou penetrated Zhao Xingtian's consciousness, startling him into awareness. The sound of her voice jolted Zhao Xingtian back to reality, his eyes flying open. The scene that greeted him was beyond comprehension. He found Qianrou lying naked in his embrace, her eyes red-rimmed, traces of tears still evident on her cheeks, that we have both fallen victim to that which the tree spirit warned us about. Recalling the tree spirit's ominous words and her knowledge of medicinal herbs, Qianrou deduced that their current predicament was indeed the result of the plant mentioned by the tree spirit. Let us rise. Zhao Xingtian gently helped Qianrou to her feet, quickly donning his clothes. Fortunately, he had anticipated potential damage in battle and had prepared an extra set of garments. Otherwise, they would have had to return in the nude. Xingtian, will you keep this a secret? Having entrusted Zhao Xingtian with her most precious treasure, Qianrou had come to regard him as her lifelong partner. However, as a member of the Shura clan, she could not unite with someone from another tribe without the clan leader's consent. Lest she invite calamity, to ensure Zhao Xingtian's safety, she needed him to remain silent about what had transpired. I will keep this secret, but you must tell me why. Qianrou, brushing her hair back, regarded Zhao Xingtian with a serious expression. In her heart, Zhao Xingtian's well-being was paramount. Having lost once, she could not bear to lose again. Due to the Shura clan's stringent rules, Shura women were forbidden from marrying outside their race. The elders believed such unions would tarnish the clan's purity. unless it was a union with the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, no one could become in-laws with the Shura clan unless they were the 10th prince. At that moment, Zhao Xingtian remained oblivious to the events of his past life and could not fathom the implications. Qianrou was also unable to disclose the truth, for doing so would invite punishment. The cycle of reincarnation was a secret held by ancient families, and revealing past events to those undergoing reincarnation would incur retribution, condemning them to eternal stagnation as wandering souls without the chance of rebirth until their essence was utterly extinguished. Chapter 58. The mysterious one reappears, I promise you. But you must also grant me one request. Understanding the Shura clan's tyrannical rules, Zhao Xingtian realized that opposing them with his current strength was impossible. The only path forward was to complete his training in the 8 trigrams, at which point none in the Qi-Min continent would stand against him. Speak. Qianrou's eyes brightened at Zhao Xingtian's desire to make a request, her demeanor shifting to one of earnest attentiveness, rendering her utterly endearing. That is, when we are alone, let me call you my wife. Zhao Xingtian chuckled, the words overflowing with affection as the silhouettes of their previous and current lives began to intertwine. Agreed. Qianrou shyly lowered her head and then nestled into Zhao Hongtian's embrace, resembling a spoiled little girl. When she spoke, her voice was barely audible, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito. If it weren't for Zhao Hongtian's keen hearing, he might not have grasped her words at all. All right, my dear wife, let us take our leave. He gently patted Qianrou's shoulder, and together, with smiles radiating sweetness, they set off on their journey home. Throughout the way, their laughter and joyful banter never waned, and it seemed as if the surrounding flowers and grasses were also moved by their affection, blooming vibrantly overnight. Thus, it took them half a day to return to the location of the stone house. Situated at the foot of a cliff, Sister Shangwan Mei. Upon reaching the stone house, Qianrou rushed toward Shangwan Mei, who was outside hanging clothes to D. Our wide it seemed that Zhao Hongtian's nurturing had bestowed upon Qianrou an added touch of allure as she ran, her youthful innocence merging seamlessly with a newfound charm, which made Zhao Hongtian secretly rejoice, thinking, damn it, I must have done many good deeds in my past life. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hongtian, as Qianrou transformed, he himself was undergoing a subtle change. His previously reserved demeanor was gradually becoming more extroverted, but if one were to pinpoint the nature of this transformation, it would be that Zhao Hongtian was beginning to exude a hint of roguishness. Oh dear, look at your expression. What on earth happened? Shangwan Mei, an experienced woman herself, could easily discern something was amiss from Qianrou's demeanor, that a pang of concern tugged at her heart, uncertain whether the occurrence was a blessing or a curse. I cannot say. Qianrou buried her head deeply in Shangwan Mei's embrace, fully embodying the posture of a small, delicate woman. Just look at you. Zhao Hongtian hasn't bullied you, has he? Observing Zhao Hongtian's silly grin from the side, Shangwan Mei feigned a cold demeanor and shot him a glare, then leaned closer to Qianrou, her words laced with innuendo. Sister Shangwan Mei, you are so mischievous. Qianrou, not missing the implication in her words, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her naturally delicate complexion turning rosy. All right, enough with the teasing. Let us head inside. Shangwan Mei pulled Qianrou along, both giggling as they approached the stone house. Just as they were about to enter, a sudden whooshing sound sliced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a long sword and a man shrouded in black mist appeared from the thicket. Who are you? Noticing that the figure cloaked in shadows had halted at the edge of the woods and the stone house without immediately attacking, Shangwan Mei swiftly drew her sword, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings for any hidden ambushers. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply hand over Dao Weiming and Huolu, and I shall withdraw at once. The man enveloped in black mist spoke with a voice that rasped as if his throat had been slashed, not only hoarse but also accompanied by a grating sound reminiscent of glass being scraped. Hearing this, the brows of Shangwan Mei, Qianrou, and Zhao Hongtian furrowed deeply. Who exactly are you? If you wish to take those two, you must first ask if I am willing. Zhao Hongtian, infuriated by the audacity of the stranger's words, felt a chill run through him, his eyes gradually filling with murderous intent. One word. Hand them over. The mysterious figure in the black mist, clearly in a foul mood, spoke with a tone that had turned dark and ominous, akin to the eternal ice of a snowy mountain, entirely devoid of warmth. Damn it. You are overstepping your bounds. Make your move." Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Hangtian took the initiative, believing that the first strike would be the best. He leapt into action, swiftly drawing the thunder stick from his back, unleashing a thunderous blow towards the adversary. Surprisingly, the mysterious figure did not flinch. Instead, he simply raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, aligning perfectly with Zhao Hangtian's approach. Just as Zhao Hangtian closed in, the figure suddenly clenched his outstretched hand, and in the next instant, Zhao Hangtian felt as though a colossal stone had struck his chest, his vision darkening as he coughed up blood. His internal energy thrown into disarray. Hangtian, as Zhao Hangtian was inexplicably hurled away, blood spilling from his mouth like a kite severed from its string, he crashed to the ground not far off. His face contorted in pain, a handprint, 5 fingers deep, marred his chest, leaving a purple bruise in its wake. "Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. This fellow is quite peculiar." Just as Chinro was about to rush over, Zhao Hangtian waved her off with his right hand, cautioning her not to move recklessly, especially in the face of such an enigmatic enemy whose techniques exuded an air of strangeness. His instincts warned him that this individual might possess a legendary martial skill capable of striking from a distance. Indeed, do not move. Shangguan Mei, sword in hand, had not once averted her gaze from the mysterious figure. When the figure sent Zhao Hangtian flying with a mere flick of his hand, she sensed something was amiss. The surrounding wood spirit energy was in turmoil, charged with an air of dread. Dark. He possesses dark attributes. In this world, the 3 most mysterious attributes were dark, light, and gray space, with gray space being the most enigmatic. This gray energy could only be cultivated within the confines of space, and it was absent from anywhere in the Chiman continent. The most severe consequence of possessing such an attribute was that one could not absorb and refine other attributes before encountering gray energy. One would live their life as an ordinary person, unable to break through to the great sections. However, upon encountering this energy, one would become a spatial warrior, impervious to harm unless struck by the moves of a martial deity. As for dark attributes, they represented a malevolent force. Attacks from individuals wielding such attributes would carry corrosive effects. During the day, they needed to recuperate their energy, for dark energy would never manifest until nightfall, seeping through the remnants of deceased beings, formidable in power. "Ha! You actually discerned my dark attributes. You shall all perish." Realizing that Shangguan Mei had identified his powers, the figure cloaked in black mist let out a chilling laugh and waved his right hand. Summoning a claw formed from the black mist that lunged toward Shangguan Mei and Chinro, "Tio, take my life. I fear you lack the fortune." Shangguan Mei, no pushover herself, swung her long sword directly at the black claw, unleashing a silver-white sword aura to counter it. The 2 forces collided with a resounding crash, causing the ground to tremble as the claw and sword aura simultaneously vanished. Interesting, quite interesting. The mysterious figure, unfazed by the failure of his attack, emitted a nauseating laugh. As he chuckled, he crossed his arms over his chest, and a purple light seal appeared, surrounded by a series of mysterious runes that spun incessantly. Great dark heaven. The light seal twirled rapidly until it became a mere shadow, and with a forceful push, the once bright sky darkened abruptly, the air filled with an uncomfortable chill. Ultimate technique, Celestial Ascendance. As the great dark heaven materialized, Shangguan Mei unleashed her strongest move, the only 5th-tier martial skill of the Shangguan family, Celestial Ascendance. The Shangguan family, truly a narrow path for foes. The emergence of Celestial Ascendance elicited a melancholic remark from the mysterious figure, suggesting a past connection with the Shangguan family. "Prepare to receive my strike." Shangguan Mei, undeterred by the figure's words, pressed on with her assault. Dark attributes were the common enemy of the Chiman continent, for those who cultivated them were compelled to commit endless acts of murder. Only the resentment of the slain, in their final moments, could yield the purest dark energy. The Chiman continent had witnessed massacres by dark attribute wielders, and thus, any encountered would be met with lethal force. Though Celestial Ascendance was a 5th-tier martial skill, it did not possess the grandiosity typically associated with such techniques. Aside from Shangguan Mei glowing brilliantly, the transformation of her long sword was the most striking aspect. The once 3-foot blade, suffused with white light, morphed into a peculiar sword devoid of a hilt, inscribed with three bold characters: Slaughter, Immortal Sword. Were this move executed by the head of the Shangguan family, I might think twice, but your attempt is futile. The mysterious figure scoffed, pointing a finger at the purple light seal that as the already darkened sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Bolts the size of a bowl descended with a deafening crash, scorching the surrounding trees and earth to a charred black. The power of lightning. Could it be that this person wields two attributes? Realizing that the figure possessed both dark and lightning powers, the gravity of the situation weighed even heavier on Shangguan Mei's mind. Sister Shangguan Mei, we must strike together. The mysterious figure's overwhelming strength was beyond what Shangguan Mei could handle alone. Qianruo, her face aflame with fury, felt the bloodlust of the Shura clan surging within her, igniting a need for vengeance as she prepared to unleash her wrath. You take the left, I will take the right. Shangguan Mei nodded slightly and gradually shifted her steps to the left, creating a bit of space for Qianruo at this moment. The celestial strike was fully prepared, merely awaiting a simultaneous assault with Qianruo. Let us do this together. I could use some time saved. The mysterious figure, observing the two women before him, smirked mockingly. In the face of absolute power, all efforts seemed futile. Celestial strike, Shura manifestation at this instant. Shangguan Mei and Qianruo finally launched their attack, transforming their sword into the slaughtering immortal sword that in an instant. It multiplied into countless entities, each wielded by a Shangguan Mei, not mere shadows or illusions, but genuine corporeal forms, each possessing the same strength as Shangguan Mei herself. Such an assault was truly deserving of a fifth-tier martial art that, on the other hand, while Qianruo's power did not match that of Shangguan Mei. She possessed the bloodline of the Shura clan, endowing her with innate abilities. With a swift bite to her right thumb, a drop of blood trickled forth. Simultaneously, Qianruo painted the blood beneath her eyes. As she did so, her eyes blazed a fierce crimson. Concurrently, her fingernails elongated, tripling in size, transforming into a pair of lethal claws. These claws shimmered with a sanguine glow, a stark contrast to the initial monstrous claws, representing the Shura clan's innate prowess, incomparable to any mere aberration. With the emergence of her claws, a palpable aura of dread enveloped the surroundings, yet the mysterious figure remained unfazed. Dark veil of life and death. As the mysterious figure faced simultaneous assaults from all sides, he remained composed, gently waving the luminous sigil before him. The next moment, the sigil soared above his head, rotating and expanding rapidly, soon reaching a size of 2 zhong, encasing both Qianruo and Shangguan Mei within its confines. What is happening? Once ensnared by the sigil, Shangguan Mei felt her internal energy suddenly stifled. The manifestation surrounding her dissipated into ethereal wisps. The glance revealed that Qianruo fared little better. Her claws dulled significantly from their previous brilliance. The real spectacle has only just begun. Observing the two women trapped within the sigil, the mysterious figure slowly raised his arms to shoulder level. As both palms began to shimmer with silver lightning and dark crimson energy, intertwining in a bizarre dance. Qianruo, what has happened? As the figure's hands pulsed with energy, Qianruo succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only Shangguan Mei, with her formidable strength, capable of enduring the onslaught. You bastard! Zhao Xingtian, having risen to his feet, glared at the unconscious Qianruo, suspended in the air, a surge of fury igniting within him. It is said that anger can drive a man to madness for the sake of beauty. Without hesitation, he seized the fallen Luai's staff, channeling an unrelenting torrent of thunderous energy into it. Zhao Xingtian's reckless infusion yielded immediate results, as the silver lightning coursing along the staff transformed into a brilliant golden hue, devoid of its previous thunderous roars, now emanating an awe-inspiring majesty. The Luai's clan, the mysterious figure, drawn by the allure of the golden lightning, beheld Zhao Xingtian wielding the golden Luai's staff, aglow with radiance. Akin to a god of war descending upon the earth, such an overwhelming presence was not something an ordinary warrior could possess. Release them. I will spare your life. In a bid to amplify his intimidation against the mysterious figure, Zhao Xingtian disregarded any potential repercussions and activated the Life Gate, his strength surging to the late stage of the Life Gate realm. Had it not been for the absence of the Thunder Spirit Pearl, His power would have surely surpassed the mid-stage of the injury gate. Intriguing, the mysterious figure lowered his glowing arms, and as he did so, he abruptly waved them, sending Shangguan Mei and Qianrou hurtling away. Due to Shangguan Mei's remaining combat capability, she deftly transformed mid-air, catching the unconscious Qianrou, landing gracefully atop a towering tree, where she began to assess Qianrou's injuries. "Young man, I commend your courage. Thus, if you stand aside, I shall not harm you." The mysterious figure regarded Zhao Xingtian with a noticeably softened tone, the murderous intent dissipating into thin air. "You intend to take my dear friend? That is utterly impossible." Zhao Xingtian had few friends from his childhood, and for those he regarded as comrades, he would go to great lengths to protect them, especially those like Dao Weiming and Huol, who shared a deep bond. "Your strength is insufficient. Even if you unleash your potential, it remains inadequate. Speak to me again when you reach the level of the door of deceit." Seemingly unwilling to prolong this confrontation, the mysterious figure slowly raised his right hand, a plume of black mist emanating from his palm. With a swift gesture toward Zhao Xingtian, a thick fog engulfed him in an instant, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure shook his head, taking deliberate steps toward the stone dwelling. Whoosh! Just as the mysterious figure neared the stone abode, Shangguan Mei hurled her flying sword, infused with spiritual energy, aimed directly at the figure's vital point. Stubborn fool! Sensing the shifting energy and airflow behind him, the mysterious figure did not turn, uttering chilling words with unwavering resolve. Those 4 simple words left Shangguan Mei reeling, causing her to spit blood 4 times. For her, each utterance struck her like a colossal boulder against her chest, instilling a profound fear of the figure's power. "Huol, come with me." After expelling blood, Shangguan Mei stood at the entrance of the stone dwelling, calling out softly for Huol, who, in response, abruptly emerged from the water with a splash. As footsteps echoed, a shadow materialized at the doorway, and Shangguan Mei's complexion turned pale, her eyes widening in shock. Chapter 60. The Taoist abode before Shangguan Mei stood Huol. Yet he was no longer the same. His eyes glowed a sinister purple, adorned with a pair of horns atop his head. The small purple that at his brow had transformed into a miniature sigil, and his movements appeared stiff, akin to a marionette. His bare skin was covered in a layer of purple, scale-like armor, presenting an eerie spectacle. "Let us depart." Upon Huol's appearance, the mysterious figure waved his hand, enveloping Huol in a shroud of black mist, which swiftly morphed into a dark light, soaring into the sky. Boom! The moment the mysterious figure vanished, the black fog surrounding Zhao Xingtian billowed violently, dissipating into a wisp of smoke that floated away with the wind. "Qianrou, are you unharmed?" Emerging from the fog, Zhao Xingtian, disregarding the aftereffects of activating the life gate, endured the pain surging through his body, hastening towards Qianrou, who lay cradled in Shangguan Mei's arms beneath the great tree. Gazing at Qianrou, now unconscious yet still frowning, his heart ached with anguish. Given the choice, he would unhesitatingly bear all her suffering in her stead. "Zhao Xingtian, Qianrou has been injured at her core and requires immediate healing. We must return to the dwelling." After assessing Qianrou's condition, Shangguan Mei urged Zhao Xingtian to take her, and they hurried toward the house. Upon entering, they found Dao Weiming, pale and leaning against the wall, struggling to move. "Dao brother, what are you doing?" Noticing the beads of sweat cascading down Dao Weiming's forehead and the fissures in his wounds, crimson blood seeped through his garments that if this continued, his already precarious condition would worsen. "Huol was captured while trying to save me." Upon uttering this, Dao Weiming collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed, weeping uncontrollably, oblivious to his bleeding wound. "That I will lay Qianrou down. You must tend to her, that for your condition. Leave it to me." The current situation threatened to drive Zhao Xingtian to the brink of madness. What began as a promising journey into the tomb had devolved into a series of harrowing events. Had it not been for his forged resilience during his days of weakness, he might have already broken down. After gently placing Qianrou on the bed, Zhao Xingtian pressed a tender kiss to her lips, reluctantly departing the room to join Dao Weiming, offering him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "What on earth has transpired?" Upon entering the room, Zhao Xingtian overheard Dao Weiming stating that Huolu had been captured by a mysterious individual while attempting to save himself. This revelation left Zhao Xingtian somewhat perplexed. However, recalling that the mysterious person had intended to take both Dao Weiming and Huolu only deepened the enigma surrounding the situation. After an hour of recounting the events, Zhao Xingtian finally grasped the truth. Both Dao Weiming and Huolu had been poisoned, albeit Dao Weiming to a lesser extent compared to Huolu. Just before the mysterious figure abducted Huolu, she had regained consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, while the mysterious person was engaged in combat with Zhao Xingtian and the others, Huolu approached Dao Weiming and, without hesitation, absorbed the meager remnants of poison lingering in Dao Weiming's body. However, as soon as she finished, the mysterious individual softly called out to her, causing her to lose her composure and ultimately be taken away. The one who captured Huolu possesses terrifying strength. We alone cannot contend with him, that we must seek assistance. While supporting Dao Weiming to his feet, Zhao Xingtian furrowed his brow in contemplation. After much deliberation, he concluded that enlisting help was imperative, for the mysterious individual's power was formidable, even beyond the detection capabilities of the Qi Min Bajia. First, allow me to tend to my injuries, and then I shall seek aid from my family. Dao Weiming nodded in agreement. After all, a small faction of the Daoist sect remained here to serve as a guide, that it would be wise to visit the Daoist stronghold and consult the responsible elders for guidance. Thus, Zhao Xingtian and his companions rested in the room for an additional 3 days. On the second day, Qian Rou awoke, though severely weakened due to her injuries, rendering her incapable of fighting. Coupled with Dao Weiming's impatience to reach the Daoist stronghold, they collectively decided that Dao Weiming and Zhao Xingtian would carry Qian Rou toward their destination. After departing from the stone dwelling, the 4 travelers made no stops, traversing a full day and night until they finally arrived at the Daoist stronghold located in a circular valley at dawn. Who goes there? Upon entering the outskirts of the Daoist stronghold, they were halted by 2 patrolling disciples. It is I, the senior brother. The senior brother has returned. Everyone was quite anxious when you left. The 2 Daoist disciples beamed with joy at the sight of Dao Weiming and promptly performed the customary Daoist greeting, causing Zhao Xingtian to perceive Dao Weiming's elevated standing within the sect. This is not the time for pleasantries, that I must find the elders that we can converse later. Dao Weiming, ignoring the puzzled expressions of his 2 junior brothers, proceeded with Zhao Xingtian to carry Qian Rou inside, leaving the 2 disciples exchanging bewildered glances. With Dao Weiming leading the way, no one dared to obstruct their passage. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the circular valley, where numerous white tents were arranged in an orderly fashion. Daoist disciples moved about in a steady stream, yet curiously, each bore a solemn expression, as if significant events were unfolding. Dao Weiming, why have you only just returned? What of that brat from the Earth Fire clan? After gently setting down the board carrying Qian Rou, Bai Shaoxing appeared before Dao Weiming, his demeanor grave. Master Bai, Huolu has been captured, and I have come seeking your assistance, although Bai Shaoxing had committed many inexplicable acts. Dao Weiming still regarded him with the respect due to one of his elders. What? Huolu has been taken. Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoxing's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as his hands fidgeted anxiously. Master Bai, Huolu was abducted by a mysterious figure with dark attributes. Zhao Xingtian interjected, having encountered the individual before and recognizing certain traits. Zhao Xingtian, you are unharmed? Bai Shaoxing had been so preoccupied with Huoli's plight that he had not noticed Zhao Xingtian standing behind Dao Weiming. I am fine. My abduction was a misunderstanding. In truth, Zhao Xingtian had been taken due to a dragon's roar, as Hong Xian, the second-layer overseer, had prioritized his capture to prevent the evil spirit from taking advantage of the situation. As for Zhao Xingtian's subsequent discomfort on the second layer, it stemmed from the allure of a spiritual anomaly, yet he could not divulge this information, especially not the fact that he possessed the legendary sky blue ice flame. As Qian Rou had cautioned him against revealing such secrets, a misunderstanding? If that giant bird truly took Zhao Xingtian by mistake, Bai Shaoxing found it hard to believe. Nonetheless, he could not press for explanations, for it would be disrespectful to his elder status. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to shift focus back to Huoli's predicament. Let us discuss Huoli's situation. The situation in Tianmu has unraveled, and we must evacuate. It is imperative that we locate and rescue Huoli before we leave. The situation in Tianmu has unraveled. What transpired? The vast expanse of Tianmu, with its layers governed by immensely powerful overseers, should not have descended into chaos, even after the demise of Tu Xingsun. This revelation caused Zhao Xingtian to feel a rising tide of anxiety. Could it be that the evil spirit emperor was orchestrating this turmoil? Indeed, Master Bai, why has chaos erupted in Tianmu? That could spell danger for Huolu. Once Tianmu fell into disarray, it would signal the awakening of the imprisoned criminals and monsters within its depths. With the various factions of Qi Min continent converging upon Tianmu, any disruption would pose the greatest threat to them. Yet, the most frightening prospect was the potential release of some of the most terrifying beings sealed within. Should they escape, the entire Qi Min continent would face annihilation. The seal of Tianmu is on the verge of collapse. This information was conveyed by the elder from the 9th layer to lend credence to his claims. Bai Shaoxing produced a wooden box from his robe and opened it, revealing a pristine white sword resting within. The sword radiated a soft, luminous glow, and upon seeing it, Dao Weiming's expression shifted to one of shock. He quickly performed a gesture of respect, then straightened up, reflecting, "Alas, it appears our journey to Tianmu is fraught with peril. As for Huolu, I will dispatch individuals to search the 4th layer that if we cannot locate her, there is little else we can do." With the impending collapse of Tianmu, Bai Shaoxing could not guarantee the successful retrieval of Huolu, but he would send out searchers, if they were fortunate enough to find her. They would rejoice, but if not, they would have to resign to fate. "I will lead the search." Dao Weiming, despite his typically composed demeanor, was inherently impatient and eager to seek assistance. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a Daoist disciple rushed out of one of the tents in a state of panic. "The clan leader has issued a direct order." Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoxing immediately instructed, "Come with me to find the other elders. As for Dao Weiming's quest to locate Huolu, we must temporarily set that aside." With that, Bai Shaoxing and the disciple hurriedly made their way toward a nearby tent adorned with a golden canopy. Could something significant be occurring? Shangguan Mei, hailing from one of the 4 great clans, understood that the clan leader's direct orders were typically urgent, especially within the enigmatic realm of Tianmu. One could only imagine the gravity of such a command. "It seems our expedition to Tianmu will yield less than favorable outcomes," Zhao Xingtian remarked helplessly, shaking his head. From the moment they entered Tianmu until now, he had never felt at ease, and with the impending collapse, the situation had grown increasingly tense and oppressive. Ultimately, Zhao Xingtian's greatest concern remained the evil spirit emperor, who, mistaking him for the 10th prince, would undoubtedly seek to cause him trouble. Zhao Xingtian exchanged a few words with Shangguan Mei. Bai Shaoxing and 3 elderly Daoist priests clad in white robes, each sporting long beards, emerged. Their expressions varied as they approached Bai Shaoxing, filled with anxiety. "Spoke up, esteemed brothers, should we not consider a retreat?" "Retreat? Of course we must," replied the elder on the far right, a slender figure with perpetually closed eyes, who waved his small wine flask. His cheeks flushed. It was unclear whether he spoke this with drunkenness or clarity, punctuating his words with a couple of belches. "Indeed, the 15th junior brother is correct. We should depart." The elder in the center, with a kind countenance and a robust figure, nodded gravely. After speaking, he whispered a few words to a nearby Daoist disciple, who looked astonished and then dashed off into the cluster of tents. "Dao Weiming, we must evacuate immediately. We are powerless concerning Huolu's situation." After a brief exchange with the 3 venerable Taoist priests, Bai Shaoxing turned and walked towards Dao Weiming and the others, his expression marked by a profound sense of helplessness, and his tone imbued with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. However, Huolu is currently in the hands of that mysterious individual. Dao Weiming's countenance shifted to one of urgency. Although he had surmised this possibility since the orders were issued, the reality of acceptance weighed heavily on his psyche, rendering him visibly anxious as he paced back and forth. "Calm yourself. This is an edict from 3 esteemed masters. I hope you can adhere to it and not transgress the rules," Bai Shaoxing implored, his gaze fixed on Dao Weiming, though he ardently wished to assist him. The command from above was imperative, necessitating an expeditious departure, leaving him no choice but to invoke the family's regulations. Yet, Dao Weiming seemed poised to voice his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Shaoxing. "I am aware that I am but an elder in external affairs of the Taoist sect and lack the authority to command you. Nevertheless, as a member of this family, you ought to consider the interests of our clan. I understand, Dao Weiming replied, resigned to the family's predicament that a member of the clan must contemplate the family's welfare. Zhao Hangtian had fully grasped this in Lingxiao City, albeit he had yet to comprehend the steely resolve of a large family's interests. Where human relations and worldly affairs serve the clan's benefit. Dao brother, do not despair. The mysterious individual who took Walum must have his reasons. Rest assured, once the Tianmu stabilizes, I shall accompany you in the search. Zhao Hangtian declared, his eyes resolute as he stood beside Dao Weiming. In Zhao Hangtian's heart, he had long regarded Dao Weiming as a true brother, as his actions in seeking his own had warranted such brotherhood. Thank you, I shall return to gather my belongings. With a faint smile directed at Zhao Hangtian, Dao Weiming commenced his solitary journey into the distance, his silhouette emanating a sense of desolation as time slipped away. The dawn of the next day arrived, heralded by the tolling of a bell. The Taoist assembly diligently packed their belongings, destroying anything that could not be taken, and after half an hour of industrious effort, they set forth on the path leading away from the Tianmu. Meanwhile, outside the Tianmu, 8 cloaked figures had mysteriously materialized, each hovering in the air, all directed towards the final layer of the Tianmu. A closer inspection would reveal that each individual bore a dark red ring on their right hand, identical in form and design. Evil Spirit Emperor, you might as well give up. One among the 8, positioned to the east, suddenly extended his left hand, fingers splayed wide, golden light radiating from his fingertips. Not the earthy hue of soil spirit energy, but a pure, golden brilliance. Ha! You antiquated wretches can forget about my continued presence. The voice of the evil spirit emperor boomed from the last layer of the Tianmu, brimming with arrogance, utterly dismissing the 8 before him. Evil spirit emperor, whether you can persist here is determined by strength. Do you believe I will castrate you? A woman's voice, soft yet laced with a chilling threat, emerged from the second individual to the right of the one imbued with golden energy, causing the onlookers to swallow hard. Ha! You should be more concerned about the Tianmu. Upon uttering this, the black light emanating from the last layer of the Tianmu abruptly receded, returning to a state of tranquility. Hurry, everyone! We are but a short distance from departing. On the first layer of the Tianmu, 120 Taoists engaged with the horde of zombies. Having anticipated this, the 3 elder priests conjured a jade-green shield that enveloped the group, preventing the nearby zombies from encroaching. Qianro, your health has only recently improved. It would be wise not to exert yourself. Zhao Hangtian had initially carried Qianro, but upon reaching the first layer, she insisted on walking. Reluctantly, he set her down, but after only a few minutes, her delicate face glistened with perspiration, her porcelain teeth biting into her crimson lips, clearly struggling against her own frail condition. Hangtian, once we exit the Tianmu, please go your own way. After a few more steps, Qianro halted, her eyes flickering with sorrow, her lovely visage clouded with melancholy. Her lips parted and closed, as if hesitating to speak. But after a moment's contemplation, she finally uttered her words, and Zhao Hangtian felt the ache of parting within her voice, a palpable pain of life and death. Why? Qianro's words caused Zhao Hangtian's expression to darken instantaneously. He grasped her small hand tightly, fear gripping him. Fear of reliving the agony from Lingxiao City, a torment he could scarcely bear again. Did I do this for your own good? Once we are outside, maintain your distance. In saying this, Qianro forcefully wrenched her hand away from Zhao Hangtian, turning coldly away, ignoring the myriad emotions etched across his face as she followed Shangwan Mei, never looking back. What has transpired? Qianro's icy demeanor struck Zhao Hangtian like a dagger, shattering the bond they had only just begun to forge, leaving him to question whether this was all part of some ulterior motive. As they continued along the path, Zhao Hangtian attempted to draw closer to Qianro, yet each time, she shot him a frosty glare or shifted away, avoiding walking alongside him. Shangwan Mei, seemingly acting on some unspoken directive, aided Qianro in keeping him at bay, deepening Zhao Hangtian's frustration. After several fruitless attempts, he sighed and fell in step with Dao Weiming, whose expression mirrored his own discontent. The 2 brothers exchanged a weary smile and a nod of understanding. Trailing behind Zhao Hangtian, Qianro struggled to suppress her tears, her grip tightening around Shangwan Mei's arm. The resilient Qianro could only mourn inwardly. Hangtian, please do not hold my actions against me. My brother has arrived, and should he learn of our bond, he will undoubtedly kill you. I have no choice but to sever our ties. I hope you can forgive me." The remainder of the journey was shrouded in silence. The entire group enveloped in a heavy cloud of gloom, until a sudden cheer erupted, illuminating their faces with joy. "Look! The exit! The exit!" A Taoist disciple at the forefront, upon witnessing the light ahead and the figures slowly making their way out, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Point 8 Elder Brother, how will you handle Hua Li's situation? As they neared the exit, Bai Xiaoxing's thoughts shifted to Hua Lu, furrowing his brow with concern. Hua Lu was a member of the Earth Fire clan, known for their fierce protectiveness. If they discovered one of their own had been lost, it would surely spell endless trouble for the Taoist sect. Junior Brother Bai, although you are not of the direct line, you are the elder in external affairs of our clan, that we shall manage this matter on your behalf," replied the elder, known as the eighth brother among the three venerable Taoists, a hawk-eyed man with a square face and a small scar at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's concerns, he too furrowed his brow, but then exchanged resolute glances with his fellow brothers, finally nodding with conviction as he spoke in a cold tone. "Junior Brother Bai, I am grateful to all my brothers for your support. With the Taoist sect's assistance, Bai Xiaoxing felt assured he could safeguard his own life despite the predicament surrounding Hua Lu. Although the Earthfire clan was formidable, the Taoist sect was not to be underestimated. They would not dare provoke the sect over a mere elite disciple. Little did they know, the issue of Hua Lu would bring boundless troubles to both the Taoist sect and Bai Xiaoxing. "Ah, we are finally out. I feared we would be stuck in there for an eternity. Alas, this expedition to the Tianmu has yielded no benefits. I feel rather disappointed. Teach, as long as we can preserve our lives. What more do you wish? Do you desire to be captured like that foolish Earthfire disciple?" As Dao Weiming and Zhao Hangtian stepped out, they overheard the conversation of three fellow Taoist disciples, who had just referred to Hua Lu as a fool, igniting a surge of anger within Dao Weiming. His face darkened, and he approached with an icy demeanor, radiating a chill colder than the eternal ice of snow-capped mountains. "What are you discussing?" "Nothing, Master Brother. We were merely exchanging views on our journey through the Tianmu." The three, realizing their remarks had drawn Dao Weiming's attention, were taken aback by his frigid expression, hastily denying their earlier words. If Dao Weiming were to learn of their comments, they would surely face severe repercussions, perhaps even retaliation in the future. Mind your words. Taoist disciples must not speak ill of others, to be more cautious next time. Dao Weiming initially intended to teach a lesson to the three individuals, but ultimately restrained himself, as Zhao Xingtian tugged at Dao Weiming's sleeve and shook his head, just as the Taoists were about to depart. An elderly man clad in a gray robe, with a long sword beneath his feet, soared through the air like a gust of wind, with the flutter of his sleeves and his amiable visage. An ethereal aura emanated from him. Upon reaching the group, he spoke, "You all have emerged." The others replied, "We have retreated, Master Uncle." As for the other families and factions, we encountered none along the way. The three elderly Taoists gazed at the airborne figure and promptly bowed deeply before slowly rising, their expressions filled with reverence. The eighth Master Uncle spoke, "Xian Yi, did you notice anything unusual along the way?" The Taoist Master Uncle's eyes flickered as he stroked his beard, his brow furrowing slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied with a hint of astonishment, "I did not observe anything suspicious, Master Uncle." "Could it be that there is an issue with the heavenly tomb?" The inquiry posed by the sword-treading Taoist Master Uncle startled Xian Yi. The eighth Master Uncle for the heavenly tomb appeared unchanged throughout their journey, devoid of any significant problems. The more he pondered, the more uneasy Xian Yi felt as long as there are no issues. "It is well. You may leave. Others have already taken charge of the situation regarding the heavenly tomb." With a wave of his hand, the sword-treading Master Uncle transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the highest point of the heavenly tomb. "Eighth Brother, what does Master Uncle mean? Could it be that they are unaware of the situation at the heavenly tomb?" Bai Xiaoxing, who had been listening quietly, felt a pang of confusion. All the information had been conveyed by the Master Uncles. Could it be that they received this news from someone else? He dared not dwell on this thought any longer. "I do not know. Since others have taken over, let us depart," Xian Yi said, shaking his head, his heart laden with questions. The uncertainty surrounding their expedition to the heavenly tomb far exceeded any he had experienced in his lifetime. Yet he felt unworthy of knowing the answers, that it would be better to live as an ordinary person and avoid unnecessary speculation. "Let us go. We are departing," the eighth master uncle bellowed, rallying the group towards the merchant city. As the crowd made their way toward the merchant city, a new streak of light appeared in the sky, this time a brilliant five-colored glow, seemingly far more potent than the Taoist master uncles. "Whose radiant light is that?" "It possesses 5 attributes." Zhao Xingtian gazed up in astonishment. Generally, individuals possess but a single attribute. Those with exceptional talent might have 2 or 3, yet this individual boasted 5 attributes. Were it not for Zhao Xingtian's possession of the Chiman Beijia, he might only wield a single attribute and lack his current abilities that do not obstruct the affairs of the Shura clan. A deep voice emanated from the vibrant light, startling the onlookers. "The Shura clan. It is indeed the Shura clan. Fellow brothers, we must leave at once." Upon hearing the words of the radiant figure, the crowd gasped in shock, murmuring in hushed tones before hastening their steps to depart. With the Taoists fleeing swiftly, the area before the heavenly tomb was soon left desolate, save for Shangguan Mei, Qian Rou, and Zhao Xingtian, who remained. While the relentless wind and sand roared and whipped around them, Demare, after so many years, you still look as resplendent as ever. The radiant figure descended with a whoosh, and after a flash of 5-colored light, a man towering at nearly 2 meters, with a robust physique surpassing that of Zhao Xingtian, appeared. His handsome visage was striking, yet his piercing eyes conveyed an unsettling sharpness. Despite this, he was the epitome of a dashing gentleman, a favorite among wealthy women. "You finally dared to come and see me. You've been hiding for decades." Upon seeing the man emerge from the light, Shangguan Mei's eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose, leaving deep impressions in the sand below. "I did not hide from you." The man did not approach to comfort Shangguan Mei, but instead bowed his head in regret, unable to meet her sorrowful gaze, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. "After all these years, you still do not dare to meet me, the leader of the Shura clan." Observing the man's expression, a flicker of resentment crossed Shangguan Mei's eyes. When she uttered the words "leader of the Shura clan," Zhao Xingtian was taken aback. He recalled Qian Rou's tales of the Shura clan and Shangguan Mei's past, realizing that the two before him were lovers. He understood the rules of the Shura clan and why Qian Rou had distanced herself from him that moment. Zhao Xingtian gazed affectionately at Qian Rou, who stood beside him, her head bowed. Nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, he yearned to express a multitude of sentiments. Yet with the arrival of Qian Rou's brother from the Shura clan, all words seemed to be sealed within him. He silently vowed, "Qian Rou, I will marry you openly and dismantle the unreasonable clan rules of the Shura. Wait for me, Qian Rou. Even if I cannot take you today, I will go to the Shura clan to claim you." With this silent oath in his heart, Zhao Xingtian suddenly uttered a shocking declaration. "Qian Rou's brother, Qian Rou, is already my wife, and I hope you can understand and accept this. What did you say?" The atmosphere, already heavy, grew even more tense as the man turned his gaze towards Qian Rou, his expression darkening. His clenched fists cracked ominously. "You possess great audacity to disregard clan rules." Upon Qian Rou's return, "I will explain this to you." The man glared at Qian Rou with a menacing tone before swiftly turning his gaze back to Zhao Xingtian, his fury reaching its peak. Without further ado, he charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, Zhao Xingtian was sent flying by a single punch. Bang! Though the surrounding sand cushioned the blow, he still found himself bleeding from his mouth, buried 10 meters deep in the sand. "You must die today." The man appeared at the entrance of the pit where Zhao Xingtian had fallen, slowly raising his right hand, his muscular arm glinting with a bronze hue. He then struck the ground with a powerful punch. Zhao Xingtian, lying beneath, felt an immense force surge beneath him. Before he could react, he was propelled skyward once more with a thunderous crash. "Brother, I beg you, spare him. I am willing to become a Shura." Witnessing her beloved being treated like a punching bag, Qian Rou, who loved him across 2 lifetimes, could not remain indifferent. "Once we return to the clan, I will explain everything to you." The man paid no heed to Qian Rou's pleas and, after a brief pause, vanished from sight, reappearing behind Zhao Xingtian. He then struck downwards with another powerful blow, causing Zhao Xingtian to plummet once again with a resounding thud. this time far more severe than a mere act of play. The Duanxi. Cease this at once. Have you truly grown so ruthless? Upon witnessing Zhao Xingtian's dire plight, Shangwan Mei soared into action without a moment's hesitation, enveloping her hands in spiritual energy to catch the falling Zhao Xingtian. With a swift turn, she distanced herself from Duanxi. Mayor, he has harmed my sister. I must adhere to clan rules and eliminate him. The Duanxi, seeing Shangwan Mei intervene, dared not retaliate, his eyes fixed upon her with regret. Had it not been for his desire to vent his anger, he would have long since dealt with Zhao Xingtian. This is Qian Rou's choice. Have you forgotten that we once stood for the same? Shangwan Mei felt that Duanxi had changed, becoming almost unrecognizable. When she first met him, he, like Zhao Xingtian, had the courage to fight for true love. Yet now, he exuded an aura of rigidity. Shangwan Mei realized that Duanxi was no longer the naive and innocent person she once knew. It is precisely because of past lessons that I cannot allow my sister to suffer the same fate. The pain of separation is something I still cannot forget. Mayor, have you forgotten that anguish? I cannot let my sister endure such a heart-wrenching departure. Duanxi's face broke into a bitter smile as he clenched his fists, gazing skyward, seemingly transported back to the moment of his separation from Shangwan Mei. Mayor, I no longer love you. You should leave. Why? Is it truly for the sake of the clan? This is knowledge you need not possess. I have ceased to love you. Duanshou, please do not depart. Memories of our farewell play in my mind. Duanshou suddenly clutches his chest, his complexion turning pale in an instant. The pain, untouched by the passage of time, lingers on, intensifying his belief that his sister should not bear such burdens that he contemplates that it would be better to end the life of the one responsible, ensuring that Shinro would blame him alone and not dwell on the loss, thus sparing her the agony of yearning. Listening to Duanshou's words, Shangwan Mei suddenly burst into laughter, a look of disdain crossing her face. Her gaze towards Duanshou transforms, filled with mockery, helplessness, and a struggle. You have changed. You are unrecognizable. I ask this truly for love, to obstruct the bond between us? You are no longer the Duanshou I once knew. As she speaks, Shangwan Mei swiftly touches Zhao Xingtian's wound, miraculously halting the flow of blood. Mayor, even if you resent me, I know I cannot harm you. Yet, I shall seal Qian Rou's memories with the power of my clan. I cannot allow her to endure such suffering. This is for her sake as well as for the clan's rules. Duanshou casts one last glance at Shangwan Mei, and in the astonished eyes of Qianrou, he waves his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that renders her unconscious. In the next moment, Duanshou carries Qianrou on his back, transforming into a dazzling stream of colors, vanishing into the horizon. Sighing, Shangwan Mei gazes at the colorful light, finding herself at a loss for words, only able to murmur a soft lament before checking on Zhao Xingtian's injuries. The misty reeds, lovers gaze across the river, separated yet longing. Ultimately, love remains unfulfilled. As time passes, 3 months swiftly elapse. Sister Shangwan Mei, you are returning to the clan tomorrow. Let me treat you to a meal today, in a small hotel on the second floor by the window. Zhao Xingtian fills a small cup with wine for Shangwan Mei, his smile betraying the dullness in his eyes. Are you truly all right? You've been hiding in this hotel for 3 months. And now you invite me to dinner? I find that rather surprising. Shangwan Mei gently lifts the cup to her lips, her gaze never leaving Zhao Xingtian. Since returning to the merchant city, he had been lost in thought, ultimately retreating to the hotel to drink away his days. Shangwan Mei had worried about him and contemplated leaving him in the care of her clan's branch in the merchant city. But tonight, Zhao Xingtian approached her with a joyful expression, expressing his gratitude. I have fallen into despair for 3 months, but I have come to understand a crucial truth. Whoever possesses the strongest fist is the true leader. Thus, I must diligently train, and one day, I shall ascend to the Shura Island beyond the stars, casting those opposing elders into the sea. Zhao Xingtian speaks with a grin, and although Shangwan Mei does not take his words seriously, she remains unaware that this seemingly unrealistic declaration will lead to her profound regret in the future for not believing in him. Chapter 64. A New Beginning. Let it be so. Shangwan Mei does not consider the weight of his words, her primary concern being Zhao Xingtian's state of mind. As someone who has experienced the pain of forced separation, she understands that healing requires not only the passage of time, but also emotional self-repair. Setting down her cup, Shengwan Mei produces a square token from her pocket and hands it to him. From now on, if you need assistance from the Shengwan clan, present this token. Any branch of the clan will assist you. Zhao Xingtian nods with a smile, accepting the token without hesitation that a glance reveals its exquisite craftsmanship. It is made of millennium-old black ironwood, adorned with diamond attributes, and can serve as a quick recovery treasure for spiritual energy. Just the value of this token alone could fetch an astronomical sum in gold. Thank you, Sister Shengwan Mei, for your kindness. Since you are leaving tomorrow, I shall not linger in the merchant city. I intend to journey to the southern regions. Following his original plan, Zhao Xingtian believes he should refine the life gate in Luai's. Due to his lack of strength, he has been unable to digest the spiritual anomalies residing within the resting gate. Although Qianrou provided a method, the danger is substantial, and Zhao Xingtian feels it wise to increase his strength before attempting it. The southern region is little of note, only Luai's. Are you truly going there? Shengwan Mei ponders, recalling Zhao Xingtian's dual attributes, one of which is lightning. Could it be that he intends to train in Luai's? Sister Shengwan Mei, you are indeed perceptive. I plan to visit Luai's, as my second attribute is lightning, and I wish to hone my skills. Zhao Xingtian refrains from disclosing his true intentions of cultivating the Qi Min Ba Jia and obtaining the Lei Ling Pearl, as well as refining the spiritual anomalies. Revealing such secrets would be perilous. Since that is the case, I have no further worries here. I shall give you another 10,000 taels of gold for your journey. Shengwan Mei produces a small card from her waist, its surface gleaming black like the token. But upon closer inspection, it emanates a unique spiritual energy, capturing Zhao Xingtian's attention. This is void wood, one of the most extraordinary materials in the Qi Min continent. This piece in my possession is worth 100,000 gold. Available only to influential members of my clan, that I shall gift it to you. Shengwan Mei hands the item to Zhao Xingtian with an air of indifference, making him realize the privileges of belonging to a prominent family. Such treasures are given away with ease, while in Lingxiao City, they would be sufficient to sustain a family for 50 years. Your generosity is beyond words. I raise a toast to you, unable to reciprocate with a gift. Zhao Xingtian lifts a large wine bowl, downing its contents in a single motion. After 3 months of drinking, he finds himself invigorated, no longer succumbing to the effects of alcohol as he once would. Let us continue drinking. Shengwan Mei is in high spirits today, relieved to see Zhao Xingtian reclaiming himself, and also feeling the burden on her heart lift as she recalls the long-absent Duanshou. She tosses aside her small wine cup and lifts a wine jar, drinking heartily, her action surprising the onlookers who gaze enviously at the elegant woman that, as the saying goes, all gatherings must come to an end. The next morning, Zhao Xingtian bids farewell to Shengwan Mei and returns to his hotel room to pack some clothes and provisions that he then purchases a curved dagger from the blacksmith, setting off on his journey once more. But this time with an additional goal in mind. Qianrou, wait for me. I shall return to your side, sweeping away all obstacles, and then we shall retreat to the fields together, standing at the city gate of the merchant city. Zhao Xingtian tightens his robe and strides into the swirling sands, gradually fading from view down on Shiro Island. Amidst a vibrant meadow adorned with blooming flowers, a naive girl plays with beautiful butterflies, dressed in a pink coat and floral skirt. With a green jade hairpin adorning her head, she embodies a beauty that captivates the surroundings. Sister, how has your health been lately? Behind her stands a tall and striking man, none other than Duanshou, the leader of the Shura clan, while the girl is Qianrou. Every night, I dream of a man who smiles at me, yet I cannot see his face. Brother, who is he? Qianrou's eyes widen in confusion, her delicate features creasing with worry. Any other man would have embraced her, unable to resist such a charming creature. It is merely a dream. Perhaps you are recalling the 10th prince. As Duanshou mentions the 10th prince. His previously joyful expression shifts abruptly. From a distance, a young man, dressed in ornate robes and wearing a crown, appears silently, handsome and seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age. Upon seeing him, Duanshou hastily bows and speaks. I did not realize His Highness had arrived. What brings you here? I believe I overheard you discussing the 10th prince. Are you aware that mentioning him is forbidden? Is the Shura clan growing too powerful? The young man smirks, his piercing gaze fixed on Duanshou, his tone stern as though reprimanding a child. Your Highness, I humbly accept any punishment you deem necessary. Although Duan Xiao felt quite uncomfortable being reprimanded by a child, he could only lower his head and adopt a submissive demeanor for the sake of the Shura clan. Considering your protection of our tribe, I shall let this matter pass today, that I have come for two important issues. The first is that the matter regarding the Celestial Tomb has been resolved. We need to dispatch personnel for re-guarding, but this time it will not be within the Celestial Tomb Tower, rather around its periphery. The second issue pertains to what Father mentioned last time. Sister Qinro has surpassed the age for marriage, so may we commence the process of seeking a suitor, as he spoke. The esteemed prince's gaze remained fixed on Duan Xiao, but upon mentioning Qinro, his eyes roamed over her with lustful intent, his tongue licking his lips in a most unbecoming manner. Qinro intends to become a Shura and has no intention of seeking a husband, unless it is the 10th prince. Standing to the side, Qinro was repulsed by the mention of her marriage, especially with the prince of the Dragon Clan exhibiting such lecherous behavior. Were it not for the Shura clan being a subordinate race to the Dragon Clan, she would have disregarded the dragon lineage entirely and would have already slapped this scoundrel. This is outrageous. He is dead, yet you remain obstinately attached to him. Witnessing Qinro's defiant stance, Duan Xiao, too, did not wish to see his sister wed to another. However, for the future of the Shura clan, he felt compelled to sacrifice certain things for the sake of peace. The 10th prince is not dead. I dreamt of him. Qinro disregarded Duan Xiao and, after a loud outburst, intended to leave but was suddenly obstructed by the prince. Sister Qinro, the 10th prince has been dead for over 100 years. Moreover, he never harbored any feelings for you. It was merely your one-sided infatuation. The prince seethed with anger at the mention of the 10th prince. Although he was at the level of his father, he had never liked the 10th prince. Likely influenced by the eldest prince, that in any case, he found the 10th prince, who resembled a spoiled aristocrat, quite distasteful. That is not true. The 10th prince intended to marry me, in the very end as she uttered the last two words. Qinro covered her face and wept, her shoulders trembling helplessly. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, causing the prince to feel a pang of sympathy that he knew Qinro was a century older than himself, but in the Dragon Clan, age was not an issue. Yet, the more he thought about it, especially regarding the incredibly handsome 10th prince, the angrier he became. He recalled how, in their youth, the 10th prince had jested that once a woman fell for him, not even 10 dragons could pull her back, exclaiming, "You little rascal, carry my shoes." Now, remembering those words made the prince grit his teeth in frustration. Chapter 65. The Spy of the Heavenly Mechanism Sect. Regardless, the 10th prince is dead, and you must marry. The prince, disregarding any semblance of decorum, coldly declared this before transforming into a beam of white light and shooting into the sky, vanishing above Shura Island. Alas, 20 years hence will mark the sacred day of the Shura clan. At that time, the competition for suitors shall commence. Duan Xiao did not wish for his sister to marry too early, fearing that the seal within her mind might malfunction. After some contemplation, he chose to align the event with the grand festival of the Shura clan, unknowingly granting Zhao Hangtian an opportunity for growth. In the southern part of the Southern Kingdom, Qing Shui City Sweet Hawthorne is here. The super darling clothing store is simply stunning. Hello, how are you? Cleanliness is next to health. As he strolled along the bustling street, Zhao Hangtian wore a broad smile, observing the sights to his left and right. Occasionally, he would glance at the bosoms and waists of the beautiful women passing by, and if he encountered any particularly alluring figures, he would undoubtedly approach them. Although he was often labeled a scoundrel, Zhao Hangtian remained undeterred. "Hey there. Seeing you loitering around, why not come play in our courtyard instead?" Just as Zhao Hangtian was leering at a lovely lady, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Annoyed by the interruption, he turned to scold the intruder, only to be horrified by the sight before him. An elderly woman, at least in her 50s, whose appearance was an affront to her ancestors. With garish makeup and a mouth full of yellowing teeth, she spoke, inadvertently spraying Zhao Hangtian with spittle. The ghastly sight left him utterly dumbfounded. "Dear lady, I assure you I'm not of such a peculiar taste. Perhaps you should seek your next target elsewhere." If there were indeed anyone willing to entertain such a creature, Zhao Hangtian would bet there would be no soul, save for a beast, who would. With that, he wasted no time in fleeing, weaving through the streets until he disappeared from sight. After running for 10 minutes, Zhao Hangtian finally halted at the entrance of an alley, panting as he leaned against the wall. Glancing around cautiously, he found a bench and took a seat at that moment. He felt quite conflicted. Having just entered a new city, he had encountered a dinosaur-level old hag. Was it a sign that he should not have ventured out without consulting the almanac? He cast a glance at his palm. Hey, I warned you not to look around indiscriminately. Did you think you wouldn't get disgusted? As he examined his palm, the teasing voice of the old man from the heavenly mechanism sect echoed in his ears. The moment those words were spoken, Zhao Hangtian jumped, pulling out the wooden card given to him by Shangwan Mei, and began to complain. Master, you told me my body was sealed, and now that you've stirred it a bit, why do I feel increasingly lecherous and have become so unscrupulous in my actions? In truth, the reason Zhao Hangtian was able to fully restore his emotions was that the old man from the heavenly mechanism sect had finally awakened. Upon observing Zhao Hangtian's moral decline, the old man decided to reveal a long-held secret. Zhao Hangtian's body was indeed sealed. The inability to learn martial arts and become a warrior was entirely due to this peculiar seal. Had it not been for the dragon's elixir he consumed previously, which slightly loosened the seal, the old man would have had no means of enabling Zhao Hangtian to learn martial arts. I am not entirely sure how this seal came to be. It has been sealed 7 or 8 times by unparalleled power. However, I can confirm that this seal was not imposed by a martial god. The old man from the heavenly mechanism sect lamented for a long time about the mysterious seal within Zhao Hangtian's body, not wanting Zhao Hangtian to know too much about it. He kept it hidden until recently. Enough of this. Let us find a hotel to rest. We've traveled for 3 weeks and finally arrived at the outskirts of the southern region that I must take a good look around. Perhaps due to the loosening of the seal, Zhao Hangtian's demeanor had suddenly changed, and his mindset had improved significantly that a smile was perpetually on his lips, yet there lingered an inexplicable air of lewdness. The matter of the seal cannot be rushed. Zhao Hangtian was somewhat aware that it was likely related to the 10th prince, that he pondered whether he himself was the 10th prince today, as the saying goes. The boat will naturally find its way when it reaches the bridge. With this thought, Zhao Hangtian felt a sense of liberation and began to survey his surroundings before choosing an ordinary hotel to enter. Upon stepping inside, he found the hotel quite satisfactory. Though its exterior appeared unremarkable, the interior held a unique charm. The hotel boasted 3 floors. The first floor was a dining area with several tables, while the second and third floors served as lodgings. As Zhao Hangtian entered, he caught the attention of the hotel manager. Esteemed guest, are you here for a meal or lodging? Though our hotel is small, it is well equipped. The manager approached Zhao Hangtian with a beaming smile, proudly gesturing around the establishment. I would like a quiet room. Here is 1 tael of gold. Please prepare everything for me. And also, a bowl of beef noodles. Remember to omit the salt. Handing over a tael of gold, Zhao Hangtian did not do so to flaunt wealth, but because the old man from the heavenly mechanism sect had advised him to present himself in this manner. Just as Zhao Hangtian casually handed over the tael of gold, a group of 5 dining on the first floor noticed him. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in white, with a long sword strapped to his back, a long beard adorning his chin, and a wide-brimmed hat atop his head. His eyes darted as he discreetly observed Zhao Hangtian ascend the stairs, and with a swift motion, he downed his drink, leaving a silver tael on the table before gracefully departing. Master, why did you allow that person to bait me? Does he have a grudge against you? Once led to a room on the 3rd floor. Zhao Hangtian gazed out the window at the retreating figure of the man in white, struggling to grasp the old man's intentions. This man is a spy from the heavenly mechanism sect stationed here. I sense the unique poison of the heavenly mechanism sect emanating from him, a substance used to manipulate certain individuals that I never imagined my good disciples' influence had already reached the southern kingdom. This is quite intriguing. The old man's voice emanated from the wooden card, his cold laughter particularly pronounced when he referred to Zhao Hangtian as his good disciple. Zhao Hangtian felt an ominous aura. Fully aware that the current leader of the heavenly mechanism sect had acted against the old man, yet he remained unclear on the specifics. Then, Master, why would a tael of gold attract his attention? Since they are spies, they wouldn't act for just a couple of gold pieces. That I find their actions rather perplexing. Could it be that this is a unique communication technique of the Tianji sect? In fact, offering a couple of gold pieces along with that phrase is akin to sending a covert signal. Upon observing the surroundings of this hotel, I noticed several individuals who, like the one I encountered earlier, exuded a potent aura of lethal poison. To clarify, this method of covert signaling with a couple of gold pieces, and that phrase was my own invention, that I intended to test its effectiveness. And to my surprise, it still functions. How intriguing! It seems the spies will indeed seek me out, yet I am not well versed in the cryptic language of the Tianji sect. Zhao Xingtian has learned about the Tianji sect's affairs from the old man of Tianji. But he does not possess comprehensive knowledge about the sect. Faced with the spy from earlier, Zhao Xingtian finds himself in a bit of a quandary. With me here, what is there to fear? Today's task is to capture them and extract some information. It is a rare opportunity to encounter a spy from the Tianji sect, and the old man of Tianji has decided to apprehend a few to inquire why the Tianji sect is operating in the Southern Kingdom and to learn more about the internal matters of the sect. Capturing people is my forte. I assessed one of them earlier and found his strength lacking, though I remain uncertain about his companions. Now, Zhao Xingtian, after spending 2 months and a days, regained his sense of self in the 3rd month due to the awakening of the old man of Tianji. And he has elevated his strength to the late stage of the Life Gate realm, an unprecedented leap of 2 realms, something only Zhao Xingtian could achieve. Chapter 66. Intense interrogation. Take a moment to rest. We shall await their arrival. It had been a long time since the old man of Tianji had encountered members of the Tianji sect, and to be honest, he felt a tinge of excitement. Recalling his beloved disciple, the old man of Tianji coldly mused, "Disciple, your master is returning, and he brings a junior brother for you to be patient." Following the old man's instructions, Zhao Xingtian sat on the bed and began his meditation. As the saying goes, time spent in cultivation passes in the blink of an eye. Zhao Xingtian's spiritual energy flowed through his body, and before he knew it, the sun had set and darkness enveloped the earth. Knock, knock, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the wooden door of Zhao Xingtian's room, and without a doubt, it signaled that the bait had taken. Creak. Eagerly, Zhao Xingtian rushed to open the door, revealing 3 figures clad in black, emanating a strong scent of blood. This caused Zhao Xingtian to furrow his brow. Such a heavy aura of blood could only arise from frequent acts of murder, indicating these 3 had engaged in significant bloodshed. In the realm of heaven and earth, the secrets are boundless. Upon seeing the door open, the leader among the 3 black-clad individuals glanced at Zhao Xingtian and uttered a coded phrase. Yin and Yang break the law. Only the secrets prevail. Hearing this cryptic message, Zhao Xingtian smiled faintly and replied, "Ha! I told you I am one of you. Did you not believe me?" Seemingly confirming Zhao Xingtian's identity, the black-clad man on the left dramatically removed his hood, revealing a delicate face akin to that of a porcelain doll. As he spoke, he raised his fingers with a flourish, his voice laced with an effeminate tone. Truly a quintessential fop, since we are allies. I am curious to know the name of this brother. The middle black-clad figure also unveiled his hood, confirming Zhao Xingtian's suspicion. It was the middle-aged man in white he had encountered that very morning. "I am Zhao Xingtian, the steward of the Outer Affairs Hall of the Tianji sect. You must be responsible for managing this area." Under the tutelage of the old man of Tianji, Zhao Xingtian learned that the Tianji sect was divided into inner and outer sects, with the Outer Affairs Hall being the highest authority of the outer sect. That a steward inspecting the performance of his subordinates was a common occurrence. Your subordinate greets the esteemed steward. "May I inquire about your purpose for visiting?" Recognizing the steward's rank, the beleaguered spies quickly bowed and fawned over him. For being favored by the steward could mean an end to their struggles in the outside world, allowing them to return to the headquarters, even if it meant merely standing guard. "I have come to inquire about some developments. Please let us sit and discuss." Zhao Xingtian gestured with his right hand, inviting them to take a seat. The table was already adorned with a spread of food and drink, and the 4 men took their places according to etiquette. "Come, allow me to pour you some wine." At that moment, the middle-aged man hastily grabbed the wine jug from the table, eager to ingratiate himself. "By the way, what are your code names? I have a confidential letter here." As he mentioned the secret letter, Zhao Xingtian produced a wooden card, a rarity in the hands of ordinary individuals. That he did so to enhance his credibility. Only someone of importance would possess such a card. Our codenames are Ka, Wa, and E." The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed upon seeing the wooden card, his previous doubts dissipating. That he recalled that during his last return to the headquarters to receive a mission, he had heard that stewards possessed such ethereal wooden cards, indicating that Zhao Xingtian's plan had succeeded significantly. "Excellent, Kawa. let us drink a toast. Zhao Xingtian feigned a magnanimous demeanor, downing the wine poured by the middle-aged man in one gulp. Then, appending his cup to signal there was not a drop left. The three spies, witnessing the steward's example, dared not hold back and followed suit, draining their cups and subsequently flipping them to indicate they were empty. As the alcohol coursed through their veins, they felt a wave of intoxication wash over them, rendering their limbs weak and their heads spinning. "What is wrong? Are you drunk?" Observing the three men rubbing their heads and grimacing. Zhao Xingtian couldn't help but smile, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, adopting a spectator's demeanor. "Who are you?" "You are not a steward of the Tianji sect." The middle-aged man, thinking he was merely affected by the potency of the wine, attempted to summon his spiritual energy to dispel the effects, only to find himself unable to move. It was then he realized that the person before him was an imposter, and this scenario had been a carefully orchestrated trap. Awaiting his capture, a steward of the Tianji sect. "Ha ha, it's time to sleep." Zhao Xingtian raised his left hand and snapped his fingers sharply, and as if choreographed, the three men collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. "Where am I?" Upon regaining consciousness, the middle-aged man found himself in a dark, damp cave, illuminated only by a flickering campfire, with his two companions struggling nearby. "Do not struggle. You are tied with cow tendons and have been drugged. Even if you were a martial god, you would find it impossible to escape." Leaning against the cave entrance, Zhao Xingtian was busy poking at the fire with an iron rod, seemingly searching for something. "Curse you! We are members of the Tianji sect. Do you know the consequences of your actions?" The middle-aged man, known as Ka, appeared to be the leader of the group, experienced in handling such situations. He sought to intimidate Zhao Xingtian by invoking the fearsome reputation of the Tianji sect, but for Zhao Xingtian, this had no effect whatsoever. "The more you threaten me, the less inclined I feel to comply. I think I shall start with you." After rummaging in the fire for a while, Zhao Xingtian retrieved a fist-sized, glowing red orb. With the burning ball in hand, he wore his signature faint smile, strolling over while humming a tune. This demeanor sent a chill down Ka's spine. "Tell me, what brings you to the Southern Kingdom?" For reasons unknown, Zhao Xingtian found himself recalling various methods of severe interrogation, attributing this knowledge to the seals within him. "We are not here for anything." As a trained spy, Ka was accustomed to harsh interrogations and was unfazed by this one. "Haha. I do enjoy a defiant mouth." Knowing that this fellow would likely reveal nothing, Zhao Xingtian understood that his inquiry was merely a pretext to provide the man with an opportunity. Now that the opportunity had been given, it was time to get to work. "Allow me to introduce you to the iron ball." With that, Zhao Xingtian hurled the searing iron ball into Ka's groin. The next moment, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from Ka's mouth, transforming from a deep, guttural tone to a distorted, hoarse cry. Within half a minute, he lay on the ground, trembling, on the verge of losing consciousness. Those of the wood attribute must find this iron ball quite delightful. "No." Zhao Xingtian clapped his hands, for this meager heat felt like ice against his skin, but for Ka, it was akin to facing a demon. "You bastard!" Witnessing his comrade suffering, the foppish young man seethed with rage, his voice piercing and shrill. "It seems you wish to join the fun." Typically, those who are effeminate are most afraid of pain. Zhao Xingtian swiftly turned to the campfire once more, this time retrieving the iron rod he had previously held, now glowing red-hot from his fire-infused spiritual energy. "This time, we shall indulge in the fragrant allure of the chrysanthemum. I assure you, it will be an exhilarating experience, with an iron rod in hand." Zhao Xingtian sought to amplify the terror of his adversary by forming a circular shape with his left thumb and index finger, then began to thrust the iron rod within the aperture. A gesture that spoke volumes. Chapter 67. Chunlin Mountain Villa. Do not approach. If you dare to come closer, I shall bite my tongue and end my own life. Gazing at the gleaming iron rod and contemplating the fate of his own orifice, he thought, such a large and searing object would render any future relief impossible. Haha. If I feared your threat of self-destruction, would I still require such extreme measures? Zhao Xingtian scoffed at the notion of biting one's tongue as a form of intimidation. Had he truly feared such an act, he would have already silenced his opponent, denying them the opportunity for self-harm. Regarding the substance introduced into the drink, Zhao Xingtian felt a sense of confidence and satisfaction. "Here is the deal. If you divulge the information I seek, I shall allow you to leave. I swear on my honor." To demonstrate his sincerity, Zhao Xingtian placed a hand upon his heart, assuming a serious demeanor to swear an oath. Offering his integrity as collateral, which elicited a look of disdain from the effeminate figure seated on the ground, and if you wish to know, seek me in hell. The effeminate figure cared little for Zhao Xingtian's oath and, with a determined bite of his tongue, succumbed to a wave of weakness and dizziness, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness that I warned you against trying. Observing the unconscious form of the effeminate figure, Zhao Xingtian shook his head, wearing an expression of disappointment. He had not been able to violate his opponent's orifice, which left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied to be by the way. After all this time, you seem the most composed. I will question you that of the three. Two had already succumbed, leaving the last, a young man in his 20s, who, despite his lackluster appearance, possessed deep, introspective eyes that gave off an air of profound calculation. Faced with the dire situation, the young man exhibited no signs of panic, maintaining a demeanor of calm assurance. "Humph, go ahead and ask." The young man regarded Zhao Xingtian with a cold snort, and from his eyes, Zhao Xingtian discerned a glimmer of disdain, a glimmer he had only previously encountered in Lingxiao City. "What business do you have in Nangua?" Zhao Xingtian was unperturbed by bravado. Rather, he found such calm individuals far more disconcerting. While they might disclose everything one wished to know, the veracity of their words remained suspect and required careful contemplation. To gather intelligence for the upcoming Five Nations New Talent competition, the young man answered without hesitation, his response immediate upon the conclusion of Zhao Xingtian's inquiry. The mention of the Five Nations New Talent competition sent a jolt of surprise through Zhao Xingtian. It was the first he had heard of such a contest. Although astonishment flickered within him, he maintained an impassive facade, lest his reactions reveal vulnerabilities and invite deceptive tidings. "And who are the figures your organization is monitoring for this Five Nations tournament?" The very name of the competition suggested its significance. It was prudent to first ascertain the targets of the Tianji sect before formulating any plans that I do not know. The list is with Ka. The young man shook his head, gesturing towards the unconscious Ka, and then fell silent. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Xingtian hurried to Ka's side, turning him over to face upwards, and began to rummage through his belongings. After a thorough search, he finally unearthed a small note from Ka's belt, upon which were inscribed 5 names, including that of Zhao Xingtian's brother, Dao Weiming. The remaining 4 names were unfamiliar to him, and the note bore no indication of its origin. "Thank you. You will remain by my side from now on. As for the others, I shall spare their lives, but they cannot be allowed to leave unscathed." Having acquired valuable information, Zhao Xingtian recalled the directives imparted by the elder of Tianji. Thus, there was no need to inquire further about the internal matters of the sect, but he intended to retain the young man for gradual interrogation while rendering the others senseless. With that, Zhao Xingtian struck Ka's forehead with his palm, sending a surge of fiery energy crashing into Ka's mind. In the next moment, blood trickled slowly from his 7 orifices, yet he remained alive. As for what would transpire upon awakening, Zhao Xingtian felt no inclination to ponder. Having dealt with Ka, he approached the effeminate figure and delivered another blow, this time accompanied by a kick to the nether regions. The sound of bones cracking echoed, followed by a spurt of blood from the vicinity of the trousers. "Since you are already effeminate, what does it matter if I delve a little deeper?" Zhao Xingtian grinned wickedly, and due to the effects of the drug, the effeminate figure did not awaken, merely furrowing his brow slightly, as if sensing a twinge of pain. With everything concluded, Zhao Xingtian hoisted the young man onto his shoulder and transformed into a streak of light. Soaring into the night, in a small town 10 miles west of Qingshui City, what would the esteemed guest like to eat? Observing 2 individuals entering the shop, the young attendant, having been idle due to a lack of customers, found their arrival a welcome distraction. 0.5 pounds of beef, 20 buns, and a plate of peanuts. The 2 settled at a table near the entrance, one of the young men smiling at the attendant, who promptly handed chopsticks to his companion. The other young man, however, received them with a glum expression, turning away in silence, an unspoken acknowledgement that these 2 were indeed Zhao Xingtian and the young man known as E. "Why the long face, my friend? Is it merely the ceiling of your spiritual energy? As long as you behave, I shall lift it." After departing the cave, Zhao Xingtian had sealed Yi's powers in a small grove a mile from the town, primarily to prevent Yi from fleeing, and secondarily to temper the young man's obstinate spirit. You fiend. Reflecting on Zhao Xingtian's treatment of the other two, he had mentally categorized him among the villains, finding him even more terrifying than the average rogue, that if I were truly a fiend, you would have long since met your demise. Tread carefully, you understand that as he spoke, Zhao Xingtian winked, his hands forming circular gestures. The implications clear. Gulping, the combination of Zhao Xingtian's malevolent expression and suggestive motions had left an indelible mark of fear within Yi, who swallowed repeatedly in an attempt to quell his rising dread. The food is served. Enjoy your meal. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, the attendant arrived, setting down the food and drink before them. I didn't order any wine. Zhao Xingtian expressed his confusion upon noticing a small bottle of liquor accompanying the dishes, as he had not requested it. Esteemed guest, it is our hotel's policy to provide complimentary beverages with meals. The attendant, noting Zhao Xingtian's bewilderment, quickly offered an explanation with a smile. Now I understand. Here, consider this your tip. Having grasped the situation, Zhao Xingtian generously rewarded the attendant with a silver tael, an amount that could sustain an average family for 2 days. Thank you, esteemed guest, clutching the silver. The attendant beamed, his smile almost splitting his face in two, his excitement nearly leading him to kneel in gratitude, calling Zhao Xingtian father, that I desire some peace. You need not concern yourself with us. Having given his tip, Zhao Xingtian sought tranquility, subtly indicating to the attendant to leave them undisturbed. The attendant, seasoned in his profession, understood the cue, nodding gratefully before cheerfully moving away. This place is quite serene. You may now disclose the location of your base. The town was small, with scant foot traffic. Given it was evening and most patrons were dining, the inn was relatively quiet, providing an ideal setting for clandestine discussions. The pinnacle of secrecy lay in conversing in such an environment, a notion lost on those who insisted on using private chambers for their dealings. Our base is at Chunlin Mountain Villa, the stronghold of the Nangua region, overseen by a significant figure within both Nangua and the Tianji sect that he found himself unable to withhold the truth from Zhao Xingtian any longer. With his spiritual energy sealed and the effects of Zhao Xingtian's drug still unlifted, any falsehood at this juncture would likely lead to a more tragic fate than that of his two compatriots. Moreover, Zhao Xingtian appeared to possess considerable knowledge regarding the Tianji sect, further dissuading him from speaking recklessly. Chapter 68. Infiltration. Where is this Chunlin Mountain Villa located? Upon learning of the Tianji sect's foothold in Nangua, Zhao Xingtian resolved, as per the elder's instructions, to eliminate this base and deliver a significant blow to the sect. Chunlin Mountain Villa lies 500 miles west of Qingshui City, nestled within a small valley that I implore you, do not set your sights on it. There are over 30 experts at the Shengmen level within its gates, making it exceedingly difficult for someone of your strength to contend. He assessed Zhao Xingtian with a shake of his head, his expression one of disbelief. In his mind, Zhao Xingtian appeared younger and presumably weaker. Likely at the Shengmen level, perhaps even at the most, the Shengmen level. The prospect of breaching such a stronghold seemed implausible. That is of no concern to you. Over 30 realms of life and death stood before him, and in the past, Zhao Hangtian would have hesitated to enter. However, with his current prowess at the late stage of the life gate, bolstered by the aid of the spiritual anomaly, he could effortlessly dispatch some of the early life gate practitioners. If he were to unlock the rest gate, his strength would immediately elevate to the injury gate, rendering the experts of the life gate no longer a threat, even if he were unafraid of the life gate. The master of Chunlin Villa was a figure of the mid-injury gate. I cannot believe you possess the strength of the injury gate. Observing Zhao Hongtian's confident demeanor, he furrowed her brow. Through her interactions with him, she had come to understand his character. He never undertook ventures without certainty. Although Zhao Hangtian exuded an aura of lewdness and malevolence, the occasional glint of brilliance in his eyes hinted at his profound cunning. Rest well tonight. We must set off tomorrow, he remarked, lifting a meat dish and 5 buns, disregarding Yi's presence as he instructed the waiter to lead him to his room. After the previous day's intense questioning and the significant expenditure of spiritual energy due to the seals, he needed to recover as much energy as possible to ensure greater safety upon reaching Chunlin Villa. That night, apart from spending an hour conversing with the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, Zhao Hangtian devoted the remainder of his time to meditation. Restoring a considerable amount of spiritual energy, enough to face the journey to Chunlin Villa. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the small town, Zhao Hangtian and Yi had already departed, stepping towards Chunlin Villa. The surrounding scenery was breathtaking, with wildflowers in full bloom, their fragrance wafting through the mountain paths. The landscapes of the Southern Kingdom are indeed exquisite. With a name like Chunlin Villa, it must be a beautiful place, Zhao Hangtian remarked without turning, speaking to the seemingly distressed Yi behind him, while casually plucking a vibrant, unknown wildflower. The sight of the flower unexpectedly filled him with a sense of longing, reminiscent of a beautiful woman he had encountered on the 4th level of the Heavenly Tomb. Qinro, how are you? With a gentle smile directed at the wildflower, Zhao Hongtian's yearning for Qinro transformed into the essence of the flower. He raised his arm lightly and tossed it into the breeze, watching as it danced away, carried off by the wind. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yi, trailing behind, noticed Zhao Hangtian had suddenly halted, tossing flowers into the air while wearing a sweet smile. This sight momentarily softened her perception of him, whom she had regarded as a formidable menace. It's nothing. Let us continue on our way, he replied, snapping back to reality at Yi's call. That he quickly adjusted his demeanor, donning a mischievous grin as his eyes began to scan his surroundings once more. Tell me how you joined the Heavenly Secrets Gate. The journey of 500 li was neither too short nor too long. If they could fly, they would arrive in no more than 2 hours. But on foot, it would take at least half a day. Since he was unfamiliar with the route and accompanied by someone, Zhao Hangtian could not maintain flight for long and had to proceed step by step. I joined the Heavenly Secrets Gate at the age of SIX. My family was impoverished, unable to support me, so my parents relied on connections to send me to the Outer Affairs Hall of the Heavenly Secrets Gate, where I was taken in by a steward. Due to my commendable performance, I was granted special permission to join the Outer Affairs Hall at 18, and I have been active in the southern region ever since. Although he initially hesitated to share such details, Zhao Hongtian's casual query prompted her to divulge her story, her heart unable to suppress her own words. Have you ever killed someone? Listening to Yi's account, Zhao Hangtian abruptly turned, his expression serious as he scrutinized her, his brow furrowed, his tone icy. I have lost count, he replied without hesitation, her tone surprisingly candid. Would you be willing to become the master of the Heavenly Secrets Gate? Zhao Hongtian's unexpected proposition shattered the air with its audacity. What? The master of the Heavenly Secrets Gate? For Yi, the notion of becoming a steward was already a lofty ambition. The idea of mastering such a prominent sect as the Heavenly Secrets Gate was an aspiration she had never dared to entertain. Fully aware of her own limitations. Yes, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Gate, should you desire it. Earlier that night, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets had engaged Zhao Hangtian in extensive conversation, all centered around the Heavenly Secrets Gate. Should Zhao Hangtian succeed in eliminating the current master, the sect would undoubtedly face a leaderless crisis. Furthermore, Zhao Hangtian had expressed his reluctance to assume the role of master, prompting the Elder to turn his attention to Yi. Having recognized her dual attributes, though she might seem somewhat lacking as the master, her calm demeanor and profound cunning had greatly impressed the Elder. Are you jesting? Yi's irritation flared. This felt like mere amusement at her expense, especially with Zhao Hangtian maintaining a facade of seriousness. Perhaps it is a bit premature to discuss this, though we shall revisit it later. Yi, skeptical of Zhao Hongtian's intentions, since that he aimed to plant a seed of thought for future endeavors. Look at you, enough of this. Let's press on. Yi, visibly displeased, prompted Zhao Hangtian to smile faintly before continuing on their path. The subsequent journey was steeped in silence, with neither party exchanging a word until they reached their destination. Chunlin Villa. Chunlin Villa was nestled within a U-shaped valley. Its core located at the base of the the entrance of the valley, stood a formidable wall, atop which patrolled several guards clad in black. Had it not been for the dense trees outside the walls, Zhao Hangtian would have found it exceedingly difficult to approach unnoticed. Is this not Chunlin Villa? It resembles a fortress, he remarked, gazing at the towering 10-meter wall, which would rival the standards of Lingxiao City. With hundreds of guards patrolling the wall, the vastness of Chunlin Villa was evident. This is the headquarters responsible for the entire southern region. Such specifications are quite normal, he retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Hangtian, finding his astonishment somewhat naive. The larger it is, the more I appreciate it. If it were smaller, I might not even be able to enter. Zhao Hangtian replied, licking his lips as he rubbed his hands together, instructing Yi to remain in place as he proceeded alone. Before entering Chumlin Villa, he asked Yi to outline the layout of the building she was familiar with. Although her knowledge was limited, she managed to pinpoint the locations of the council hall and the task assignment hall. Having observed the guards' movements, Zhao Hangtian noted that they were not stationed rigidly, but patrolled fluidly. By deciphering their patterns, he could find an opportunity to infiltrate the premises. Interesting. He crouched down near the wall, intending to touch its surface when his warrior instincts alerted him to the presence of tiny, scattered spikes embedded within the wall, glowing with a grayish-white light, an indication of poison. However, for Zhao Hangtian, who possessed a spiritual anomaly, such obstacles posed no hindrance. He spread his hands, and a faint blue light flickered. In the next moment, the section of the wall illuminated by the blue glow was enveloped in a thin layer of ice, albeit one with a fiery warmth. Chapter 69. The council hall, given such a high level of security. Stealthy infiltration seemed nearly impossible unless Zhao Hangtian possessed the abilities akin to those of the Earthwalker. Otherwise, he would have to resort to disguises to blend in. Just as he contemplated how to find someone to pilfer their clothing, a guard carrying food and drinks approached along the edge of the buildings. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Zhao Hangtian smirked wickedly, conjured a gold ingot with a flick of his wrist, and tossed it onto the path. Waiting for the unsuspecting prey to take the bait. Curse it. Another night shift for me. You bunch of bastards. The guard grumbled under his breath, fuming over being assigned to deliver supper to the master instead of enjoying a moment with a newly arrived woman. The frustration boiled within him as he sought a secluded spot to vent his anger. Hey, a gold ingot. The guard, still fuming, suddenly spotted the glimmering object on the path, illuminated by the lanterns lining the way, momentarily blinding him. This is my lucky day. The guard's face transformed from irritation to elation as he beheld the ingot, his features lighting up with sheer delight, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. A gold ingot typically weighed 3 taels of gold, enough to sustain an ordinary family for 3 years. The guard, having placed a platter laden with delicacies on the other side, hurriedly approached, intending to bend down and retrieve the gold ingot. At that very moment, Zhao Hangtian struck with lightning speed, delivering 2 swift blows. The guard, who possessed merely the strength of a mere entry-level warrior, was struck with such force that he collapsed to the ground. Rendered unconscious in an instant,